Upon his arrival in this new realm, Vizert found himself inexplicably in possession of the enigmatic entity known as Momo Ran. With the assistance of ancient magical powers, he successfully harnessed Momo Ran and received an invitation to attend Hogwarts from none other than Dumbledore himself. Before embarking on this journey, he required a place of refuge, which was graciously arranged for him by the Ministry of Magic in Dumbledore Luna's abode. Thus commenced Vizert's magical odyssey. In pursuit of mastering the arcane arts and controlling the perilous power of Momo Ran, he enrolled at Hogwarts, becoming a member of Ravenclaw. There, Vizert cultivated his insatiable thirst for knowledge, striving to surpass all his peers in academic rigor. The students of Ravenclaw remarked, "His ambition is unparalleled. We cannot compete with his fervor." Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, beckoned, "Interested in curses? Join me this Saturday afternoon, and I shall reveal all." Severus Snape acknowledged, "You possess a natural talent for potions. Come to me this Sunday afternoon to explore the allure of potion making." Dumbledore entrusted him with, "This is the culmination of my research with Grindelwald. Wield it wisely and honor the knowledge contained within." Voldemort ominously declared, "Your talent has captured my interest. Come with me. Leave Hogwarts." Lucius Malfoy pondered, "Why has my dark mark reappeared since encountering you?" Guided by the wizard's practical combat guide, Vizert acquired a wealth of magical knowledge, delving into the mysteries of ancient magic and uncovering the secrets of this world. As the ultimate confrontation loomed, Voldemort discovered Vizert engrossed in his studies. With unwavering resolve, Vizert drew forth his wand, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminating the library, restoring an eerie silence. Chapter 1. Momo Ran and Ancient Magic. Where am I? Vizert surveyed his surroundings, confronted by an entirely unfamiliar vista, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Had he not been immersed in his final review for exams? How'd he ended up in this place? Debris and clutter lay strewn about, the ceiling and walls marred by gaping wounds. Not far off, the fireplace had been decimated, ash swirling in the It was evident that this was not his room, but a desolate ruin. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of memories flooded into Vizert's mind like a tidal wave. The original inhabitant had been a test subject for dark wizards, subjected to a myriad of inhumane experiments involving dark magic. In the course of this torment, the original soul endured immeasurable suffering and developed a profound fear of magic, inadvertently giving rise to formidable dark magical powers. This was the dark wizard's intent to cultivate a controllable Momo Ran, oblivious to the fact that those who toy with fire shall inevitably be burned. In an unforeseen outburst, the original Momo Ran erupted, laying waste to the very structure and reducing the dark wizard to mere fragments. As Vizert assimilated these memories, a singular realization dawned upon him. He had traversed dimensions. He had entered the magical world of Harry Potter. Regrettably, he had never delved into the original text of Harry Potter, having only gleaned a superficial understanding of Luna, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, Dumbledore, and other characters through various fan-made videos for films. He has only watched one spin-off movie, Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them. However, he possesses a deeper understanding of its content. The narrative revolves around Newt Scamander's journey to New York, culminating in the release of the Thunderbird and the capture of Gellert Grindelwald, hinting at the possibility of a sequel, which regrettably, he never had the chance to witness. The film offers a depiction of a formidable yet uncontrollable dark magical force known as the Obscurial. Its manifested form resembles a black mist imbued with ashes. Could it be that he embodies this very essence now? At the moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt an unexpected surge of agitation enveloping him. Before his eyes erupted a torrent of black mist, which swiftly ravaged the walls before him, sending dust swirling into the air. Such immense power! A wave of fury surged within his mind, spreading like wildfire, igniting within him a destructive impulse to annihilate everything in sight. This is the peril of the Obscurial. Those who harbor the Obscurial are referred to as Obscurials, who become subjugated by its influence, losing control over their own bodies, leaving only a fervent desire for destruction. The lifespan of an Obscurial is exceedingly brief. Aside from credence in the film, it seems no Obscurial has lived beyond the age of 10. The original host had undergone numerous dark magic experiments, resulting in an extraordinary resilience to magical forces. Moreover, due to the intentional machinations of a dark wizard, the original host managed to survive until the age of 11, defying death. Yet, Vizert could sense that this particular eruption was of a different magnitude. The Obscurial was insidiously infiltrating his mind. Should his consciousness be entirely consumed by the Obscurial, he might become the fastest fated traveler in history. The dark wizard had left behind notes. The various methods of containment regarding the Obscurial were derived from a tome possessed by the dark wizard. Wiset must locate that book and leverage its knowledge to exert control over the Obscurus to preserve his own life. He floated in midair, dust swirling around him, barely allowing him to discern the scattered debris on the ground. As he meticulously searched for the notes, a sharp crackling sound resonated through the air, and whirlwinds began to materialize out of thin it was apparition. The eruption of the Obscurus had ravaged this place, and the arrival of the wizards was merely a matter of time. He had not anticipated their swiftness. Edward Murphy once stated, "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong." For wizards, the Obscurus is a peril of catastrophic proportions that in the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. When a magical congress discovers the existence of the Obscurus, they immediately launch an attack, aiming to eliminate. Credence Point 4 wizards appeared before Wiset, and the situation was deteriorating rapidly. They would not concern themselves with whether Wiset could recover. Each raised their wands, assuming an aggressive stance. Indeed, it is a mere shadow. Summon someone from the Auror office. This is beyond our capacity to resolve. As the turmoil swirled anew, one individual departed to notify the Auror office. The situation remained dire, and the remaining trio appeared exceedingly tense, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Fortify all defenses. The three chanted incantations, conjuring layer upon layer of magical energy fields that enveloped Wiset. By Merlin's beard, how many years has it been since a mere shadow has manifested? Shall we simply wait here idly? Should we not take further action? Do not act rashly. Merely contain the shadow. Let us strike together once the Aurors arrive to avoid complicating matters. The circumstances further deteriorated. The intentions of the trio were unmistakable. They intended to confine Wiset here, biding their time until reinforcements arrived to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Wiset attempted to communicate, but could only emit a howl reminiscent of a tempest. Should he harness the power of the shadow to break free, the likelihood of the notes being compromised by the surge of energy was high, and the shadow's encroachment would only hasten. Before him lay but one path: to swiftly locate the notes, thereby restoring normalcy and proving his lack of danger. After a diligent search, fortune favored the resolute. A weathered notebook with a leather cover came into Wiset's sight. What struck him as peculiar was the swirling vortex that hovered above the notebook, a spiraling silver-blue whirlpool ascending as if sensing his gaze. The vortex surged directly toward him. In the instant the notebook ascended within the vortex, it disintegrated into fine powder. Before Wiset could react, the rushing vortex pierced directly into his mind. The Wizard's Practical Guide. The disintegrated notebook revealed its title within his consciousness. Slowly unfurling its first page, that a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, coalescing into wondrous symbols within his awareness. The Guardian Meditation Technique enhances magical affinity, constrains uncontrollable negative emotions, collects, stores, and seals emotions, transforms them into ancient magical power in an instant. Wiset grasped the meditation technique and immediately commenced his practice. Once in a meditative state, everything around him became distinctly clear. He could more fully perceive the shadow, sensing the extraordinary nature of this power. His mind transformed into a vast vortex, absorbing, purifying, and transmuting the shadow's energy. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet Edward Murphy had once stated, "If there exists a possibility for things to worsen, no matter how slim that likelihood, it will ultimately come to pass." Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, a cadre of wizards emerged from the vortex, encircling Wiset. Is it truly a shadow? Why has the confidentiality law been in effect for so long, yet still allowed for the emergence of such silence? Who cares? The pressing matter at hand is to eradicate this silence, preventing it from inflicting further harm. Let us act. The wizards present raised their wands, the brilliance of magic gathering at their tips, potent energy swirling around them, causing dust to rise once more. For Wiset, this moment undoubtedly represented the worst of times. Amidst the swirling dust, a burst of flames materialized, and from it emerged an elderly figure. Clad in a purple robe adorned with golden trim, the old man sported silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, his piercing blue eyes glimmering behind his glasses. The wizards present could not conceal their astonishment. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Chapter 2. Dumbledore's care upon witnessing the imprisoned Wiset within the magical energy field. Dumbledore exhibited a hint of surprise as he gently waved his wand. A more solid magical energy field manifested, enveloping the location of Wiset entirely. In a meditative state, Wiset could sense the immense magical power contained within this field, which far surpassed that of the previous ones. "Am I arriving at an inopportune moment?" Dumbledore mused as he surveyed the disarray around him. A new name and address appeared in the admission book, prompting Minerva to send him for verification. A tall, bald black wizard stepped forward, addressing Dumbledore. Are you here to seek out the new student who will soon enroll? Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a slight nod. If the admission book is not mistaken, this Hogwarts new student must be the child before me. In Wiset's eyes, Dumbledore had come at just the right moment, not only delaying time for him to continue absorbing the quietude, but also bringing forth the news that he could attend Hogwarts to study. In Fantastic Beasts, a question once arose. Which is the best magic school in the world? The protagonist, Newt, affirmed that it was indeed the Hogwarts Dumbledore mentioned. In the film, Newt's remarkable performance indirectly supported this assertion. As a student, Wiset naturally aspired to enroll in the finest institution should the opportunity arise. He was not yet able to voice this desire. He merely needed Dumbledore to delay a little longer so that he could utilize the meditative state to absorb the quietude and return to his normal form. The Black Wizard appeared troubled. Headmaster Dumbledore, if this is a new student for this year, it implies he is already over 10 years old. Quiet ones rarely survive past that age. I believe you are aware of this. Perhaps there has been a mix-up with the address. Regardless of how one views it, this quiet one has already spiraled out of control. Dumbledore's gaze scanned the crowd, comprehending the concerns of the wizards present. Kingsley, I understand your predicament. He spoke with a calm demeanor, but there are always exceptions, are there not? I have encountered more than one quiet one who surpassed the age of 10. Why not grant me and this child a few more minutes? Should he lose control, I shall bear the consequences. I will also provide an explanation to Cornelius. With such an assertion made, Kingsley had no reason to refuse. Very well, we shall restore this place within 10 minutes and erase the memories of the surrounding muggles. Dumbledore smiled. That is splendid. Thank you for your assistance. Kingsley led the other wizards to commence the cleanup. Through their collective efforts, the ruins began to reverse. Debris swirling through the air as fireplaces, walls, and ceilings gradually restored themselves. Dumbledore gazed at the magical energy field, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Was it truly remarkable that such a magical display could contain the power of the Quiet One? An 11-year-old child achieving such extraordinary feats rendered the anomalies in the admission book rather unsurprising. Wizard was not attentive to Dumbledore's words. His focus was entirely on the silent force before him. The power of the silence had finally been absorbed, coalescing predominantly in his chest, transforming into a core of dark crimson hues. Surrounding this core were several silver-blue chains, binding it as it pulsated like a heartbeat. At last, Wizard could perceive his physical existence, and he immediately extended his hands to grasp the core. In that instant, the core of silence reintegrated into his being. Dumbledore quickly noticed the dissipating dark mist within the magical energy field, and the frail boy fell from the air. The boy had dull black hair, and within his profound black eyes lay a semblance of relief. Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, and in an instant, the magical energy field vanished entirely. A phoenix, the size of a swan, appeared suddenly, cradling the boy securely. Wizard felt the softness and warmth at his back, a smile unwittingly gracing his face. He had succeeded. He blinked, realizing that the ruined structure had been completely restored. Is this magic? How wondrous. Child, you have done remarkably well. A kindly face came into view. To extricate oneself from such perilous power is an achievement far beyond that of most children I have encountered. Wizard instinctively inquired, Are you Albus Dumbledore? Do you know me? Dumbledore appeared slightly surprised. If one understood the existence of magic, why would one fear it? Wizard quickly corrected himself, tilting his head. That strange man would occasionally curse your name while experimenting on me. Experimenting on you? A flicker of anger flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. It was evident that you have endured much suffering. No wonder you harbor disdain for magic. This is not your fault. Child, I must clarify something. You are a silent one, and such unforeseen occurrences may arise again. You must learn to control the silence within your body. Wizard, following Dumbledore's lead, asked, What should I do? Child, you need to attend Hogwarts for your studies. This is the purpose of my visit. Dumbledore's gaze and tone were filled with complexity. Memories long buried resurfaced at this moment, particularly those concerning Ariana. Innocent lives must not suffer persecution any longer. Such mistakes cannot be repeated. His tone was resolute, stating emphatically, You must attend Hogwarts. Having just traversed into this new realm and facing such upheaval, Wizard felt his eyelids growing heavier, managing only a faint hum in response. Dumbledore, perceptive to this, softened his tone. Child, you should rest well. There will be no further danger tonight. Wizard nodded wearily, feeling increasingly fatigued. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore instilled in him an immense sense of security, allowing him to succumb to slumber. Poor child, sleep well. Dumbledore observed the various wounds adorning Wizard's body. It seemed the acceptance letter for Hogwarts would have to be postponed. He understood all too well that these injuries were the result of dark magic experiments. He extended his hands cautiously, cradling Wizard, a child who had borne an immense burden of suffering. The phoenix, Fox, emitted a soft trill, fluttering its wings as it hovered before Wizard. It gazed at the wounds adorning Wizard's body, its eyes glistening with moisture. Pearls of tears cascaded from its eyes, falling onto Viserat's smooth feathers. A miraculous transformation unfolded. The wounds on Viserat's body healed rapidly, leaving no trace of scars. His complexion blossomed with a healthy flush, and even his previously pursed lips revealed a faint smile. Kingsley led a group of wizards back into the room, astonished as he inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, has he truly recovered?" "Indeed. He is a resilient and exceptionally talented child," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "He must be taken to St. Mungo's for treatment. I shall have a word with Cornelius." Chapter 3. Luna, I am your family. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge returned to his office, his mood decidedly bleak, whether due to the incident that had transpired that evening, causing him to miss a lavish French banquet, or the troubling content of the latest issue of Contrary Chance. His spirits were low. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was somewhat brusque. "Professor Dumbledore, all this talk is merely to facilitate the enrollment of a mute, is it not?" Dumbledore maintained a serene demeanor. "Yes, his name has appeared in the Book of Admission. By tradition, his enrollment is inevitable." Lucius Malfoy, standing nearby, scoffed, speaking in a low, drawn-out tone. "That is a mute who has just caused a significant incident. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I must remind you, Professor Dumbledore, that Hogwarts is not your private garden. I am fully aware of that, and I shall ensure the safety of this child," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "He possesses great talent, and it must not be stifled simply because he is mute." "Is that so?" Lucius retorted coldly. "What extraordinary compassion. We cannot allow a child's talent to be stifled. Would you care for a bit of sugar in your tea?" Fudge interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "The Ministry of Magic may face protests from parents regarding this matter." Dumbledore responded, "I can assist in issuing a statement. I will ensure the safety of this child." "Is that all?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "If adults fail to fulfill their promises, surely there must be some consequence?" Dumbledore maintained his smile. "Should any misfortune befall this child, I am willing to accept an inquiry from the Ministry of Magic." "Ah, as ever, so full of compassion," Lucius replied with a mocking tone. "That oaf who was expelled for murder, you still harbor him within Hogwarts, do you? Dumbledore, do you have a penchant for sheltering dangerous individuals within your school? Do you truly care for the other students? Do you still possess the qualifications to continue as headmaster?" Dumbledore continued to smile. "Perhaps you could attempt another vote? See if you might succeed in removing me? Last time, your justification was fairy tales. What rationale do you intend to employ this time?" Upon hearing these words, Lucius pressed his lips together, his expression growing even more frigid. In the face of the still dire atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow. On one side stood the financial backer of the Ministry of Magic, and on the other, the illustrious headmaster. He was reluctant to offend either party. He could only speak again. "Headmaster Dumbledore, whether a tormented mute can truly integrate into the life of the magical world remains a question. Perhaps we should consider this. While the school year has yet to commence, the ministry will conduct an evaluation of this mute individual. If he can assimilate into a wizarding family, then his admission should be sanctioned. Of course, that is entirely reasonable and a necessary measure. I have faith in this child." Dumbledore nodded. "I can make arrangements on my end. Shouldn't this matter be handled by the ministry?" Lucius interjected abruptly. "Do you presume the entire magical world is your private garden? Or has the speculation in Contrary Tunes proven true, that you are the so-called uncrowned king? The invisible minister of the English Ministry of Magic? Are you so dismissive of Minister Fudge's decisions?" Lucius's words caused Fudge's face to flush with embarrassment. He shifted his gaze to the copy of Contrary Tunes on his desk, recalling the outrageous articles it contained. He did not wish to consult Dumbledore for every decision he made. Having served as minister for a year, he felt it was time to assert his authority, free from Dumbledore's constraints. With a newfound resolve, he declared, "Headmaster Dumbledore, let the ministry handle the search for a wizarding family." After Lucius and Dumbledore departed, Fudge sat alone in his chair, chewing on gummy candies to stave off hunger. After a year in office, when will the puppet minister Fudge gain real power? He pondered, glancing at the current issue of Contrary Tunes, feeling as though the sweet candies were akin to chewing on erasers. At the outset of his tenure, he indeed lacked confidence and often sought Dumbledore's counsel to ensure his decisions and methods of execution were sound. Yet, such admissions could not be uttered aloud. Everyone understood the unspoken truth well enough. To have Contrary Tunes bring this issue to light was nothing short of a slap in the face. Am I incapable, then? The owls delivering messages to Hogwarts must be exhausted. Their bodies could be pieced together to circle England twice. Since you have created this trouble for me, do not blame me. That mute should go to your home. Let us see if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge chewed the gummy candies with a vengeance. As if consuming the flesh of the editor of Contrary Tunes, he withdrew a piece of parchment and composed a formal decree, appointing Xenophilius Lovegood as the guardian of the mute. Watching the decree transform into a paper airplane and depart his office, Fudge slumped in his chair, rubbing his stomach. I wonder when Lucius will next invite me to dinner. That French fish soup was truly exquisite. Wiset awakened to find himself in a sunlit hospital room. Candles adorned the ceiling, encased in crystal bubbles that floated up and down against the ceiling. He propped himself up on the bed and slowly sat upright, reminiscing about all that had transpired earlier. He had traversed realms, acquiring the enigmatic power of the unknown. This perilous dark magic nearly led to his annihilation at the hands of a wizard. With the aid of a meditative technique involving notes, he successfully contained the mysterious force and received an invitation to attend Hogwarts from Dumbledore himself. Thus, what exactly was that notebook? Just as he contemplated delving into his mind to uncover the truth, he heard a rustling sound nearby. Not far away sat a girl, positioned by the window. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, a delicate strand of pale golden hair brushing against her ear. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm halo upon her face. For reasons unknown, when Wiset beheld her, the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. The girl extended her palm towards the sunlight, creating shadows that formed the shape of a rabbit. She gazed at the shadow with a gentle smile. Wiset was unaware of how long he had been watching, only recalling the various animal shapes she conjured: rabbit, puppy, duckling, swan, and dove. Eventually, the girl noticed him and approached the bedside, softly saying, "You're awake." Her voice was unique, ethereal, and dreamlike, yet her words were remarkably clear. With a radiant smile, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Luna Lovegood." Luna had a fair complexion, and her voluminous, waist-length golden hair added to her charm. Her subtly arched brows and silvery, pale eyes were particularly striking, while tiny carrot-shaped earrings swayed gently. "Hello, I am Wiset." He glanced around, noting 2 other hospital beds nearby, albeit obscured by curtains, rendering it impossible to discern if anyone occupied them. He slowly inquired, "Which hospital am I in?" "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries," Luna replied, blinking as if recalling something. "The healer has already examined you. As soon as you awaken, you can return home." "Home? It seems I have neither a home nor family." Wiset reflected on his past lives, feeling an unexpected sense of unity as an orphan. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, his sole aspiration being to fulfill the role of a diligent student. In this life, his current objective appeared somewhat similar: to enter Hogwarts and pursue his studies, a task he deemed essential. "You certainly have a family." Luna's lips curved into a charming smile. "I am your family." Chapter 4, Ancient Magic, The Shield. Wiset successfully completed the discharge procedures, claiming his new identity as part of the Lovegood family, precisely the kin Luna had mentioned. Luna resided in Ottery St. Catchpole, a village inhabited by half-wizards. A half-wizard community is characterized by the coexistence of wizards and muggles, where wizards must restrain themselves from casting spells in front of muggles to avoid breaching the statute of secrecy. Perhaps due to this, Luna seldom ventured into muggle villages, as this home encompassed her entire sphere of activity. Even Luna was not entirely clear on the specifics of the statute of secrecy. She was aware that upon entering Hogwarts, she could acquire relevant explanations through courses on the history of magic. Furthermore, Luna possessed an extensive knowledge of the magical world, which was precisely what Wiset required. Undoubtedly, Wiset was an excellent listener. Over the past few days, Luna had confided in him about nearly everything. Luna's home was situated beside a village in a black ancient castle, resembling a cylindrical structure akin to a rook in chess. Beyond the castle lay a lush garden, brimming with various peculiar magical plants. This garden served as Luna's cherished sanctuary. She flitted about like a delicate butterfly, collecting dew, aerating the soil, watering, and fertilizing, reveling in her tasks. She had many companions there, among whom her favorite was an owl. When Wiset had just settled in, Luna had introduced him to this owl, named Diana, who was an exceptional postman. A postman? Do owls deliver messages in the magical world? Luna gently stroked the owl's fluffy feathers, affirming that whether it was delivering letters or parcels, Diana could assist with either. Communicating and transporting parcels via owls was common knowledge in the magical realm, embodying a unique romanticism intrinsic to wizards. Aside from the palm-sized owl, the most vivacious creatures in the garden were the gnomes. Gnomes were diminutive magical beings, resembling potatoes with legs. Luna shared a close bond with the gnomes. When she tended to her plants, they would emerge from their burrows to help her dig. The gnomes were friendly only towards Luna, displaying a rather hostile demeanor towards Wiset, even nipping at his fingers. Luna carefully bandaged his wound, lightly remarking, "Father once said that the gnomes in the garden are a blessing. If you feel any talent stirring today, do not suppress it. It is a gift from the gnomes." As Wiset was just beginning his life in the magical world, and Luna had grown up in a wizarding family, he chose to trust her words. He indeed sensed something awakening within him. In his mind, the wizard's practical guide flipped open to the second page, revealing new content. Ancient magic, shield, guided by meditation and gestures, channel ancient magical power to manifest a magical barrier. This was a form of magic that did not require a wand. Luna had previously mentioned that wizards generally needed a wand's assistance to cast spells. However, in order to obtain a wand, Wiset required an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore had informed him that he must attend Hogwarts, nearly half a month had passed without the arrival of such a letter. The prospect of acquiring magic from the wizard's practical guide, particularly a form that did not necessitate a wand, filled him with excitement. Wiset stepped out of the garden and approached a nearby stream to practice this magic. First, he needed to master the gestures involved. The initial movement was to clasp his hands together, and after a series of hand-signing motions, he spread his hands apart, with his index fingers and thumbs touching. The spellcasting gestures are not particularly complex. After several repetitions, Wiset has firmly etched this set of gestures into his mind. Practicing the gestures is merely the initial step. He must also channel the ancient magical energy and integrate it into the gestures. This process proves to be significantly more arduous, with each contact of his hands representing a clash of forces. His hands repel each other like opposing magnets, causing the required gestures to become awkward. Is my source of power too subdued? Perhaps I should attempt a meditative approach. As a student, Wiset excels at contemplating and resolving issues. Entering the state of the guardian meditation, everything around him becomes clearer. Even the process of guiding energy flows more smoothly. Upon completing the final gesture, a silver-blue sphere of ancient magical energy materializes, coalescing between his hands. However, the sphere vanishes almost instantly, with the energy returning to Wiset's body. According to the descriptions in the wizard's practical guide, once all steps are completed, the energy should disperse to form a magical barrier. Yet, the energy retreats back into him, indicating that the spell has not succeeded. Nonetheless, the appearance of the sphere is sufficiently exhilarating, encouraging him to persist in practicing this spell. Time and again, Wiset's gestures become increasingly fluid, yet he remains unable to complete the final step. Whenever the sphere gathers between his hands, on the brink of dispersing, the energy retreats once more. After continuous practice, he senses a certain deficiency in his spellcasting process. Wiset, are you practicing magic? A light voice floats from the side. Diana perches on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed as if drowsy. It seems like a spell only wizards could perform. Could I see it again? Of course, no problem. Wiset maintains his meditative state, executing the gestures and energy flows seamlessly. Yet, at the critical moment, the energy still fails to transform into a barrier. Perhaps you lack a strong desire? Luna tilts her head. I once read an ancient manuscript filled with wizards' insights on spellcasting. The wizard who left the notes mentioned that a wizard must always possess a desire while casting spells. This allows the magic to become compliant, much like Diana. Such a manuscript exists? Wiset inquires with curiosity. Is it still around? May I borrow it? It's gone. Luna gently shakes her head, her voice taking on a more solid tone. Something happened, and many notes were lost. Something happened? Can't magic repair it? Wiset recalls a spell known as the repairing charm, which could swiftly mend even a house. Luna shakes her head again. It was a magical accident. My mother, a remarkable witch, loved conducting experiments, but one incantation went awry. I was present when the failed spell unleashed tremendous power. My mother vanished, and so did those notes. Upon observing Luna's expression, Wiset feels a pang in his heart and murmurs, I'm sorry, I didn't know. He realizes that while he is aware of Luna's mother's absence, he had not considered that she witnessed her mother's departure. Indeed, this is a sorrowful matter. Luna's voice became ethereal once more. Yet I still have family. I shall not be deprived of my mother forever. There will be opportunities in the future, will there not? Wiset began to comprehend why Luna had spoken so solemnly about family during their time at St. Mungo's. Hoot! The owl perched on Luna's shoulder stirred awake, flapping its wings and screeching in alarm. The tranquil stream became agitated, churning up large splashes of water that drenched both Wiset and Luna. Chapter 5. The Basilisk and the Enrollment Letter. Just as Luna sought to calm the owl, the stream nearby suddenly roiled, and a colossal figure emerged from the water. Thanks to the fortifying influence of meditation, this unexpected turn of events did not perturb Wiset. He sensed the figure extend its tail, sweeping towards them with alarming intent. In this critical moment, fear did not cloud his judgment. Wiset grasped Luna's arm, and they both lunged forward, narrowly evading the strike. Thud! The figure's tail grazed Wiset's shoulder, plunging forcefully into the grass. The ground shuddered violently as the figure retracted its tail, sending a cloud of dust and grass flying. Hiss! More splashes erupted as the creature let out a chilling hiss, emerging from the water to land on the bank. It was a serpent unlike any Wiset had ever encountered, its towering form reaching over 2 meters in height. What astonished him most was that this creature possessed 3 heads. The 3-headed serpent was not only immense in size, but also grotesque in appearance, covered in a layer of orange-red, spiky scales. This hue of orange was not particularly vibrant, instead emanating a somber grayish tone, evoking a sense of decrepitude. As the serpent emitted a low hiss, Wiset could distinctly see the venomous fangs glinting with a ghostly green luminescence in the mouth of the rightmost head. The serpent, as thick as a wheel, writhed and lunged toward them. Hiss! The 3-headed serpent launched another assault, the rightmost head darting forward, revealing a cavernous maw filled with sharp fangs. Though the attack was unexpected, The other two heads restrained it from striking Wiset immediately. Seizing this opportunity, Wiset and Luna retreated once more, narrowly escaping the serpent's lethal bite. The serpent's head plunged into the grass, stirring up another cloud of dust and debris. Wiset, this is a basilisk. Perhaps it is aged and not particularly agile. Luna's voice was devoid of panic, explaining that each of its three heads possessed its own consciousness, leading to potential discord among them. At this moment, the central head opened its eyes, hissing and flicking its tongue, seemingly attempting to communicate. The left head also flicked its tongue, shaking its head in what appeared to be a reprimand directed at the other two. The three heads exchanged glances, baring their fangs, and astonishingly began to attack one another. As Luna had indicated, the basilisk was indeed embroiled in internal conflict. This was a remarkable magical creature. Why had it appeared here? Luna rose from the ground. You are injured. When she noticed the blood seeping from Wiset's shoulder, panic filled her voice. Luna hurriedly helped Wiset to his feet, assisting him as they dashed towards home. Realizing that their prey was about to escape, the striped serpent ceased its internal conflict and swiftly pursued them. Through meditation, Wiset became acutely aware of the sounds behind him. The serpent's speed was astonishing, akin to a motorcycle revving at full throttle. It would not be long before it launched another attack. Just as he contemplated his next move, Luna unexpectedly pushed him forward, her voice resolute. Wiset, you are wounded. I will draw it away. Wiset was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a selfless act from Luna in such a dire moment. In his previous life, no one had ever treated him this way. He turned abruptly, and everything around him seemed to slow. The three serpent heads drew nearer to Luna, her light golden hair billowing in the wind. In her gaze, Wiset found no trace of fear, only calm determination. Protecting her family? Wiset recalled his past, having once yearned for a family to take him away from the orphanage, regardless of the cost. In that moment, he understood Luna's resolve. She had lost her family once before and did not wish to repeat that fate. Wiset felt the same. He had finally found a family and could not bear the thought of them facing peril, especially due to his protection. The details of the ancient magic shield surged in his mind, each aspect vividly clear. He felt confident in his ability to conjure this spell. His desire blazed intensely. The striped serpent must not harm Luna. He clasped his hands together, silently channeling the powerful forces of ancient magic. A torrent of energy surged within him. As the serpent's venomous fangs loomed perilously close to Luna's delicate neck, he executed the gesture flawlessly, gathering energy into a luminous sphere that expanded outward. The light dissipated once more, but this time, the power did not retract into Wiset's body. In the next instant, a silvery blue glow enveloped Luna, rapidly expanding into a spherical barrier. The barrier radiated a dazzling silver blue light. When the serpent's fangs struck it, they shattered into countless fragments. Wiset, inspired by an instinctive understanding, opened the previously clasped fingers of his hand. The barrier immediately expanded outward, forcibly pushing the serpent back into the stream. This was Wiset's first time casting the shield spell, and its magnitude was unexpectedly vast. To sustain such a formidable barrier, he continuously drew upon his latent power, which began to stir restlessly, the chains binding it rattling ominously, as if on the verge of breaking. Hiss! The striped serpent returned with renewed vigor, its three heads unleashing a synchronized hiss. After all, this is merely a shield spell, for the time being. It lacks any offensive capabilities and cannot inflict sufficient harm upon the Nemean serpent. Just then, a tabby cat suddenly sprang forth from the distance. The tabby cat leapt into the air and swiftly transformed into a human form. An elderly witch, adorned with spectacles, appeared, clad in a deep green robe and wielding a wand. She pointed her wand at the Nemean serpent and gave a gentle flick. The water surrounding the serpent morphed into a steel cage, confining the enraged creature within. Merlin's beard. It is fortunate that you are all unharmed. Healing is good as new. The witch hurriedly approached Wiset, the tip of her wand glowing with a vibrant green light. Wiset felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder, and within a mere breath, the bloodstains and wounds vanished entirely. Is this also magic? Wiset grasped Luna's outstretched hand and sprang up from the ground with fervor. Indeed, the witch, pursing her lips, spoke with an air of seriousness, revealing almost no teeth. In the future, at Hogwarts, you will have the opportunity to learn such spells. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Had you been bitten by the Nemean serpent, you would have likely needed to seek treatment at St. Mungo's. Thank you. Wiset expressed his gratitude profusely. May I inquire your name, madam? The witch offered a faint smile, exclaiming, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. The purpose of my visit is to deliver your Hogwarts acceptance letter. She produced a parchment envelope from her pocket and presented it to Wiset. He accepted the envelope with both hands, noticing the wax seal at the closure, embossed with a shield design. At the center of the emblem was a capital letter, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Chapter 6. I acknowledge you now. Wiset opened the letter, revealing his acceptance notice adorned with his name. Having just experienced the wonders of magic, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He had eagerly awaited the arrival of this letter. In addition to the acceptance letter, there was another thick parchment listing the required books and supplies for enrollment. Attending Hogwarts incurs no tuition fees. Students are only required to procure their necessary items independently. Having lived in an orphanage in his past life, this unique experience made him particularly sensitive regarding financial matters, causing him to be exceptionally cautious. However, he had a more pressing question. Professor McGonagall, was Luna's acceptance letter not delivered by you? McGonagall explained, she has not yet reached the age of enrollment. She will be eligible to join Hogwarts next year as a new student. Wiset turned to Luna. So should I still refer to you as sister? I have always wished for a little brother to care for. Luna beamed with joy, her tone playful, fulfilling my sisterly duties, have I not? McGonagall directed her wand towards the steel cage, which then floated into the air, swaying gently to her side. I must conduct a thorough investigation into why this serpent appeared here. An investigation, you say? What are you suggesting, Professor McGonagall? Are you implying that this was a deliberate attack? McGonagall sighed softly. Wiset, you are a quiet one. Other wizards may view you through a different lens. You must understand that, right? Upon hearing this, Wiset comprehended many things. They perceive me as an outlier, instinctively wishing to exclude me. To them, I might appear as a ticking time bomb. If I were a parent, I would also be concerned for my child's safety. You are absolutely correct. McGonagall adjusted her spectacles, and beneath the transparent lenses, surprise and admiration shone through. Like Professor Dumbledore, I have great faith in you. You are undeniably a remarkably gifted child, and I look forward to your performance at Hogwarts. You need not worry about the rest. We will ensure everything is taken care of. By the way, a letter will be arriving shortly, and someone will take you to Diagon Alley to procure the items on that list. With this parting advice, she vanished into the vortex along with the iron cage. As night fell, just as Wiset intended to mend his garments, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Come in. Entering the room was Xenophilius, Luna's father, a disheveled middle-aged man. His light blonde hair hung loosely over his shoulders, appearing somewhat unkempt, while deep dark circles encircled his eyes, giving him a weary demeanor. He pulled up a chair and sat across from Wiset. Is this our first face-to-face conversation? Are you mending clothes? I accidentally tore my garment. Wiset replied, setting down his needle and thread. Indeed, as Xenophilius noted, it was their first direct exchange. Xenophilius was the editor of the Quibbler, typically working on the second floor. He also managed the household meals and read bedtime stories to Luna, juggling work and home life with difficulty. Luna has shared everything with me, Xenophilius said earnestly. You protected her, and I must thank you. It was she who protected me. Wiset waved his hand dismissively. She pushed me away first. It was Professor McGonagall who ultimately saved us. Compared to his usual somewhat despondent demeanor, Xenophilius's seriousness now felt unfamiliar to Wiset. No. Xenophilius shook his head vigorously. Due to work commitments, I cannot spend much time with her. She often plays alone. Aside from reading the Quibbler, she waters the garden. Ever since you arrived, her smiles have multiplied, and even the fish she caught have grown larger. Wiset chuckled. I have learned much from Luna. In summary, although I still do not understand why the Ministry of Magic placed you in my home, Xenophilius stood up, placing a hand on Wiset's shoulder like a king bestowing knighthood. I now acknowledge you. Observing Xenophilius's demeanor, Wiset found himself both amused and perplexed. Yet, he also realized something significant. Today he and Luna's family had achieved genuine mutual acceptance. In the dead of night, the fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office crackled, flames transforming into a vibrant emerald hue as Minerva McGonagall emerged. Albus Dumbledore set aside the documents in his hands, rising to inquire, Minerva, you have returned rather late. Did you encounter some unforeseen circumstances? Indeed, there were some troubles. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. While delivering the acceptance letters, I came across a basilisk. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. A basilisk? Is Victor in any danger? He is well, McGonagall nodded. I have enlisted Kingsley's assistance in the investigation. I trust we will have results soon. The basilisk was quite old, and by the time I brought it to Kingsley, it had already ceased to show signs of life. The individual capable of nurturing a basilisk is undoubtedly of significant stature. I suspect that the one who released the creature aimed to provoke a backlash from Victor, thus inciting further controversy. Quite anticipated. Dumbledore sighed. However, I believe Victor may have displayed some unexpected resilience. Indeed, Victor is a remarkably gifted child. McGonagall smiled faintly. Not only did he withstand the basilisk's attack, but he also protected Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood, this situation appears to be more convoluted than I had imagined. Dumbledore approached a cabinet, retrieving an ancient stone basin. The basin bore countless intricate inscriptions, filled with a silvery substance that swirled like mist, exuding an entrancing allure. A pensive? McGonagall drew her wand, pressing the tip against her temple, drawing forth a shimmering silver thread. The thread fell into the pensive, dispersing as Dumbledore leaned forward, burying his face within the basin. After a moment, he replaced the pensieve, interlacing his fingers as he sat back, his expression contemplative. Non-wand magic is quite improper. It should be more archaic. A method employed by wizards before the advent of wands, he mused. Remarkable indeed. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Within that shield charm, I sensed an extraordinarily pure intent to protect. Could this be considered a form of self-taught magic? Perhaps the guidance of others is equally vital, Dumbledore smiled. Cornelius has inadvertently struck upon the most suitable wizarding family for Victor. McGonagall's tone reflected a hint of resignation. If merely fostering imagination, the approach could indeed yield results. Precisely. Dumbledore's smile broadened. Minerva, which house do you believe Victor will be sorted into? Gryffindor. McGonagall replied without hesitation. I see remarkable courage in him. As the head of Gryffindor, I naturally wish for him to be placed in our house. I share that sentiment, Dumbledore nodded, as the two Gryffindors reached a mutual understanding. Yet, he continued, he may also be suited for Ravenclaw, as his composure in the face of the basilisk aligns well with their criteria. Indeed, McGonagall instinctively agreed. I imagine it will not be an easy task for the Sorting Hat to decide on Victor's placement. A conundrum indeed. Dumbledore, with a twinkle of interest in his eyes, stroked his beard while reminiscing about the time the Sorting Hat wavered between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw when assigning you to a house. With less than 2 months until the new school year begins, McGonagall's voice brimmed with anticipation. I believe Harry Potter is also set to enroll this year, isn't he? She inquired. Not quite yet, Dumbledore replied, picking up a document once more. Harry's birthday falls at the end of July, and I shall arrange for someone to deliver a letter to him at that time. How swiftly time passes. McGonagall remarked. Have you found a suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts professor? She asked. That is indeed no simple task. Dumbledore sighed softly. Fortunately, Quirrell has submitted a request for a transfer. A transfer request? McGonagall adjusted her glasses. He previously taught Muggle studies. Wouldn't the pressure of teaching defense against the dark arts be too daunting for him? If he is willing to try, then he deserves this opportunity, Dumbledore stated, taking up a quill to annotate the document. In a couple of days, I shall interview him. Meanwhile, after settling in with Luna's family, Weasley came to realize that their financial situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Xenophilius, relying solely on the sales of the Quibbler, could barely make ends meet for himself and Luna. Weasley's arrival only exacerbated Xenophilius's financial woes. Searching through his belongings, Xenophilius could only find a few coins, mere sickles and nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts offered scholarships that allowed Weasley to receive 30 galleons for his school supplies. The galleon, sickle, and canute are the currencies of the wizarding world, essential for purchasing various magical items. On a crisp morning, as the sun timidly peeked over the horizon, Weasley had already completed his morning rituals and was quietly waiting on the ground floor. A street solely dedicated to wizards' commerce was undeniably thrilling. Luna had also risen, cradling a goblin sculpture she had crafted, which served as her piggy bank. Take this with you. I know you might not have enough money to purchase everything on the list, she urged. Weasley gazed into Luna's silvery eyes, momentarily entranced. Having endured the sorrow of losing her mother, Luna was undeniably a wise child, more perceptive than Xenophilius had ever imagined. I applied for a scholarship. I'll be heading to Diagon Alley today to collect the funds, Weasley replied, gently shaking his head. I've heard Diagon Alley is fascinating. What gift do you wish for? I lack for nothing, Luna replied, smiling softly as she shook her head in return. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks shattered the morning tranquility. Standing outside was a giant, towering over 3 meters, clad in a fur coat adorned with several pockets. The giant's hair and beard were bushy, and his bright, black eyes gleamed like shiny beetles. You must be Weasley, correct? The giant's beard quivered as he spoke in a friendly tone. I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Today, I shall escort you to Diagon Alley. As I believe the letter mentioned. Weasley nodded. Good morning, Mr. Hagrid. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Mr. Hagrid. Luna rubbed her eyes and appeared beside Hagrid. Please come in. This is the magical world. As Hagrid approached the door frame, which stood only 2 meters high, it suddenly widened and elongated, perfectly accommodating his stature. Would you like some biscuits? Luna casually brought over a box of treats. I'll go wake my father. No, thank you. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly, a gust of wind nearly toppling Luna. I'm here to take Mr. Wiset to Diagon Alley. As a first-year student, there is much to buy. We need to hurry. Is there a portkey network here? No, Luna gently shook her head. Dad says it's not usually necessary, so the Ministry of Magic didn't set one up. The underlying reason, however, was that establishing a portkey network was quite costly, and Xenophilius Lovegood could not afford such an expense. Then it cannot be helped. Hagrid shook his head. Fortunately, I arrived early. We still have time to find an alternative way to Diagon Alley. Then let us bring the biscuits. Luna stuffed the treats into Wiset's arms. You haven't had breakfast yet. With the biscuits in hand, Hagrid led Wiset along a dirt path. Wiset noticed Hagrid grasping an umbrella, raising his arm high, and tentatively asked, Are we waiting for a bus? Exactly. This is why I'm not eating biscuits. And you shouldn't either. Before Hagrid could finish, a towering purple double-decker bus suddenly appeared, quivering as it came to a stop before them. Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor. Just extend your wand and board the bus. We can take you wherever you wish to go. The conductor, an elderly man with drooping eyelids, appeared lethargic, as if devoid of dreams for the future. Like the door frame of Luna's home, the narrow bus doors expanded instantaneously, allowing Hagrid to enter the carriage with ease. Wiset felt as though he had stepped into an old, dimly lit dormitory, devoid of seats and small windows. Only 6 brass bunk beds, illuminated solely by small candles on either side. The conductor lethargically inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Diagon Alley, London." Hagrid settled onto one of the beds, which immediately groaned, as if on the verge of collapse. "That will be 34 sickles. If you'd like to pay with 2 galleons, that is fine as well." The conductor finally exhibited a hint of energy as he extended his hand. The currency exchange among wizards is quite intricate. 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, or 493 nuts. Hagrid reached into one of his robe pockets and extracted 2 gold coins, placing them into the conductor's hands. Wiset sat on the bed opposite Hagrid. "I'll reimburse you for the fare once we reach Diagon Alley." Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice sounding unusually muffled. "Remember to hold onto the railing. This bus will be quite bumpy. We can discuss anything once we disembark. The bus is about to depart." Before he could finish his sentence, the night bus had already surged forward, like an arrow released from a bow. Wiset quickly grasped the railing to avoid being thrown off balance by the immense inertia. Hagrid emitted a series of dry heaves, his bright eyes now closed, displaying signs of motion sickness. Wiset, on the other hand, managed much better, feeling a surge of curiosity as he gazed at the windshield at the front of the bus. Chapter 8. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The scenery outside the windshield whizzed by in a blur, shifting rapidly between fields, rivers, ponds, and villages. With the aid of magic, obstacles such as trash cans, lampposts, and mailboxes gracefully leaped aside as the night bus passed. After approximately 20 minutes, the night bus finally came to a halt in a narrow alley. The once spacious vehicle now reduced to the size of a wooden crate, nestled into the tight confines of the alley, a feat only possible in the realm of magic. Hagrid stumbled down from the bus, leaning against the wall at the corner of the alley, retching slightly. Beyond the alley lay a bustling commercial street, adorned with a plethora of signs. However, they had arrived too early. The shops remained shuttered, with only hurried pedestrians traversing the path. Hagrid appeared quite unwell, his complexion pallid, and he walked unsteadily. "Wiset, could you assist me in locating a place called the Leaky Cauldron?" The street was lined with various establishments, fast food joints, clothing stores, jewelry shops, and cinemas, but the Leaky Cauldron was nowhere to be found. It was not until Wiset passed a quaint bookstore that an old sign materialized before them. The sign was weathered, starkly contrasting with the bright signs surrounding it, bearing the marks of soot and fire, depicting an image of a battered black cauldron. "Hagrid, is that it?" Wiset inquired, pointing at the sign. Hagrid retched again, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed. You would never guess when this pub was established." "When was it?" Wiset's curiosity about the magical world was palpable. "I believe it was in the early 16th century, Hagrid pondered, furrowing his brow. "Certainly long before the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy. Let us enter." The 4 centuries since its establishment had not lent the Leaky Cauldron much historical gravitas, yet the walls and floors had accumulated a considerable amount of grime. Hagrid, a frequent patron, was greeted with a cacophony of cheers as he stepped inside. Patrons waved and smiled at him. In stark contrast to the morning's desolation on the commercial street, the dimly lit Leaky Cauldron buzzed with life. "Is it still the same as before?" A bald old man approached the bar, producing 2 beer mugs that clinked melodiously. Hagrid waved his hands. "Tom, not today. I have important matters to attend to. Bring me a dose of the motion sickness potion. Wiset, would you like something to eat?" Wiset, recalling Luna's financial situation, raised the snack in his hand. "No need. Luna provided me with this." The bar fell into an abrupt silence, with patrons exchanging furtive glances, some displaying a hint of wariness. Tom took a step back, cautiously asking, "Is he Wiset, the mute one?" "Blame me." Hagrid realized the patron's apprehension and smote his forehead with a resounding clap, exclaiming, "He is a good lad. Why did you not react this way earlier?" "My apologies," Tom replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "I overreacted. All right, we must be off." Hagrid tossed a silver coin onto the counter and downed the motion sickness potion in one swift gulp. He led Wiset through the bar and into a small courtyard at the back. This place was considerably cleaner than the interior of the Leaky Cauldron, with only a few tufts of grass and a solitary trash bin. "Wiset, remember this," Hagrid said, raising his umbrella. "Count 3 from the trash bin up, then 2 across." The umbrella struck the brick wall with a crisp sound, causing the entire wall to tremble and rearrange itself until a grand archway emerged. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The morning sun bathed Diagon Alley in a gentle glow, illuminating the names of the various shops. Many wizards populated Diagon Alley, and the stores displayed an array of curious items, giving Visit the illusion of attending a bustling market from a past life. Hagrid pointed to a magnificent white marble building. "This is Gringotts Bank. We need to withdraw your scholarship funds." Nestled among the row of shops was a towering structure, its pristine whiteness making it particularly striking. "Hagrid," Visit inquired, "is that gatekeeper a goblin?" "Indeed." Hagrid nodded with a smile. "Goblin-made currency cannot be replicated, which is why Gringotts is run by them." The decor of Gringotts was quite opulent, with its 2 grand bronze doors wide open, revealing 2 gleaming silver doors within. As they approached, the welcoming goblin immediately bowed, gesturing for them to proceed inside. The silver doors were engraved with a lengthy inscription, "Welcome, stranger, but beware of thieves. You have been warned. Be cautious, for what you attract may not be treasure, but retribution." The words were laden with warnings, reminiscent of the famous admonition found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. It was said that those who first entered Tutankhamun's tomb fell victim to the curse it harbored. Visit, intrigued by the notion of retribution, asked Hagrid, "If a thief were to break in, how would the goblins deal with them?" "There are countless methods," Hagrid whispered, pulling Visit a few steps further inside. "Aside from Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the Wizarding World. If a thief touches the door, they will be sucked inside and unable to escape. As for the vaults hidden deep underground, the goblins have trained trolls and dragons to ensure their security." Visit curiously inquired, "Dragons? Are there dragons here too?" "Absolutely. It's legal to raise dragons here." Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to raise a dragon. Those little darlings are simply enchanting." Hagrid possessed extensive knowledge about dragons, able to describe the characteristics of various breeds. However, Visit found it difficult to comprehend how these dangerous magical creatures, measuring at least 5 meters in length, could be referred to as little darlings. As they continued, Hagrid spoke passionately about dragons, displaying an intense fervor. They reached the innermost part of the hall, where Hagrid handed the application form to the receptionist goblin. "We're here to collect the scholarship funds." "Very well," the goblin replied, extending a finger from which a sharp, long nail erupted in a flicker of flame, igniting the application form. After burning, the form left no ash behind, only a beautifully scripted signature floating in the air. "Please hold on." Upon confirmation, the receptionist fairy leaped down from the front desk, vanishing into the shadows. Viset inquired, "Hagrid, if I possess Muggle currency, can it be exchanged for wizarding money?" "Certainly," Hagrid replied, continuing to rummage through his pockets. "A minor wizard may exchange a maximum of 50 galleons per year, while an adult wizard is permitted to exchange 100 galleons annually." "Why is there a limit?" "Because Muggle currency is far too easily obtained, and their banks are not secure at all. Thus, a limit must be imposed to prevent any repercussions in the magical realm." Finally, he exclaimed, "I found them. These are truly remarkable." Hagrid suddenly smiled, extending his hand towards Viset. In Hagrid's palm lay more than a dozen eggs, each the size of a handball, adorned with bright orange patterns. Viset recognized the eggs. Could they be the eggs of a rinspore? Chapter 9, A Windfall. "You are quite knowledgeable. Few young wizards can identify this." Hagrid's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, they are rinspore eggs. Do you recall our previous encounter? That delightful creature was a female, which explains her substantial size. Professor McGonagall informed me that these are considered compensation for you. In short, fret not. No one will assault you again." Hagrid continued to speak enthusiastically. "Among known magical creatures, only the rinspore lays eggs from its mouth. Aside from its unique reproductive method, rinspore eggs possess special properties. When utilized as an ingredient in potions, they can enhance the mental agility of the consumer. Wizards, too, yearn for potions that can render them more intelligent, leading to the extensive hunting of rinspore. Just as the rinspore teetered on the brink of extinction, wizards finally came to their senses and established a sanctuary in its native land of Burkina Faso, allowing the species to thrive once more. Nevertheless, the trade of rinspore eggs continues, albeit primarily conducted in the black market. Yet, Viset had an impression of that snake, despite being quite ancient. Why had Hagrid referred to it as a charming lady? The quality is excellent, remarkably fresh. According to current market rates, I could offer 300 galleons for these 20 eggs. In a dimly lit corner of the apothecary, the potion master lowered his voice while making the offer. 300 galleons? Viset was somewhat taken aback. The value of these eggs was indeed substantial. Having traversed Diagon Alley and procured several items, he had gained a fundamental understanding of wizarding prices. Converting this to the currency of his past life, 300 galleons would equate to at least 10,000. With prudent budgeting, this sum would suffice for him to leave the orphanage and live independently for a year. Do not underestimate it. The potion master, accustomed to such transactions, elaborated, "We must ensure these items are properly handled, which requires considerable effort." At that moment, Hagrid approached Viset, carrying a cauldron. "We have Mr. Scamander's certification signature. This is not illicit merchandise." "Hagrid?" The potion master evidently recognized the keeper of keys and grounds. "Could I see the certification signature?" "Of course, no problem." Hagrid set down the cauldron and retrieved an envelope. The glow flickered. The potion master did not ignite the envelope, but instead illuminated the tip of his wand to verify its contents. After confirming all was in order, he presented a beautifully embroidered cloth bag, declaring, "Everything is in order. Here are 500 galleons. Who will take care of the money?" "Not so fast," Hagrid interjected, shaking his head. "The first-year students need some supplies. Kindly prepare those for us and deduct the cost from here." "First years?" The potion master paused. Curiosity piqued as he directed his glowing wand towards Wiset. "You are Wiset? The Silent One?" "Indeed," Wiset replied, noticing the potion master's face turn as pale as the glow emanating from the wand's tip. Wiset pulled along a small cart, occasionally glancing back. The cart held not only cauldrons, but also a balance scale and potion vials concealed within, along with school uniforms and various stationary items. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure flitting past, entering the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. "Hagrid, have you seen Professor Dumbledore?" "No, not at all," Hagrid said, quickly scanning the surroundings. "Are you still preoccupied with earlier matters?" He spoke gently. "Wiset, do not concern yourself with their gazes. You are a good child." "I am not bothered," Wiset shook his head. "I am aware of the perils of being silent. I just did not anticipate that they all knew of my identity. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. They report on these matters daily." Hagrid's emotions flared. "That Rita Skeeter, she revels in fabricating tales and exaggerating facts." "The Daily Prophet? Rita Skeeter?" Wiset expressed curiosity about these new terms. "Indeed, it is the most influential newspaper in the English wizarding world," Hagrid pointed ahead. "You'll see for yourself, but perhaps it is best not to look. That woman's words are venomous." The leaky cauldron, a veritable ocean of knowledge, was filled with shelves brimming with books that reached the ceiling. The books varied in style, from lavishly bound tomes the size of floor tiles to pocket-sized volumes. These magical books seemed almost alive. Some not only had characters on their covers that danced, but the entire book writhed restlessly, yearning to escape the confines of the shelves. Two attendants waved their wands repeatedly to keep the books in check, preventing a collapse of the shelves. At Luna's home, Wiset had only been able to access the book singing the reversal. Originally, there were numerous books in the household, but alas, they vanished along with Luna's mother after a tragic accident. The hour was still early, and the number of wizards lingering in the bookstore was sparse. As Wiset entered, he noticed the Daily Prophet in the newspaper section. The front page headline read, "Silent One Wiset repels a level beast. What secrets does he conceal? What is Dumbledore scheming?" Wiset skimmed through the article, finally grasping why the wizards who recognized his name bore such expressions. They perceived him as a born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous individual. These descriptors were directly from the article, and the mention of a level beast was likely a sensational tactic to grab attention. A rampaging griffin. Rita Skeeter is truly terrifying. Hagrid was filled with indignation. How could she be privy to so much information when Professor Dumbledore had clearly sealed it off? Just then, a wizard clad in a black robe, his head bowed low, appeared at the doorway. "Wiset, I still have matters to attend to." Upon hearing the wizard's voice, Hagrid's excitement surged, his tone elevating considerably, resonating like the sound of a brass band. "Then you should attend to your tasks." Wiset, captivated by the myriad of books, nodded in agreement and inquired, "How shall I find you later? If you don't see me, you may head to Ollivander's wand shop. Acquiring a wand takes quite some time." Hagrid strode toward the wizard, declaring, "I shall return shortly." Wiset, not overly concerned, picked up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, leaning against a cauldron as he delved into its pages. The book was replete with rich content, presenting an array of magical creatures from across the globe, numbering in the hundreds. It was adorned with hand-drawn illustrations, vividly depicting the behaviors of these fantastical beings. Before he realized it, Wiset had perused the entire volume, gaining a deeper understanding of magical creatures. Hagrid had yet to return, and as he glanced around, he saw no sign of him either inside or outside the bookstore. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred in his mind. A new book appeared beside the Wizard's Combat Guide, titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Wiset immersed himself in this newly manifested volume, astonished to find it contained identical content. How could such a phenomenon be possible? Elated by this discovery, Wiset opened another book. He did not strive to comprehend each sentence meticulously. Rather, he skimmed through the pages, eager to finish it as swiftly as possible. True to form, another new title emerged in his mind, Defensive Strategies, a brief treatise on protective magic. Wiset's expression changed. Did he only need to peruse these works to etch them into his memory? Chapter 10. The overzealous reader attracted the owner. Having lived in an orphanage in his previous life, Wiset inherently lacked a sense of security. The simplest means to attain security was to bolster his finances. Although he currently possessed 500 galleons, he deemed it prudent to consider future savings, making frugality a necessity. While he had yet to discover opportunities for income, he could immediately implement cost-cutting measures. In the magical realm, The prices of books were exorbitant, with none priced below a galleon. If he relied solely on his scholarship, purchasing textbooks would consume nearly half of his funds. Wiset consulted his list, identifying all the educational materials required for school. He navigated through the sea of books, nibbling on a couple of biscuits whenever hunger struck. The bookstore attendant observed him from a distance for quite some time, her lips curling in annoyance as she watched the youth incessantly retrieving books. She had encountered countless patrons seeking to peruse without purchase, having mastered a technique for discerning who was merely browsing. The disheveled, weathered old wizards typically possessed thick skins, often impervious to a few dismissive words. However, Wiset was different. He carried a cauldron with him, and the books he browsed were all first-year Hogwarts textbooks, unmistakably signaling him as a newcomer about to embark on his academic journey. As the new students prepare to embark on their academic journey, they exhibit a certain shyness, and their attire lacks the luster typical of those hailing from affluent, pure-blood families. They peruse the textbooks, perhaps eager to touch the pristine pages, though should they decide to purchase, second-hand bookstores would undoubtedly be their choice. These myriad factors culminate in the shop assistant approaching Wiset. "Dear customer, you have lingered here for quite some time. Would you care for a cup of red tea?" Wiset instinctively inquired. "Red tea? How much does it cost?" In his previous life, he often frequented bookstores that featured quaint CAFs, serving beverages and desserts alongside their literature. "You should head next door," the assistant replied impatiently, gesturing towards the exit where a cold drink shop awaited. Suddenly, the assistant's eyes widened in alarm, a cold sweat breaking forth. "Are you the silent one?" Wiset, accustomed to such reactions, returned the book to the shelf and replied, "My apologies, I shall take my leave." He had already surpassed his objective, mentally cataloging a sizable stack of books. With the assistant issuing a tacit dismissal, there was little reason to remain. With Hagrid yet to return, he resolved to visit Ollivander's wand shop first, to procure the most essential wand. "Please, don't say that," the assistant implored, waving his hands. "You may continue. I didn't say anything." "What has transpired?" inquired a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and poised, as he stepped between them. "Boss." The assistant wiped the sweat from his brow. "I merely noted that this gentleman had been here for a while and suggested he might enjoy a respite at the cold drink shop next door." "Is that so?" The bookstore owner mused softly. "Why don't we retire upstairs for a chat?" Despite his lingering confusion, Wiset followed the owner to the second floor. The moment he ascended, the clamor of the first floor faded into silence, replaced by a serene ambience. Clearly, enchantments were at work here, crafting an atmosphere distinct from that below. The second floor was meticulously arranged, adorned with furnishings that exuded an antique charm, rich in classical beauty. Wiset couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid place for reading." "Thank you." The bookstore owner gestured for him to take a seat. "Would you care for something to drink? Is red tea suitable?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Wiset nodded gently. "Of course." The owner continued, "I am Clotar Bart, the proprietor of Leahing Bookstore. Might I inquire your name?" "Good day, Mr. Bart. I am Wiset," he replied. "Our livelihoods are intertwined with the bookstore's sales. Occasionally, we may resort to improper measures, and I hope you can forgive us." Wiset was filled with questions. Why was the bookstore owner treating him with such kindness? "I certainly understand," he said, acknowledging the struggles of the workforce. However, the assistant was not entirely incorrect. "He did ask me whether I desired red tea." Bart sipped his tea, an intrigued expression crossing his features. "Oh, do you genuinely believe that statement was meant literally?" "Indeed. I assumed there was a tea house or CAF here for the convenience of visiting readers." "A tea house within the bookstore? I find that notion quite fascinating. Would you care to discuss it in greater detail?" Observing Bashart's sincere demeanor, Visor nodded and articulated his thoughts on bookstores from his previous life. Indeed, Bashart attentively listened, even conjuring a quill and parchment with a wave of his wand to record Visor's words. "Mr. Bashart, I must sincerely express that the ambience on the second floor is absolutely splendid, perfectly suited for hosting various book club meetings. Since you are placing greater emphasis on the influence of the bookstore, encouraging the staff to provide proactive service will undoubtedly enhance the overall perception of the establishment. Even patrons who do not purchase books may indulge in a cup of red tea and a dessert, combined with the staff service and the elegant environment. The bookstore's aura is elevated. Magnificent." Bashart beamed with a radiant smile. "This bookstore is indeed a family enterprise, and I aspire to infuse it with my own personal touch. Regrettably, I have yet to discover a better approach and have been stagnating in my efforts. Today, your insights have illuminated a new path for me. Encouraging the staff to serve customers well and helping patrons realize that Leahing Bookstore is a unique haven is truly an exquisite idea, and I have greatly benefited from it." Visor waved his hands dismissively. "I'm glad to assist you. After all, I've spent the entire morning here engrossed in books." He merely acted as a conduit for ideas. As this model was not uncommon in the bookstores of his past life, Bashart expressed his gratitude, covering all future expenses for Visor's textbooks and reserving a permanent cozy nook for him on the second floor. Whenever Visor visited Lihing bookstore, all refreshments, whether tea or pastries, would be complimentary. Bashart then escorted Visor to a small, dilapidated storefront. Visor, this is Ollivander's wand shop. Do remember to frequent the bookstore. If I have the opportunity. Visor nodded repeatedly. Thank you for bringing me here. Watching Visor enter the shop, Bashart did not return to Lihing bookstore, but instead turned into the adjacent foreign refreshment shop. He briskly walked to the back, where an elderly man with silver hair sat. Dumbledore was enjoying some sweets, surrounded by a pile of lemon sorbet. Clothar, you have arrived. What is your impression of Visor? A remarkably intelligent child. Bashart responded with a beaming face. Had it not been for those reports, I would never have discerned a hint of the silent ones in him. He possesses a maturity that far exceeds his peers, both in thought and demeanor. By Merlin's beard. You may find it hard to believe, but I have drawn inspiration from him. Bashart continued. He provided me with a brilliant idea that could etch my name into the annals of family history. Perhaps Bashida might even record this event in a history of magic. Oh, such a thing exists? Dumbledore inquired with a hint of surprise. Could you elaborate on this? Chapter 11, The Incompatible Wand. After listening to Bashart's account, a gentle smile graced Dumbledore's face. What a splendid child. Bashart then asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, is Visor truly one of the silent ones? From his discourse and actions, I do not sense this at all. The child possesses a remarkable charm. Truth be told, even without your admonition, I would not have felt any caution towards him. How wondrous. It all hinges on whether you choose to believe it. Dumbledore sipped his red tea, acknowledging that Wiset was indeed a reticent individual. A fact I observed with my own eyes. The situation was urgent, and the Ministry of Magic arrived ahead of me. He managed to extricate himself from his silent state without my assistance, relying solely on his own willpower. He must be of a freshman's age, correct? Bahat exclaimed in disbelief. Earlier in the day, I had thought you were concerned about his stability, which is why you asked me to keep an eye on him and seek opportunities to converse. I must have misinterpreted your intentions. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I merely noticed Wiset lingering in the bookstore for quite some time, worried that he seldom engaged with others and hesitated to purchase books. Hence, I entrusted you with the task of looking after him. If he has any needs, I hoped you might assist him as best as you could. You have indeed aided me greatly this time, and I shall remember it fondly. No, Headmaster Dumbledore. You jest. Bahat waved his hands repeatedly. I am the one who has gained immensely from this encounter, and it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Should we continue this exchange of pleasantries, perhaps we might consider what to dine upon this evening. Dumbledore glanced at the time. He had an interview later in the afternoon and needed to return to the Leaky Cauldron. Very well, I too must return to the bookstore. Bahat announced as he rose to his feet. As he departed with a spring in his step, Dumbledore found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ariana, at least this time. I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. For modern wizards, a wand is an indispensable item, critical to various aspects of life. Among the oldest edifices of Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop is rather unassuming. The shop front is small and dilapidated, its gilded sign weathered, barely revealing the embossed lettering. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 BC. The display window is foggy, housing an old wand resting on a faded purple cushion. Wiset pushed open the door and entered the shop. It was eerily quiet, with only a narrow aisle leading into the main chamber. This establishment resembled more of a wand repository than a conventional shop. Shelves lined both sides of the aisle, filled with wooden boxes stacked like bricks all the way to the ceiling. The main room was equally cramped, with a weathered bench tucked away in a corner. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. The melodious chime of wind bells echoed throughout the shop as a figure appeared before Wiset like a gust of wind. Ollivander was an elderly man with silver hair and beard, his strikingly pale, silver eyes captivating. In the dimly lit shop, those eyes resembled two radiant moons. Exuding a soft glow, Ollivander spoke in a gentle tone. Good afternoon. Since the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy, reticent individuals have become quite rare. You are a special guest, Wiset. I am delighted to serve you. His voice carried a hint of joy. It was unprecedented to encounter a silent one who had the opportunity to touch a wand. Which hand do you typically use? The right. Very well. Please raise your arm and relax a bit. I am merely measuring your size. As the conversation unfolded, a measuring tape sprang forth from Ollivander's pocket. It danced upon Wiset's shoulder, gently rolling down to his fingertips, then from his wrist to his elbow, and finally from his shoulder to the ground, tracing a circle around his forehead. In that moment, the shop seemed to come alive. Ollivander flitted between the shelves, effortlessly gathering 3 wooden boxes into his embrace. Here, the wood, wand cores, and lengths varied in every conceivable way, each wand a unique entity. Indeed, one could always find a wand that suited them. Try this one, he urged, a wand of acacia wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 13 inches in length, remarkably resilient. The wand gleamed amber-like, its intricate carvings following the grain of the wood, exuding an air of calm assurance. Wiset barely had time to grip the wand before it was snatched away by Ollivander. Something feels amiss. Try this one instead, a blackthorn wand, also with a dragon heartstring core, 12.5 inches, possessing excellent flexibility. The earlier sequence was nearly replicated. Before Wiset could firmly grasp the wand, it was again whisked away. Now, this one, a holly wand, featuring a phoenix feather core, 13.75 inches, with a perfect balance of firmness and softness. Or this cedar wand, with a unicorn tail hair core, measuring 15.3 inches. No, not right. Ollivander chattered on, darting back and forth among the shelves, displaying an agility uncharacteristic of his age. Wiset received wand after wand, only for them to be swiftly reclaimed. Wands and their boxes accumulated on the floor, forming an unintended mound. What about this one? An ebony wand, with a dragon heartstring core, 9 inches. Or an elder wand, with a dragon heartstring core, 11 inches. A laurel wand, with a phoenix feather core. Time slipped away, and the pile of wand boxes grew ever higher, resembling a small hill. Finally, Ollivander paused, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he muttered, "I never anticipated this. Weavy, who tried nearly every variety. How can this be?" Faced with such a predicament, had it not been for the prior use of a shielding charm, Wiset might have begun to doubt his own magical aptitude. "Wiset, I require more information," Ollivander said, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. "Would you care to share your past experiences with me? Please, try to avoid recalling unpleasant memories. Focus on joyful or intriguing moments, preferably those that occurred before your encounter with Dumbledore." Wiset voiced his confusion. "Mr. Ollivander, is there a problem? Why is there no one suitable for me?" "It is quite common for wizards to be particular about their wands," Ollivander replied with a smile. "The wand chooses the wizard, just as the wizard chooses the wand. Sometimes, finding the perfect match requires considerable effort. Let us trace back through your past experiences. Before my meeting with Dumbledore?" Wiset furrowed his brow, beginning to reminisce. "Yes, just the intriguing moments." He continued, "At that wizard's home, there was a book chronicling ancient magic. It appeared quite old, and I found it immensely fascinating." "An ancient magic book?" Ollivander's expression turned contemplative. "I believe I have a lead. Please wait here for a moment." He drew his wand and waved it at the wand lying on the ground, which obediently returned to its box before soaring back to its original position. Soon after, he emerged from the shadows deep within the shop, cradling a silver blue box in his hands. Wiset stared intently at the swirling emblem on the box, a symbol he was all too familiar with. It was identical to the one found in the Practical Guide for Wizards. Chapter 12, Diagon Alley, shimmers for you. Ollivander's expression was complex. Frankly, despite being crafted by the esteemed Ollivander family, it was not a complete wand. "My grandfather had once mentioned that this wand possessed a special purpose, and under normal circumstances, it might be deemed inferior to an ordinary wand." Wiset carefully accepted the box, gently pulling out the lining. Upon the silver blue velvet lay an exquisitely crafted wand. The handle resembled a solid sapphire, while a crystalline structure spiraled upward, connecting the wooden shaft to the sapphire grip. Ollivander gazed at it as though it were a precious artifact. This wand was unique, even defying the conventional theories of wand lore. Lacking a distinctly defined shaft and core, Wiset felt an indescribable sensation, as if this wand was destined to belong to him. Perhaps, as Ollivander suggested, from the moment of its creation, this wand had awaited his companionship. With that thought, Wiset grasped the wand without hesitation. A silver blue radiance illuminated his mind, and the Practical Guide for Wizards suddenly unfurled, its countless pages swirling within his thoughts like a boiling tempest. At that moment, the wand slowly vanished from his hand, reappearing in his mind. The fluttering pages encircled the wand like a school of fish. At that instant, the wand resembled a stabilizing force, its crystalline structure glowing with a silver blue luminescence. The dim shop brightened, an abundance of silver blue light flooding from all directions towards Wiset's eyes. Immediately, the entirety of Diagon Alley shimmered in response, radiating a silver blue glow. Ollivander slightly parted his lips, his eyes wide in astonishment at the spectacle before him. Watching Wiset levitate in midair, Wiset gazed ahead, akin to a deity standing at the confluence of history, observing the rise and fall of Diagon Alley through the ages. He witnessed Ollivander's ancestors arriving here, erecting a humble stall to sell the first wand. He saw the goblins appearing, seemingly sensing the forthcoming prosperity and beginning to construct a pristine white edifice. He observed an increasing number of shops emerging, encircling Gringotts and Ollivander's wand shop, establishing the commercial street known as Diagon Alley. He felt as if he could faintly glimpse the essence of magic, perceiving how wizards once harnessed their powers. Witnessing the depths of an even more ancient past, Wiset concentrated, striving to discern these visions, when an inexplicable, overwhelming dizziness suddenly engulfed him. As if the very fabric of reality were twisting. At the far end of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the figure concealed in the shadows. "Professor Quirrell, as far as I know, You ventured into the Albanian Black Forest to accumulate practical experience in the defense against the dark arts. Did you gain any insights? Indeed, I did, Quirrell stammered. I encountered vampires, and they were rather unfriendly towards me. At that moment, a silver-blue light suddenly flashed through the leaky cauldron, causing the patrons to awaken from their stupor. What just happened? Did you see the light? I not only witnessed it, but also believe in its brilliance. Look at the flickering glow. Have you had too much to drink, or are you simply dazed? Burp. Tom, bring me 2 more dozen sherries. Dumbledore gazed towards the bar, his eyes seemingly penetrating through the counter to glimpse the small courtyard and beyond to Diagon Alley. From the silver-blue radiance, he sensed an ancient magical power. Seeking the source of this energy, Ollivander's wand shop, perhaps? Or was it the presence of a certain witch? There was also an old crone. She was utterly terrifying. Quirrell continued to stammer. What were you saying just now, Professor Dumbledore? It's nothing. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I am listening. Please continue. What did the dreadful witch do? That old crone kept many snakes, all of them venomous. She commanded the serpents to attack me. In a room on the 2nd floor of the leaky cauldron, Voldemort, possessing the body of a snake, awoke from his slumber, sensing a peculiar force. He poked his head out from beneath the covers, swiftly climbing to the window to gaze into the distance. Such ancient magical power, he rasped in a harsh voice. This body is too feeble to allow me to perceive the sources here. I must ensure Quirrell acquires the Philosopher's Stone without delay. No sooner had he spoken than the serpent's body disintegrated, its scales and flesh turning to ash, from which a wisp of ethereal black mist emerged. The mist gradually drifted to the corner of the room, where a cage teeming with venomous snakes lay. These serpents were ensnared in slumber, and the black mist lingered in the air for a moment before selecting one of the snakes and pouncing upon it. Wisengamot awoke from the bench in the shop. Everything around him had transformed. The ceiling was adorned with countless lines, resembling dried brush strokes, revealing only a faint silver-blue hue. The wands on the shelves were similarly ensnared by glowing lines, some vivid red, some warm orange, and others soft silver. Child, you are awake. Ollivander appeared before him. Has the world before you altered? A mirror emerged, reflecting a fair visage, still bearing a hint of youthful plumpness. What is wrong with my eyes? Wisengamot inquired, slowly raising his hand to touch his eyes. These eyes resembled a lake under moonlight, their silver-blue radiance filling the pupils with an exquisite, mysterious beauty. He blinked, and the silver-blue glow receded entirely. Upon another blink, the luminescence surged back into his gaze, at will. The Eye of Magic, an exceedingly rare gift, Ollivander remarked enviously. It is the most coveted talent of the Ollivander family. The first Ollivander wand maker was a wizard who possessed the Eye of Magic. He observes the enchantment of this world, distilling the underlying principles and mysteries within. He integrates these principles into the crafting of wands, allowing our wand-making techniques to stand apart, thus enabling the traditions of our family to be passed down through generations. There have been many wand makers throughout history, yet when it comes to wand-making families, it is undoubtedly the Ollivander family that stands out. How remarkable! Wiset exclaims, his thoughts sinking into the depths of his mind. As he turns the page of the practical guide to wizards, he finds a record of the Eye of Magic. Elementary Eye of Magic. Discover the ancient magical powers that brew over time. Absorb them to aid the growth of the Eye of Magic and perceive the magical circuits. To perceive the magical circuits means to see the strands of light entwined around the wand. This, however, is merely the capability of the elementary Eye of Magic. If one continues to absorb ancient magical powers, allowing the Eye of Magic to grow and evolve to intermediate and advanced stages, what wonders might be revealed? Wiset attempts to channel the ancient magic of Momo Ran, but alas, the ancient magical energy produced cannot be absorbed by the Eye of Magic. Since the path with Momo Ran is not viable, he does not press further. The immediate priority is to acquire a wand. Mr. Ollivander, the wand you just gave me has vanished. What should I do? Chapter 13, The Eye of Magic and Wand Crafting. It is of no concern. Perhaps it has transformed into a key, the key to unlocking the Eye of Magic. Ollivander replies soothingly, his tone akin to that of a senior comforting a junior. Let us begin anew in selecting a wand. Perhaps this time you will have unexpected gains. What color wand do you prefer? Do you have any specifications for the core? Wiset, perplexed, inquires, did you not previously state that wizards and wands choose one another? Am I allowed to make requests now? Well, Ollivander muses, under ordinary circumstances. That would be the case, but you possess the Eye of Magic. Do share the style you prefer. Wiset recalls the array of wands he had just tried. Elder, Dragon Heartstring, 13 inches, preferably a bit sturdier. You remember them all. Ollivander beams brightly, akin to a sunflower, realizing that to harness the power of Momo Ran, an exceptional wand configuration is indeed required. He is intimately familiar with the placement of every wand in the shop. With a mere flick of his wand, a wooden box soars from the furthest depths of the shelf, landing in Wiset's hands. Within the box lies a jet black wand, unadorned yet straight and sharp. resembling a military dagger in its austere elegance. With the aid of the Eye of Magic, he perceives the exquisite craftsmanship contained within the wand, the magical circuit flowing seamlessly. The only flaw lies at the wand's tip, where the magical circuit appears somewhat bloated, as if tangled like a skein of yarn. Wiset grasps the wand. Its handle is smooth and contoured, fitting perfectly in his hand. The ancient magical energy is stirred, swiftly spreading along the wand's body. The energy converges at the wand's tip, merging into the bloated magical circuit. Wiset feels as though he is engaged in a game of string figures, needing to untangle the magical circuit to ensure a more fluid overall flow of the wand's magic. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he finally unraveled the arcane circuit, and swirling patterns emerged upon the staff, which began to emit a gentle warmth. Wiset instinctively relinquished his grip, and the wand, behaving unusually, levitated in midair, producing a melodious hum. He could sense that this wand was beckoning him, a stark contrast to its prior silence. Not only did this wand resonate, but those within the shop also sang in harmony, echoing the same call. How enchanting! It had become even more exquisite. Ollivander wore a satisfied smile, conveying the profound truth. The wand chooses the wizard. You possess the Eye of Magic, enabling you to enhance the wand's prowess. No wand can refuse such a truth. In a sense, these wands are indeed fascinating. Wiset chuckled, recalling a phrase from a past life. Today you disregard me. Tomorrow I shall be beyond your reach. Wiset, I hope that after your graduation, you will learn the art of wand making from me. Ollivander's tone brimmed with anticipation. As for remuneration, fret not. I shall compensate you according to the standards of an Auror, ensuring your efforts are duly rewarded. Am I capable of this? Wiset inquired instinctively, recognizing the complexity of such an art intertwined with the secrets of Ollivander's lineage. You possess the Eye of Magic. That is of utmost importance, Ollivander hastily asserted. Perhaps you could contemplate this for a while. A response before your graduation would suffice. You may begin your studies. I shall provide you with this. Seemingly anxious that Wiset might decline, he swiftly vanished into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared in the shop, clutching a notebook bound in dragon hide. The leather, derived from Hungarian horntail, had been specially treated, ensuring warmth even during the winter's chill. Wiset felt the comforting heat emanating from the dragon hide notebook. Akin to cradling a small hand warmer, a delightful sensation. Wiset, within this notebook lies the fundamental methods of wand making, along with my personal insights. I give it to you. Peruse it whenever you wish. This must be a family secret. It's far too precious for me to keep. Upon hearing this, Wiset recognized the true value of the notebook. Having only recently met Ollivander, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to such earnest treatment, instinctively inclined to refuse. Ollivander encouraged. Why not glance through it first, and see if it piques your interest? With the conversation having reached this juncture, Wiset chose not to decline. Opening the notebook and flipping through its pages. The notebook contained a wealth of knowledge regarding wand making, ample enough to be etched into memory. Once he confirmed that the contents matched his recollections, he returned the notebook. Mr. Ollivander, I have perused it thoroughly and found it immensely enlightening. Ollivander's expression dimmed. There is no need to comfort me. It seems you lack interest in wand making. Wiset clarified. It is simply that I read quickly, while I may not grasp the meanings. I have retained the information. Is that so? Ollivander's spirits lifted slightly. What do you think of hawthorn wood as a wand core? Wiset contemplated the notes in his mind. If hawthorn were to be used as the wand's core, it would result in peculiar contradictions. This is a rather niche material, yet I believe that existence justifies its reason. Since it can serve as a wand core, it ought to find a suitable owner. Excellent. Excellent. Ollivander's eyes sparkled anew at the mention of sycamore as a wand body. Regarding matters related to notes, if it merely involves simple recitation, Wiset can respond fluently, which Ollivander finds remarkable. Wiset, your domain is undoubtedly vast and boundless. I must confess, to reduce your talents to that of a wand maker would be a disservice. As twilight descended, the sunset bathed Diagon Alley in a vibrant orange hue. Observing the architecture of Diagon Alley through the lens of magical perception reveals the structures appearing like stained glass. A meticulous examination of the lines sustaining these buildings unveils nearly desiccated silver-blue magic. Has the consumption of Diagon Alley's ancient magical power enabled me to activate this magical eye? To allow the magical eye to continue its growth. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, yet progress will be made in due course. Standing outside the wand shop, Wiset toyed with the wand in his hand, enamored by its design. Moreover, this wand held significant meaning for him, symbolizing his initiation into the wizarding realm. Ollivander informed him that the price of 7 galleons for a wand was a special offer for new students. Future purchases would vary in price according to the materials of the wands. However, for Wiset, these considerations were not pressing. Should he require an upgrade, he could always return to the shop for an exchange. For Ollivander, the wand modified by Wiset also possessed research value. After playing with the wand for a while, Wiset carefully opened his pocket and gently placed it inside. He glanced around, his mind filled with curiosity about Hagrid's whereabouts. They had parted ways in the morning. And now, as the sun dipped low, Hagrid had yet to return. After their brief time together, Wiset felt that a silent departure was not in Hagrid's nature. Could something have happened? He ventured to the apothecary, seeking the potion master he had encountered earlier. You mean Hagrid? The potion master furrowed his brow in thought. I believe I saw him heading that way. Why not go check? Oh, remember to look right at the street corner, and whatever you do, do not enter Nocturne Alley. Chapter 14. A born dark wizard, a highly dangerous individual. That's me. The night had fallen, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting Diagon Alley in a haze reminiscent of beer, imparting a pleasantly tipsy sensation. Exiting the apothecary, Wiset followed the potion master's directions, turning into a dimly lit alley. The lights of Diagon Alley dimmed abruptly, the air in the alley thick with coldness and dampness. The brick walls on either side leaned at odd angles, mottled with bioluminescent moss that emitted a chilling green glow, evoking a ghostly ambience. At the end of the alley lay shrouded in darkness, resembling the entrance to hell, creating an illusion of no return. Even the dullest senses could perceive the strangeness of this alley. At its terminus, Hagrid's roar resounded. Let me go? I don't want to buy anything. Don't touch me. A brazen voice cackled mockingly. What's this? Didn't we agree upon it? We have brought the dog. You wouldn't want us to slaughter it, would you? Hagrid's roar grew even more thunderous. Don't say such things. The little darling hasn't even opened its eyes yet. You've suddenly raised the price, and I simply don't have that much money on me. Give me one more day? The arrogant voice retorted. One more day? This is quite a hot commodity. If you let us search you, and you truly lack the funds, I will sell it to you at the original price. Hagrid firmly shouted. No, I only have this much money on me. Wiset realized there was a conflict between Hagrid and another group. Now was not the time for heroics or idle observation. The prudent course was to return to Diagon Alley to fetch help. Just as he intended to turn back, a chilling voice echoed behind him. A brand new cauldron? And an owl? It appears we have a newcomer. A wizard cloaked in black emerged, raising his wand, the tip emanating a ghastly light. You, boy, how did you end up here? Instinctively, Wiset lowered his head and shielded his eyes from the blinding light. The dark-robed wizard continued. Today is truly fortunate. 2 fat fish will accompany me. Wiset reached into his pocket, where he found a gift from Ollivander, a fist-sized iron tag, a magical artifact of defensive nature. The method of use was remarkably simple. By rubbing the tag back and forth 3 times, one could activate the protective spell contained within. Wiset vaguely understood the value of this tag, yet the urgency of the situation left him with little choice but to rely on this magical item for escape. He followed the dark-robed wizard deeper into the alley, where he encountered a peculiar sight at the end of the path. The air was filled with melodious Greek tunes. The towering Hagrid leaned against a wall, fists clenched and eyes blazing with fury. 3 ragged individuals, resembling ravenous wolves, encircled the giant, despite their height barely reaching his waist. Wiset, what brings you here? Hagrid asked, initially astonished, then continued to roar. How dare you kidnap a child? It appeared they were acquainted. The dark-robed wizard shoved Wiset forward to join the other 3, encircling both Wiset and Hagrid. Wiset remained calmer than Hagrid. His gaze shifted behind the 4 men, where a colossal beast lay soundly asleep. The creature resembled a gargantuan bulldog, its size dwarfing Wiset even while lying down. Most astonishingly, it possessed 3 heads, drooling thick saliva as it slumbered. The 3-headed dog, a level 5 magical creature, originated from Greece, had a penchant for sweet treats, and boasted a size and magical resistance rivaling that of dragons. According to the classification in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, level 5 represents the highest danger level, indicating these creatures are extremely perilous and difficult to tame. Based on Wiset's understanding of Hagrid, to invoke the term little darling for a magical creature, it must possess both enormity and peril. Wiset inquired, Hagrid, do you wish to purchase it? Hagrid nodded indignantly, exclaiming that he had brought enough money. Yet they audaciously raised the price to 600 galleons. The robed wizard declared, to bring this hefty creature here, one of our brethren was captured. Hence the increase in cost. He is our kin. That is not a valid excuse for your deceit. Hagrid spat, interrupting the dark wizard. Deceit? Indeed. I am the very embodiment of deceit. The black-clad sorcerer cackled malevolently. Now that another child knows our secret, we must demand even more. With the addition of another child, you should return for more funds. If you fail to bring 1,000 galleons by tomorrow, the ghost of this child shall come seeking you. Hagrid was taken aback and hastily waved his hands. You cannot do this. You must not. Observing this, Wiset could not help but rub his forehead. His previous life in the orphanage had taught him that in such dire situations, retreat only emboldens the wicked. To deal with unreasonable villains, one must instill fear in their hearts. Of course we shall. The 4 men across from him cackled. You may return to gather your funds. The survival of this child rests solely on you. Wiset cleared his throat and addressed them. You have not sought my opinion. Yet you presume to make decisions unilaterally? My family awaits my return. They will worry if I am late. Therefore, I must decline to stay here overnight." The four men were momentarily stunned, their laughter growing even more derisive. "Did I mishear? Is he threatening us? How frightening." One scoffed. "A newcomer with a cauldron. Perhaps he just acquired his wand today? What can he possibly do? Sparkle? Judging by your attire, you hardly appear as the offspring of a wealthy pureblood family. If only that were the case. We could demand 2,000 galleons." Unfazed, Vezet replied, "Are you familiar with the Silent Ones? Or do you habitually read the news?" The four men grew impatient. "What Silent Ones? Spare us the nonsense. Big fellow, hurry and prepare the money." "Very well," Vezet sighed. "Hagrid, I recall you brought the Daily Prophet. Do you still have it?" "Oh, certainly." Hagrid immediately rummaged through his pockets and produced a crumpled newspaper. Vezet took the newspaper and handed it to the four men across from him. "You may wish to take a look." Only the Dark Wizard unfolded the paper, while the other three remained on guard. Soon, the Dark Wizard's expression shifted from suspicion to astonishment. He raised his wand, the tip emanating a warm white light that illuminated Vezet's face. The Dark Wizard's demeanor rapidly transformed from astonishment to fear, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. A natural-born Dark Wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous individual, Vezet stated, pointing to himself, "I am indeed a Silent One." The Dark Wizard wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to maintain composure. He retorted, "You claim to be what you say? Who knows if the journalist misrepresented the content with a faulty photograph? He is Vezet," Hagrid exclaimed angrily. "He has faced considerable hostility today because of this matter. Perhaps you require some evidence?" With a smile, Vezet rolled up his sleeves, each gesture executed with remarkable fluidity. Chapter 15. Where can one bargain like you? Ancient Magic, Shield. The scene of encountering the Niven snake seemed to unfold vividly before Vezet's eyes. A silver-blue radiance enveloped him entirely, and a spherical barrier materialized, encasing both him and Hagrid within. It was evident that the reporter was not genuinely present. Vezet spoke softly, extending his index finger and thumb outward. The barrier immediately expanded, halting just before the dark-robed wizard. Vezet smirked coldly and declared, "I shall drive the Niven snake to a dead end and crush it slowly with this magic. Care to test it?" He continued, "Of course, you may also attempt to resist. At this moment, I can still control my power. Who knows what might occur if I unleash it completely?" He surveyed his surroundings. The location was indeed favorable, a mere straight line. Here, the potential of the Marin could surely shine. Not only was the dark-robed wizard sweating profusely, but his three accomplices were also drenched in cold sweat. Is this magic really that formidable? Shall we confront them? Surely, the four of us can outmatch just two of them. Is he merely trying to intimidate us? Is the Marin even real? I hardly understand this. The clamor from his companions vexed the dark-robed wizard. He barked, "Silence! Even if the identity of the Marin is a ruse, is wandless magic a fabrication? How many children have you encountered who can wield wandless magic?" He tossed a newspaper at his companions. "Look for yourselves. Do not charge in blindly." He deeply regretted not having banished the Marin earlier, for now he faced such a predicament. The silver-blue shield spell continued to persist, and the dark-robed wizard gritted his teeth, reluctantly asking, "What do you want?" Vezet chuckled softly. Taking 2 steps forward, "I merely wish to return home, a simple desire." The dark-robed wizard and his companions immediately retreated over 10 paces, pressing their backs against the still-sleeping 3-headed dog. From their demeanor, it was clear they understood the nature of the Marin and were aware of Vezet's prior actions. Thanks to Latasket, the absurd reports in the official documentation allowed Vezet to achieve his desired effect without extensive explanation. "By the way, how much do you intend to sell this 3-headed dog to Hagrid? You still wish to buy?" The dark-robed wizard exclaimed, "For 100 galleons. This 3-headed dog is but a pup. Its eyes haven't even opened yet." Vezet turned to the side. "Hagrid, is this pup worth that price?" His understanding of 3-headed dogs primarily stemmed from fantastic beasts and where to find them. The book mainly discussed the care required for 3-headed dogs, while questions of price relied on the expertise of Hogwarts' keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid nodded vigorously. "Absolutely worth it. In fact, it's a steal. I didn't see such reasonable prices when I was traveling in Greece." "See." The dark-robed wizard sighed in relief. "At that price, we certainly won't raise it." Vezet gazed at Hagrid, somewhat speechless. They were currently in a position of advantage and ought to display a stronger demeanor. Perhaps it was due to the inherent simplicity of wizards in the magical realm, or maybe Hagrid was simply naive. 400 galleons was no trivial sum, and Vezet's instinct for meticulous calculation was triggered. This price was evidently unreasonable, especially since they were not in Greece. The cloaked wizard immediately turned to him, anxiously inquiring, "What do you wish to convey?" Vezet replied with an air of calm, "As far as I am aware, a 3-headed dog is a perilous and rare magical creature. Acquiring one is quite a troublesome endeavor. Beyond the purchase price, various formalities must be attended to. Following the standard purchasing procedures would demand considerable effort. Do you comprehend?" This was a brief overview of adopting a three-headed dog as outlined in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The cloaked wizard feigned ignorance, shaking his head repeatedly. I have no idea. This price is truly favorable. He desperately gestured to Hagrid. Big fellow, say something. It is but a pup. Do you not wish to be the proud owner of this adorable creature? Hagrid emitted a prolonged rumble, but remained silent, casting a glance at Wiset as if to indicate his agreement. Wiset formed a scissor gesture with his fingers. 200 galleons. This is our final offer. 200 galleons. The cloaked wizard shrieked. You might as well slay us. How could such a price be possible? Excellent suggestion. Wiset stroked his chin, appearing to contemplate the matter seriously. Indeed. Such a dark alley was quite suitable for such undertakings. Wiset, Hagrid exclaimed, startled. You must remain calm. You are a good lad. The cloaked wizard was equally alarmed. Indeed. The big fellow speaks true. You must maintain your composure. Let us negotiate further. Wiset shook his scissor gesture once more. 200 galleons. 390 galleons. This is our absolute bottom line. 190 galleons. Had you truly possessed a bottom line, you would not have resorted to abducting me from the outset. The cloaked wizard regretted his actions even more, weakly lowering the price. 380 galleons. We cannot concede further. Wiset replied with a serene smile. 170 galleons. Observing your attire, I fear you have been living rough for quite some time, have you not? Did you perhaps commit an offense in Greece, thus bringing the three-headed dog here to hide? This sum should suffice to sustain you for a while, wouldn't it? Furthermore, Hagrid serves as the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. Only a space as vast as the grounds can provide a suitable habitat for a three-headed dog. Do you understand? The cloaked wizard appeared to be struck at a sensitive point, his voice shrill like chalk scraping against glass. But you cannot continue to lower the price. Where is the fairness in your bargaining? 150 galleons. Wiset maintained his composure. I have stated that the bottom line can be adjusted, especially when dealing with individuals such as yourselves. As the moon hung high in the sky, beaming with delight, Hagrid hoisted the three-headed dog and led Wiset back to Diagon Alley. Wiset, I cannot thank you enough for today. Without your presence, I might have never escaped Knockturn Alley. He fumbled through his pockets, producing an exquisitely embroidered pouch. I was terrified. They even sought to search me. I certainly did not wish for this to be taken from me. This is the reason why Hagrid resolutely refused to allow those individuals to search him. He temporarily entrusted his wallet to Hagrid. The Niffler was brought by Hagrid, and had he possessed ulterior motives, Weasley would not have received the 500 galleons. At the very least, in terms of character, Hagrid is a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, Hagrid's cloak possesses magical resistance, capable of withstanding ordinary theft spells. Thus, keeping the money on him provides Weasley with greater peace of mind. Seeing Weasley take the wallet, Hagrid sighed in relief and asked in a light-hearted tone, "What do you think this little darling should be called?" Weasley, observing the still sleepy three-headed dog, shrugged and replied, "I'm not very good at naming. But it does look quite adorable with its fluffy coat, doesn't it?" Hagrid's eyes lit up indeed. "How about calling it Fluffy?" He reached out to stroke the three-headed dog's back, his voice brimming with affection. "Fluffy, what do you think?" Perhaps Hagrid's call had an effect, for Fluffy let out a soft grunt and slowly opened its eyes. Woof! However, the first figure that caught Fluffy's gaze, as Hagrid hoisted him onto his shoulder, was not Hagrid but Weasley, who was trailing behind, pulling a small cart. "Hagrid, your Fluffy is awake." In Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the three-headed dog's name is Fluffy, a transliteration adopted by the publisher, hence my use of the name Fluffy here as well, for clarity. If translating freely, it could also be rendered as Fuzzy, which itself conveys a sense of fluffiness. Chapter 16, The Destination of the Flu Network, The Burrow. Fluffy's eyes sparkled as he pawed at the air, whimpering and longing to leap towards Weasley. Hagrid, possessing considerable strength, easily lifted Fluffy above his head upon noticing him awake. He exclaimed joyfully, "Fluffy, you're awake." So adorable, meant to be showered with affection. Weasley wiped his brow. Only someone of Hagrid's stature could hoist a creature as large as an African lion so effortlessly. Perhaps I have arrived at an inopportune moment? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, and Dumbledore appeared before the two men. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Hagrid exclaimed, startled, quickly concealing Fluffy behind him as if hiding a gift. Alas, Fluffy's size, comparable to that of an African lion, could not be obscured, even by Hagrid's towering frame. The young three-headed dog appeared slightly emaciated. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Is that the nest you newly constructed at school meant for him?" Hagrid chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, but Fluffy is still young. I wish to spare him from further travel." "I completely understand," Dumbledore nodded. "Yet, under these circumstances, it seems you may not be able to board the night bus. Weasley, would you like to try an alternative mode of travel? I have arranged a more economical option with Molly." "More economical?" Weasley recalled that he had yet to pay for the morning's fare and hastily pulled out a gold coin, stuffing it into Hagrid's pocket. Hagrid urged, "Weasley, there is no need for that. You have saved me over 200 gallons." Wiset waved his hand dismissively, That's different. One thing is one thing. Hagrid, you should accept it. Dumbledore's smile grew even more benevolent. Visit, let us depart. The Floo network is indeed a splendid mode of travel. The trio returned to the leaky cauldron, which remained bustling with life. The flames in the corner fireplace blazed brightly, adding to the pub's warm atmosphere. Dumbledore lifted a flower pot from the mantel, filled with shimmering stardust. The method of use was quite simple. One merely needed to grab a handful of Floo powder, toss it into the fireplace, and declare their destination. As he spoke, he demonstrated, casting a handful of Floo powder into the flames. Upon contact, the flames surged, transforming from a vibrant red to a rich emerald green. Visit, conquer your fear of the flames. The fire within the hearth will not harm you. It will guide you home with the aid of magic. Listening to Dumbledore's soothing voice, Visit nodded, pushing his small cart directly towards the flames. Headmaster Dumbledore, Hagrid and I are huddled in the corner. How shall we return to the school? Dumbledore gestured graciously. I have arranged for a thestral, though it will not arrive immediately. Just then, Tom appeared, bearing a large pot of tea and a beautifully sliced cake. Upon seeing the cake adorned with rich cream, Dumbledore's brow relaxed, a look of delight gracing his features. I am quite intrigued by the origins of the three-headed dog. Might you share the tale with me? Hagrid perked up, of course. Where would you like me to begin? Shall I recount how I met Fluffy at the leaky cauldron? I am curious about the process of acquiring Fluffy. Dumbledore waved his hand. From what I gathered in your earlier conversation, Visit seems to have assisted you immensely? Indeed. Indeed. Hagrid nodded vigorously. Had it not been for him, I would have surely been extorted by those men. The situation was thus. Visit entrusted me with 500 gallons. How could I have let them search me? When I saw him appear, I was utterly terrified. He was so clever, I couldn't even comprehend what was happening. Those men were actually willing to sell him for just 170 gallons. What a discount that was. He excitedly gestured, even rousing Fluffy, who had been dozing, to bark in recognition at the mention of Visit's name. Dumbledore wore a look of satisfaction, having seamlessly turned the tide through a day filled with observations. To devise such a flawless solution under such pressing circumstances, I must admit, even I could not have done better. Hagrid nodded in agreement. That's what I've been saying. If Visit hadn't come, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Dumbledore smiled and inquired, Hagrid, it is evident you have great affection for this child. Fluffy adores him as well. Hagrid gently patted Fluffy's head, but so many people misinterpret him. It's all due to those reports. They will soon have fresh content to report. Dumbledore stroked his beard. In a few days, it will be Harry's birthday, and I will need your assistance for a quick errand. Harry? Hagrid's eyes widened. Harry Potter? Indeed. He has reached the age for enrollment. I have no objections whatsoever. It has indeed been a decade since I last laid eyes on him. Back then, he was merely a tiny child, so small. Yes, a full 10 years have passed. Dumbledore suddenly sighed, remarking that the forthcoming time might be quite busy. Night was upon us, and it was time to return to school. As Dumbledore noted, the flames caused no harm to Wiset. A peculiar rumbling filled the air, as if he were caught in a whirlwind, with various fireplace exits flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, a boy's startled cry pierced the atmosphere. Mom, the fireplace is reacting. Come quickly. A more mature voice chimed in. Wiset has returned from Diagon Alley. He must have brought back quite a few items. Ron, step back and be cautious. With a thrust from behind, Wiset emerged from the fireplace and was greeted by a living room constructed from uneven stone blocks. A tall boy with red hair stood before him, confidently extending his hand. Hello, I am Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor. Another red-haired boy appeared, shyly smiling. I'm Ron. Also starting this year. Suddenly, a hand appeared beneath Percy's. Hello, I'm Fred Weasley, the brother who often gets points deducted by the prefect. Immediately following, another hand covered Percy's. Hello, I'm George Weasley, yet another brother who faces point deductions. Be quiet, Percy exclaimed. If you behaved better, who would deduct your points? That's just how Percy is. The two identical boys shook their heads, exasperated. I even doubt he's our brother. He's not humorous at all. Standing before Wiset were 4 boys, all freckled and with a mop of red hair. Percy was the most formally dressed, wearing a black robe adorned with a gold and red badge on his chest. His nose was graced with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of studiousness. Fred and George sported playful grins, their clothes not only worn but marked by the traces of magical mishaps. Ron stood at the back, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he craned his neck to look around. All right, a middle-aged woman, wearing an apron, appeared and pulled Fred and George aside. I'm Molly. You've returned quite late. Have you had dinner? She bent down, assessing Wiset and adjusting his collar. Shall I prepare something for you? She was Molly Weasley, the mother of Ron, Percy, Fred, and George. Wiset surveyed the lively group, feeling no trace of distance or fear in their gazes. Rather, a sense of warmth enveloped him. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, he replied with a smile, shaking his head gently. I believe I'm fine. Mr. Lovegood has saved me some dinner. Chapter 17, Preparations Before School. Wiset had previously heard from Luna that there were other wizarding families surrounding the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Mrs. Weasley, carrying a basket of vegetables, led the way. The Diggories live nearby. Their children are much easier to manage than Fred and George. She continued, the Fawcett family is also in the vicinity. I believe they have a daughter starting this year. Perhaps you will encounter her once school begins. She is an amiable and loquacious individual. And conversing with her feels as effortless as engaging in casual banter, devoid of any sense of estrangement. Ever since the unfortunate incident involving Mrs. Lovegood, her family has become reclusive, and we have not maintained much contact over the years. Luna is a wonderful child, albeit her thoughts tend to wander. Even Fred and George often find it challenging to connect with her. Having been in this world for less than 2 months, Wiset primarily listens to Mrs. Weasley, occasionally offering a response. He smiles faintly. To me, many of Luna's words are profoundly enlightening. Without Luna's protection and inspiration, he would not have been able to cast that shield charm when confronted by the Nifflers. How splendid, Mrs. Weasley remarked, gazing at the nearby stream. Occasionally, I pass by that stream and have often seen Luna there over the past 2 years. She always seems to be fishing while shedding tears, and upon noticing me, she would promptly return home. It must be quite disconcerting for a child yet to attend school to feel the absence of someone. Wiset was touched by Mrs. Weasley's words, his heart seemingly skipping a beat, though it likely does not anymore. Mrs. Weasley chuckled, that is truly wonderful. Yet, despite her warm smile, Wiset felt an inexplicable restlessness. Hogwarts employs a closed educational system, allowing students to leave only during the summer and Christmas breaks. 2 moons appeared in the sky above the hill, one moon hung high, while the other floated above the castle like a celestial orb. That was the creation of Luna's mother, reportedly born from some magical experiment. As the darkness deepened, the circular moon atop the castle became increasingly prominent. I wonder if one could observe extraordinary scenes through the eye of magic? Wiset pondered, his eyes shimmering with a silvery blue glow. The silvery blue magic flowed like liquid, enveloping the castle, particularly the circular moon, which radiated an exceptionally brilliant silvery blue power. Most importantly, this was an ancient magical force nurtured by time, seemingly ready to be absorbed into his very gaze, should he so desire. However, he refrained from doing so. At night, Luna adored walking to the top floor to gaze at the moon above the castle. A whimsical thought struck Wiset. Did Luna's mother delve into ancient magic? This is my first time here at night. It is truly beautiful. Mrs. Weasley suddenly interjected, handing a basket of vegetables to Wiset. I shall leave you here. All these vegetables are homegrown. Please extend my regards to Mr. Lovegood and Luna. Wiset's eyes returned to normal as he sincerely replied, Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Mrs. Weasley's figure faded into the night, and a fluffy owl emitted cheerful hoots, nestling into Wiset's embrace. Hoo-hoo. The cage atop the cauldron gently swayed, and a bronze-colored owl inside called out eagerly, as if greeting him. Faint and delicate footsteps approached, and Luna quietly regarded Wiset, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Diagon Alley is quite magical, isn't it? Her voice remained light and airy. Have you been bothered by pesky insects? Once school begins, you can write to me. Hoo-hoo. The owl, Diana, stood tall and emitted a couple of calls in agreement. Indeed, one can write a letter. Wiset smiled with relief and gently shook his head. Luna possessed an enchanting ability to effortlessly alleviate his confusion, casting aside his worries. Wiset pointed to the restless owl, inquiring what name she thought would suit the little creature. What a delightful little fellow, so full of spirit, Luna pondered. Let us name him Soul, shall we? The sun and the moon always alternate in their appearances. A splendid name, he replied, as they tread upon the soft grass. They made their way towards the ancient castle under the dual moons. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly approached the end of August, and tomorrow marked the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Though a little over a month is not a long duration, Wiset had utilized this time to prepare for school and had tidied up his room anew. Luna had contributed significantly, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she had taken charge of the room's decoration. Besides replacing the bedding and wallpaper, she had intertwined the magical plant, Puffskein, to serve as a decorative canopy for the bed. This peculiar magical material, resembling miniature radishes, was said to enhance one's receptiveness to the extraordinary with frequent contact. Puffskein was ubiquitous throughout the castle, much like Luna's earrings, which were also crafted from the plant. Xenophilius, as the editor of the Quibbler, worked in a room adorned with Puffskein, allegedly to ensure a continuous flow of inspiration. The second floor of the castle buzzed with liveliness during this printing period of the Quibbler. The magical printing press operated at full capacity, its rhythmic clattering resonating from dawn until dusk. The wizarding printing press was unique, constructed mainly of wood, with iron plates only at critical junctures. Reminiscent of the spinning machines from the Industrial Revolution. Enhanced by magic, this printing press ingeniously combined the functions of folding, binding, and cutting machines. Xenophilius's task was quite simple. He merely needed to design the initial draft and feed it into the press, which would then operate automatically, producing magazine after magazine. However, the machine's efficiency was not particularly high, yielding less than 100 copies of the Quibbler over several days. During this time, Wiset had also rewritten the textbooks he would require. The saying goes that a good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen. And through the process of transcribing the textbooks, he gained a general understanding of the upcoming year's curriculum. The illustrations within the textbooks were entirely the work of Luna. She excelled in drawing, able to conjure the corresponding images merely from Wiset's verbal descriptions. Particularly in depicting magical creatures, she exhibited unparalleled talent, rendering each creature with remarkable fidelity. My mother and I read fantastic beasts and where to find them together, Luna explained with a bright smile. I've encountered all the creatures within, except for the crumplehorn snorkack. Wiset inquired, crumplehorn snorkack? I shall search for related literature at Flourish and Blots next time. It might be quite challenging to find. Luna expressed with a hint of disappointment, as it is an exceedingly rare magical creature. My father told me they reside in Sweden. I shall personally venture there to find them and sketch them. To Sweden, he mused. Wiset engraved this matter in his heart. On the last evening of August, Xenophilius refrained from cooking himself and ordered a sumptuous dinner from a nearby Muggle restaurant. His sole request was to write back often, sharing tidbits about school, whatever it may be. You understand what I mean. I comprehend. Wiset chuckled as he tossed 2 steaks out the window, knowing they would have to work hard for their meal. 2 owls transformed into fluffy bolts of lightning, swooping through the air with the steaks in their beaks, cooing in acknowledgement. On the day of school commencement, Wiset meticulously double-checked his enrollment notice and examined the contents of his suitcase repeatedly before finally feeling at ease, pulling his luggage down the stairs. Luna sat in the living room, the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window and casting a golden sheen upon her light golden hair. She was meticulously grooming Soul's feathers, attending to each one with great care. Wiset softly announced, I'm off to school. Luna replied, her tone somewhat dreamy, though farewells often evoked a tinge of sadness. Each parting was merely a preparation for the next reunion. She handed him a vibrant, verdant godogen, saying, if you encounter difficulties or confusion, this will bring you good fortune. It embodies the essence of home. This assertion rang true, for the appearance and flavor of godogen closely resembled that of scallions. And only Luna's family brewed it into tea. Indeed, it was the flavor of home, uniquely bound to this place. Wiset nodded, appreciating the distinctiveness of this gift from Luna. Chapter 18. King's Cross Station and Ancient Magic, a Refinement. King's Cross Station, nestled in the heart of London, serves as a pivotal transportation hub for England. The hour was still early, and the flow of travelers was relatively sparse. Wiset smoothly entered the station and, after several inquiries, found the direction to Platform 9. The closer he approached Platform 9, the more clusters of people he encountered. They appeared to be parents seeing off their children. Yet their attire was undeniably peculiar. Some donned outfits in striking colors, resembling costumes borrowed from a circus. Others sported a stark contrast, wearing heavy winter coats on top, yet shorts below, and there were those whose clothing choices seemed misaligned, like a balding middle-aged man with a stubbled face inexplicably clad in a floral dress. Despite their attire clashing with that of the surrounding travelers, their actions were surprisingly synchronized as they approached the pillars near platforms 9 and 10, colliding with them and vanishing without a trace. A middle-aged man in a suit noted the oddity and rushed over, a puzzled expression on his face, even extending his hand to touch the pillar. At that moment, a burly man in a pleated skirt suddenly appeared, brandishing a wand and rushing to the middle-aged man's side, muttering incantations. A flash of light ensued, and the middle-aged man exhibited an expression of urgent alarm, sprinting out of the station as if propelled by a 100-meter dash. Wiset wiped away a bead of sweat. Uncertain of where to begin his critique, everything was far too bizarre. A melodious female voice caught his ear, suggesting that Muggle studies should be a requirement for all grades, rather than merely an elective. She is an Asian girl with exquisite features, her long black hair cascading just to her shoulders, adorned with a few freckles on her delicate nose. Clad in a sky-blue hoodie, 2 deep blue letters grace the front of her apparel. One hand grasps a suitcase while the other clutches a vintage broomstick, impeccably maintained and seemingly untouched by the dust of the earth. Both the handle and bristles polished to a smooth, luminous sheen. You must be Wiset, right? You seem somewhat familiar. I recall your frequent appearances on the front page of the Prophet last month, she says with a smile. I am Qiu Zhang, a student of Ravenclaw. Wiset nods. Hello. Qiu Zhang. Greetings. Qiu Zhang replies with a smile. We should proceed directly. Just walk right through. The ministry staff will only disperse the Muggles. Wiset points to a burly man in a pleated skirt. Is this really the attire of the ministry's personnel? Indeed, Qiu Zhang replies with a wry smile. Which is precisely why I advocate for a broader understanding of Muggle studies. The curriculum is in dire need of modernization. So what if I don the uniform of the Tuchel Tornadoes and wield a broomstick? They would hardly notice. Muggles have become more accommodating nowadays. Can you believe it? It is already 1991, yet the understanding of Muggles remains stagnant at a level from 3 centuries ago, truly astonishing. As Qiu Zhang strides ahead, her pace quickens, and she disappears into a column. Wiset follows closely, and after a fleeting darkness, a bright platform emerges before them, no longer in the King's Cross station hall. They find themselves in a wrought iron archway, the ceiling adorned with a sign indicating platform 9 3/4. A deep crimson steam locomotive, steeped in the essence of Victorian style, stands there. This very locomotive, indeed hailing from that era, was requisitioned by the Ministry of Magic for transportation in England. At that time, the Minister of Magic, Ottery Gamble, defied opposition to ensure the safe return of Hogwarts students, spearheading a grand initiative that involved the casting of 167 forgetting charms, the largest concealment of magic in English history, culminating in the construction of Platform 9 3/4. The steam engine underwent a complete transformation, shifting from steam-powered to magic-driven, and was aptly named the Hogwarts Express. The platform buzzes with activity, white magical smoke swirling above as various pets weave among the feet of the crowd. Parents cling to the windows of the Hogwarts Express, reciting last-minute admonitions, while children nod eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Wiset employs the eye of magic, sensing the abundant ancient magical energy that saturates this place. Silver blue magic seems poised to overflow the platform. With a mere thought, a torrent of ancient magical power surges towards him, and in his mind, the Wizard's practical guide flips open to the 4th page. Ancient magic. Enhancement. Beginner channel ancient magical energy to enhance spells, augment magical potency, and increase the special effects of incantations. The art of enhancement magic differs significantly from shield magic. It cannot be wielded independently, but rather must be amalgamated with other forms of magic. Its practical applications are profound, capable of amplifying the potency of spells while simultaneously bestowing unique effects. During the preparatory days leading up to the school term, Wiset devoted his time not only to organizing the necessary items for school, but also to delving into the Wizarding Combat Manual, seeking to comprehend the utilization of ancient magical forces. From the perspective of his previous life, this tome could be likened to a repository of special skills. The initial shield magic he encountered, along with the magical eye acquired in Diagon Alley, diverged from the contemporary wizarding spells. Particularly, the emergence of enhancement magic substantiated his hypotheses. The notes referenced 2 forms of ancient magical power, one derived from the essence of the cosmos, enabling direct spellcasting, and the other, more unique, emanating from ancient magical edifices. These structures, having been nurtured by time, yield ancient magical energy that can be directly absorbed, fostering the growth of the magical eye or unlocking new pages in the tome. Quite astonishing, isn't it? A voice interjected, as I recalled my own sense of awe upon entering. Such relics are typically encountered only within the confines of a museum. The preceding compartments had filled with students. Some frolicked in the aisles, others were diligently completing assignments with their bags serving as makeshift desks, while a few engaged in aimless chatter. Why did you bring a toad? Is that in vogue now? Its name is Leaf, a toad my great-uncle gifted me. He was thrilled to see my wizarding potential. Are you sure your great-uncle was thrilled and not experiencing other sentiments? Do people still keep toads as pets? Autumn Zhang was a spirited girl, guiding Wiset to an unoccupied compartment in the middle of the train. Together, they hoisted their luggage onto the rack, amidst a flurry of Gryffindor students who were also busy with assignments. How can you tell? Wiset inquired, his curiosity piqued due to his limited knowledge of Hogwarts. Although he possessed a copy of Hogwarts, a history, it was not a textbook, and he had yet to peruse it. Autumn produced a cloth, polishing her already gleaming broomstick. From what I know, Gryffindor students typically have extravagant summer plans. They often embark on adventures to wizarding ruins or indulge in Quidditch, with completing assignments being the least prioritized option. Wiset chuckled. So, the night before school begins, it's a choice between finishing assignments or sleeping. Autumn laughed in agreement. Exactly. That's precisely the case. Suddenly, a young black boy popped his head in, lifting the hem of his shirt pocket. Hey, can I borrow your homework to copy? I have a bag of spiders from Africa. You can hold one. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Autumn Zhang was described as a beautiful Asian girl. Chapter 19. Assignments held little weight in the hearts of Gryffindors. Autumn raised her hand to introduce. This is Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor student, renowned commentator for Quidditch matches. Hey, I'm not that famous, he replied modestly. Lee Jordan effortlessly stepped into the carriage. Have you completed Professor Flitwick's assignment? He inquired. I only realized upon returning home yesterday that I had forgotten my newly purchased textbook in Africa. It won't arrive at school until tomorrow. However, I have yet to write a single word of the preparatory paper assigned by Professor Flitwick. Qiu Zhang's lips curled into a slight smirk, as if to say, see. This is the mentality of Gryffindor students. Assignments hold no significance in their eyes. Patiently, Qiu Zhang explained, you should ask someone else. I am a second-year student. And this is Wiset, a new student this year. Qiu Zhang, I know you. Lee Jordan teased, recalling the previous year's match where Cedric failed to catch the golden snitch. Seemingly distracted by Qiu Zhang's presence, a cough escaped Qiu Zhang, his face flushing as if he had been caught off guard. You must have mistaken me. I am a student of Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan raised an eyebrow in mock indignation. As a commentator, it is my duty to capture the thrilling moments of the match. You were wearing that Tattershaw Tornadoes jersey. I recall it vividly. There's no mistake. I could swear on a bag of acromantula venom. Nonetheless, I still suggest you inquire with others. Qiu Zhang interjected quickly. We truly cannot assist you. May I linger here for a moment? Lee Jordan sighed. I will wait for Fred and the others to board and see if they have their textbooks. Feel free. Qiu Zhang did not decline. Wiset then asked, Fred? Is that Fred Weasley? Lee Jordan's excitement soared. Indeed. That's him. Fred and George are twins, and I am close friends with them. Do you know them? Wiset nodded. The Weasley family has helped me before. I suppose I am acquainted. Ah, so we share a common connection. Lee Jordan sighed again, expressing his frustration. I truly do not wish to squander my time on assignments. That acromantula's venom is simply fascinating. While in Africa, I conducted experiments with this creature, and even the slightest contact with its venom causes immediate swelling. If Fred and the others come over, we could experiment together. If only it weren't for this pesky assignment. I've asked several people already, but couldn't borrow any work to copy. Unable to borrow? Wiset noticed Lee Jordan's pocket. You intend to borrow assignments in exchange for letting them handle an acromantula? Lee Jordan nodded vigorously. Of course. This is no ordinary acromantula. Its venom possesses magical properties, quite rare, comparable to wizards among muggles. Wiset began to understand why no one would lend Lee Jordan their assignments. The notion of handling a spider felt rather unsettling. This young man was indeed a restless spirit. Perhaps it was due to some innate talent, for his desire to converse was remarkably fervent. Upon learning of Wiset's acquaintance with Fred and the others, Lee Jordan grew increasingly familiar, enthusiastically introducing each house. Gryffindor, of course, is the finest house. Are you familiar with Headmaster Dumbledore? He is one of us in Gryffindor. Everywhere is the best. Ravenclaw is not too shabby either. If only Qiu Zhang and I were in the same year. Ravenclaw boasts the highest accuracy in assignments. The members of Hufflepuff are remarkably amiable, and the charming Cedric seems to have the most delectable food at his disposal. One wonders where it originates. As for Slytherin, it is notorious for producing dark wizards, making it the least favorable house. The Dark Lord himself was a Slytherin. Those individuals will stop at nothing to secure the house cup, and their head is a notorious point deductor. The title of the Dark Lord is rather peculiar. It almost sounds familiar to Wiset. Suddenly, he recalls that it is one of Voldemort's true aliases, often referred to as the Noseless One or the Socket with Two Holes. In those days, this moniker was no laughing matter. Lee Jordan swallowed hard, his voice trembling. After all, he is regarded as the most perilous dark wizard in history. I heard from my father that the number of those slain by the Dark Lord could form an army of the undead. Even the so-called Dark Lord is merely a euphemism, as we dare not utter his name directly. Is it truly that perilous? Wiset furrowed his brow, recalling that Gellert Grindelwald also seemed to be a rather dangerous dark wizard. He learned about Gellert Grindelwald from the film Fantastic Beasts. At least in the movie, Grindelwald demonstrated formidable combat prowess, effortlessly facing the horrors of the Magical Congress. That was an event from long ago. Lee Jordan shrugged. It was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald. This I know for certain. Joining Gryffindor was undoubtedly the right choice. After polishing his broomstick, Qiu Zhang remarked, if you are intrigued by Grindelwald and the Dark Lord, you might consider perusing A History of Modern Magic, which contains more detailed accounts. Time swiftly passed to 10:30, and the parched Lee Jordan settled down, attempting to fabricate his homework. What is the incantation for the repairing charm? It is a spell used for mending objects. And its inventor was who was it from England again? I feel like I have encountered this before. Qiu Zhang buried himself in a book titled The Origins of Quidditch, his shoulders shaking violently, interspersed with occasional muffled sounds. Wiset scrolled through the tomes in his mind, locating standard spells, level 3. These volumes, etched in his memory, allow him to swiftly retrieve relevant passages, akin to a computer executing a keyword search. The standard spell series comprises 7 volumes, corresponding to the 7 Years of Charms class at Hogwarts. It was for this reason that, while borrowing books from the Lehan bookstore, he made a point to note down all 7 volumes. Following the description in standard spells, level 3, he recited, Mr. Jordan. The incantation for the repairing charm is if you seek a complete explanation of this magic. It is a spell designed to seamlessly mend most damaged objects. Are you certain? Lee Jordan's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed a lifeline, and he seized Wiset's shoulder. The book you left in Africa, is it titled Standard Spells, level 3? Yes. Yes, indeed. That is the one. Then there is no mistake. When I purchased the book, I found it quite fascinating and simply made a note of it. You noted it down? Is that something an ordinary person can accomplish? Do you truly not recognize the enigmatic figure? As soon as you uttered the title, it immediately came to mind. Visser nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that if you remain uncertain, you may consult Fred and George when they arrive for further verification. Allow me to attempt it first. Lee Jordan retrieved a tissue from his pocket, tearing it into several pieces, restoring it to its original form. He diligently practiced the problem from the preparatory worksheet, and after approximately 10 attempts, the tissue was barely pieced together. The nature of magic indeed demands repeated trials. The fact that the tissue could be reassembled without falling apart indicated that both the principles and incantation of the repairing charm were accurate. A genius. My dear friend. You are truly a genius. Lee Jordan's address changed as he snatched the preparatory worksheet, urging, please assist me in reviewing it. Chapter 20. Gryffindor requires talents such as yours. The worksheet was filled with numerous fill-in-the-blank questions, and if one had genuinely prepared, the difficulty of the exam was not insurmountable. Visser pointed to a blank space, stating, in 1754, the Ministry of Magic of England prohibited the misuse of magic, and Arabella Dumbledore repaired the accidentally destroyed Roman Colosseum. My friend, you are remarkable, Lee Jordan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and promptly began to fill in the correct answers with fervor. The Patronus charm, its incantation is, and it is described as an ancient and mysterious spell capable of summoning a magical guardian. The blanks on the preparatory worksheet were filled one by one, and the previously smirking Qiu Zhang now wore a look of astonishment as he gazed at Visser. A resounding whistle pierced the air. The Hogwarts Express had finally departed. Outside the window, countless parents waved their goodbyes, along with several younger children, crying and chasing after the train. As the train picked up speed, those crying children were left behind, frantically waving farewell. Freed from their parents' constraints, many children now displayed expressions of relief, eagerly pulling their wands from their pockets amidst the cacophony of laughter and play aboard the train. Having completed his assignments, Lee Jordan was once again brimming with energy. Let me tell you, I encountered numerous wizards in Africa and even learned a spell that doesn't require a wand. Qiu Zhang perked up, intrigued. Wandless magic? I read about that in a book. It seems Africa excels at it. Lee Jordan waved his hand dismissively. It's not merely simple wandless magic. It's a form of magic accomplished through gestures. Allow me to demonstrate. He rolled up his sleeves, performing a series of flamboyant motions, his palms clapping loudly. Yet, nothing occurred. There were no dazzling lights, nor any remarkable events. Qiu Zhang murmured cautiously, are you certain this is magic? What kind of magic is it? Perhaps I should try again? Lee Jordan scratched his head, pulling his sleeves up to his shoulders, and once more clapped his palms together. By Merlin's trousers, have you been bewitched by an African wizard? An exaggerated voice echoed. Fred had slipped in, hands resting on Lee Jordan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. You mustn't get into trouble. We're counting on you for the bag spider. Hey, Visser, you're here too. George followed closely behind, waving to greet. Oh, and the girl who distracted Cedric. Qiu Zhang nodded slightly, saying little, though her ears flushed with a hint of crimson. Of course, I am fine. Li Qiaodan shrugged off Fred's hands. Be careful. You might have crushed the bag spider. We would surely regret it for a lifetime. George made a gesture of prayer, urging, hurry, bring it out. In an instant, the attention of the five was captivated. Qiu Zhang, primarily on guard, feared that the furry spider might leap forth and land before her. Fred, George, and Li Qiaodan admired the dense bristles adorning the bag spider. Wiset employed his magical eye, scanning the spider's body with precision. Apart from the fangs and venom glands emitting a ghostly green glow, the rest of the spider remained dim and grayish. Wiset concentrated, particularly observing the green luminescence of the fangs and venom glands, where a symbol seemed to reside, albeit too vague to discern its intricate structure. Suddenly, a hand appeared at the fang's position. Without hesitation, the bag spider bit down, injecting its magical venom. As the venom flowed incompletely, the green glow of the fangs and venom glands dimmed. The hand belonged to Fred, visibly swelling at the bite's sight. Qiu Zhang widened her eyes, instinctively drawing her wand. Why did you put your hand there? Don't worry, it's just a minor issue, George replied calmly, retrieving a suction-like device from his pocket, which he slapped onto the bite. The suction cup seemed to come alive, emitting a gurgling sound. The magical venom was drawn through the wound, collecting in a small glass vial at the top. Fred's hand swiftly returned to normal, leaving 2 tiny wounds. Meanwhile, Li Qiaodan busied himself, chewing a green leaf and applying it to the wound. Wisps of green smoke dissipated slowly, and when he moved the leaf aside, the wound had completely healed, though it appeared smoother than the surrounding skin. Only then did Fred grimace, exhaling deeply. This bag spider really packs a punch. It hurt like hell, but we got this. George removed the vial, gently shaking the green venom inside. Toffee, here we come. Fred smiled. Just remember, next time it will be you getting bitten. Wiset dismissed his magical eye, curiously inquiring, is that white fresh? A connoisseur. Li Qiaodan puffed his chest proudly, producing a bag filled with green leaves. I got this in Africa, all for free. No wonder it healed so quickly. It's such a rarity. Fred exclaimed in wonder. pondering how long it would take before they could afford a trip for their families. It should be soon, George reassured, then turned to Wiset. I didn't expect you to recognize White Fresh at a glance. My buddy here is quite impressive. Li Xiaodan slung an arm around Wiset's shoulders, brotherly camaraderie blooming. While I was waiting for you, guess how I finished my homework? Fred remarked, it must surely be a wild guess. After all, it's merely Professor Flitwick's assignment, not Professor McGonagall's. There is little cause for concern. Ahem, Autumn Jean coughed lightly, indicating that she, a proud Ravenclaw, was still present. I am not as irresponsible as Fred, she stated. Jordan Lee chuckled. With the assistance of Wiset, I have completed the revision paper. George stroked his chin. How is that any different from mere guesswork? Jordan suggested, why not compare the papers? I trust him unconditionally. Trust requires no justification. Fred and George, both men of action, quickly retrieved their revision papers and meticulously checked them word by word. As they reached the end, George remained skeptical and fetched standard spells. Level 3 to verify the corresponding blanks once more. By Merlin S. Mediterranean. How could it possibly be all correct? In some places, I was careless and misspelled the words. Isn't it remarkable? Jordan Lee said with great pride. If I hadn't actually performed the restoration spell, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. P.S. merely a freshman, yet he memorized the entire standard spells, level 3 during his time in Diagon Alley. Fascinating, isn't it? Interested in joining Gryffindor? Fred's expression suddenly turned serious as he patted Wiset on the shoulder. We need talents like you. Chapter 21. Practicing summoning spells and encountering Miss Otter. That's hard to say. The sorting is determined by the sorting ceremony. George grinned mischievously. It might be a bit challenging to pass through the sorting ceremony. Indeed. Fred winked and, shifting the subject with a tone of feigned regret, remarked, to enroll, one must endure the terrifying sorting ceremony. Jordan Lee said solemnly, buddy, I believe in you. It's merely a life and death duel, which should be absolutely manageable for you. The three shared a silent understanding, one leaving behind a daunting remark, and thus slipped out of the compartment. Wiset remained calm, pondering, surely, the sorting ceremony can't be that frightening? I can't say for certain, Autumn Jean chuckled. We should arrive at the school by evening, then all will be revealed. The train departed London, racing across the wilderness, where human presence was scarce, accompanied only by herds of cattle and sheep. Time swiftly approached noon, and the warm sunlight flooded the compartment as the sound of the snack trolley's wheels echoed through the aisle. A plump middle-aged woman pushed open the compartment door. Darling, would you like to buy something to eat? We have candies, cakes, snacks, and pastries galore. As she spoke, she displayed an array of treats. During his stay at Luna's home, Wiset had tasted Xenophilius's homemade biscuits, made from gertie root and flour, with a flavor that prominently featured a strong onion taste, lacking any fragrance. The meals from the orphanage in his past life, though nutritionally balanced, left much to be desired in flavor, leading him to have little pursuit for food. Merely filling his stomach was the primary goal. Faced with a sudden choice, he sought Autumn Jean's advice. Do you have any recommendations? I've never seen these snacks before. It's somewhat difficult to choose. Each has its own specialty, Autumn Jean pondered, if you wish to experience the joy of snacks. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, bubblegum blasters, and chocolate frogs are all splendid options. The prices of snacks are remarkably affordable. Wiset purchased several snacks mentioned by Qiuzhang, spending merely 15 copper nats. Wiset remarked, this truly is the most magical place. If converted to the prices of my previous life, these snacks would cost around 5 yuan. An astonishingly low price. Moreover, the packaging of these snacks is vibrantly colorful and quite eye-catching. Particularly, the blue box containing chocolate frogs is adorned with golden edges, presenting an exquisite appearance. Thank you, Qiuzhang said as she accepted the chocolate frog handed to her by Wiset. Upon opening a box, a chocolate frog leapt forth, tracing a brown arc in the air. Wiset, quick-witted and agile, gently grasped the chocolate frog, his face illuminated with surprise. It actually moves? How marvelous! Through the magical eye, he discerned that the surface of the chocolate frog was imbued with magic, along with a similarly indistinct symbol. The cards inside are equally enchanting. Qiuzhang exclaimed as she retrieved a card from the box. The card also bore a vague magical symbol, depicting a bearded old man, whose name was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and gently nodded at Wiset before vanishing into the card. Why did he disappear? Wiset inquired hastily. That is magic, Qiuzhang explained with a smile. In the magical world, there are numerous animated pictures that may leave one frame to visit another. The most valuable aspect of the chocolate frog lies within these cards. If you are interested, you might consider starting a collection. The character introductions are quite fascinating. Character introductions? Wiset flipped the card over and began reading the description. Universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard, he defeated the leader of the Dark Wizards, Gellert Grindelwald, in 1945 and achieved significant success in alchemy alongside the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Not only are the cards intriguing, but the taste of the chocolate frog is delightful as well. The rich aroma of milk and chocolate envelopes the senses, and upon tasting, the chocolate frog swiftly melts, leaving a silky sensation. The perfectly balanced bitterness complements the sweetness, earning it a top rating, not overly sweet. I should send some to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. Visert's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried down the aisle, searching for the sales which he had encountered earlier. Qiuzhang is likely quite popular in Ravenclaw, as students occasionally visit her. Shortly after noon, a beautiful brunette girl approached. She was a fifth-year Ravenclaw student named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope wrapped her arms around Qiuzhang's waist and confided, "Qiu, I feel immense pressure with exams approaching this year, and now I am also the prefect." As she spoke, she adjusted the badge on her chest, which gleamed in blue and bronze. Qiuzhang patted Penelope's shoulder, offering comfort. "Isn't that a good thing? I heard you even have a special washroom. Quite luxurious, I must say. Enjoying benefits comes with responsibilities." Penelope sighed softly. "For instance, patrolling the train. I just switched shifts with Percy Weasley, and we'll have a meeting shortly. During a brief respite between shifts, I seized the opportunity to come here and practice my magic. The summer break had hindered my ability to cast spells, causing me considerable delay." With that, she retrieved her wand from her pocket and handed a notebook to Qiu. "Qiu, could you check if I've memorized the content correctly? The summoning spell's incantation is Accio. This charm allows the caster to summon a distant target towards themselves. But one must concentrate their will and vividly imagine the object. It cannot be used on living beings." She aimed her wand in Qiu's direction and declared, "Accio." The notebook fluttered in Qiu's hands for a few pages before falling silent. Penelope, having neglected her practice, wore a look of frustration. Realizing that she needed to focus and clearly envision the notebook flying towards her, Vizard had a vague recollection of this magic and rummaged through his mind for standard spells. Level 4, which indeed contained a lengthy description of the summoning charm. While the description in standard spells, level 4 left him somewhat bewildered, he found the content in Penelope's notes comprehensible, even feeling confident enough to attempt it himself. In fact, he had wished to practice the repairing charm before, but the circumstances had prevented him. Now, however, was an opportune moment to hone his skills. He positioned a chocolate frog across from him, wielded his wand like a dagger, and gently drew it back. Accio. The box containing the chocolate frog trembled slightly, as if pulled by invisible strings, and shifted a couple of inches towards him. The learning environment was crucial. As Penelope experimented and reflected on her experiences, Vizard reaped considerable benefits. With each repetition of the summoning spell, the distance the blue box traveled increased. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing." Vizard looked up to see a breathless girl appear before him. She had a mane of fluffy brown hair, chubby cheeks, and prominent front teeth, reminiscent of an otter. Instinctively, Vizard attempted to retract the chocolate frog, but habitually uttered the incantation instead. Accio. Success. The blue box darted swiftly into his palm. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. "What kind of magic is that? I've never seen it in any book." Chapter 22. Ancient Magic, Improved Summoning Charm. The girl took a seat as Penelope and Qiu paused their practice, turning to observe Vizard and the newcomer. "Oh, I've tried a few spells at home," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "Just simple practice, but I thought I knew all the spells we would learn this year. So many strange things happened when I received my acceptance letter. That's when I realized it was magic. As far as I know, Hogwarts is the finest school of wizardry. I mean, I've memorized all the textbooks for this year, but I've never encountered your spell. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Hermione spoke rapidly, looking a bit shyly at the others in the compartment. "This is Qiu, and I am Penelope Clearwater." Penelope inquired, "Did you just witness Wiset casting a spell?" "Indeed." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Chocolate frog, come to me." And just like that, a chocolate frog soared from the seat into her hand. In disbelief, Penelope asked, "Have you mastered the summoning charm?" Wiset nodded gently, reflecting on the extraordinary event that had just transpired. His recent practice had been intensely focused. He subconsciously wished to tidy up the seat and instinctively uttered a spell. He recalled Luna's insightful words. A wizard must always harbor a desire while casting a spell, for it is this wish that tempers the magical energy. Penelope leaned closer. "Could you attempt it once more?" "Let me try." Wiset did not hesitate, directing his wand toward the notebook in Autumn's grasp. He recalled the appearance of the notebook, striving to envision its intricate details as vividly as possible. Once the image of the notebook formed clearly in his mind, he infused it with the desire imparted by Luna. He wished to obtain the notebook from Autumn's hands. The notebook flew forth. Whoosh. Autumn's notebook shot through the air like a released arrow, landing firmly in Wiset's grasp. "By Merlin's beard. This is fourth-year magic," Penelope exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. "Is there something amiss with my magical ability? Fourth-year magic?" Hermione pressed eagerly. "Did you purchase the fourth-year textbooks in advance? Have you mastered all the previous materials?" Wiset gently shook his head. "They were practicing there, and I merely listened in." Listening in? Penelope covered her cheeks, her voice tinged with frustration. He's a freshman and has already mastered fourth-year magic, while I can't even manage a review without faltering. Autumn, bemused yet sympathetic, tried to console her gently. You received the prefect badge. It's a recognition from the school, an acknowledgement from Professor Flitwick. Perhaps you're just too anxious? Wiset, drawing from his past experiences before exams, shared his insights, especially with the looming tests ahead. Feeling unsettled is quite normal, Miss Creevy. Have you had lunch after patrolling the train? No, Penelope shook her head. I just finished my rounds and came to find Autumn. That's precisely the issue. Autumn's eyes lit up. Why don't you have something to eat? My grandfather once told me that a person relies on food, just as iron depends on steel. One meal missed can leave you feeling famished. Miss Creevy here? Wiset offered her a box of chocolate frogs. A little sugar can replenish your energy and alleviate feelings of sadness and anxiety. Your notes are undoubtedly fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to master the summoning charm in just one afternoon. I practiced step by step, following your insights. I believe the issue lies not with you, but rather with your current state. You simply need to make a slight adjustment to return to your usual level. Is that so? Penelope, though skeptical, obediently accepted a chocolate frog. How did you manage that? Hermione asked curiously. Why do they listen to you? None of my classmates heed my advice. Did I do something special? Wiset shrugged, merely suggesting that she needed a bit of sugar to restore her equanimity. Earlier, she had mentioned that facing exams in this academic year was entirely normal, but what would happen as the school year progressed? Were you once a muggle? Hermione inquired. How come you are so familiar with examinations? Wiset replied, I read that wizards, in order to conceal their identities, personally educate their children rather than send them to school. It was then that Hermione took a proper look at Wiset, noting the handsome features and the air of steadiness about him. Are you Wiset, the enigmatic figure who appeared in the Daily Prophet? I don't mean to imply fear. You should understand what I mean. Wiset could only nod helplessly at her rapid-fire questions. Perhaps there was no need for excessive explanation. Sometimes, the more one spoke, the more misunderstandings arose. Is that so? Hermione furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling some unpleasant experience. It might indeed be the case. Note, fly to me. Penelope suddenly exclaimed, her voice resonating with newfound vigor. The note broke free from Wiset's grasp and soared back to its owner, a stark contrast to the previous attempt. It worked on the first try? She exclaimed excitedly, placing the note back into Autumn's hands. Note, fly to me. The note returned to her once more. Now this feels right. I could do this before. How could I possibly fail so suddenly? Penelope perked up and turned to Hermione with curiosity. Miss Granger, I recall you were searching for something just now. Oh, I need to help Neville find his toad. Hermione responded, her expression tinged with annoyance. That is Neville's pet. I read that wizards used to enjoy keeping toads. I cannot stand them. Penelope shuddered. Hogwarts itself has several toads, and if one wishes to practice magic or test potions, they can request them from the school. Hermione's eyes widened. Testing potions? Is that done with pets? Penelope, now animated, continued. At least during the medieval period, toads were the preferred pets of wizards, as they were quite convenient for various tests. I recall a passage in History of Magic that discusses muggles' misconceptions about wizards. They believed that wizards persecuted muggles and transformed them into toads. Magic can indeed accomplish such feats, but it requires a high level of magical ability. Later, the Ministry of Magic prohibited the mistreatment of toads, leading to a decline in their population among wizarding pets. Miss Cleavet, thank you. You have enlightened me greatly. But I made a promise to Neville to help him find his toad. As Hermione spoke, she stood up, preparing to leave the compartment. Wiset interjected, Miss Granger. Perhaps I could lend a hand. Earlier, when Penelope discussed the magical history of toads, I attempted to merge the summoning charm with the modification spell, resulting in a new page, Ancient Magic, Modification of Summoning Charm, Basic Creature Capture. This guides the casting of the summoning charm, enhancing its power to affect living beings. Chapter 23, The Unverifiable Dark Wizard. Have you ever seen it? Hermione hastily inquired about Neville's pet toad, named Trevor. Wiset gently shook his head, expressing that he had not seen it, but he hoped she could provide a description of the creature. I'll go fetch Neville. Hermione exclaimed, swiftly departing the compartment. Penelope kindly asked, do you plan to use the summoning charm? Wiset nodded affirmatively. Yes, I wish to give it a try. However, Penelope reminded him. You do understand that the summoning charm can only be used on inanimate objects? She did not outright dismiss Wiset's idea, noting that exceptions existed, such as with flobberworms, whose structure is exceedingly simple, allowing the charm to function. Why not let him give it a go? Autumn suggested from the side, recalling how Wiset had helped a third-year student with their preparatory assignments earlier that morning. Is that truly the case? Penelope expressed her astonishment, recognizing that indulging curiosity was not inherently wrong. As a Ravenclaw, I must admit my earlier comments were indeed inappropriate. Wiset smiled slightly, appreciating the Ravenclaw atmosphere he had encountered during their brief interactions. Since arriving in this magical realm, aside from seeking the Crumplehorn Snorkack with Luna in Sweden, learning and exploration had become his foremost pursuits. This world was replete with mysteries and wonders, and the magic that permeated every facet of life was worthy of his relentless study. Furthermore, the myriad of extraordinary creatures and the uncharted wizarding relics ignited his yearning for discovery. Through Lee Jordan's introductions to the Four Houses, Wiset had formed a foundational understanding of them. Gaining entry into Ravenclaw would likely afford him a rewarding academic experience, laying the groundwork for his future explorations. Before long, Hermione returned with the lad who had lost his toad. The boy, with his round face and tear-streaked cheeks, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Hermione, for helping me find Trevor." Wiset offered him several tissues, saying, "I need a more specific description. What does Trevor look like? The clearer the details, the better I can assist you." "Thank you." The boy sniffled, his sobs subsiding considerably. "It's about the size of my two hands, a deep brown color, and it has 13 bumps on its back." The boy's attentiveness to Trevor was evident, and his detailed description painted a vivid picture for Wiset. The next steps were straightforward. He drew his wand, waved it gently, and uttered the incantation, "Summon Trevor the Toad." Suddenly, the core of his wand pulsed with a surge of ancient magical energy, which flowed into the wand, causing it to emit a silvery blue glow. The occupants of the compartment instinctively turned their gaze toward the door as a commotion erupted in the aisle. "Look, a flying toad. Ah, how disgusting, it touched my hair. Who would bring a toad onto the train? Where is it headed?" Accompanied by the frantic croaking, a plump toad made its appearance at the doorway. It flailed its limbs desperately, struggling valiantly, yet could only helplessly lunge towards Weasley. A sudden twitch of Weasley's eyelid prompted him to retract his wand. With the loss of control over the summoning charm, the toad, named Leaf, fell freely into Neville's hands. By Merlin's beard, such a large toad, the summoning charm should not have worked. Penelope rubbed her eyes and quietly opened a box of chocolate frogs. Indeed, it was as she thought. Autumn Zhang smiled cheerfully and remarked, "This is quite amusing." Neville continually expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I hardly know what to say. My name is Neville Longbottom." Hermione then began to speak in rapid succession. "Weasley, which house do you plan to join? Is it Gryffindor? After all, Professor Dumbledore hails from that house." "I haven't really thought about it. Perhaps Ravenclaw. If I had the choice," Weasley replied absent-mindedly, his attention fixated on the chocolate frog card. A moment ago, he seemed to have spotted Dumbledore returning. The card depicting the returning Dumbledore appeared somewhat different, with a gleam of vitality in his eyes, radiating kindness. "Should we inform the others who assisted? After all, the toad has been found." Autumn Zhang's words finally sent Hermione and Neville on their way. Watching their departing silhouettes, Weasley exhaled deeply. Their half-hour of thanks and inquiries had left him somewhat mentally and physically drained. "The new students are indeed full of vigor this year," Autumn Zhang chuckled. "Indeed." Penelope stood up, adjusting her prefect badge on her chest. "I must attend a meeting. This badge is rather insistently reminding me." As dusk settled, the sky became awash with deep purples, while the mountains and trees below raced past the window, evoking a sense of the supernatural. Before long, an empty voice echoed through the train. "In 5 minutes, the Hogwarts Express will arrive at the station. Please leave your luggage on board. We will transport it to your dormitories." Dumbledore set down his chocolate frog card, his face adorned with a smile. Was it truly remarkable magic that enabled one to achieve such feats with merely a wand? Soon, he composed himself, recalling less than favorable memories, and let out a soft sigh. Proper guidance was essential. Past events must not be allowed to repeat. Both Harry and Weasley required special arrangements. It seemed there was much to be done. A knock resounded at the door, and Professor McGonagall, clad in a dark green robe, entered. "Professor Dumbledore, is this year's sorting list ready?" "Of course, it is ready. You arrived just in time." Dumbledore rose, gesturing like a conductor, as a parchment scroll soared from the table to land in Professor McGonagall's hands. The sorting list was inscribed in elegant calligraphy, and it wasn't until McGonagall caught the scroll that the emerald ink fully dried. She glanced at the sorting list and noted, "Weasley, your surname is Lovegood? What was your original surname?" Unable to ascertain further, Dumbledore merely shrugged his shoulders. "I have investigated the Dark Wizard, but everything remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, I must resort to using the surname Lovegood, which had previously been withheld for the sake of his safety. It was not until today, after Weasley boarded the Hogwarts Express, that I permitted Xenophilius to finalize the arrangements." Professor McGonagall nodded. It was a necessary measure. She had not anticipated that word would leak, especially given the extreme nature of the Parkinson family. "That is now behind us." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "The aged Niven snake holds little value. Thus, utilizing a Niven snake egg as compensation serves as a minor reprimand." Professor McGonagall expressed her concerns, wondering if they might seek revenge. "No," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I have assured them that I will keep a constant watch over the child. As long as Voldemort has not returned, they will not dare to act recklessly." "That is reassuring," McGonagall said. "I must take my leave. The train is nearing its destination." She approached a cabinet, retrieved a tattered hat, and departed from the headmaster's office with the list of houses. Watching Professor McGonagall's retreating figure, Dumbledore waved once more, and his star-patterned purple robe magically donned itself upon him. A matching purple wizard hat also soared into the air and settled upon his head. Prepared for what lay ahead, he gently closed the door to the office. Chapter 24. The train arrives at its destination. How extraordinary. How is this accomplished? Weasley inquired, his curiosity piqued. Surely, it cannot be mere magic. How do they ascertain our accommodations? This question was rather intricate. Perhaps it involved some magical creature? Autumn tilted her head in contemplation, suggesting that it was likely house elves assisting with the luggage. A house elf? Weasley echoed, intrigued by this new term. Indeed, Autumn replied, stretching her limbs. They resemble fairies in height and appearance, but are far more amiable. Typically, they reside in ancient magical estates, diligently attending to household chores and unconditionally fulfilling the demands of their wizard masters. A competent house elf is difficult for wizards to detect, which is why I have never seen one in its entirety. As the train gradually slowed, a commotion erupted within the carriage, accompanied by anguished screams. Numerous students donned their robes and rushed toward the rear of the carriage. It appeared that Harry Potter was engaged in a scuffle. Harry Potter? The boy who lived? He has finally arrived at school. Let us go and see. It seemed the perpetrators were members of the Malfoy family, and he was indeed fighting with the Chosen One. Weasley stepped into the aisle, noticing that it was filled with students all pushing towards the back, creating a frenzy akin to that of a fan following. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally came to a halt at a bumpy little platform. The station was devoid of lights or torches, with a biting wind swirling about, causing many disembarking students to sneeze. We must bid farewell for now, Autumn waved to Weasley. You new students must adhere to tradition and enter Hogwarts from a different location. Weasley asked, adhere to tradition? Is it the sorting ceremony? Not quite. Autumn Zhang exhaled into his palm, vigorously rubbing his hands together, reminiscent of the arduous path the four founders traversed to discover the castle. The road was indeed quite rugged. First-year students. First-year students over here. A booming voice echoed, cautioning them to tread carefully. Hurry over to me. Turning around, Wiset spotted a massive lantern in the distance, held by none other than Hagrid. Hey, Wiset, finally found you. Hagrid exclaimed, waving his enormous hand. Come here quickly. Join me. With his towering stature of over 3 meters, Hagrid effortlessly navigated through the crowd and pulled Wiset to his side. It's wonderful to see you. Have you been harassed lately? I assume things have calmed down since the Prophet's been focusing on Harry now that he has enrolled. His fame in the wizarding world is quite significant. Let me introduce you to him. Harry, where are you? Hagrid's height gave him a distinct advantage, as he easily grasped Harry, who had striking emerald green eyes and tousled black hair, appearing somewhat frail. As he was brought forward, another familiar face emerged from the throng to join Wiset. Ron waved, saying, We've met before. At the Flu Network incident, do you remember me? Wiset nodded, recalling their previous encounter with pleasure. Of course. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Ron then turned to Harry, stating, This is Wiset, the one I mentioned on the train. Harry's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, it's you. Hagrid often spoke of you when he took me to Diagon Alley, mentioning how you helped him greatly. Wiset explained, It was a mere convenience. I was compelled to assist. Hagrid interjected, It was far more than that. You not only aided me, but also helped Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore? Wiset inquired, a look of confusion crossing his features. Oh, it's nothing. Hagrid clumsily redirected the conversation. We should be on our way. We still have quite a distance to cover. The road to Hogwarts was treacherous, with its uneven surface posing a risk of tripping without the lantern's illumination. Such accidents were frequent, requiring Hagrid to frequently pause and lift fallen children back onto their feet. Due to Hagrid's imposing figure, the children rarely cried. Only a glimmer of tears could be seen in their eyes. Ron remarked, I'm fortunate to have squeezed to the front. There are still many challenges ahead. What kind of challenges? Harry quickly inquired. Ron replied earnestly, Fred and the others said the sorting ceremony is quite terrifying. We might even have to battle giants. Giant? Harry looked up at Hagrid, questioning if there were creatures taller than him. Ron shook his head. I don't know. I just heard they're taller than Hagrid. Hermione's voice interjected, sounding somewhat abrupt. Real giants are at least 20 feet tall. The shorter ones face discrimination. Oh, Ron lamented, abruptly falling silent. Harry mirrored his reaction, both closing their mouths in unison. Just as Hermione was about to continue, Hagrid's thunderous voice rang out once more. Just hold on a bit longer. Once we turn this corner, Hogwarts will be in sight. Not long after, a vast expanse of black water unfolded before Wiset. Across the expansive lake rose a steep hillside, where a magnificent castle with soaring spires stood majestically. This fortress, steeped in Gothic architecture, gleamed with warm light emanating from its numerous windows, resembling twinkling stars against the night sky. Wiset exhaled deeply, though he had witnessed numerous grand edifices through television in his former life. It was only by being present that one could truly appreciate such splendor, especially under the gaze of magical eyes. The towering castle radiated a luminous glow, its silvery blue aura dazzling like the sun, rendering him unable to gaze directly upon it. This castle harbored immense, ancient magical power, akin to treasures sealed within a chest, beckoning him to explore. A flood of information surged into Wiset's mind, overwhelming him momentarily. He quickly activated the Guardian meditation technique, alleviating the dizzying sensation. At that moment, the wizard's combat guide in his mind abruptly opened, revealing a map that depicted Hogwarts. The map was shrouded in mist, with only the shapes of the castle and lake discernible. Only one path was clearly visible, the rugged trail leading from the station to the lake. It was evident that to dispel the mist on the map, he would need to explore the vicinity of Hogwarts. It seemed that his future life would be anything but dull. A smile spread across Wiset's face. Hagrid pointed to a series of small boats. Let's board in order. We shall cross the lake to the other side. Each boat can hold a maximum of 4 people. Wiset climbed into a boat alongside Hermione, Ron, and Harry. At Hagrid's command, the boat began to glide forward at a steady pace toward the opposite shore. Lethal, don't run away, came Neville's frantic cry as his pet toad made another escape, leaping into the water. Ron gazed at the splashing toad, murmuring, "At least Scabbers isn't so rebellious as to think of running away." With a flick of his wand, Wiset called out, "Toad Lethal, come here." Thanks to the Guardian meditation technique, his spellcasting was swifter this time. The moment Lethal touched the lake, he was magically yanked back, soaring out of the water in a spray of droplets. Amid the children's gasps of astonishment, Lethal traced an arc in the air before landing back into Neville's arms. Harry and Ron stared wide-eyed. What kind of magic is that? The summoning charm. Hermione interjected eagerly. Did I not mention it before? Remember when you wanted to turn Scabbers yellow? That spell was flawed. I'm serious, Ron replied, somewhat disinterested. Could we not bring that up? Harry intended to say something, but, noticing Ron's unusual demeanor, fell silent as well. Hermione followed suit, lowering her head with a lackluster expression. Wiset, however, thrived in the moment, maintaining the Guardian meditation technique, relishing this journey across the Black Lake with the purest of mindsets. A gentle breeze swept through, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. The moon in the night sky resembles a crescent blade, its silvery light cascading onto the surface of the lake, bestowing a radiant sheen upon the rippling waters, where the shimmering reflections evoke an exquisite oil painting. Numerous creatures dwell within the dark lake, some of which surface, gazing curiously at the observers. Unbeknownst to them, the small boat glides through a curtain of ivy, gently nudging the lake's shore. Hagrid, lantern in hand, leads the children through the inky tunnel, arriving at a dock-like area. Here, the marks of human excavation finally come into view. Following the pebble-strewn path upwards, they ascend a long flight of stone steps, entering a spacious courtyard, ultimately arriving at the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. During a brief respite, although the children are breathless, their spirits remain undampened as they chatter and laugh once more. Thud! Hagrid raises his fist, akin to a sandbag, and strikes the oak door with considerable force. The door creaks open, revealing Professor McGonagall standing at the threshold, her tall stature complemented by a stern expression, instantly silencing the children's merriment. Hagrid steps aside, announcing, "Professor McGonagall, I've brought the first-year students." "Thank you, Hagrid." She replies with a slight nod, surveying the group of children. "Follow me. The welcoming feast is about to commence." The interior hall is impressively spacious, dominated by an opulent marble staircase at its center. The group ascends the staircase and turns into a side corridor, entering a cozy room adorned with a fireplace. The flames within blaze brightly, dispelling the chill from the children. At the far end of the room, a door stands ajar, through which a cacophony of voices spills into the air. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announces, standing before the door. "Before you enter the Great Hall, you must partake in the sorting ceremony. The houses represent your homes at Hogwarts, where you will learn, reside, and share your leisure time in common rooms with your fellow housemates. Thus, this ceremony is of utmost importance, determining your house affiliation. After the ceremony, you will be sorted into Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house boasts a glorious history, having nurtured countless remarkable wizards. Your conduct and performance throughout your studies will influence the annual House Cup competition, the highest honor attainable within the school, regardless of which house you are assigned to. I hope you strive to bring glory to your house." Suddenly, she stands tall, emanating an unyielding aura of authority. "Please wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will commence in a few minutes. All faculty and students will attend your sorting ceremony. So I encourage you to use these moments to compose yourselves and present your finest selves." She turns to open the door, glancing back to add, "Once the stage is prepared, I will come to retrieve you. Please remain quiet and gather yourselves." Undoubtedly, Professor McGonagall's stern discourse, coupled with her grave demeanor, cast the children into an inexplicable state of anxiety. They exchanged glances, each reflecting shared trepidation, the jovial atmosphere dissipating entirely. "We might have to battle giants, or fire-breathing dragons." Ron spoke with an unusual certainty. I had previously doubted Fred and the others, but it now appeared that their words held truth. Wizard, are you not anxious? Harry exhaled onto his glasses, awkwardly wiping them, as the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Not at all. Wizard gently shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor, which served as a form of adjustment. Perhaps aided by the guardian meditation technique, he discerned a hint of amusement in Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Coupled with what Autumn Zhang had once said, he felt no apprehension regarding the impending sorting ceremony. Wizard's composed remarks seemed to possess a certain magic, calming the nerves of those who heard him. Seizing a brief moment of respite, Wizard wandered around the room, taking in every detail. A flash of insight struck him. He activated his magical eye, absorbing the ancient magical energies that permeated the room. These energies transformed into an inky silver-blue liquid, which was then stored in his notes. It was unsurprising that the ancient magical power of just one room was insufficient to turn a new page. However, the map within his notes illuminated with a small, bright area. The power contained in this room was minimal, not enough to foster the growth of the magical eye. Nonetheless, Wizard concluded that only by continuing to explore Hogwarts Castle could he acquire more ancient magical energies. Ghosts. There are ghosts on the wall. It's haunted. The shrieks drew the children's attention, and they collectively turned towards the wall. However, the ghost seemed more engrossed in a fervent discussion than in the children. The chaos reignited when a ghost resembling a monk floated down, prompting another uproar. You can call me the Fat Friar, the ghost jovially declared. I truly hope you all join Hufflepuff. I am from that house. With those words, the tension returned to the children's hearts. Professor McGonagall re-entered the room at just the right moment, calling out, "Form a single line and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." The great hall was suffused with an enchanting magical aura, its lofty ceiling appearing transparent, revealing a dazzling starry sky above. Beneath this celestial display floated thousands of candles, miraculously suspended without a drop of wax falling or a wisp of smoke rising, a wondrous product of magic. As a diligent scholar, Hermione's method of alleviating her anxiety was rather amusing. She recited passages about the ceiling in extensive detail. The ceiling is enchanted to reflect the outside sky and can even change the weather, she quoted from Hogwarts, a history. Professor McGonagall brought forth a four-legged stool and placed a tattered, patch-covered sorting hat atop it, which appeared rather conspicuous in its disheveled state. Wizard half-jokingly speculated. Could it be that we need a repair spell to restore this hat to its former glory? I haven't practiced that spell. Hermione's voice trembled as if she might cry. What am I to do? At that moment, the pointed hat unexpectedly split open, emitting a sound reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood. Setting aside the hat's jarring melody, Wiset discerned a wealth of intriguing information within the tune. For instance, the hat served as the arbiter of the sorting ceremony, granting the wearer the ability to be assigned to an appropriate house. It was clear that entering Gryffindor required bravery. Hufflepuff valued integrity and loyalty. Ravenclaw favored the intellectually astute, and Slytherin preferred those who would achieve their goals by any means necessary. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment scroll. When I call your name, please come forward and sit upon the stool to don the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott, a girl with 2 golden braids, rushed forward. Her face flushed as she adjusted the hat, pulling it down to shield her eyes. Wiset began to understand why the sorting hat was so tattered. It was likely not merely a testament to its storied history, but rather evidence of its frequent handling. Moments later, the hat split open once more, declaring, Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the long table on the right, accompanied by enthusiastic applause. The ghost who had previously engaged in conversation emerged from the table, waving his hands in congratulation. As Hannah removed the hat, she exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat dazed as she stumbled toward the applauding table. It was astonishingly simple. Ron seethed with frustration, casting a glance backward to see George making faces at him, clearly doing it on purpose. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The children were noticeably more relaxed now, many eager to see who would don the sorting hat next. However, the order of sorting was determined by the initial letter of their surnames, leaving them to fidget in anticipation. The time it took for the hat to announce a house varied. For some, it was almost instantaneous, while others endured a prolonged silence before the final verdict was declared. Hermione, for instance, sat on the stool for over 4 minutes before the hat reluctantly proclaimed, Gryffindor. A groan escaped Ron's lips. Neville too lingered on the stool for quite some time before the hat decisively announced, Gryffindor. Wiset Lovegood. Wiset approached the front with composure, placing the sorting hat atop his head. With the aid of the guardian meditation technique, he could sense the weight of many gazes upon him. At the left table, 2 girls, Autumn Zhang and Penelope, regarded him with interest. Beside him, Professor McGonagall leaned slightly forward, her anticipation palpable regarding the outcome of the sorting. Behind him, 2 distinct forms of attention lingered. One emanated a familiar warmth, likely from Dumbledore, while the other brimmed with malice, akin to that of a treasure-seeking brigand. This latter gaze vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared, leaving Wiset to wonder if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Is such a lengthy duration truly necessary? He pondered, a hint of confusion evident as over 4 minutes had elapsed without the Sorting Hat proclaiming his house affiliation. The grandeur of the hall was undeniable, a fact I was well aware of. Subtle sounds permeated the atmosphere, akin to a surround sound experience. Despite being a mere freshman, the attention from so many was indeed quite amusing. This voice suddenly bore a note of resignation, yet I must assert, one ought to contemplate their own affairs. You are exceptionally unique. I am uncertain where to place you. You are the Sorting Hat. Wiset raised an eyebrow, his lips moving ever so slightly. Ah, indeed. The voice of the Sorting Hat became more invigorated. I am unaware of your desired destination. I can only follow your thoughts and sense the myriad gazes within this hall. Realization struck Wiset. It was the consequence of the Guardian meditation technique. I am rather curious about your methodology, Sorting Hat. How do you determine the houses? Such a polite child, the Sorting Hat replied joyfully. Have you heard of legilimency? If not, it may be somewhat challenging for me to elucidate. As I am merely a hat. Wiset recalled a scene from Fantastic Beasts, which mentioned legilimency. Sorting Hat, does that mean you can discern my thoughts? Quite close. The Sorting Hat's tone held a note of surprise. To learn more, you may explore the library, for Hogwarts houses the most ancient magical knowledge. However, I must fulfill my duty. Since you are so exceptional, why not decide for yourself which house you wish to join? Without hesitation, Wiset declared, let me join Ravenclaw. Oh, a fondness for knowledge, I see. The Sorting Hat's voice was imbued with delight. Powerful wizards often possess a profound passion for exploration, reveling in the ocean of knowledge. The library welcomes you, dear child. Finally, the Sorting Hat split open and bellowed the house name, Ravenclaw. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances, gently shaking their heads in a semblance of resignation. The Ravenclaw table erupted into thunderous applause, this ovation resonating more fervently than that for any other newcomers. Wiset found a gap to sit, and despite maintaining a stoic facade, he felt the warmth of embarrassment creeping into his ears amidst the fervent applause. Autumn beamed with a radiant smile. Congratulations, you have become a Sorting Dilemma student. Wiset inquired, Sorting Dilemma student? Is that a good thing? Indeed. Autumn explained. This term is an ancient one, reserved for students whose sorting exceeds 5 minutes. You are aware of the Sorting Hat's swiftness. To cause it to deliberate over a house, one must possess a multitude of qualities and traits. Wiset nodded, feeling that being a Sorting Dilemma student was somewhat fortuitous. His adherence to the Guardian meditation technique had led the Sorting Hat to hesitate, ultimately allowing him the choice of house. Nearby, Penelope remarked, to my knowledge, there have only been 2 Sorting Dilemma students in this century, but alas, they both ended up in Gryffindor. Perhaps it is the possession of exceptionally unique qualities that allows one to become a Sorting Hat candidate. Take Professor McGonagall, for instance. She was once a Sorting Hat candidate herself, a member of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall serves as the deputy headmistress and is proficient in transfiguration, which you will come to understand in class. Another Sorting Hat candidate is Peter Pettigrew, regrettably also a Gryffindor. When the Dark Lord fell, he confronted Sirius Black, one of the Dark Lord's minions, ultimately paying the ultimate price with his life. In honor of his sacrifice, the Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him a first-class Order of Merlin. Gryffindor erupted into cheers, exclaiming, we have Potter. We also have Weasley. Autumn Jean jested, remarking that Sorting Hat candidates are indeed a rarity, pointing out that you belong to the Ravenclaw house as one. Reflecting on the House Cup mentioned by Professor McGonagall, Weasley mused, it seems the competition for the House Cup will be quite fierce. Indeed, Penelope agreed with a nod. It is the highest honor within the school, signifying recognition of the house. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Ron was finally welcomed into Gryffindor. Once Professor McGonagall had collected the stools and the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore approached the front, standing before an owl statue. The owl statue immediately spread its wings, transforming into a small podium. The new academic year commences tonight. Welcome back to Hogwarts, Dumbledore proclaimed. Seizing the opportunity before the feast began, he intended to share a few words. The statue served as a makeshift amplifier, magnifying Dumbledore's voice so that all could hear him distinctly. Weasley gazed at his empty plate, suddenly recalling the headmasters he had encountered in his previous life. Those headmasters would claim to speak a few simple words, yet would end up delivering lengthy discourses for at least an hour before relinquishing the microphone. Fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist. He could almost hear them say, now, everyone, enjoy the feast. Thank you all. Before Weasley could fully grasp the moment, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. Amid a thunderous applause, a variety of foods appeared upon the plates. Whether it was roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, potatoes, roast chicken, sausages, or chips, an abundance of culinary delights awaited. The mountain of sumptuous dishes emitted steam, instantly igniting his appetite. As Penelope scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes, she remarked, Dumbledore is indeed a most extraordinary headmaster. How I wish he were a Ravenclaw. Chapter 27. the Ravenclaw way. It must be said that the Hogwarts welcoming feast is truly exceptional. The meats are cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy, but also bursting with flavor. The judicious use of spices such as black pepper and rosemary accentuates the richness of the meat itself. Various gravies, tomato sauces, and dips similarly enhance the experience, adding a delightful touch when smeared upon sausages or potatoes. Weasley took another lamb chop, drenching it in gravy, as the atmosphere of the feast grew increasingly jubilant. Surrounding upperclassmen engaged in lively conversation, exchanging anecdotes ranging from current events to gossip about magical celebrities, from spellcasting tips to discussions about their professors. Though Wiset has yet to pursue a systematic study of magic, he has already gleaned much from his experiences. Professor McGonagall enjoys a commendable reputation, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility towards her work and students. As the head of Gryffindor, she is particularly stringent with her charges, never hesitating to deduct points when warranted. Professor Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin, presents a stark contrast, while McGonagall epitomizes self-discipline. Snape exhibits a leniency towards his own house that is not extended to others, often nitpicking for faults to penalize. This behavior is primarily directed at Gryffindor, resulting in their perennial position at the bottom of the standings. Professor Flitwick, the amiable head of Ravenclaw, oversees the charms class, which is characterized by a lively atmosphere that endears him to all Ravenclaw students. Professor Sprout, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, spends her days amidst various magical herbs and enjoys a favorable reputation among Ravenclaw students. Following the main course, desserts abound, including a delightful assortment of pies, muffins, puddings, jellies, and ice creams. However, the syrup on these treats tends to be overly rich, rendering them quite sweet. Wiset daintily sampled a small portion of ice cream, relishing its creamy flavor. The desserts uplift the spirits, prompting the upperclassmen to shift the conversation to their summer experiences and the recent break-in at Gringotts. Have you heard about the incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has featured it prominently in several editions, one student remarked. They robbed the underground vault. The highest security vault at that. I hardly believe any wizard would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing. Another concurred, suggesting, perhaps it was a ruse orchestrated by the goblins themselves, merely showcasing their so-called service ethos to wealthy pureblood families. It could very well be another goblin rebellion. During the summer, I visited the Eye of the Mine, where remnants of the goblin rebellions still linger, and their smelting techniques are indeed fascinating. As the desserts gradually vanished from the platters, it signaled the nearing conclusion of the welcome feast. Dumbledore rose once more, making his way to the podium before the owls. Now that everyone had satisfied their hunger, with a twinkle in his eye, he continued, "Allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell." Quirrell stood up, his head wrapped in a heavy purple turban, his attire reflecting an Indian flair. He awkwardly waved his arms and stammered softly, "Hello, everyone. I am Quirrell. I am very pleased to be responsible for the defense against the dark arts class." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore gestured for him to take his seat before proceeding to address some routine matters. "First-year students, please take heed. The Forbidden Forest on one side of the campus is off-limits to all students. It is perilous, and only those with absolute certainty may enter. For further details on school rules and point deductions, you may consult our caretaker, Mr. Filch, who has prepared pamphlets for your perusal. Furthermore, the selection of Quidditch players will take place next week. Please pay attention to the notice board in the common room for specific details." Dumbledore supplemented numerous details before clearing his throat, his jovial demeanor giving way to a more serious countenance. "There is one more matter, indeed the most crucial one. To avoid unforeseen misfortunes and a dreadful demise, one must not venture near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. I implore you to remember." A brief silence enveloped the great hall until Dumbledore once again broke into a smile. Cheerfully, he drew his wand and declared, "Before you return to your common room, let us sing the school song together." With a pop, a long golden ribbon unfurled from the tip of his wand, floating gracefully through the air like a serpent. Forming lines of text, Dumbledore wielded his wand like a conductor's baton, inviting everyone to follow along with the lyrics and prepare to sing. The voices of Gryffindor rang the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Slytherin were rather subdued, merely mouthing the words with few truly singing aloud. As the somewhat awkward segment of the school song concluded, the prefects led the students in an orderly fashion from the great hall towards their respective common rooms. Wiset ascended the marble staircase, and the portraits lining the walls whispered and pointed as they passed. A heavy rumbling sound emanated from ahead. It was the magical staircases, ever moving, sometimes elongating, sometimes contracting, occasionally arriving at a door, and at times pressing against the wall. Leading the group was Penelope, who proudly gestured towards the moving stairs, stating, "The designer of these enchanted staircases was Rowena Ravenclaw herself. As a school of magic, our stairs cannot be ordinary. They must possess the same freedom as wizards. Now, it is time to ascend. Let us go." She guided the students onto the moving staircase, continuing to elaborate on the history of Ravenclaw House. Ravenclaw House embodies the essence of freedom, much like the sky. Our common room is situated high above. The colors bronze and blue represent our house, symbolizing the free eagle and the vast sky. Our common room houses a library. While it may not rival the school library's collection, it is still quite substantial. At the very least, we have the freedom to explore these books at our leisure. The journey to Ravenclaw's common room was lengthy, requiring them to navigate the shifting staircases. Along the way, many first years began to feel drowsy, struggling to keep their eyes open. Wiset, however, was not among them. He observed everything with curiosity, enchanted by the moving portraits and the armor that appeared to engage in combat. Qiuzhang remarked with a smile, "It seems you are quite suited for Ravenclaw, for you do not appear the least bit dazed." Wiset nodded, finding the surroundings utterly fascinating. He could not get enough and hoped to sleep well that night. Qiuzhang reminded him, "There are classes tomorrow. It would be prudent to rise early to leave a good impression on the teachers." At last, they arrived at the tower housing the common room. Before them stood a grand bronze door, adorned with a magnificent statue of an eagle with its wings drawn in. The eagle statue was so lifelike that it seemed poised to unfurl its wings and take flight at any moment. Penelope approached the bronze doors, where the copper ring beneath the eagle statue quivered, releasing a melodious feminine voice. Oblivious to my surroundings, I pondered my fate of impending doom. Penelope turned her gaze towards Wiset and the others. Unlike other houses, Ravenclaw did not require a password. One could gain entry simply by answering a question correctly. Today's inquiry was not particularly challenging. Why not let the newcomers attempt to answer? Let us see who can decipher the riddle. She noticed several first years were at a loss, and gently reminded them, "Remember, the answer is not singular. As long as it is justifiable, it will suffice." Chapter 28, The Ravenclaw Common Room. Wiset recited the question. "Oblivious to my surroundings, I ponder my fate of impending doom. Is it air? Ever present, yet scarcely perceptible, without which life would cease to exist, truly a matter of life and death." The eagle statue seemed to come alive, stretching its broad wings. The bronze doors slowly creaked open, revealing a grand marble spiral staircase within. A flawless answer, with a perfectly reasonable explanation. Penelope applauded. "This is how we live. Welcome to Ravenclaw." Ascending the marble spiral staircase, one arrived at an extraordinarily luminous circular common room. The dome was adorned with a starry sky, harmonizing beautifully with the floating crystal chandeliers. The pristine white marble walls resembled freshly fallen snow, while the deep blue carpets and drapes evoked the essence of the ocean. And the antiquated bronze accents contributed to the room's solemn tranquility. Several desks, benches, and armchairs were arranged throughout the common room, and wall niches housed bookshelves brimming with thick tomes, enveloping the atmosphere in an intellectual salon. Arched windows adorned the walls, offering a striking view of the stars outside, twinkling like flickering flames against the night sky. Upperclassmen navigated the space with ease, some engrossed in books, while others gazed up at the crystalline beauty above, seemingly lost in thought. Many first years were eager to approach the windows to fully appreciate the resplendent night sky. Penelope clapped her hands to gather their attention. "Professor McGonagall should have informed you that this house is your home. You will reside here for the next 7 years. The most pressing matter now is to escort you to your dormitories. I noticed quite a few of you dozing off. After a long night, you must be quite fatigued." She led the girls to the far side of the common room, towards the girls' dormitory. On the opposite side stood a towering statue, its apex nearly touching the dome. The statue depicted a beautiful woman clad in flowing robes, adorned with an opulent crown, her long hair cascading almost to the ground, exuding an ethereal presence that was both enchanting and intimidating. The pedestal bore the inscription of the statue's identity, Rowena Ravenclaw, whose remarkable intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. As the first years began to succumb to slumber once more, Penelope finally returned to the common room, guiding them towards the boys' dormitory. She paused abruptly, pointing to a pair of double doors. "This is the washroom. If you wish to freshen up later, you may come here." Despite the lounge occupying only a single tower of the castle, it is surprisingly spacious, featuring at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. "This is your dormitory. I shall not intrude, but let me mention that the staircase to the girls' dormitory possesses a magical charm, should a member of the opposite sex venture in. The stairs transform into slippery slides." A freshman hastily inquired, "How come you can enter here then? Is it a privilege of the upperclassmen?" "Certainly not. Such privileges do not extend to this matter." Penelope shook her head, explaining that the most credible assertion is that the founders of the school deemed girls to be more reliable than boys. The dormitory space is equally vast, with each individual afforded a dedicated 4-poster brass bed, wardrobe, and a set of desk and chair. The 4-poster beds are adorned with deep blue drapes, embroidered with the image of an eagle in bronze thread. A thick blue carpet blankets the floor, yielding a soft sensation underfoot. The voice heard on the train did not deceive. the luggage has already been delivered to the dormitory. It seems as though the diligent spirit of a kind-hearted figure has tidied up here, not only arranging the suitcases, but also preparing the bedding and pillows. The air suffused with the scent of sun-warmed fabric. The other freshmen, utterly exhausted, did not even bother to greet one another, collapsing directly onto their beds to sleep. Hoot! The owl, Soul, began to call, its claws incessantly raking at the perch, as if anticipating something. Eager are we? Wiset smiled slightly and opened the birdcage. Soul eagerly soared to the suitcase, pecking at it with its sharp beak. Do not disturb them. Wiset quickly scooped up Soul and retrieved a large, thick cloth bag from the suitcase. Inside were the snacks he had procured from the vendor witch. Are you certain you can manage? He stroked Soul's crest. Or should I inquire about the location of the Ollery and find a companion to assist you? Hoot. Soul emitted a long hoot, adopting a posture of confidence. Very well. Wiset smiled faintly, seated himself at the desk, and unfurled a piece of parchment. He pondered for a long while, until the ink at the tip of his quill dried. Yet he could not bring himself to write. He had never truly composed a letter for anyone before and found himself at a loss for how to begin. Even with the assistance of the Guardian's meditative technique, his thoughts felt chaotic. Where should I start writing? From King's Cross Station? Or from the ferry across the lake to the castle? Hoot. Soul bowed slightly, pecking at Wiset's heart. You speak truly. It seems you have inherited Luna's wisdom. Wiset dipped his quill once more, and the tip bloomed with ink on the parchment. Snape, wearing a stern expression, knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. A boy who has survived great peril, a mute, and a young three-headed dog. This year's Hogwarts is quite lively. Albus Dumbledore. You would agree, wouldn't you? Dumbledore placed the sorting hat on the table, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is quite lively. Huh. Snape grunted coldly, his voice frigid. I never imagined that upon my return from break, Hogwarts would appear so secure. He deliberately elongated the word secure as he spoke. His brows arched high as I pondered a pressing question. How do you intend to safeguard Harry Potter? Is mere prevention of the prophecy's fulfillment sufficient for victory? A being capable of losing control at any moment, transforming into a wraith, and yet you would permit him admission, allowing him to attend school alongside Harry Potter? Severus, do remain composed. How about a cup of tea? Dumbledore settled back into his chair, conjuring a splendid tea set. My suggestion is that you might consider Counterpoint. It has recently become quite intriguing, delving into a wealth of knowledge regarding the wraith and how one ought to interact with such beings. To my knowledge, the latest installments have garnered favorable responses. Nevertheless, I am aware that Snape ultimately took a seat. The editor of Counterpoint is Xenophilius Lovegood, and that wraith bears the same surname. Indeed, Dumbledore brewed a pot of tea. Xenophilius would certainly do so, which evidently indicates his endorsement of Wiset. Additionally, I stumbled upon another curious matter. Snape cast a glance at the teacup and continued. Is it also concerning that wraith? Yes. This is what the sorting hat revealed to me. Dumbledore tapped the table. Could you elaborate further? That child is quite extraordinary. The sorting hat suddenly split open, and I felt as though I could discern his thoughts, yet they remained elusive. The sensation was remarkably peculiar. I find him quite amiable. Not that I suggest he is an antiquity. Rather, he pondered for a moment. I can view you through that child's perspective. This is simply delightful. I adore this feeling. I am quite fond of that child. Snape's expression furrowed, revealing a contemplative demeanor. You mean to say Chapter 29, the Dark Lord, the Revolutionary, the Rising Star, and the Prophecy. Snape lifted his teacup, taking a sip. Is this about the mind-closing spell? This is the sorting hat we are discussing. Dumbledore sweetened his tea with sugar, piece after piece. The mind-closing spell is crucial for Wiset. The ability to freely control emotions and manage extreme feelings makes the so-called wraith's rampage controllable. Before he could finish his thought, Snape outright declined. Do not involve me in this. I do not intend to seek your assistance. Dumbledore appeared to have anticipated this, chuckling softly as he shook his head. I have a more suitable candidate. Who is the intruder? Snape shifted the conversation sharply, his gaze sharpening. What lies within the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? Could it be that the Dark Lord has returned? It remains uncertain. Dumbledore sighed softly. Merely receiving some whispers, piecing together a hint, but evidence is still required. Evidence. Snape's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating. Could it be connected to the thief who intruded upon Gringotts? What treasures lie within the vault? An alchemical creation potent enough to entice Voldemort, worth the risk of such a commotion. It is the Philosopher's Stone. Only it could draw the Dark Lord's attention. Severus, you are exceedingly perceptive, making it challenging for me to continue our dialogue and share further information. That is your prerogative. Yet I must reiterate my previous assertion. Hogwarts is indeed secure. Dumbledore chuckled, responding to Snape's words. Such security is a collective endeavor, and your assistance is indispensable. His smile resembled that of a hunter who had captured a wild beast. Aside from you, I shall enlist the aid of other professors to fortify the safety of Hogwarts. Perhaps my arrival is ill-timed. Snape's expression darkened. From the moment he knocked, he sensed it was a misjudgment. You have arrived precisely at the right moment. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, and he earnestly stated, even if you did not seek me out, I would have come to visit. I sense there are ulterior motives in your words, Snape responded. His vigilance peaked. What else do you intend to do? Is the intruder identified? It cannot be definitively determined at this moment, but he will undoubtedly reveal himself, Dumbledore replied, gently shaking his head. Time is of the essence. The new academic year has commenced. Let us all strive together. In the dead of night, a portrait of a woman in the headmaster's office suddenly spoke. As anticipated, someone indeed ventured into that room. Dumbledore, still engrossed in his work, lifted his gaze. Madam Wilkins. Who was that individual? Wilkins replied, Quirrell. He did not simply open the door. Rather, he persistently tested it with magic. Truly the mark of a Ravenclaw. A rather astute approach, Dumbledore remarked, though his tone betrayed a profound disappointment. This is not characteristic of him. Matters are taking a turn for the worse. The identity of this candidate is now confirmed. He took up his quill and inscribed the final name on the list. The roster contained not only Quirrell, but also Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid, and others. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the dormitory. Just as Wiset opened his eyes, the sounds of snoring and murmurs swirling around him. He felt as though his mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by an influx of information that ultimately left him with no recollection. 1, 2, 3, yesterday. He had maintained the Guardian meditation technique for at least 5 hours. This was the longest he had ever sustained it. With the aid of the meditation technique, he had traversed a wondrous magical night, immersing himself in the occurrences around him. The Guardian meditation technique allowed for emotional restraint internally, keeping calm at its core, while externally enhancing perception and even accelerating spellcasting, providing a sense of balanced offense and defense. However, it was crucial to monitor the duration of its use. For now, he could not maintain heightened perception throughout the entire day. On his desk lay a piece of parchment, neatly inscribed with his schedule. He glanced at it and noted that both morning classes were potions, followed by a history of magic class in the afternoon. Wiset first strolled around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magical energies contained within, before making his way to the washroom. After freshening up, Wiset entered the common room, intending to review his textbooks, a habit cultivated from his previous life. It was not yet 7 o'clock, yet many were already gathered in the common room, engrossed in various readings. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Autumn Zhang sat in a corner of the common room, her voice soft. Are you adjusting well? Quite well, he replied. Weezer nodded slightly, eagerly anticipating today's potions and history of magic classes, both of which sounded quite intriguing. However, it seemed he was about to receive a dose of cold reality. Oh, I must dampen your spirits, Qiu Zhang teased. For these two subjects, you should brace yourself. Professor Snape may silently materialize behind you. Do not be startled. As for the history of magic class, if you observe anyone dozing off, it is entirely normal. Curiously, Weezer inquired, history of magic? Why is that the case? Qiu Zhang explained, Professor Binns is the oldest instructor here. He is a ghost, reputed to be the sole history of magic professor at this school. His speech is drawn out, and combined with the comfort of that classroom, even I occasionally succumb to slumber. Weezer chuckled dismissively, finding it rather magical. He lingered in the common room for a while, until his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to seek breakfast. As he stepped out of the lounge, not far along the corridor, an abrupt hiccup echoed in his ears, followed by a collision with a woman reeking of alcohol. She was as slender as a reed, sporting large, thick black-framed glasses that magnified her eyes tremendously. Adorned with numerous decorations, an array of beads and chains hung from her elongated neck, while her gaunt arms were embellished with various bracelets and rings, an archetypal image of a fortune-teller. However, that judgment stemmed from his previous life, for indeed, magic existed in this world. With the dawn barely breaking, Weezer was certain that the corridor was deserted, making the woman's sudden appearance all the more peculiar. He stood upright and said flatly, My apologies, madam. I did not notice your arrival. Hic. The woman emitted a drunken hiccup, and a nauseating stench of alcohol wafted through the air. No matter. This is the guidance of fate, she murmured, her voice weak and somewhat slurred. Yes. I already knew I would encounter someone this morning. I saw it in my crystal ball. Weezer felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of the purpose of this eccentric woman's presence at the school. If you are well, I shall take my leave, he remarked, intending to disregard her. However, the woman widened her eyes, her pupils darting about with great speed. Her mouth gaped wide open, as if she were having a fit. Instinctively, Weezer took a couple of steps back, but the woman swiftly closed the distance, her spider-like fingers gripping his arm. She emitted a shrill, grating sound, speaking of a hero clad in armor who overcame the revolutionary demon, who had now found a new star that reminded him of the past. He spoke of the legacy of armor and sword, the resurgence of the former demon, and the masquerading demon that must vanquish the old one. The new star would provide the disguised demon with a reason to break free from his shackles. Would the ancient demon bring forth old fears? Or would the disguised one usher in new calamities? The future remained uncertain, yet the rising of the new star would illuminate the path ahead. Chapter 30. Trelawney, the enthusiast of death omens. Footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. George, did you hear that sound? Why not just go check? It's probably someone from Ravenclaw studying ancient tomes. The sound of footsteps gradually drew nearer. Vizard looked up to see two familiar faces, Fred and George, the mischievous twins. Vizard? Fred teased with a playful smirk. It's only the first day, and you've already embraced the esteemed traditions of Ravenclaw by rising so early. It hardly seems voluntary. George feigned a thoughtful expression, suggesting, it must be Professor Trelawney's itch to conduct a most primitive divination. Understanding dawned upon Fred as he nodded knowingly. Perhaps she'll select a first-year student to gain prophetic insights through a blood sacrifice. Vizard felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The twins' capacity for nonsense was somewhat formidable. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking so early in the morning and spouting such nonsensical words? That's Professor Trelawney, responsible for the divination class. George explained. I believe she is the great-granddaughter of a renowned seer, though she seems more akin to a dark sorceress. Indeed, Fred concurred enthusiastically. She has an affinity for death omens and seems eager for them to manifest. Those are death omens. If she truly wishes for prophecies to come to fruition, it would necessitate the use of nefarious dark magic. Suddenly, Trelawney rolled her eyes dramatically and collapsed limply, her head striking the floor with a resounding thud. The twins shook their heads in unison, as if savoring a celestial melody, exclaiming, how delightful. Vizard had never encountered such an eccentric professor and had no idea how to handle the situation. Noticing the twins appeared quite familiar with her, he inquired, what should we do now? Fred crouched down slightly, nudging Trelawney, unconscious as ever. Professor Trelawney. As a diviner, her every action never fails to surprise me. He then turned to Vizard. What is your first class? Potions. Then allow us to assist. Fred declared, placing one of Trelawney's arms across his shoulder and lifting her gently. George instinctively moved to help, draping the other arm over his shoulder. Fred spoke leisurely. Your first lesson is with Professor Snape. Knowing the path to the hospital wing will surely enhance your chances of survival. Indeed, remember this survival route. George added with a serious tone. If Professor Snape suggests poisoning, be sure to head to the hospital wing at the first hint of danger. Poisoning. Vizard's eyelids fluttered. Was this part of the potions class? No. The twins shook their heads in unison. That's merely one of Professor Snape's sadistic whims. In a sense, he's quite formidable, George reflected. Many of our prank ideas stem from the poisons he has concocted. As long as he doesn't poison us. Fred shot a knowing glance at George. George, catching the cue, chimed in, poisons will only turn into galleons in our pockets. Vizard's curiosity was piqued. What connection could there be between pranks and poisons? You're quite astute. Fred praised. I see you are genuinely curious. Always seeking to dig deeper. That's the spirit of Ravenclaw. George agreed. You are not well versed in the magical world. I wager you've never encountered prank products. That was a sight unlike any you have ever encountered. The collision of potions and creativity, the fusion of magic and alchemy, has given birth to the magnificent category of prank props. They possess an unwavering conviction regarding these so-called prank items. Before their departure, Vizard unleashed the eye of magic, gazing intently at a tapestry not far away. This tapestry, imbued with enchantment, depicted figures that had come to life. A giant clad in a ballet costume wielded a wooden stick, relentlessly attacking a frail wizard who leaped about in a frantic manner. Indeed, the wall opposite the tapestry bore an air of mystery, as a dense concentration of ancient magical energy coalesced there, forming the outline of an arched doorway. Vizard pondered. Could it be that this professor emerged from within? The magical world is indeed wondrous. The school infirmary is situated on the second floor of the castle, and even before the door was pushed open, a potent aroma of herbs engulfed the air. Madame Pomfrey, the administrator of the infirmary, presided over a facility equipped with the finest tools and a comprehensive array of potions capable of addressing the majority of ailments and various magical injuries. A stern voice rang out, Trelawney, you are intoxicated again so early in the morning. Just as Vizard was about to knock, a tall, slender middle-aged woman emerged first, her demeanor reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. Her attire was distinctive, resembling that of a medieval nun, adorned with numerous pockets from which various tools and potions could be glimpsed. Thank you. The middle-aged woman's voice softened. It is quite unsightly to have a drunkard sprawled in the corridor so soon after the term begins. Fred approached Vizard, nudging him with his elbow. This is Madame Pomfrey. Vizard nodded, observing intently as Madame Pomfrey tended to Trelawney. As good as new, she proclaimed, waving her wand as a vibrant green light gathered at Trelawney's forehead, instantly dissipating the bruise caused by her fall. She then retrieved a vial from her pocket, skillfully prying open Trelawney's mouth and pouring the potion down her throat. Trelawney erupted into a violent cough, expelling a plume of amber smoke that carried a hint of alcohol. Gone. Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow and waved her wand once more, banishing the unpleasant amber mist. Professor Trelawney, I do hope you can exercise some restraint. It is truly unbecoming to be seen in such a state by the first-year students. First years. Trelawney reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, covering her face and vanishing swiftly around the corner of the corridor. Cool. Fred and George whistled, commenting that if Professor Trelawney were to forsake her role as a seer and instead pursue a career as a seeker, she would undoubtedly excel. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow, addressing the twins. And you too. Why would you administer a bewitching brain potion to the first years? While it bears no side effects, excessive consumption may lead to dependency. Who are you referring to? Us, George asked, bemused as he pointed to himself. Madame Pomfrey, you know us well. We can hardly afford such luxuries. Indeed, Fred concurred. We can barely scrape together enough for Rosemary, let alone the cost of a tree frog brain. Vizard interjected to clarify, Madame Pomfrey, I have not partaken of any potion. They merely assisted me in bringing Professor Trelawney here. Perhaps, she mused. Madame Pomfrey bent down, scrutinizing Wiset intently, perhaps pondering whether his mind was vacant. Prolonged use of the buffet stimulant could easily lead to such a state. Wiset, unwilling to reveal the guardian meditation technique, persisted in his earlier statement. I have not consumed the buffet stimulant. Perhaps I merely stayed up late last night? Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey chose not to probe further, retrieving a vial of lavender-hued elixir, advising that just a drop would suffice to alleviate his symptoms. Wiset inquired with curiosity, Madame Pomfrey, may I ask if this is lavender tincture? I encountered a similar description during my morning review. It appeared she recognized a clever Ravenclaw. Madame Pomfrey nodded, deftly conjuring a drop of lavender tincture with her wand. You have classes this morning. This will sufficiently ease your symptoms without inebriating you. Since you are a Ravenclaw student, find a crystal to empty your mind during lunch, and you will recover by the afternoon. With that, she departed the infirmary without a backward glance. Madame Pomfrey is truly remarkable, Wiset mused, feeling significantly better. Fred chuckled, indeed. It's a pity that Madame Pomfrey will leave the castle during the summer. Otherwise, we could remain at school year-round. That cannot be. Madame Pomfrey reappeared. This is not your private clinic. Exercise caution while studying magic. It would spare me some worry. At your service, Madame Pomfrey. Fred and George raised their right hands, saluting. We shall certainly heed your words. Chapter 31, Professor Snape's Aura. After collecting the available ancient magical powers, Wiset made his way to the Great Hall. This time, he infused power into the Eye of Magic. Although the Eye of Magic remained at a rudimentary stage, it gained a unique ability that rendered the magical circuit of magical materials clear and visible. Approaching the Ravenclaw table, an inexplicable malice emanated from the Slytherin table. I heard Miss Parkinson say he is a mute, an extremely dangerous individual. He appeared quite docile and aesthetically pleasing. Merely a fade. Find a healer to employ permanent transfiguration. You can transform into whatever you wish. I have no desire to be hospitalized at St. Mungo's. The risks of permanent transfiguration are far too great. If this dangerous individual goes mad during class, we would all be doomed. Why would Dumbledore allow him to enroll? It's absurdly perilous. I refuse to meet my end. Such a person belongs in Azkaban, where the Dementors can give him a kiss. I concur. Azkaban is indeed the rightful place for such dangerous individuals. The voices of the Slytherins rose in volume, seemingly intent on ensuring that all within the Great Hall were aware of his status as a mute, a perilous figure. Wiset dismissed their chatter with a smile, feeling no disturbance within. His previous life in an orphanage had exposed him to various forms of scrutiny and exclusion due to his unique identity. Even bullying was commonplace. Thus, he had mentally prepared himself before entering Hogwarts to face doubts and rumors with equanimity. However, he was surprised to find that only the Slytherin table seemed particularly concerned with this matter. The other three long tables displayed little reaction to this. Their conversation centered around Harry Potter, the boy who miraculously survived. A handsome boy with a prominent nose and flowing black hair settled beside Wiset, confirming that he was indeed having breakfast in the hall. Chris informed me that you had been captured by the older students of Gryffindor, and I was prepared to report this to Prefect Penelope. Michael, you simply think Prefect Penelope is attractive and wish to strike up a conversation with her, remarked Chris, who sported a head of brown hair and sat opposite them, smiling broadly. Good morning. A blond boy inquired. Why is your book so small? Is it a hardcover edition? Good morning, Anthony. Wiset replied. This isn't a hardcover. I've merely transcribed the contents of the textbooks, and Luna helped me with illustrations and the cover. Good morning, Wiset. Another brown-haired boy appeared, furrowing his brow. Luna? Is she a girl? Good morning, Terry. Wiset nodded. Yes, she is my sister. The four speakers, Chris Morn, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot, were all Wiset's roommates. Such a thoughtful sister. My sister only knows how to whine all day, Terry remarked with a hint of discontent. Will your sister enroll in school in the future? Chris inquired, leaning closer. Certainly. Wiset pondered. We shall meet next year. Chris spoke with envy. A sister who helps her brother with his drawings. What a perfect life. His life may be perfect, but what about us? Michael sighed. Our first class is potions. Indeed. The reputation of Snape was not favorable. The group of first years, encountering potions for the first time, was already engulfed in a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, they gathered their textbooks and made their way to the potions classroom. The potions classroom was uniquely designed, spacious like a medieval monastery, yet dimly lit, relying solely on a few flickering torches for illumination. Before they even entered, a chill enveloped them. The classroom was located in the basement, lined with towering shelves brimming with glass jars. Under the dim light, the contents of these jars, emanating peculiar odors, were obscured from view. Terry approached the jars, only to recoil in shock. Yikes. Are these animal specimens? Why do they all look so bizarre? They must be specimens of magical creatures, Wiset speculated, leaning in to examine them closely. Some translucent furred creatures appeared to be nifflers, while a snake with a bird-like head resembled a basilisk. Luna adored the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which was also the first textbook he had thoroughly read. Coupled with the well-preserved specimens, he was able to easily identify the respective species. What seemed obvious to him opened the eyes of his roommates. Terry exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder you are the Sorting Hat's chosen one. You seem to know so much. Wiset replied, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is quite fascinating, which is why I read it multiple times. Is that all? Chris interjected. I recall you mentioned you had transcribed the textbooks? Michael scratched his head. Did you? I had no idea. Chris jested. Your mind is solely occupied with the lovely Penelope. It would indeed be strange if you noticed anything else. The long table in the classroom bore the scars of time, marred by burns and signs of corrosion. The Ravenclaw students arrived early, yet, deterred by Snape's infamous reputation, none dared to sit near the podium. Terry inquired, Wiset, wouldn't you prefer to sit further back? Wiset shook his head, explaining that the lighting was poor in the back, and it was wiser to sit closer for clarity. Impressive, Anthony remarked genuinely. To possess such understanding right at the start of the term is no small feat. Indeed, Michael concurred. To boldly face Professor Snape requires not only remarkable intellect, but also extraordinary courage. Wiset found their exaggeration amusing, insisting it was merely for convenience and learning. Besides, you haven't even interacted with Professor Snape. Why are you all so afraid of him? This potions class was to be shared with Hufflepuff, and the classroom gradually filled. Regardless of how many arrived, they all opted for seats at the back, attempting to distance themselves from the podium. Even 5 minutes before class began, the seat next to Wiset remained unoccupied. Just as the bell was about to ring, a girl with 2 golden braids hurried in. With the seats near the podium taken, she reluctantly settled beside Wiset. It was Hannah Abbott, the very girl who had been sorted first. She wiped the sweat from her brow, hastily arranged her textbooks, and exhaled in relief. Snape entered as the bell rang, his black robes billowing like a great bat. Standing imposingly at the podium, he glanced at the flushed Hannah. Hufflepuffs. It seems you only scramble for time in the Great Hall, am I correct? Hannah did not respond, merely burying her face in her chest. Congratulations, Hufflepuff. For securing the lead, Snape stated coldly, 1 point deducted. Hannah's face flushed crimson, her body trembling as if she might weep at any moment. The other students fell silent, the atmosphere in the classroom seemingly frozen. Let us begin the roll call. Snape's tone was terse and frigid. Hannah Abbott. Here. The roll call proceeded swiftly, each student maintaining vigilance, responding promptly as their names were called. Very well. Today there is but one fool, Snape declared after confirming attendance, his tone softening slightly. As novices, if you lack a sense of urgency, my advice is to leave here as swiftly as possible, for the harm you may cause could be detrimental to yourselves and others alike. Potions is a precise and rigorous discipline. Both destruction and rebirth reside within the bubbling cauldron. I do not truly expect you to grasp the allure of potions or comprehend what they can offer you. Merely follow my instructions and faithfully replicate each step. Wealth, prestige, and honor will be within your grasp. The student's fear of Snape is indeed justified. He resembled a king, with the potions classroom serving as his palace, a domain where he wielded absolute control, even over the behaviors of his students. With a dismissive remark, he refrained from commencing the formal lesson and instead cast a sidelong glance at Weasley's direction. Mr. Lovegood, do you not possess a textbook? Why have you brought a children's picture book to class? This is not an art lesson. Michael Corner is quite an intriguing character in the Harry Potter series. He once dated Ginny and became her boyfriend, but she eventually ended their relationship. Subsequently, within the same academic year, he began courting Cho Chang, a clear testament to his superficial tendencies, and he adjusted his affections with remarkable swiftness. These details are chronicled in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Specifically in Chapter 32, the use of the Eye of Power, for those who wish to verify. Weasley stood up and calmly explained, Professor Snape, my scholarship only amounts to 30 galleons. If I were to purchase a new textbook, there would be insufficient funds remaining for the supplies listed. This was a poignant statement, reminiscent of a Clitch D motivational tale. Snape's expression remained impassive, his voice elongated as he responded. Given that you have managed to create your own textbook, you must be quite familiar with its contents. What ingredients are required for the treatment potion for boils? What symptoms does it primarily address? Upon hearing this, the other students hastily flipped through their books. Before they could locate the page detailing the potion for boils, Weasley had already begun to respond. He articulated clearly. Half a cauldron of water for finely ground snake fangs, 3 horned slugs that need to be steamed, 2 portions of dried nettles, and 1 porcupine quill. The potion for boils primarily addresses common pustules, measles, and boils, and it can also effectively alleviate certain symptoms of lymphatic tuberculosis, provided there is no magical injury involved. It is a veritable remedy. If the boiling is executed correctly before adding the porcupine quill, the cauldron will emit pink smoke. The purer the pink smoke, the more adept the potion master. Snape curled his lip, his icy gaze sweeping across the classroom. Why are you not preparing your materials? Do you expect me to serve you? Apart from Weasley, the others shivered in unison, hastily extracting their ingredients and measuring the appropriate quantities. Snape busied himself by jotting down key points on the blackboard. Grind the snake fangs as finely as possible, frequently uncover the pot to observe the steaming horned slugs. Aiming for a transparent skin with a black hue underneath, boil until bubbling, and stir clockwise 5 times before removing from heat to add the porcupine quill. Although the method for concocting the potion for boils is not particularly complex, the preparation of the materials demands considerable time, with a focus on meticulousness. Even without accounting for the preparation time, they would need to simmer the potion for at least half an hour to complete it. Within this constrained time frame, they also had to record the duration of each step while enduring Snape's relentless inspections. Snape moved with an air of authority, his robes billowing like a specter as he drifted through the classroom, causing a chill to run down the spine of nearly every student. Faced with the slimy horned slugs, Hannah trembled, clutching her tweezers yet hesitating to act. Weasley, noticing her distress, pushed the snake fangs toward her. Why don't you handle this? There is no need to rush. Time is ample. Hannah nodded with a look of gratitude, her expression focused as she ground the snake fangs. Wiset delicately picked up 6 slugs with tweezers and placed them into the boiling apparatus. Under the influence of high temperatures, the slugs' mucus solidified, and their bodies began to contract. Utilizing the eye of magic, he observed the slugs within the apparatus transforming. The loose magical circuits of the slugs were converging, and a well-defined symbol was about to take shape. Is this the purpose of boiling the slugs? Wiset pondered, choosing not to lift the lid, but instead monitoring the symbol's evolution through the eye of magic. Why not open the lid? Severus Snape's shadowy voice emerged from behind him. Or do you intend to follow the book's instructions and boil the slugs for a full 10 minutes? Hannah's hands trembled slightly, almost shattering the mortar. The surrounding students reacted with heightened tension, holding their breath and daring not to engage in conversation. Certainly not, Professor Snape. Wiset replied without looking up, his attention devoted to the changes in the slug's magical circuits. Frequent lid openings would compromise the quality of the final product. Quite right. Snape pressed his lips together, lingering behind Wiset while occasionally glancing at the timer. At 7 minutes precisely, Wiset retrieved 2 of the slugs with his tweezers, swiftly covered the lid, and noted the time. Snape's eyes narrowed as the 2 slugs displayed a semi-transparent appearance, their translucent skin revealing profound darkness beneath. His jaw twitched slightly, arms crossed, remaining silent. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Wiset opened the lid again and extracted the remaining slugs, recording the time once more. All 6 horned slugs emerged uniform in shape and size, a perfect specimen. Well done. Snape cast a deep gaze at Wiset before wandering around the classroom. The atmosphere in the potions classroom remained stifling, yet Wiset found himself unaffected by the oppressive ambience. Rather, he reveled in the tranquility. Each ingredient, be it slugs, snake fangs, dried nettle, or porcupine quills, possessed its own magical symbol. With the aid of the eye of magic, Wiset meticulously added each material into the cauldron, observing as the symbols shattered, reshaped, and transformed into intricate and exquisite patterns. He took pleasure in this process, feeling akin to an artisan crafting whimsical illustrations from various ingredients. As Snape had initially stated, both destruction and rebirth resided within the bubbling cauldron. The mixture within transformed into a profound green, then shifted to a murky blue, beginning to froth with large bubbles. Wiset glanced sideways at Hannah, who had already begun bubbling. It was time for her to stir clockwise 5 times. All right. Hannah nodded vigorously, taking a spoon and cautiously stirring the cauldron. Upon completion of the stirring, the large bubbles morphed into fisheye bubbles, the murky blue gradually clarifying, with impurities coalescing towards the center. The potion within the cauldron transitioned to a clear light blue, and in that moment, the impurities suddenly rose, forming pure pink smoke at the cauldron's mouth. How beautiful! Hannah's face flushed with excitement as she eagerly grasped the porcupine quills, ready to cast them into the cauldron. Wiset promptly reminded her, Hannah, you must add the quills away from the flames. I almost forgot. Hannah replied gratefully, swiftly picking up a cloth to lift the cauldron and adding the quills within. The quills gradually dissolved in the residual warmth, transforming into sparkling flecks that adorned the potion. Snape approached once more, scooping some of the boil cure potion with a spoon to inspect it. Is this your first attempt at potion making? Have you never studied before? Wiset retorted, I helped Mr. Lovegood brew a Gertie-root tea. Does that count? Gertie-root tea? Snape's hand trembled slightly as he regarded Wiset with utmost seriousness. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by those absurd theories. Can you manage that? Wiset, somewhat perplexed, replied, Are you referring to Mr. Lovegood? I believe he and Luna had some reasonable discussions. You do possess a modicum of talent. Snape's tone was dry as he refrained from further comment. He shifted his focus. Continuing, now that you have completed the potion, why not observe your fellow classmates? Is it to make yourself feel superior? Wiset maintained his composure in response. Very well. Professor Snape. Hannah followed closely behind him, and the two meandered through the classroom like Snape himself. If Snape instilled fear among the students, then Wiset brought forth a glimmer of hope. Utilizing his magical eye, Wiset assisted in refining the potion-making process by observing the integrity of the material symbols. Before long, the students whom Wiset had aided successfully completed their potions. To the onlookers, the once boiling cauldron now appeared more visually pleasing. Even the rising pink smoke resembled celebratory fireworks in its festivity. Chapter 33, The Allure of Magical History. As the bell rang, signifying the end of class, everyone exhaled in relief and gravitated toward Wiset, eager to converse. Are you planning to stay behind to tidy up the classroom? A cold voice interjected. Snape's eyelids lowered as he spoke slowly. The students, like startled birds, hastily gathered their books and jostled out of the classroom. Snape suddenly announced, Wiset, you shall remain to clean. Michael and the others wore expressions of resigned acceptance, waving as they exited. Hannah timidly interjected, her face flushed. May I stay as well? Huh. Snape scoffed, offering no direct response. Wiset waved his hand, stating, There isn't much to clean. I can manage it alone. If it weren't for you, I would never have completed the potion, Hannah explained briefly, rolling up her sleeves to begin wiping the tables. Thank you. Wiset murmured in gratitude, picking up a broom and dustpan from the corner to sweep up the snake fangs and dry nettle bits scattered on the floor. The sound of stone grinding against snake fangs echoed through the classroom as Snape busily prepared materials for brewing the boil cure potion. The cleaning was completed swiftly, and Wiset stood before the podium, attentively observing Snape's potion-making process. Snape's movements were precise, devoid of any superfluous actions. Within 10 crushes, the snake fangs were reduced to an exquisitely fine powder. When handling the slug, he refrained from using tweezers, instead opting to grasp it with his fingers before placing it into the cauldron. The entire process of concocting the potion flowed seamlessly, as Snape, with audacious skill, employed a fierce flame to abbreviate the brewing time. In just 10 minutes, an exquisitely pure pink mist blossomed like flowers, signaling the successful completion of the potion. Snape lifted his gaze towards Wiset, coldly inquiring, What did you observe? After a moment's contemplation, Wiset replied aloud, A profound familiarity with potion ingredients. Whether you were handling snake fangs or dried nettles, your precision was impeccable. The same applies to the treatment of the slug. Your tactile assessment of its quality allowed you to avoid lifting the lid, ensuring the finest specimen was utilized. Prior to adding the porcupine quills, you meticulously scraped away any impurities, rendering the potion flawless. This was the most enlightening aspect for me. Indeed, it seems you are not without intelligence, Snape remarked quietly, his tone devoid of emotion. Talent can elevate one's potential, yet potion making is no simple endeavor. Experience and talent are equally paramount. The ability to assess the quality of ingredients through experience will allow you to traverse further along your potion-making journey. 5 points to Ravenclaw. You may return now. Hannah displayed an expression of disbelief, even covering her mouth in astonishment. Thank you, Professor Snape. We shall take our leave now. Wiset glanced at Snape, perceiving a fleeting glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, though it vanished so swiftly that he questioned whether he had truly seen it. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, Hannah, still somewhat dazed, exclaimed, I never realized Professor Snape was so talkative, and he awarded you 5 points. 5 points. Is that not unusual? Wiset inquired. I recall Autumn mentioning that every professor has the authority to award or deduct points. Professor Snape is different, Hannah replied, casting a glance back before lowering her voice to explain. He only awards points to Slytherin and deducts from the other 3 houses. Ah, is that so? Wiset smiled slightly. It seems I am quite fortunate. After a morning of potion class, Wiset garnered considerable goodwill among the first-year Hufflepuffs. As he passed the Hufflepuff table, the newcomers greeted him with smiles. Madame Pomfrey's advice had indeed proven beneficial. After a midday meditation, he arrived in the History of Magic classroom with renewed vigor. This classroom, situated on the 2nd floor of the castle, was meticulously arranged, boasting excellent ventilation and ample natural light. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight streamed into the room, nurturing a serene and cozy atmosphere. As Hogwarts' old ghostly professor, Professor Binns entered the classroom in a particularly unique manner. As the bell rang, he drifted through the wall and floated to the front of the class. "Time's up. Let us commence," he declared, neglecting to take attendance. And without glancing at the students before him, he began his lecture in a monotonous voice devoid of inflection. There existed a period of stable prosperity between wizards and muggles, during which wizards resided in muggle villages, exchanging potions and healing magic for essential goods. The demon Emmerich rose in southern England, where he instituted a reign of terror. The emergence of this dark sorcerer ignited the Muggle witch-hunting campaign. The relationship between wizards and muggles deteriorated, leading wizards to withdraw from muggle villages. Although muggles were powerless against adult wizards, they could target young wizard children. The bright and warm sunlight, coupled with the drawling tones of the professor's voice, was utterly conducive to napping. Around Wiset, those roommates who intended to take meticulous notes could not withstand Professor Binns' voice and began to doze off, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Unbeknownst to them, the entire classroom was left with only two sounds: Professor Binns' lecture and the soft rustling of Wiset's note-taking. The tome, History of Magic, was exceedingly thick, and even after copying the entire book, Wiset found it challenging to fully absorb all its contents. During his lecture, Professor Binns did not merely recite the text, but provided a concise summary of its contents, greatly benefiting Wiset. Unfortunately, these insights were hidden within his drawn-out speech, requiring the patience of a gold miner to uncover the shining pearls of wisdom within. As Professor Binns continued his lecture, some wizards, driven to extremities by the murder of their children, resorted to the brutal slaughter of muggles as a means of retaliation. The emergence of these dark wizards intensified muggle fears, leading to an escalation of witch-hunting activities, which resulted in the tragic deaths of even more wizard children. Wizards developed specific methods to counter muggles, such as the muggle-repelling charm and muggle-proof doorknobs. The advent of these techniques further diminished communication between wizards and muggles. The adage, "history as a mirror, reveals the rise and fall," became evident to Wiset through Professor Binns' teachings, as he gradually understood why wizards chose to isolate themselves, thus forming a magical world. Wizards, inherently capable of wielding magic, possess a fundamentally different mindset than muggles. For wizards, when faced with difficulties in life, the instinct is to resolve issues with magic, which explains the emergence of muggle-repelling charms and muggle-proof doorknobs. Yet, this leads to a common goal: muggles invent various tools for production, while wizards create an array of spells to address their troubles. Reflecting on this notion, Wiset found himself increasingly captivated by the allure of magical history. As the class bell rang, his roommates stirred awake, collectively wiping the traces of drool from their lips. Terry rubbed his eyes and, in a drowsy voice, asked, "Wiset, why do you look so alert?" "I was taking notes," Wiset replied, his enthusiasm palpable. "The history of magic class is simply fascinating." Michael opened his mouth, patted his face, and remarked, "Perhaps this is what it means to be a true Ravenclaw, studying so diligently even in history of magic." Wiset smiled noncommittally, turning his gaze to the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt that writing letters was not so daunting after all. There were countless interesting tales to share. Chapter 34, Luna and the Letter. Devonshire, Ottery St. Catchpole, the Lovegood residence. On a bright morning, the powder blue curtains swayed gently in the breeze. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon the bedroom floor. A girl, reminiscent of a kitten, let out soft murmurs as she slowly opened her eyes. She languidly settled at the edge of her bed, her pale golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes, stretching her back lazily, gazing at the azure sky outside. What a splendid day. Descending the staircase, her gaze fell upon the tightly shut door not far away, and the smile at the corners of her lips gradually faded. That door had remained closed since yesterday. Yesterday marked the commencement of the Hogwarts school year. Next year, I too shall enroll, she murmured softly, as if imparting a significant truth to herself. Xenophilius was already in the dining room, his hair in disarray, cradling a writing board, a charcoal pencil tucked behind his ear, pondering the next issue of the Quibbler. "Luna, today is perfect for drawing," he declared, bringing forth the prepared breakfast. Luna took her seat at the dining table, grasping the knife and fork in her hands. Indeed, the sky resembled a blue canvas. The dining room was enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the scratch of the charcoal pencil and the occasional clink of cutlery against the plate. Xenophilius set aside the writing board. "Luna, do you feel all right? Is the breakfast unpalatable?" "I am well, father." Faced with such concern, Luna gently shook her head. She did not wish for her father to worry about her, and whimsically shifted the topic. "Is the latest issue of the magazine ready?" "I can hardly contain my excitement. The previous editions received a warm reception. That lad, Wiset, has quite the imagination." Xenophilius perked up, noting the increase in submissions recently. They are quite interested in the local specialties. Some even sent me samples. I added a bit to the bread for breakfast. That contributor mentioned that the bees collect laurel honey, and those who partake in it are blessed with good fortune. What do you think of the taste? Was it Wiset's idea? Luna pondered aloud. She speared a piece of bread and placed it in her mouth, a faint smile gracing her lips. I find the flavor delightful. Luna's life continued in its usual rhythm, akin to a diligent bee tending to the entire garden. The owl, Diana, flitted about her side, joyfully singing. Collecting dew, loosening the soil, watering the flowers, and feeding the creatures. She still derived joy from these tasks, albeit a peculiar joy, as though something vital was missing. The mistletoe and the balloon vine are thriving. I haven't spotted any rack hooks, Luna remarked while picking the balloon vine. Wiset, do you know about the rack hook? Father told me it resembles a maggot, possessing 3,000 teeth in its youth, and even more as it matures. It has 3 eyes and a scythe-like hook on its tail, hence the name rack hook. Isn't that fascinating, Wiset? Wiset? The gentle response she anticipated was absent. All that met her ears was the whispering wind around her. She now felt that something had been locked away with that closed door. Yes, he has gone to Hogwarts. Luna rose and walked toward the distant stream. She sat by the bank, contemplating as she watched the gentle flow of water. Though merely a day had passed, a hollow sensation enveloped her. The horseflies have become more numerous, she murmured to the balloon vine. This feeling was strikingly familiar. She had experienced it before. Time has the capacity to smooth over all wounds, and given just a few more days, she would adapt to a life diminished by the absence of one. Such upheaval was merely commonplace for her. The sky remained bright, and the stream continued to flow crystal clear. Yet, despite the world around her appearing unchanged, she felt herself drifting away from everything familiar. Luna sat by the stream for an extended period, gazing at the water's surface, until a familiar hoot from an owl broke the silence, prompting her to lift her head swiftly. Hoot, hoot. The owl clutched a large cloth bag, resembling a propeller-driven aircraft with damaged wings, poised to plunge into the stream. Luna quickly extended her hand, precariously catching Soul to prevent it from becoming a drenched creature. Soul, I've got you. Hoot, hoot. Soul struggled, nuzzling against Luna's sleeve, its eyes gently closing. Having traveled from Hogwarts laden with so many items, it seemed utterly exhausted. Luna spoke tenderly, stroking Soul's drooping feathers. Upon returning home, Xenophilius had just removed his apron, revealing a pot of steaming stew on the table. I was just about to look for you. Why are you back so late from your adventures today? Luna carefully placed the cloth bag on the table, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, I encountered Soul. That rascal remembered to send a letter back? Xenophilius raised an eyebrow, taking the owl from Luna's hands. Let us see what this little one has written. I'll fetch some restorative potion for Soul. It looks utterly worn out. As she opened the cloth bag, the first contents revealed 2 large boxes of treats. The heavy weight instantly clarified for Luna why Soul appeared so fatigued. Beneath these, there lay a letter. The thick parchment envelope inscribed with the words, to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. The distance between and Mr. Lovegood seemed to have been added later. Luna placed her hand over her heart, sensing her pulse quickening. Exhaling softly, she began to unfurl the letter. Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood, Soul has brought me a bag of chocolate frogs. They are delightful treats, and I wish to share them with you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is wonderful and magical. I have encountered an abundance of fascinating things that defy description. I suppose it doesn't matter, as you will be coming to Hogwarts next year. And we can explore together then. How are the mistletoe and the airship tree at home? I remember the airship tree is nearing maturity. Last time we fertilized together. You mentioned the Snargaluff. What sort of creature is that? I am still quite curious, as you left me in suspense last time. I hope you will share more with me now. There are many more wonders at Hogwarts, and I hope that when I write to you again, you won't find me tedious. Also, please give my regards to Mr. Lovegood. I hope all is well with you both. Wiset Lovegood. The letter was unremarkable in its simplicity, yet it was precisely this ordinariness that made Luna feel intimately connected to Wiset. In her heart, Wiset was not a radiant figure like the blazing sun, but rather a gentle presence, akin to the whisper of the wind, quietly accompanying her through life. She could express her thoughts without reservation, while Vizard effortlessly embraced everything. Luna unwrapped a box of chocolate frogs, the rich, velvety chocolate melting on her tongue, the sweetness enveloping her heart. And, what else? The voice of Xenophilius echoed, as the owl, Sol, perched on his shoulder regained some energy, ready to doze off. Luna, are you going to write back to this lad? Make sure he pays attention next time. When addressing me, he should refrain from prefacing with an or also. All right, Dad, Luna replied, tucking the letter away before retrieving a set of art supplies from the cupboard. Xenophilius inquired curiously, what are you planning to do? Lunch is already prepared. I know, Dad. Luna exclaimed as she dashed upstairs. Did you not say this morning that today is perfect for painting? Chapter 35, Transfiguration Class. To be favored by Hufflepuff is a truly delightful experience. During breakfast, Vizard consistently received various flavors of jam from his Hufflepuff classmates. according to Hannah and the others. These jams were exclusive to the teachers, available only to Hufflepuff. Vizard had to admit that these special jams indeed offered a unique taste. Through the magical eye, he could discern the magical symbols embedded within, the very essence of their flavors. At noon, a sleek feathered owl glided into the great hall. It circled overhead before landing on Vizard's shoulder. Vizard gently stroked Saul's crowned feathers. You've worked hard. It must be tiring to fly back and forth. Saul nuzzled his cheek before taking off again, likely heading back to the Ollery for a well-deserved nap. Just as Vizard removed the letter from the envelope, his roommates turned their heads, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Chris leaned in to examine the envelope decorated with mistletoe, asking, "Who sent this letter? It looks so fancy." It must be Vizard's sister. Michael, like a keen hound, quickly guessed the correct answer. It's from her. Vizard opened the envelope, revealing not only a letter but also a small vial and a pendant shaped like a dirigible plum. What is this? His roommate's curiosity intensified. A pendant made of mini carrots? I've never seen such an unusual gift. Terry asked, "What's inside the vial? Are those seeds?" Dirigible plum seeds, Vizard confirmed, lifting the pendant for introduction. This is a dirigible plum pendant, which enhances one's ability to accept the unusual. Anthony frowned. Dirigible plum? Enhance the acceptance of the unusual? Will it keep me awake during Professor Bin's class? His lessons possess a peculiar magic. Vizard smiled. If you attune yourself to his tone, you will surely gain something. As for the dirigible plum's special effects, Luna mentioned they vary from person to person. At least for me, the effect is remarkable. Terry seemed eager. Will you plant these seeds? Then we can try it out too. Michael teased. Perhaps you still need a crafty sister to help you make the pendant. Vizard paid no heed to the banter of his roommates. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Luna's reply. Her response was simple, flowing like a gentle stream as she recounted the events of her day. She had harvested airship berries in the garden, savored the sweetness of chocolate frogs, and painted a picture in her bedroom. She also mentioned Xenophilius' praise for her, along with the airship berry pendant, hoping it would inspire him. Vizard hung the pendant around his neck, gazing at the rosy airship berries, as his mind seemed to traverse the Scottish Highlands, returning to the garden filled with wondrous magical flora. In the afternoon, there was a transfiguration class, which Ravenclaw would share with Gryffindor. As Vizard entered the classroom, he noticed several Gryffindor students gathered by the podium. Seizing the moment before Professor McGonagall arrived, they exerted their utmost efforts to tease the tabby cat perched on the desk. They laughed and frolicked, yet the tabby cat remained utterly unmoved. Vizard furrowed his brow. The cat evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, as if he had encountered it before. Soon, he recalled the time he faced a Niffler, when a cat strikingly similar had appeared, a cat that was, in fact, Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. In the midst of Gryffindor's exuberant atmosphere, his roommates were eager to join in the merriment, but Vizard quickly called them back. Anthony, seated at his desk, remained transfixed by the tabby cat. Don't you like cats? The patterns on that one are lovely, especially the black spots around its eyes, resembling a frame. Vizard explained, this is not merely a cat. It is. Before he could finish, the sharp sound of the class bell rang out. The tabby cat, which had been crouched on the podium, suddenly sprang into action, leaping forward and transforming into a human form. Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindors shrieked, hastily returning to their seats at breakneck speed. They strained their faces into solemn expressions, attempting to feign seriousness. Anthony, still shaken, inquired, how did you figure that out? Vizard whispered, you just said it yourself. The black spots around its eyes look like a frame. Such patterns are quite rare. Professor McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, pronounced, perhaps to you, transfiguration may seem like a mere feline, something you can play with at will, without consequence. However, in truth, it is one of the most complex and perilous forms of magic you will encounter in this school. I do not wish for any of you to be harmed or, worse, to lose your lives. Anyone who dares to disrupt my class will find themselves permanently removed from this place. Let it be known that arrogance can lead to dire misfortune. Please heed this warning. Observing the students nodding earnestly, she softened her tone, adding, as this is your first transfiguration lesson, what you must grasp is not merely the incantations, but the essence of caution. Approach transfiguration with a mindset of vigilance. Even if it appears as a mere cat, one must remain wary, lest it morph into your deepest fears. With her admonition delivered, she instructed them to turn to page 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, beginning with the techniques of performing the magic. Indeed, transfiguration is a complex subject. Despite Wiset meticulously transcribing the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, he still comprehended its contents only superficially. At this juncture, the presence of an exceptional guide is paramount, and Professor McGonagall embodies such a mentor. Drawing from her wealth of experience, she deconstructs the textbook material, rendering the previously arcane theories of transfiguration more accessible. As the first segment of the class concludes, Professor McGonagall methodically elucidates the theory, Transitioning into the practical application phase, she distributes a matchstick to each student, who must undertake the straightforward task of transforming the matchstick into a needle. Having endured half a lesson of theoretical discourse, the students are eager to commence their hands-on practice. The classroom soon reverberates with the cacophony of incantations. As Professor McGonagall aptly notes, while transfiguration magic may appear as endearing as a kitten, it can indeed prove exceedingly challenging and perilous. In a dazzling display of multicolored magical light, some students experience their matchsticks erupting with a thunderous bang, shattering into countless sparks that scatter in all directions. Swiftly, Professor McGonagall brandishes her wand, transforming the errant sparks into small birds. These birds emit melodious chirps, circling the classroom before vanishing without a trace. Concentrate. Be cautious. Professor McGonagall admonishes, your objectives must be more defined. Envision the shape, size, and texture of the needle. This seemingly effortless application of transfiguration magic significantly heightens the students' enthusiasm for practice. Before long, Professor McGonagall approaches Wiset's desk. She had noticed earlier that Wiset did not immediately cast a spell, but instead closed his eyes to indulge in imagination. Sensing her gaze upon him, Wiset opens his eyes. Through his previous visualization, he has constructed a sufficiently clear image, and now he merely requires the incantation to assist him. Transformation in process. Chapter 36, Maintaining Essence. The sensation of casting transfiguration magic is wondrous. With the spell's aid, Wiset's consciousness envelopes the matchstick's surface, as though transforming into a pair of hands that can mold the matchstick at will. He experiences a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of childhood days spent playing with clay. With a clear objective, a silver needle materializes in Wiset's mind, and he directs his consciousness to shape the matchstick, which indeed begins to elongate and sharpen. Further details are required. He strives to replicate every nuance of the silver needle. The needle's head must shine with metallic luster, be more refined, and possess an eye for threading. The matchstick on the table continuously morphs, its edges soften, and the red and wood hues gradually fade. The brilliant sheen of metal becomes increasingly apparent. The matchstick elongates further, and the tip narrows to form a sharp point. Is it possible that this is his first attempt at casting a spell, and he has succeeded? Anthony glances at the matchstick before him and cannot help but exclaim, "This is astonishingly swift." Professor McGonagall subtly nods in agreement with Anthony's observation. Transfiguration magic not only demands caution, but also requires ample patience and imagination. Wiset's decision to first visualize with closed eyes, rather than hastily undertaking the task, exemplifies his prudence. Professor McGonagall observed a systematic transformation process, each step meticulously executed without haste, embodying patience in its progressive alterations. Wiset continued to cast spells, evidently because the magic was not yet fully realized. The tip of the silver needle revealed a pinhole for threading, adorned with intricate patterns. Leaning closer, Professor McGonagall noticed the design was that of mistletoe. This distinctive pattern was the piece d'arcistance, elevating the needle from mere utility to something of greater value. The ability to conjure complex designs through willpower exemplified the power of imagination, a unique advantage of wizards. Holding the silver needle aloft, she proclaimed, "Mr. Lovegood has successfully completed this enchantment, transforming a matchstick into a silver needle." 5 points to Ravenclaw. The students collectively lifted their gazes towards her. Enlarge rapidly. Professor McGonagall cast a spell, causing the diminutive silver needle to swiftly elongate and thicken into a beautifully sculpted cone. She raised the cone, inviting the students to observe this remarkably successful transfiguration. In addition to the pinhole, Mr. Lovegood had also created exquisite patterns. Not only had he transformed a matchstick into a silver needle, but it also bore intricate designs. Anthony clapped heavily on Wiset's shoulder. "You're making me feel quite pressured." Spell suspended. Professor McGonagall reverted the needle to its original size. "Well done, Wiset." "Thank you." As Wiset took the needle, a question struck him. "Professor McGonagall, may I ask, does this needle now count as wood or metal?" An intriguing question, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. "You have merely altered the appearance of the matchstick, so it remains wood." Wiset inquired further, "Through transfiguration, is it possible to change the essence of a matchstick, turning it into a true silver needle?" "Indeed, it is possible, but I would not recommend it." Professor McGonagall patiently explained, "The peril of transfiguration arises precisely from this. For inanimate objects, altering their essence may simply render them less fragile and more useful. But what if you were to change your own essence? After such a transformation, would you still be yourself?" Possessing a body of genuine steel implies that your essence must also transform into steel, causing your original essence to become lost. Lost essence? Wiset's mouth fell open, a chill creeping up his spine. Noticing his apprehension, Professor McGonagall nodded gently. "This is the essence of it. To me, a wizard's essence stems from their thoughts and desires, their very soul. When your body grows powerful, but your soul has changed, are you still the same person?" If not, then who are you? These are all matters that require contemplation. The soul is a fascinating topic. To delve into the mysteries of magic and deepen one's understanding of the soul is an essential step. Many wizards stray into dark paths, becoming dark wizards, reveling in the manipulation of souls. Professor McGonagall suddenly shook her head. I seem to have spoken too much. Just remember, if you wish to advance further in the realm of transfiguration, you must recognize and preserve your essence. If you're interested, seek out information on animagi. Professor McGonagall's words, undoubtedly beyond the curriculum, greatly benefited Wiset. The magical realm resembles a vast treasure trove, brimming with secrets waiting to be uncovered. He quickly seized his notebook, diligently recording the professor's insights. With ample time remaining in the lesson, a throng of students gathered around Wiset, eager to seek his wisdom on transfiguration. Wiset, generous in spirit, willingly shared his knowledge. In his view, elucidating the confusions of others would concurrently reinforce his understanding. Do not be so harsh on yourself. Begin by attempting to sharpen one end of the matchstick, taking one step at a time. Did you not notice? The color of the matchstick has lightened. This is indeed a commendable start, and altering the hue is a fine choice. There is no need for excessive anxiety. Hold your wand a bit farther away. The earlier explosion was merely an accident. Should fear overwhelm you, feel free to snap the phosphorus in front of you. The essence lies in the endeavor. Observing Wiset surrounded by eager students, Professor McGonagall let out a soft sigh. She felt an undeniable envy towards Flitwick. How could such an exceptional student choose Ravenclaw? Hermione, too, had performed admirably, managing to give the matchstick the semblance of a needle. Regrettably, this child struggled with interpersonal relationships, often imparting a preachy tone when responding to inquiries. McGonagall began to comprehend why Dumbledore held Wiset in such high esteem. Amidst the torment of dark wizards, cultivating a temperament that remained humble and harmonious with those around him was indeed a rarity. Wiset seemed to possess the potential for mental occlusion. It remained uncertain how Dumbledore intended to nurture this gift and who he might select as a guide. Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore emerged from the flickering flames, appearing on the second floor of the Hogshead Inn. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed, and a tall, gaunt figure with a long, gray beard materialized before him. The elder raised an eyebrow and gruffly inquired, "What brings you here?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Aberforth, I seek your assistance." Chapter 37. The Invisible Tycoon. Hogwarts' first-year curriculum was rather relaxed, especially on Friday mornings when classes were suspended, allowing for free exploration. After enjoying breakfast, Wiset exited the castle, meandering across the grassy expanse towards the Forbidden Forest. Just the previous morning, Hagrid had sent him a letter via owl, inviting him to visit his cottage and inquiring about his recent experiences. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid had been one of the few who bore no prejudice against him, and given his prior encounters in Diagon Alley, he felt compelled to accept the invitation. Moreover, his curiosity about the Forbidden Forest was piqued, and Hagrid's cottage was conveniently located at its edge. Hagrid referred to his dwelling as a cottage, yet Wiset felt as though he had arrived at a giant's castle. The oak doorframe towered nearly 4 meters high, and the single-story cottage exuded a sense of a two-story abode. The exterior radiated a rustic charm, adorned with an array of peculiar tools. Before Wiset could knock, a thunderous bark erupted from nearby. "Oh, that must be Wiset arriving." Hagrid's voice resonated. "Yaya, slow down. You'll frighten him." Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a massive black dog suddenly emerged. The large dog panted with its tongue lolling, leaping towards Wiset. "Hey, Yaya, you're going to scare Wiset." Hagrid followed closely, grasping the back of the black dog's neck with his large hand, lifting it effortlessly. Despite the dog's imposing height of nearly a meter, it posed no resistance in Hagrid's grasp. The size difference was too great. This was a Neapolitan Mastiff, resembling a Shar-Pei with its myriad of wrinkles that gave it a rather melancholic appearance. It was simply overexcited, as there were not many students around during the day. Hagrid beckoned Wiset inside, assuring him that the dog was quite amiable, albeit a tad timid. Yaya, panting, sniffed around Wiset, surprisingly gentle for a Mastiff. Yaya even rolled over to allow Wiset to scratch its belly. "You're my friend, so it will be kind to you," Hagrid chuckled, adding that while it was usually timid, it would instinctively make the right choices in the face of danger. The interior was simple, consisting of a single room. Enormous tables and chairs were positioned near the fireplace, while a large bed draped in patchwork blankets occupied one corner. The walls displayed a variety of items, such as an umbrella, a massive leather coat, and a crossbow. The fireplace was equally grand, with space on either side for hanging smoked meats and chickens, while the center could accommodate a copper kettle and baking trays. "Let's have some tea. I just baked some biscuits," Hagrid warmly invited, placing the tray before Wiset and starting to brew tea with the copper kettle. "How do you find this place?" he continued, breaking off a piece of biscuit for Yaya. "It may differ somewhat from your previous life, but I believe you'll adapt." The sound of Yaya's teeth engaging in a fierce battle with the biscuit echoed like gnawing on a large bone. Wiset's eyelids flickered. His teeth could hardly compare to those of the mastiff. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the teacup and blowing on it. "I had breakfast before coming, so just a bit of tea is fine." The biscuit was a bit premature for him, but perfect for Hagrid. "There's no need to be formal here," Hagrid said, grabbing a biscuit the size of a head and crunching it enthusiastically. "You can consider Hogwarts your second home," though his age and height often gave an impression of distance. Only upon closer interaction did one discover his genuine nature. He spoke candidly and was eager to share everything. He recounted tales of his youth, how he was expelled from Hogwarts due to certain circumstances, missing the opportunity to continue his studies there. He also spoke of the Forbidden Forest nearby, home to a myriad of magical creatures and plants. Consequently, the Weasley twins always found ways to sneak into the forest, causing mischief. They conducted experiments there, at times even attracting centaurs. Not only could they be harmed by the centaurs, but the little creatures of the forest could also suffer injury. These two are quite the slippery ones. Every time I seek them out, it consumes a considerable amount of my time. Fortunately, they are now in the 3rd grade, and in a few years, life will become a tad easier. My dear little ones. Wiset pondered Hagrid's unique perception of them. "Hagrid, which magical creatures do you favor in the Forbidden Forest?" "Oh, there are so many." Whenever the conversation turns to his favorites, Hagrid's tone noticeably elevates. "Nightmare, Thestral, Snidget, Hippogriff, Unicorn." He enumerated various creatures, his smile growing ever more radiant. "They are all my beloved children." He mentioned the copper kettle and pulled out a cushion beneath it. Crafted from the feathers of a Snidget, which boasts excellent thermal insulation and can be expanded or contracted. With enthusiasm, Hagrid brushed off the black and gray from the feathers, revealing a brilliant azure beneath. Grasping both ends of the feather, he gently tugged outward, transforming it into the size of a fan. Then, with a swift motion, he brought it back to the size of a palm. Aside from the Snidget feathers, there were numerous materials from magical creatures around. For instance, a circle of bandages casually hung on the wall, woven from unicorn tail hair. Additionally, the filthy, grease-stained handbag at the bedside was also fashioned from unicorn tail hair. Hagrid remarked nonchalantly, "I once sold some unicorn tail hair to purchase a route. I'll need to find some more soon. Otherwise, I won't have enough bandages." Wiset clutched his chest. "Bandages? You collected unicorn tail hair for that purpose?" "Indeed." Hagrid nodded. "You know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I haven't had the chance to learn much more. Injured creatures in the Forbidden Forest require the best bandages, and those made from unicorn tail hair not only expedite healing, but also allow those dear little ones to move freely. Perhaps it is this earnestness towards magical creatures that has earned Hagrid their affection." Yet, such reasoning is rather crude, causing Wiset to wince at the thought. He had already grasped the prices in the magical world. A single strand of unicorn tail hair costs 10 galleons, and a bandage requires at least 10 strands. Hagrid is undoubtedly a hidden millionaire. The value of that handbag alone is immeasurable. As the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid continually acquires materials, which is quite crucial. Wiset rose, solemnly inquiring, "Hagrid, once I master healing magic, could you spare me some unicorn tail hair to treat magical creatures?" Of course, no problem." Hagrid paused, scratching his head. "If you ever want some, just let me know." Chapter 38, Flying Class. By noon, Wiset bid farewell to Hagrid and left the hut. Before departing, Hagrid, leveraging his physical advantage, stuffed numerous materials into his pockets. In addition to unicorn tail hair, there were many other materials he had yet to identify. Wiset felt lightheaded. His current state seemed quite suitable for the afternoon flying class. The weekend was approaching, and with so many materials, he could explore how to craft a wand. Healing magic and the animagus mentioned by Professor McGonagall warranted further investigation. In the afternoon, 2 classes remained, one taught by Professor Sprout focusing on herbal studies, and the other on the yet unexperienced flight course. The herbal class took place in the greenhouse, where first-year students had limited access to herbs. Even before the semester commenced, Wiset had already acquired substantial knowledge from Luna regarding the subject. Whether it involved tilling the soil, applying fertilizers, or tending to the plants, he managed with ease, earning additional points from Sprout. Unfazed by the dirt that clung to him, Wiset gathered his books and intended to proceed directly to the meadow, the designated meeting point for the flight class. Chris quickly caught hold of him. "Wiset, aren't you going to wash up a bit? It wouldn't be proper to go like this." Accompanying their herbal studies was a robust, dark-haired Slytherin girl who interjected, "Exactly. A filthy muggle-born. No matter how much you wash, will never be clean." Her tone dripped with disdain as she crossed her arms and tilted her head back, showcasing her prominent chin. "Is that so? I thought that as a wizard, I could employ a more magical approach," Wiset replied with a slight smile, drawing his wand to create elegant arcs of light that swiftly cleansed him of all dirt. In the blink of an eye, his clothes regained their pristine appearance. Continuing the incantation, he effortlessly helped his roommates rid themselves of grime, even extending his hand with a calm demeanor. "Would you like assistance in cleaning up? Perhaps you could manage it yourself?" "Please." The girl's face flushed a deep crimson, speechless at Wiset's courteous gesture, while his roommates erupted in laughter. Millicent, it's time to go, interjected a girl with thin lips, brushing past Wiset. Pandora, I am assisting you, Miss Burstead. Kindly address me by my surname. It would reflect better on your upbringing. Pandora retorted sharply, not bothering to glance back as she left the greenhouse. Millicent's expression darkened further, tears welling in her eyes. She could not utter another word and hastily fled, covering her face. What on earth is happening? Terry inquired curiously. I had been meaning to ask. Why do they harbor such animosity towards you? After all, he bore the identity of a Muggle-born. Anthony furrowed his brow. Fear and rejection of magic often lead to becoming Muggle-born, traits typically associated with non-magical folk. Slytherin adheres to the doctrine of blood purity and holds disdain for wizards of Muggle descent. This hostility is hardly surprising. Too bad they are unaware of Wiset's magic. Michael chimed in, draping an arm around Wiset's shoulders. How is it that you can be friends with Autumn Zhang and wield magic we do not comprehend? I am so envious. This magic I learned from Autumn, Wiset explained, the Scourgify charm, a remarkably useful domestic spell. Would you like to learn it? I can lend you my notes. Let us discuss it later. Michael quickly waved his hands. The flying broomsticks might already be set up. Let us head over first and select an impressive one. Since ancient times, humanity has been filled with a yearning and curiosity for the skies. It is this very longing that has birthed a plethora of flying machines. Wizards share this aspiration, leading to the invention of flying broomsticks and the emergence of the wizarding sport, Quidditch. Madame Hooch serves as a professor of the flying class and also acts as a Quidditch referee, overseeing the matches at Hogwarts. She arrived early, arranging the broomsticks in 2 neat rows upon the ground, resembling the keen eyes of an eagle. Terry approached quietly, muttering under his breath. Madame Hooch sported a practical short haircut of gray, and her eyes shone with a striking yellow hue, indeed resembling those of a hawk. Her vision was as sharp as that of an eagle, and when she noticed Michael picking up a broomstick, she swiftly intervened. Please place the broom on the ground. Even if you know how to use it, wait until class begins and follow my instructions to pick it up. Startled, Michael dropped the broom again, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Madame Hooch. She cleared her throat lightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I should apologize. I've been a bit too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon, while teaching 2 other houses, an unfortunate incident occurred with one of the students, so I must be extra cautious. Michael and his peers huddled together, their faces filled with curiosity. Who was it? It was Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, Hannah chimed in. He fell and broke his wrist. It must hurt quite a bit. More Hufflepuffs gathered around, eager to share their knowledge of school gossip. Draco Malfoy seems to have taken something from Neville. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had a confrontation, and now Harry has become the Seeker. Michael and his friends were baffled. What does that have to do with anything? ISNT the Quidditch tryouts just starting this weekend? As the class bell rang, Madame Hooch clapped her hands and called out, Now that everyone is here, let us commence today's lesson. Please stand beside a broomstick. Remember, do not touch it with your hands. Wait for my next instruction. The students complied, amused by Madame Hooch's apparent anxiety. All right, extend your hands towards the broom. But do not move until I give the next command. As the students followed her instructions, Madame Hooch continued, When I say go, and the broomstick flies into your palm, grasp it. Then stop. Wait for your next command. The students expressed their bewilderment. Yes, precisely, Madame Hooch affirmed. We must proceed step by step to prevent any accidents. After a series of shouts, not everyone managed to catch the broomstick. The Hufflepuff students found theirs rolling on the ground a couple of times before slowly rising to their hands. Hannah's broom seemed unresponsive, leaving her flustered and flushed. Perhaps due to their lofty accommodations, the Ravenclaws fared much better. With just a few calls, their broomsticks responded. Conversely, Wiset's broom was exceptionally obedient. The moment he merely contemplated it, the broom swiftly darted into his grasp. Chapter 39. An innate talent for flight. Being able to summon the broomstick is merely the first step. These brooms have seen better days, and summoning them is no simple task. Some flying brooms, even when called upon, may falter midair, tumbling and shedding a few twigs in the process. Once everyone is ready to grasp the handles, Mrs. Huichi continues to issue instructions with great caution. She guides each individual on their preparatory stance and key considerations, imparting small tricks and demonstrating how to ride without slipping. As tension rises, beads of sweat form on her forehead. I whistle, and you all mount the brooms. A swift kick of your legs will send you soaring into the sky. Do not be anxious. This is merely a flying lesson, not a competition. There is no need for comparison or pressure. Remember to grip the flying broom tightly. When ascending, pull the handle upwards. To descend, lean forward and press down on the handle, and the broom will gently lower you to the ground. Heed my whistle. Do not be nervous. With the whistle clamped between her teeth, she is the first to mount her broom, her expression one of utmost caution. The students follow suit, mounting their brooms. With a resounding whistle, they all ascend into the sky without incident. Mrs. Huichi's tone lightens considerably. Great. Now let us practice landing. Take your time. There's no rush. After they successfully descend, she instructs them on how to hover and turn in midair. These are advanced techniques, and the novice flyers will require time to adjust to performing them with ease. Witnessing Wiset execute a graceful maneuver, Michael can't help but exclaim, "Wiset, how did you do that? Mrs. Huichi hasn't even taught us yet." Wiset shakes his head, equally perplexed by how effortlessly flying seems to him. However, he soon realizes the reason. He is a quiet one. When he traversed here, he did so in a state of silence, floating effortlessly. It is precisely because of his innate flying ability that he feels so at ease in the air. Had he not been concerned about Mrs. Huichi's reaction, he would have soared higher to attempt more challenging maneuvers. Michael sighs, "How can you be so skilled? I was the first to arrive and the first to touch a flying broom." Chris teases, "You were indeed the first, yet when Mrs. Huichi called out, you dropped the broom in fright." Terry chimes in, "Exactly. You abandoned it first, and that's why you're flying like this now." Michael raises his voice in defense. "This broom is simply too old. Look, it sheds twigs while flying. I did it for safety." "Yes, for safety indeed," Anthony retorts. "You could take Mrs. Huichi's place as the instructor." Michael shoots back, "You're not much better. How can you, with your so-called aura relative, manage to ride a flying broom so poorly?" He clings tightly to the handle, legs trembling as he precariously glides forward, squinting. "Is this how you ride a flying broom?" "Quite safe, I assent it. I do not ride like that." Michael's mockery leaves Anthony's face flushed. "Do you all see me like this?" His only response was a few stifled chuckles. Wiset gently shook his head. Prioritizing safety was indeed paramount. "Look." With Wiset's affirmation, Anthony appeared considerably emboldened. Michael jested. "That's merely because Wiset is easy to talk to. Did you not hear the laughter of Chris and Terry?" Infuriated, Anthony, gritting his teeth, charged forward. Michael continued to laugh, utterly unconcerned about Anthony's impending collision. Anthony, in a frenzy, exhibited no fear as he barreled straight into Michael, both brooms emitting a simultaneous wail. They resembled like repelling magnets, propelling away from each other in opposite directions upon impact. "You too." Mrs. Hoki immediately sensed the anomaly and blew her whistle. "Everyone, return to the ground." Immediately. No sooner had the words left her lips than she dove on her broomstick, landing before Michael. She swiftly dismounted and lunged forward, catching him just in time, and miraculously, neither sustained any injuries. "Look up," the students screamed, directing their gaze skyward, where Anthony's broom released a plume of green smoke, propelling him higher and hurtling him towards the castle. "Can this job even continue?" Mrs. Hoki's voice held a note of despair as she mounted her broom once more. The distance between her and Anthony was far too great. It seemed likely that yet another injury would occur during class, and she dreaded the lengthy admonishments from Mrs. Pomfrey that would follow. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye, moving with alarming speed. Wiset soared into the air on his broom, leaving a trail behind him. The howling wind roared in his ears, the air rushing into his robe sleeves, making it billow dramatically with a thunderous sound. The broom was indeed somewhat antiquated. As he pushed it to its limits, it emitted a mournful cry. Yet to rescue Anthony, halting the broom was not an option. Just as Anthony was on the verge of crashing into a castle window, Wiset raised his wand, and with a flourish, his robe whipped forward. Anthony's robe was suddenly seized by an unseen force, preventing him from colliding with the window. The broom beneath him cracked ominously, ultimately succumbing and breaking into two pieces. As Anthony plummeted, he screamed, his hands flailing desperately as if to grasp a lifeline. But alas, he could only clutch at the air. The true lifeline came from Wiset, who controlled his broom with the precision of a released arrow. Descending rapidly and casting a levitation charm once more, Anthony's descent slowed again, but the fabric of his robe then tore, unable to withstand the third application of the levitation spell. Wiset was not taken aback. He had anticipated such an occurrence and had prepared contingencies. This week, he had not been idle. In addition to integrating his acquired knowledge, he had utilized his spare time to explore the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle. However, the castle was immensely large, containing countless secret passages and hidden chambers, leaving him only able to explore to the best of his ability. The ancient magical energies he had gathered during this time were sufficient to enhance and refine his spells. The art of summoning spells possesses numerous remarkable applications, prompting him to enhance its capabilities further. The current summoning incantation can now capture larger creatures, such as the plummeting Anthony. Many students shielded their eyes, as a gruesome scene seemed to materialize before them. Anthony's skull was shattered, blood splattering everywhere. "Anthony is coming down," Wiset exclaimed under his breath, as ancient magical energy surged into his wand, which instantly radiated a brilliant silver-blue glow. Chapter 40. Can Wiset join the Gryffindor team? An invisible force enveloped Anthony's entire being, lifting him slightly upwards, halting him a mere 10 centimeters above the ground. Anthony gasped for breath, his nostrils filled with the earthy scent of soil and grass, the feeling of narrowly escaping death sending shivers down his spine. "Mr. Wiset?" Mr. Goldstein? Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed. What calamity has befallen your flying lesson again? The scene rewinds 3 minutes prior. Professor McGonagall, after tomorrow's Quidditch tryouts. May we utilize the Quidditch pitch? Oliver Wood inquired, trailing behind McGonagall. Being the captain of the Gryffindor team, he had long set his sights on the Quidditch Cup. With Charlie Weasley's graduation, that goal seemed increasingly distant, until Professor McGonagall recommended Harry Potter to him. I can negotiate with Professor Snape. He applied for the pitch 2 days ago. Professor McGonagall nodded. Wood, growing impatient, suggested, what if we practiced for 2 hours less? That would work out perfectly. I will see what I can do, McGonagall replied, turning to Wood with a serious expression. I understand your urgency, but the pitch is a shared resource. Observing Wood's anxious demeanor, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Mr. Wood, it is currently class time. Why are you not in history of magic? Wood broke into a sweat, his eyes darting around seeking distractions to divert McGonagall's attention. Professor McGonagall, look. There seems to be another incident happening during flying class over there. Unmoved, McGonagall retorted, Mr. Wood, I expect you to answer my question directly. As the head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood all too well, outside of Quidditch matters. He was typically very compliant. However, whenever something related to Quidditch arose, he transformed into a fervent individual, much like he was now. Incredible speed. Such a graceful dive. So agile. How does he seem to be born to fly? This is the shooting star. An antique from 1955. Wood babbled at an astonishing pace, as if he were attempting to save someone. Professor McGonagall, someone is about to fall. McGonagall swiftly turned her head, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks upon witnessing Wiset maneuvering the broomstick in a dive, while another student was plummeting towards the ground. She quickly drew her wand. And just as she intended to transform the lawn into a cushion, the wand of Mr. Wiset Goldstein erupted with a silvery blue light, halting the student's descent. Fortunately, the two of them emerged unscathed, prompting Professor McGonagall to breathe a sigh of relief as she hurried towards them. Mr. Wiset Goldstein, what calamity has befallen your flying lesson this time? Merlin's beard. Finally, Mrs. Hooch arrived, breathless, exclaiming, are you both unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? I shall escort you to Madame Pomfrey. Enough is enough. Just yesterday, a child, in a fit of competitiveness, broke his wrist, and now we have broomstick malfunctions again. Why does this keep happening lately? Mrs. Hooch, you are overly anxious. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Accidents during flying lessons are quite commonplace. There is no need for concern. Mr. Wiset Goldstein, are you experiencing any discomfort? Shall I take you to the hospital wing? No, it's all fine. Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. It was exhilarating. I nearly thought I was going to meet my end. Please, spare me the details. Mrs. Hooch clutched her chest. 2 days of such incidents. Professor Trelawney was right. I have been cursed lately. Professor Trelawney? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and cleared her throat. You truly needn't concern yourself. This was merely an accident. Wood picked up the malfunctioning broomstick to inspect it. Indeed, it was an accident. The branch had aged beyond usability. Had it not occurred today, it would have malfunctioned eventually. These broomsticks are relics from 4 or 5 decades ago. It would be wise to replace them soon. Continuing to use them may cause promising talents to be overlooked. Mrs. Hooch, you should return to your class. I will submit a request for a new batch of broomsticks, Professor McGonagall stated. Wood, you should also return. As Mrs. Hooch led Wiset and the others away, Wood's expression grew conflicted. Professor McGonagall, may I allow Wiset to join our team? Although I have yet to witness Harry's true prowess. I have seen Wiset's. If both of them were to join the Gryffindor team, we would undoubtedly clinch the championship. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. If we do not win, I shall eat pasta upside down. Mr. Wood, you must return to your class at once. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to deduct points. Watching Wood flee in a fluster, Professor McGonagall pressed her forehead, lamenting, I too wish for Wiset to join the team. But alas, he is a Ravenclaw. In the dead of night, within the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore perused a tome titled Today's Transfiguration. A week has passed. What are your thoughts? Snape paced the office, his tone as sluggish as his stride. Terrible. Utterly horrendous. Mediocre and arrogant, just like his father. He revels in breaking the rules and shares the same fervor for seeking attention, yet knows nothing. Absurd. Severus, you may only be perceiving what you wish to see. Dumbledore replied softly. Other professors describe him as humble, affable, and possessing considerable talent. He is quite an amiable child. Oh, and what of it? Snape replied, his expression unyielding. Dumbledore set aside Today's Transfiguration. But what of the other child? There was once someone akin to him, equally gifted, perhaps even more handsome, possessing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He too garnered the favor of professors, particularly the esteemed Professor Slughorn, who welcomed him into the Slug Club. I have heard an anecdote that you awarded Ravenclaw 5 points. Achieving that was no less daunting than joining the Slug Club. Snape appeared troubled, his expression darkening, even halting his pacing. Dumbledore continued, Severus, what do you think of him? Snape's jaw clenched, his voice rife with tension. Since you have perceived similarities, you could simply extinguish him in the cradle without consulting me. Chapter 41, Hogwarts First Weekend. Severus. I have no such intentions. No two individuals in this world are identical. Dumbledore chuckled with intrigue. Like two feathers from the same phoenix. Even if the wand's cord differs in length, they will yield two distinct wands. Another weapon? Snape's countenance darkened. Wands do not always submit. You are aware of the wand's propensity to backfire. Of course, Dumbledore sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. In days past, I faced Grindelwald, neglecting the presence of Voldemort. Who is still learning here? Severus, my strength is not what it once was, and the challenges remain dire. I require the assistance of others. Why do you persist in confiding in me? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it merely because I awarded him points? He differs from Voldemort. He is willing to embrace the beauty around him. Dumbledore gently shook his head. You must have discerned his uniqueness, have you not? Merely a touch of cleverness, Snape conceded, taking a seat before Dumbledore. His eyes, keen and penetrating, could see beyond the surface. If that is the case, it is no wonder. Dumbledore nodded, his brow relaxing. I am not solely speaking to you. I have also enlisted Minerva and the others. There is no need for you to act deliberately. Simply provide appropriate guidance to ensure he remains on the right path. I trust his character will lead him to make the correct choices. Minerva and the others? Snape chuckled derisively, crossing his arms. Including the Professor Quirrell? I needn't remind you of the significance of defense against the dark arts, I presume? Dumbledore's expression turned pained. This is what I wish to discuss with you. Could you keep an eye on Quirrell? Indeed, it is him. Snape's gaze sharpened. Yet you still allow him to partake in the challenges on the 4th floor? Letting him walk into a trap, Severus, Dumbledore replied, at least for now. Quirrell appears to be acting alone. I wish to draw out his accomplice. And what of Harry Potter? Snape pressed. If he truly appears, what will become of Harry? Dumbledore intertwined his fingers, thumbs circling each other. If my judgment from a decade ago was correct, he should not be in any life-threatening danger. A judgment from a decade ago? Snape inhaled deeply. It was precisely due to this judgment that he had spent a full decade in the company of two foolish muggles. Now, however, he spoke of it so lightly, demanding that he confront Quirrell, even the Dark Lord himself, while suggesting that there would likely be no danger to his life. It was because I needed to focus on Harry that I found myself unable to divert my attention. Dumbledore sighed deeply once more. It was now up to you, Weasley. I hope you can remember your own words. Snape rose, adjusted his robes, and hastily departed the headmaster's office. During the weekend, Weasley's life remained as fulfilling as ever. After sending a letter in the morning, he arrived at the Great Hall, where several of his housemates gathered around him. Good morning, Weasley. Chris offered him a cup of pumpkin juice. I saw you working on your homework last night. Have you finished it? Thank you, Weasley replied, accepting the pumpkin juice. I'm almost done. I just need to find some materials to enrich my paper on transforming matches into needles. How much have you written? Chris inquired further. Did you not meet the required length? I exceeded the length, Weasley responded. Professor McGonagall shared additional insights, so I intend to include some information about animagi. Terry immediately suggested. How about we head to the library after you finish your meal? I haven't met the required length for my transfiguration paper. Anthony chimed in. And I still need to complete the assignment for potions regarding the properties of the materials for the boil cure potion. I feel I've overlooked a few details. Michael nodded in agreement. I haven't finished my work on 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. I wrote even less than Anthony. The unpleasantness from the flying class did not linger long. He and Anthony had reconciled and resumed their discussions about their assignments. As they passed him buttered bread, cured meat, and roasted ham, Weasley inquired with a half-smile, Did you all conspire? His housemates laughed sheepishly. Terry remarked, We just need a bit more content. Once we finish, we can go out and have some fun. Michael shrugged. There's a Quidditch tryout this afternoon. Anthony and I plan to go watch. Once the homework is done. There's no burden left, Anthony added. Ah yes, the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon, Weasley recalled, remembering that Autumn had mentioned it to him the night before. She intended to try out and see if she could join the Ravenclaw team, inviting him to come and cheer her on. Under the expectant gazes of his housemates, Weasley nodded in agreement. This was the first weekend of the school year, and the library was not overly crowded. Most of the students present were in small groups, either huddled before the shelves in search of materials or sitting quietly in the lounge discussing softly. That seems to be a Gryffindor. How peculiar, Michael remarked, glancing toward the far corner of the lounge. Hermione sat there alone, her fluffy brown hair obscuring her face as she appeared to be diligently working on her homework. Ravenclaw had its own study room, albeit with incomplete collections, and some materials still necessitated a visit to the library. Weasley was unfazed. He frequently encountered Hermione here, always solitary. He leaned in and quietly told his housemates, regarding the potions assignment, you might want to check the 1986 issue of Practical Potions Master, Volume 7. It contains relevant information published by Professor Snape. In the second issue of today's Transfiguration from 1895, there exists a paper on the transformation of matches into needles. authored by none other than Professor Dumbledore. It was through the insights gleaned from these 2 magazines that I completed my assignment. Impressive. My roommates enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. Astonished by his extensive reading, Wiset smiled and waved his hand modestly, attributing his discovery of the captivating nature of magical magazines to Madame Pants. Madame Irma Pants, the librarian at Hogwarts, is a rather amiable lady as long as one adheres to the library's rules. Though she seldom smiles, her knowledge is vast, and Wiset always manages to obtain the whereabouts of the books he seeks from her. His roommates gathered in the periodical section to search for magazines, while Wiset approached Madame Pants. "Excuse me, Madame Pants, could you kindly direct me to books regarding animagi?" At your age, Madame Pants assessed Wiset with a scrutinizing gaze. Engaging with animagi could pose certain dangers. Chapter 42, Ancient Magic, Mastery of Throwing and the Theory of Transmutation. Wiset explained, "Professor McGonagall asked me to gather information on animagi. I do not intend to practice this magic." "Ah, Professor McGonagall," Madame Pants replied in a flat tone. "You will find the theory of transmutation on the 103rd shelf in the Transfiguration section, 7th row." She added, her tone considerably more serious. "Remember, do not scribble on them." The library, magically expanded countless times, boasts vast sections on potions and transfiguration, occupying a significant expanse. Thousands of bookshelves line the library, with hundreds of narrow aisles filled with innumerable volumes. This was Wiset's first deep exploration of the library. Many of its tomes are ancient, their presence more audacious than those in the leaky cauldron, some even possessing the ability to speak. Certain books murmur in cryptic tones, others suddenly emit shrill cries, while some whisper beguiling phrases. "Ah, such drivel. Defiling Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pure-blood families. Open me, for power beckons you. With me, you may possess everything. Escape death." Rather than feeling apprehensive, Wiset found it all immensely intriguing, even activating his magical eye to observe. As expected, the library, being a place that has existed since the school's inception, naturally harbors a wealth of ancient magical power. Although he traversed only this one path, the ancient magical energy he acquired was substantial, sufficient to turn to the next page of the Wizard's Combat Guide. Ancient Magic, Mastery of Throwing. This ability allows one to harness ancient magical power, concealing it within an object, which then erupts with magical force upon striking a target. From the description, it is evident that this is an offensive capability characterized by a degree of concealment, yielding a surprising effect. Wiset paused to thoroughly digest this ability, recognizing that mastery of throwing is not a simple task, as it requires synergy with other spells. When combined with summoning charms, one can call forth nearby objects for an attack. When paired with transfiguration magic, it allows for the direct creation of projectiles. One might even perceive the ancient magical powers as a form of fuel, augmenting the velocity of thrown objects, thereby achieving an element of surprise reminiscent of nitrous boosts in racing games. Most importantly, this ability retains its efficacy even when one is unarmed. Had he possessed such a talent in his past life, he could have considered pursuing a career as a shot putter, basketball player, or baseball player. Wiset gently shook his head and murmured, "However, I have a greater affinity for magic." The absence of ancient magical energy diminished the peculiar sounds, rendering them faint as a whisper. Wiset continued his journey forward and, after approximately 5 minutes, arrived at the bookshelf mentioned by Mrs. Pants. He discovered the book titled The Theory of Metamorphosis, its cover a deep black adorned with intricately embossed gold patterns. This design evoked a sense of the Vitruvian Man, a masterpiece by Leonardo da Vinci depicting a figure in both a cross and a star shape. Yet this illustration was even more complex, encompassing a myriad of anatomical structures of various creatures nestled between circular and rectangular forms. Wiset could discern familiar images of pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, lions, tigers, and elephants among them. As he opened the pages, the first thing that caught his eye was not the preface but a line of floating text composed of magic. No scribbling or doodling in this book. Not even for Professor Dumbledore. Irma Pants. Wiset chuckled softly, recognizing that this remark perfectly aligned with Mrs. Pants's attitude towards her collection. The magical text then morphed into another message. "It's true, when I wrote annotations, this book actually flew up and struck my head, quite painfully, so do be cautious. Albus Dumbledore." Wiset nearly burst into laughter, yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Could Dumbledore truly have penned such a playful note? The Dumbledore he knew was a kind and gentle elder. He found it hard to envision such a man leaving behind such a whimsical remark. Driven by an insatiable curiosity for the book's content, he refrained from lingering on his doubts and turned the page. As his fingers brushed against the paper, the magical text dissipated, revealing the true preface. Metamorphosis. This is a topic that ignites fervent debate among wizards. Many wizards insist they alter their essence, reaching new heights in their transformation magic. As someone who delights in probing the depths, I have discovered a lamentable truth in my interactions with these wizards. They do not even understand themselves. yet they believe they have achieved growth and enlightenment. In this book, I shall serve as your guide, assisting you in deconstructing your essence, recognizing your true nature, and even unraveling the fabric of all existence, with the hope of aiding you in your journey along the path of transformation magic. Having read the preface, Wiset was profoundly captivated and eagerly turned to the next page. This book not only contained the author's insights, but also featured blank spaces for the expression of commentary. By intertwining these insights and annotations, he felt a deepening understanding of transformation magic unfolding before him. Wiset harbored an elusive notion, one that was uniquely his own path of transformation magic. He now had reason to believe that the initial segment of magical text might indeed have been left by Professor Dumbledore himself. Focusing on the familiar, he sought to alleviate the pressure that weighed upon him, searching for a place of contemplation. As Wiset read and experimented, he plucked a strand of hair and placed it on the ground, a familiar garden emerging in his mind. The tip of his wand hovered above the hair, and transformation was at hand. The hair swiftly expanded, morphing into a palm-sized bookmark resembling a leaf. Wiset compared it with the deconstruction diagrams in the book, refining the bookmark's details, its color becoming a more vibrant green, its veins more pronounced, resembling an actual leaf. He suddenly experienced a sense of creation, as if he could manifest objects from thin air. He seemed to hear Luna's voice. A wish is needed. My wish is for it to truly become a leaf. Wiset murmured, as the wand radiated a verdant glow, enveloping the leaf bookmark. In his mind's eye, a branch appeared, adorned with several lush leaves exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. His imagination transformed into reality. The leaf bookmark unfurled, its texture becoming tender, its color increasingly vibrant, even sprouting branches bit by bit. Wiset! Wiset! At that moment, Anthony suddenly shook him, rousing the engrossed Wiset from his reverie. Hurry up, or there might not be any food left in the hall. We have to see the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Chapter 43, Quidditch Tryouts. Wiset slowly opened his eyes, catching a whiff of the distinctive sandalwood scent. In his hand lay a branch, emanating the fragrance, still attached to a sprig of mistletoe. Undoubtedly, this was a completely magical creation, exuding a sense of eclecticism. Why do you have a branch in your hand? Anthony inquired curiously. Because I needed to borrow this book. Wiset replied with a smile, gently tapping the branch with his wand. The branch swiftly shrank, transforming into a mistletoe leaf bookmark that retained the scent of sandalwood. Let us depart, he declared, tucking the bookmark into the book. The theory of transformation had greatly benefited Wiset, to the extent that on his way to the Quidditch pitch, he continued to wave his wand, experimenting with further applications of transformation magic. Insights must be practiced frequently. This was a learning method he had concluded in his past life, and it remained effective now in the magical world. As he walked across the grass, he waved his wand like a symphony conductor, each step causing the grass beneath to transform into a pale white primrose flower. The theory of transformation recorded a plethora of structural diagrams, distinguishing between plants and animals in terms of complexity. The primrose flower was one such diagram, its structure not overly complicated, making it ideal for practice. Wiset turned to gaze at the vanishing primrose, a sense of accomplishment flooding his heart. Transformation magic, as a significant branch of the magical arts, inherently possessed a unique allure. The allure of whimsicality and unpredictability lies in the unique charm of transfiguration magic, ensnaring him in its captivating grasp. In truth, Michael had long been aware of this phenomenon. He gazed at the delicate primroses, his mouth agape, and ultimately succumbed to the temptation of plucking one. As the petals fluttered, the pale white flower rested in his hand, transforming into a small blade of grass. He tugged at Wizard's sleeve, bewildered by the transformation. The fundamentals of transfiguration, from grass to flower, should not present significant difficulty. Anthony, nearby, elucidated that Wizard simply wielded the magic with remarkable proficiency, exceedingly proficient, in fact. How could he be so adept? Michael sighed in frustration, realizing that Wizard's rapid mastery rendered the first-year curriculum almost trivial for him. Practice indeed breeds excellence. Wizard retracted his wand, and the petals danced around him as the primrose reverted to its humble form. I practice quite often. It's no great feat if you're interested. I can lend you my notes. He raised the tome theory of transmutation to emphasize its importance, sharing how it had profoundly inspired him. Faced with a volume exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness, Anthony instinctively swallowed. Perhaps it was best to postpone such endeavors for another day, as weekends should encompass both work and leisure. Indeed, absolutely. Michael quickly concurred, exclaiming, "Look, the selection process seems to have commenced." Wizard's movements were confined to the castle, only peering through the dormitory window to catch a distant glimpse of the Quidditch pitch. The oval-shaped field resembled an olive, comparable in size to a football field, with the starting area marked prominently in the center with a white circular emblem. As a high-altitude competitive sport, the bleachers were elevated, resembling the columns of ancient Greek temples encircling the arena. 3 gilded goalposts towered at either end of the field. Their tops connected to rings that functioned similarly to basketball hoops. To score in the match, players must throw the ball through the ring. To Wizard, who was unfamiliar with Quidditch, his 2 roommates proudly puffed out their chests, seizing the rare opportunity to expound upon the player configurations and scoring methods of Quidditch. This sport, steeped in history, has captivated wizards worldwide, even culminating in events like the Quidditch World Cup. The game employs 4 balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. Each team fields 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The chasers aim to seize the quaffle and throw it through the rings to earn 10 points, the primary method of scoring in Quidditch. The bludgers, imbued with magic, randomly target players, while the beaters, wielding bats, must protect their teammates from the bludgers and redirect them towards opponents to create chaos. The keeper's role is to guard the goalposts, preventing opposing players from scoring. The golden snitch, encompassing flight magic, is akin to a ping-pong ball, darting swiftly and silently. The seeker must locate and capture the snitch to conclude the match. Wizard inquired with curiosity, 150 points? If one could seize the golden snitch from the outset, victory would be assured. Such is the allure of Quidditch, Anthony exclaimed animatedly, as the initially trailing team seizes the opportunity to capture the golden snitch and remarkably turns the tide of the match. What a thrill! Wiset nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the appearance of the golden snitch indeed injects unpredictability into the game, enhancing its spectacle. Upon entering the pitch, they heard Autumn Jean calling out, "Wiset, come here quickly." The benches flanking the team's locker room were already populated. Some, like Autumn, had brought their own broomsticks for the tryouts, while others opted for the school-provided brooms. Autumn was polishing her broomstick, her voice slightly hurried. "I thought you had forgotten." "Apologies, I nearly did," Wiset replied. Taking a seat on the bench, it was Anthony who reminded me. Autumn waved her hand cheerfully. "Hello. Thank you all." "Oh, it's nothing," Anthony responded. His ears flushed crimson, his head bowed low, avoiding Autumn's gaze. Michael's situation wasn't much better. His ears were as red as if scalded by boiling water. Wiset couldn't help but chuckle. The two had been animatedly discussing their aspirations on the way here, yet upon greeting Autumn, they transformed into bashful wallflowers. Before Autumn could select her desired position, she needed a moment to compose herself. To quell her nerves, she engaged Wiset in conversation about the current state of the team. "Ravenclaw's roster is experiencing significant attrition. We have vacancies for chasers, beaters, and seekers alike," she sighed. "Thus, the captain is quite anxious. Prior to your arrival, 20 candidates had already been eliminated. How were they screened out?" Wiset inquired, intrigued by the Quidditch selection process. Hovering, accelerating, maneuvering, sharp turns, Autumn enumerated, counting on her fingers. "The captain will randomly call out actions, and if you can't keep up, you're out." Chapter 44. The rules are meant to be broken. Reflecting on the previous day's flying lesson, Wiset mused that if he were to participate in the tryouts, he would at least make it to the second round. The second round commenced with the selection of beaters. This position demands both precision and power. Over a dozen candidates mounted their broomsticks, balloons strapped to their chests, dividing into 2 groups for the assessment. They paired off, tasked with defending their balloons while striking at the rogue bludgers that might appear. Just in time, a male voice called from behind, Oliver Wood, a familiar face to Wiset. Autumn clearly recognized Wood. She queried, puzzled, "What brings you to Ravenclaw's tryouts?" Wood set down his clipboard, glancing at Wiset with a somewhat distracted gaze. "Just came to observe. After all, I am the captain." It seemed he was on an information-gathering mission. Autumn chuckled. "I've heard Roger mention you. He said you're a Quidditch fanatic, willing to give your life for the sport." Wood straightened, puffing out his chest with pride. "That is my honor." The selection process for the seekers continues, and Wiset realizes that aspiring to become a seeker entails a certain level of risk. The desire to attack the bludger is exceedingly strong. Should one fail to strike it away, the bludger would violently collide with the selector's chest. Those struck are sent tumbling from their brooms, not only bruising their mouths against the ground but also shattering their teeth, a calamity that defies mere description. Such unfortunate incidents have deterred many, who, under the pretense of escorting the injured to the infirmary, retreat from the pitch in disgrace. "It is evident that Ravenclaw is rather precious," Wood murmured, noticing Qiu Zhang turn to glance at him, prompting him to amend his statement. "There are indeed those with audacity. These 2 lads are quite commendable, displaying quick reflexes and commendable skills, though they must continue to refine their prowess." The 2 individuals who secured their spots are third-year students named Jansen Samuels and Duncan Ingleby. Once the seeker selection concluded, Qiu Zhang suddenly stood up with a swish, her body somewhat rigid as she approached. Fred and the others mentioned that Cedric seems to have a keen interest in her, Wood whispered, scribbling on his notepad. Her flying posture was remarkably professional. She had previously donned the Tattersall Tornadoes uniform, indicating a lifelong passion for Quidditch. It seemed she was destined to be a seeker. Wiset found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "You are quite proficient." I simply have a keen interest in Quidditch, Wood nodded, asserting. Nothing related to Quidditch escapes my notice, including you. Me? Wiset instinctively recoiled slightly. Surely, it cannot pertain to me? Wood, with utmost seriousness, remarked. I witnessed Harry's flying skills last night. Truth be told, while he is quite impressive, he falls just short when compared to you. If his flying talent is exceptional, then you appear to be born to soar. It was astonishing how she could harness the speed of an antique like the shooting star to such remarkable effect. Lowering his voice, he asked Wiset, would you be interested in transferring to Gryffindor? I would gladly risk my life to petition Professor McGonagall on your behalf. Without hesitation, Wiset shook her head. I am quite content in Ravenclaw, engaging in pursuits I adore, and I relish the atmosphere here. What a pity, Wood replied, his tone tinged with regret, before redirecting his focus to the pitch, evaluating the seekers in the selection process. The paramount attribute for a seeker is speed, enabling one to catch the golden snitch. Qiu Zhang, with her slender physique, exhibited swifter flight than her peers, thereby establishing a significant advantage. Roger tossed the marble from various angles, and she adeptly detected its descent, catching it effortlessly before it hit the ground. Her ability to accomplish this with ease demonstrates her keen observational skills and swift reflexes. As Wood remarked, Qiu Zhang's proficiency surpassed that of her competitors, and she successfully secured her position as a seeker. Indeed, the future is promising. Wood mused, at least in the role of seeker, Ravenclaw has discovered a remarkable talent. Qiu Zhang, beaming with joy upon hearing Wood's praise, blossomed into a radiant smile. The next step is to pursue a chaser, Wood scribbled on his board. Anticipating the moment, he could return to formulate strategies. As he murmured to himself, a voice emerged from beside him. Mr. Lovegood, I see you are here. It was Professor Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, clad in her green robes. Wood's eyes flickered, as if he had anticipated an unfortunate turn of events. He sighed heavily, a wry smile forming as he muttered, Professor McGonagall, you are truly too just. Might you spare some of that overflowing fairness for Professor Snape? Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature, scurried quickly towards Wiset. Professor McGonagall has informed me of your remarkable flying talent. Would you care to participate in the selection? Wiset inquired. Did the notice not specify that only second-year students may try out? Rules can be bent, Professor Flitwick replied cheerfully. We believe first years need time to acclimate to Hogwarts, thus that stipulation was added. However, you face no such challenges. Your performance in class and assignments has been exemplary. As we all can attest. Wiset nodded. Since Professor Flitwick has said so, I am certainly willing to give it a try. Flitwick sprang into action. Then follow me. I shall speak with Arsenal and the others. Qiu Zhang smiled, offering an encouraging gesture. Go for it. You will surely succeed. Anthony and Michael also stood, fervently expressing their support with their eyes, though Qiu Zhang maintained a more restrained demeanor beside them. Wiset, go for it. Several others cheered him on. It was at this moment that Wiset noticed a number of Hufflepuff students had gathered as well, seemingly drawn to any spectacle of excitement. Vice Captain Roger was tasked with determining the seeker, while the first round of selection would be entrusted to others. Arsenal Vincent, the team captain, was tall and robust, occupying the position of goalkeeper, and was in his 7th year. As a 7th-year student, he needed to prepare for his exams, leaving him with limited time. This academic year, he had delegated most of the team's affairs to Roger, while he focused on his studies. If all went according to plan, Roger would successfully take over after Arsenal's graduation. Seeing Wood's grim expression brought Arsenal a sense of joy. He smiled, having boasted to Wiset the previous afternoon about a prodigious player from Gryffindor. He patted Wiset on the shoulder. I heard from Professor Flitwick that your talent is quite impressive. Now hop on your broom and show me what you've got. Chapter 45. If all else fails, one must choose to believe in Wiset. The first round of selection commenced, and as Wiset had anticipated, this segment proved quite easy. Whether soaring, maneuvering, or even flying upside down, he executed each aerial maneuver with grace and ease. Upon returning to the ground, Arsenal remarked with a smile, I have never seen a first-year fly so adeptly on a Nimbus 2000. This is Ravenclaw's most promising year yet. He was both thrilled and exhilarated. Have you considered which position you might aim for? Wiset suddenly recalled his newfound abilities acquired at the library, contemplating a position that might suit him, perhaps as a chaser? No problem, Arsenal replied with a smile. We must make you a chaser. As the captain of the team, Arsenal naturally harbored aspirations for victory. Unfortunately, the team had suffered significant talent loss over the years, resulting in Ravenclaw's less-than-ideal performance, consistently languishing in 4th place. In the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, with only 4 teams, the distinction between 4th place and last was merely a matter of nomenclature. Ravenclaw, priding itself on its sky and eagle colors, found it hard to justify its perennial bottom ranking in Quidditch. The emergence of Wiset instilled hope for championship glory in Arsenal, who was nearing graduation. With excitement bubbling within him, Arsenal approached Roger, inquiring if a suitable chaser had been found. Jeremiah Straighton, Roger introduced a 3rd-year student. His aim is decent, with some training. He'll be ready to play. However, we need 2 chasers, and currently, there are no more suitable candidates. We must revisit the shortlist to at least assemble a complete team. Then let me introduce you to Wiset. Arsenal raised his voice unconsciously, the genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. His flying skills are impeccable. Really? Roger asked, slightly taken aback. I think I recall Wiset. He is a new student, isn't? Arsenal, brimming with excitement akin to winning the lottery, replied, I've already put him through the first round of selections. He even accomplished the inverted flight and dive. His balance and speed are beyond reproach. Roger's eyes brightened. Then I shall add his name to the list immediately. Arsenal nodded, bringing along the bludger and the quaffle for everyone to familiarize themselves with during a brief training session. Mounting the team's enchanted broomsticks, Wiset soared into the air alongside his teammates. Arsenal positioned himself at the goalposts. Jeremy and Duncan, you'll be tasked with seizing Wiset's bludger. Autumn, partner with Jansen to strike the bludgers, targeting Wiset. Autumn furrowed her brow and raised her hand, asking, May I inquire why the target is solely Wiset? Of course. I have confidence in him, Arsenal replied with a smile. In the future, we will devise strategies centered around him. For now, this is to ensure everyone understands the situation. Next week's formal training will require no further explanation. The bludgers pose a significant threat on the pitch, and this training will serve as a test for you all. Revealing your weaknesses, I will tailor your training tasks based on this session. Once everyone was prepared, they swiftly dispersed, maintaining a distance of 10 meters around Wiset. Roger opened the box containing the bludgers, and 2 bludgers shot forth like cannonballs, whistling through the air in an arc, commencing their assault on the players on the field. Arsenal tossed the quaffle. Wiset, catch. Suspended in the starting zone, Wiset caught the quaffle and soared forth like an arrow. Roger, moving rapidly through the air, skillfully intercepted a bludger, swinging his bat to send it flying. The quaffle soared through the air with a thunderous sound, tracing a jet-black arc before hurtling toward Wiset, the distance between them scarcely exceeding 2 meters. Qiu Zhang observed this scene with bated breath, gripping his broom tightly. The reactions of the novice players were remarkably similar. They were taken aback by Roger's apparent seriousness, leaving no room for leniency. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Roger muttered as he searched for another quaffle. Professor Flitwick, seated in the observation area, clutched his wand tightly, ready to intervene should Wiset tumble from his broom. Beside him, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her fingers gripping the frame tightly as her gaze remained fixed on Wiset, hovering in the sky. Wood squinted, instinctively clenching his fists, such a short distance. It seemed impossible for an ordinary person to react in time. Despite being a chaser, Roger's ferocity with the quaffle was astonishing. Arsenal held his breath, eyes unwaveringly fixed on the quaffle. Wiset, hearing the whistle of the quaffle, was mentally prepared. Upon its sudden appearance before him, he felt no panic. Instead, a surge of exhilaration propelled him to accelerate further. The broom designated for the match was remarkably efficient, surpassing the meteor in both speed and stability. He showed no intention of slowing down, bending down to clamp the bludger with his elbow, his chest pressing against the handle as he narrowly evaded the quaffle. Wiset's speed was astounding, gliding through the air like a swift swallow, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. In an instant, he transitioned from extreme motion to utter stillness, appearing before Arsenal with a distance of less than 3 meters. Mastery of ancient magic, throwing proficiency. He struck the bludger with force, and empowered by ancient magical forces. It emitted a high-pitched whistle. Arsenal instinctively attempted to catch it, but the bludger left behind a vivid crimson trail, soaring straight through the ring. In less than 30 seconds since the serve, Wiset astonishingly scored, a feat unforeseen by most onlookers. Qiu Zhang beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Wiset scores a goal. Professor McGonagall added, I hardly know how to thank you. Professor Flitwick's face lit up with delight, declaring, I shall certainly assist you in seizing the trophy from Professor Snape. It's still too early to say that. Our Potter is no slouch either, Professor McGonagall replied, striving to maintain a smile. Once the match begins, you'll understand. We just need to secure the trophy. Wood gazed at his notepad, momentarily at a loss for words. When speed reaches unimaginable levels, devising strategies necessitates transcending conventional thought. Ultimately, he wryly inscribed this sentiment. Thank goodness Wiset isn't a seeker. Otherwise, it's hard to fathom how swiftly he would conclude the match. Roger flew toward the goalpost, cheerfully complaining. Arsenal, don't go easy on me. I'm putting in so much effort. Why aren't you resisting at all? The short distance indeed made it difficult to react. Arsenal responded with a rueful smile. Let us have another 5 minutes. You all need to step up. Don't let Roger bear the burden alone. The training session had almost turned into a personal showcase for Wiset. Although unable to discern the shortcomings of other players, as Arsenal noted, they have all developed confidence in Wiset. If all else fails, one can simply choose to trust Wiset half a minute into the match. Chapter 46, The Cerberus and the Package. Upon becoming the chaser for the Ravenclaw team, Wiset promptly returned to his dormitory to pen a letter. sharing this delightful news with Luna. Even in the academically focused Ravenclaw, discussions surrounding Quidditch ignite fervent debate. With the captain of Arsenal preoccupied with exam preparations and absent from the common room, the aimless crowd seized upon the vice-captain, Roger, encircling him to inquire about the specific roster of team members. Aside from Arsenal and myself, the rest are newcomers. As you know, many graduated last year. Next up is Autumn Jean from the second year. She is a chaser with a solid foundation and quick reflexes. And here's Wiset. Come on, come greet everyone. Just as Wiset descended the stairs, he was spotted by Roger, who summoned him before the group. Roger slung an arm around Wiset's shoulders and, raising his voice, declared, a top-notch chaser. Even I feel inferior. Arsenal, caught off guard, could hardly contain the anticipation for this year's Quidditch season. We truly have a chance at the championship. With this introduction, Wiset gained a modicum of fame within the academy. The lackluster Quidditch performance of Ravenclaw had left many upperclassmen feeling stifled, having finally secured Roger's assurance. They were eager to offer Wiset tangible assistance, enabling him to concentrate on training. Wiset graciously accepted their help and acquired numerous valuable notes and insights from these upperclassmen. This is also why he cherished Ravenclaw. The students here take great pleasure in note-taking, and such notes, infused with personal thoughts, serve as excellent learning materials. Utilizing the study methods he mastered in his previous life, he could distill a unique set of insights from the diverse notes on the same spell. For instance, the healing charm he had just learned functions similarly to a band-aid, facilitating the swift recovery of ordinary wounds. The soreness following physical exertion can likewise be alleviated with the healing charm, proving immensely beneficial in daily life. After synthesizing 4 sets of notes, he developed his own understanding of casting the healing charm. He recalled the medical advice from his past life. Doctors often encourage patients to relax, as this expedites recovery. This principle could indeed be applied to magic. Maintaining a relaxed mindset would facilitate the effective release of the healing charm. Healing as before. Wiset etched these insights into his memory, and as he recited the incantation, a burst of emerald light emanated from the tip of his wand. The light enveloped his wrist, producing a sensation akin to a warm compress, instantly banishing the soreness incurred from throwing the quaffle. You learned far too quickly, Penelope mused, questioning her own journey. I dedicated an entire weekend to mastering this spell. If it weren't for your notes, I wouldn't have grasped it so swiftly, Wiset replied hastily. I merely consider myself fortunate to stand on the shoulders of giants. Your acknowledgement brings me joy, she responded with a smile. Penelope's spirits had notably improved, and she immersed herself once again in her studies. Meanwhile, Weasley was not idle. In his quest to practice the healing charm, he set his sights on other Quidditch players, aiming to assist any he could catch. The following morning, before Weasley could step into the Great Hall, he was intercepted at the entrance by Fred and George. I hear you've become a chaser? Have you considered seeking a beater's position? I want to see you go head-to-head with Harry. Weasley inquired. Did Wood tell you this? Fred shook his head. Of course not. Wood wouldn't say such a thing. He only devises strategies. Strategies that could exhaust us. George chimed in. He spent an entire night in front of the fireplace, crafting a plan as thick as history of magic. Indeed, it's utterly terrifying. Fred shuddered. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run. And most importantly, George's expression turned grave. In winter, we cannot wear thick clothing. We must rely on willpower to combat the cold. He's gone mad. Our hair will freeze off. The twins' antics prompted Weasley to interject. No need to worry. I just learned the healing charm. I can use it to rescue you. Ah, that's splendid. Fred exclaimed. Should I ever be on the brink of death, be sure to save me. George interjected regarding a previous question. If you wish to know certain news, it's best to consult Hufflepuff. Their information is always the fastest. I will. Weasley replied with a smile and a nod. His life remained orderly. After enjoying breakfast, he headed to the library to continue his study of theory of transfiguration. Time passed, and he was soon interrupted by Ron's voice. Weasley, have you finished your homework? Weasley looked up. I completed it the night before. Did you miss something in your notes? Feel free to ask me. Ron turned to Harry, saying, see? This is the difference between him and Hermione. Harry glanced towards the distant fat lady, nodding in agreement. Weasley found their intentions somewhat unclear. What was happening? Harry quickly nodded. Exactly. We're preoccupied with that monster. We can't concentrate on our assignments. Monster? Homework. Weasley was further perplexed. Harry and Ron began to recount their recent escapades. Malfoy had challenged Harry to a midnight duel, and in a fit of bravado, Harry and Ron snuck out of the common room that night, encountering Hermione and Neville along the way. In truth, the midnight duel was a ruse. Malfoy not only failed to show up, but also reported them to Filch in an attempt to get them into trouble. In their frantic bid to evade Filch, the four stumbled into the forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore, where they encountered a three-headed dog as large as a house. Weasley furrowed his brow. A three-headed dog? Guarding the trapdoor? Indeed. Harry nodded eagerly. Are you aware of the break-in at Gringotts? It must be guarding that package. I went to retrieve it with Hagrid. Weasley remarked. I believe such matters are not your concern. After all, Professor Dumbledore stated that it is a forbidden area. Thus, we have come to borrow homework. Harry said with a sigh. Completing the assignment is of utmost importance. I certainly do not wish to be subjected to Snape's scorn. Ron chimed in. Hermione refuses to lend us her work, so we had no choice but to seek your assistance. Copying homework is hardly commendable. Vizard raised an eyebrow, given Professor Snape's prowess. If you were to replicate my work, it would likely be discerned at a mere glance, wouldn't it? Since you put it that way, Ron quickly inquired. What should we do then? Vizard skillfully advised. Seek out the 7th issue of Practical Potions Master from 1986 in the periodicals section. After perusing it, summarize the contents. It will aid you in completing your assignment. Chapter 47, Defense Against the Dark Arts. With Vizard's guidance, Ron and Harry ultimately managed to complete their task, albeit with great difficulty. As he watched the two depart, Vizard pondered. No wonder Hagrid appeared unusually anxious when Livy mentioned. It seems Livy had become the guardian of the trapdoor, tasked with overseeing a certain treasure acquired from Gringotts. Why dwell on such matters? He chuckled softly to himself. This affair bore no relevance to him. Before long, another voice echoed softly. Did you allow Harry and Ron to copy your homework? Such behavior is unacceptable. We are undoubtedly going to lose points. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, spoke rapidly, her brow furrowed with skepticism. Vizard looked up. What are you talking about? I saw Hermione point back. She indicated, that is her designated corner. Ron and Harry brought their assignments over, clearly seeking your assistance. So, where's my homework? Vizard inquired gently, extending his hand to reveal theory of transfiguration. Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words, her ears reddening as she stammered. I don't know. Vizard replied calmly. They completed their assignments independently. I merely assisted with a few inquiries. It is as simple as that. He began to comprehend Ron and Harry's dissatisfaction regarding Hermione's demeanor. Such an outspoken and impulsive character was indeed difficult to tolerate. But I said the same to them. Hermione protested indignantly. I told them that if they copied homework, they would undoubtedly be caught and penalized. I also mentioned that if they had questions, they should come to me. We discussed everything in class. Why didn't they take proper notes? Vizard found himself amused. You conveyed all of that? Indeed. Hermione nodded. Every last word. Vizard continued. Do you believe they were eager to hear you express such sentiments? Why wouldn't they be? Hermione hesitated. Surely it's for their own good. Vizard frowned slightly. In truth, I witnessed your last transfiguration lesson, turning matches into needles. You were overly ambitious, thinking you could achieve magical transformations in a short span. Yet do you truly believe you possess such ability? Hermione shivered slightly, her eyes glistening. You still don't understand, do you? Vizard smiled faintly. What I just expressed was merely a mimicry of your words directed at Ron and the others. No one appreciates being lectured, nor do they welcome a condescending tone that commands them or criticizes their shortcomings, undermining their abilities. I understand your intentions are for their benefit. However, to persuade them to accept your counsel, mere criticism will not suffice. As the hour approaches, I shall take my leave. He disregarded Hermione, who stood there in shock, took the book Theoretical Transformations and his notebook, and exited the library. With ample time over the weekend, he intended to further explore the magnificent castle and uncover more ancient magical powers. The defense against the dark arts is an exceedingly crucial subject, encompassing the study of various dark magical creatures, malevolent curses, hexes, and jinxes associated with dark magic. This course also imparts knowledge of numerous offensive spells, elucidating how wizards should engage in combat. Additionally, the course has been a topic of much discourse for the past 4 to 5 decades. No professor has taught for more than a year. Even the students of Ravenclaw would solemnly declare that the very course is likely cursed. Each year, the search for a new defense against the dark arts professor has become a paramount challenge for Dumbledore. Consequently, the teaching quality of these professors varies greatly. Currently, the instructor, Quirrell, has received generally low evaluations from students. Firstly, Quirrell's appearance is peculiar, as he wraps his head in a garlic-scented purple turban. During class, students must endure the omnipresent odor of garlic. Secondly, Quirrell's lessons consist of him stammering through the textbook and then awkwardly attempting to explain it, with little genuine practical content. The overall classroom experience leaves much to be desired. Many students have taken to referring to it as a mere substitute for history of magic, openly dozing off in class. Snivel Curse. This ancient spell once again finds its way into Quirrell's stammering lecture. The Snivel Curse, modified after the Wizarding World War, has re-emerged in the curriculum. Among the most perilous of dark magic are curses, and the Snivel Curse is precisely that. However, under Quirrell's explanation, the spell's effect is described as painfully simple. It causes the victim to suffer from profuse nasal discharge, akin to a severe cold. With such an ordinary name and description, compounded by Quirrell's halting voice, it is no surprise that at least half of the students begin to doze off. Even the Ravenclaw students find it hard to resist. opting instead to pull out the homework left by Snape the previous day and hurriedly scribble away. Assignments from class are always completed by Wiset on the same day. Coupled with his extensive experience in history of magic, he finds himself able to laboriously piece together the lecture content, extracting a modicum of knowledge, like assembling a puzzle. Reconstructing the fragmented lessons is a source of amusement for him. The Snivel curse is not as simple as it appears. In Quirrell's narrative, this spell has undergone several modifications, particularly after the Wizarding World War, which significantly diminished its potency. Professor Quirrell. Wiset raised his hand. May I inquire if you are aware of the original power of this spell? A clear and resounding voice instantaneously roused the students from their stupor, as they drowsily sought to identify the speaker. Quirrell, similarly awakened from his reverie, pondered, Mr. Lockhart, what leads you to such a conclusion? To which Weasley responded, because this is a curse, one of the most perilous forms of dark magic. It should not merely induce nasal congestion, should it? You certainly pay attention in class. Quirrell chuckled, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Among the distracted students, Weasley stood out for his earnest note-taking and contemplation. Quirrell continued, this ancient magic draws its inspiration from afflictions or plagues that can prove fatal. Thus, the original intent of this curse was indeed to kill. It is a lethal curse. The mention of a curse associated with death naturally captivated the attention of the students present. Chapter 48. Unveiling Potential, Cultivating Vessels. The earliest iteration of the snot curse was exceedingly complex, a composite curse capable of inducing severe diarrhea, persistent high fevers, and skin necrosis. Quirrell's stammering was quite pronounced. Within mere minutes, the few students who had managed to muster their focus found themselves succumbing to drowsiness once more. Weasley's diligence struck a chord with Quirrell, prompting him to elaborate on the snot curse in depth, almost as if imparting his entire knowledge. Only Weasley remained engrossed, filling an entire page with notes. As the bell rang, Quirrell approached Weasley, his expression anxious and his voice hoarse as he inquired, how was it? Were you able to comprehend? It was splendid. Weasley replied with a satisfied smile. This is my first encounter with a composite magic. Don't the previous spells share similar characteristics? Quirrell beamed. What an astute connection. No wonder Professor Flitwick and the others frequently commend you. Would you like to learn more about such magic? Come to my office at noon, and I shall recommend some books. Weasley nodded in agreement. Of course, I hope I won't intrude upon your lunch. No trouble at all. Quirrell waved his hand, beaming even more brightly, relishing the rare opportunity to engage with a studious student. He trudged back to his office, leaning against the door, his eyes betraying a sense of torment. I must do this. It is the master's command, he uttered in a fit of hysteria, but he is merely an eager Ravenclaw. Just like I once was. I apologize. Gasping, Quirrell instinctively clutched his head. The pain rendered his breathing labored. This was Voldemort's summons. He stepped into the center of the office and removed the purple scarf from his head before the mirror. The reflection revealed a terrifying visage on the back of his skull, resembling a serpent's face. Where a nose ought to be were only two slits, and malevolent eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. Voldemort, once bound to a serpent's form, had now transferred to Quirrell, establishing an inescapable bond of subservience. Voldemort's voice, cold and serpentine, hissed, Quirrell, I hope you bring me good news this time. Master Quirrell trembled slightly, his tone one of utmost reverence. The two boys you asked me to observe, I've already invited one. Harry Potter? A fierce red glow ignited in Voldemort's eyes, only to dim almost immediately. No. That boy is of inferior caliber. You invited Weasley? Indeed. Today, I discussed the snot spell and successfully captured his attention. Quirrell hurriedly continued. I invited him to come over at noon and recommended a few books. Much like you, a Ravenclaw, the allure of knowledge is lethal to your kind. Voldemort chuckled ominously. Excellent, Quirrell. You have finally accomplished something for me after all this time. Now, expedite your efforts to uncover how to access the room on the 4th floor. Once you succeed, I shall grant you everything you desire. Thank you, my master. Quirrell closed his eyes, his jaw twitching slightly. What should I do next? What is the content of today's lesson? How did I capture his attention? The snot spell, he explained. I narrated the history of this magic. Weasley believes that since it is a curse, it cannot be so straightforward. His intuition is quite keen. Voldemort sneered. Those fools, in their attempts to mislead, have masked the true name of this curse with such a banal title. The Curse of Affliction. My master, you mentioned this magic just yesterday, Quirrell replied, perplexed. But I do not understand. What do you intend to achieve with Weasley? Is it not Harry Potter you desire? Quirrell, do not presume to guess my intentions. Voldemort barked sharply. Quirrell suddenly felt as if his head would explode, his body struggling to maintain balance as cold sweat broke forth, causing him to collapse to the ground. Master, I realize my mistake. He hastened to plead. What are we to do? Abandon all that you hold dear. Quirrell, Voldemort's voice dripped with temptation. I shall impart the secrets of the Curse of Affliction to you, and you shall teach this magic to him. Quirrell could not respond. He shook his head vigorously, but his consciousness began to blur, and he could only manage a feeble nod. With great effort, he dragged his heavy body toward a nearby chair. An overwhelming tide of knowledge surged forth, and the excruciating pain in his head caused him to lose consciousness, collapsing into the chair. The resistance of the soul within me has weakened, Voldemort remarked with a sinister smile. Setting aside his inefficacy, he is indeed a competent servant. He turned his gaze to the mirror, contemplating the challenge of locating a silent one, a task not easily accomplished. I hope Quirrell can endure a bit longer, allowing me to thoroughly explore this silent one's potential and transform him into a suitable vessel. At noon, Weasley knocked on the office door. Enter. The office, located on the 3rd floor of the castle, was reasonably well lit, yet emanated a chilling aura. The room contained little. Save for an iron cage partially covered with linen in the corner, the air was thick with the scent of garlic, mingling with a peculiar, unsettling odor. Mr. Weasley, Quirrell called out, please, take a seat. The lesson will commence shortly. Compared to his earlier demeanor, his face was now as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, resembling a man who had just recovered from a severe illness. Professor Chilo, are you feeling well? Whispered Visor. Perhaps you should rest first? I can visit another day. There's no need for that. Chilo quickly replied, gesturing for a chair to be brought and placed behind Visor. I recall mentioning to you previously that during the summer, I encountered several vampires and witches who cursed me in unison. Occasionally, I find myself affected by it. The same happens during classes. Too many people remind me of that initial scene, causing me to stutter involuntarily. When there are fewer individuals present, I fare much better. Visor politely remarked. It seems the curse is indeed quite fearsome. Professor Chilo, you should take care of your health. Chilo shuddered slightly, and once again began to stutter. You are the first student to express concern for me. Visor offered a non-committal smile, retrieving his notebook and quill, ready to take notes at any moment. Chilo, regaining his fluency, continued, I remember you mentioned this morning your interest in complex magic. Indeed, Visor replied with a smile. I find anything related to magic fascinating. That's splendid. As a member of Ravenclaw, it is only fitting. Chilo forced a somewhat stiff smile, as if it had been ages since he had last smiled in such a manner. Let me exemplify with the sickness curse to illustrate what qualifies as complex magic and the characteristics such magic possesses. Visor inquired, the sickness curse? Is that the true name of the sniveling curse? Chilo nodded, precisely. It was only after its potency was diminished that it was bestowed with a new name. Chapter 49, The Disarming Spell and Complex Magic. As the lesson commenced, Chilo posed a question. Visor, are you familiar with what is known as the disarming spell? The disarming spell? Visor recalled a book he had read, where a universal disarming spell was mentioned in standard spells. Level 2. He was particularly impressed when Professor McGonagall had utilized this spell recently to negate the effects of an enlargement spell. Chilo smiled with satisfaction. That's sufficient. The universal disarming spell is a representative incantation, theoretically capable of counteracting all magic found in standard spells. It is indeed quite versatile. He elucidated. The extent to which you master the contents of standard spells determines how many spells you can dispel. The universal disarming spell functions like a master key, always capable of unlocking the lock. In response to the proliferation of such spells, wizards have developed complex magic by employing more intricate locks and intertwining various spells. This forms the foundational concept of complex magic. Ah, I see. Visor exclaimed, enlightened. It's akin to drawing. When various shapes are combined, one can create intricate patterns. A remarkably excellent analogy. Chilo praised. Now that you comprehend the fundamental concept, we shall formally delve into the study of the sickness curse. He summoned the quill and writing board, and as he elucidated the principles of the sickness curse, the quill automatically transcribed the key points onto the board. As a form of complex magic, the sickness curse interweaves numerous malevolent and toxic spells. By linking these curses together, it culminates in the formation of an exceedingly powerful hex, embodying the notion that quantitative changes can precipitate qualitative transformations. During the course of instruction, Vizert discovered that Chi Luo was far from ordinary. His theories were remarkably robust, capable of articulating even the most esoteric concepts with simplicity. It seemed that the profound impact of his summer journey had led to a cognitive bias among the students regarding him. Chi Luo's voice had grown increasingly hoarse. Vizert, do you have another class this afternoon? Indeed. Vizert nodded. I have a transfiguration class later. Then let us conclude for today. Chi Luo's tone bore a hint of regret. If you have the time, do consider reading these books. He flicked his fingers, and a still wet note soared towards Vizert. Vizert recited the titles inscribed upon it. A Guide to Medieval Sorcery, The Mad Magic of the Eccentric Sorcerer, Using Poison Against Poison, but it still lacked a signature. Chi Luo retrieved the note, signed it, stating that the originals of these books resided in the restricted section, and without a professor's signature, Madame Pants would not permit entry. He returned the note to Vizert, adding, hand this note to Madame Pants, and she will understand. Professor Chi Luo, I cannot thank you enough for sacrificing your lunch break. Vizert earnestly tucked the note away, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. A noticeable flush appeared on Chi Luo's pale face. He waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming with fervor, "I am a professor. This is my duty." However, he tentatively inquired, "Do you truly think I teach well?" His expression bore traces of uncertainty. "Absolutely." Vizert nodded vigorously. "At my age, I would scarcely have access to such material. Even if I did, grasping its meaning would be quite challenging. Without your gradual and thorough instruction, I fear I would struggle to master this knowledge." "That is splendid to hear," Chi Luo replied with genuine delight. "Now, I shall assign you a small task. Summarize the curses taught today and form them into a coherent and phonetically pleasing phrase." Vizert recalled the notes, realizing this was indeed the essence of composite magic. "It appears you have truly grasped it." Chi Luo beamed even more. "Precisely. That is the purpose of the assignment." "Understood," Vizert nodded earnestly. "I shall complete it with utmost diligence." Just as Chi Luo was about to say something further, a sudden pain shot through the back of his head. "Ah?" To conceal the grimace from view, he swiftly turned away, striving to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Voldemort had awakened, and he did not wish for Vizert to uncover his secret. Sensing the anomaly, Vizert inquired, "Professor Chi Luo, are you all right?" Chi Luo waved his hands repeatedly, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. "You should go. Return on Saturday at 2 o'clock. "Very well. Please take care of yourself." Vizert set down a chocolate frog, exhaling softly. "Professor Chi Luo, you truly teach splendidly. Keep it up." As the door closed, the office was enveloped in the sound of Chi Luo's labored breaths. Whether from pain or relief, tears streamed down his cheeks. He approached the mirror once more, tearing away the fabric from his head to reveal Voldemort's serpent-like visage. "Quirrell, it seems you have yet to adopt the proper attitude." Voldemort's voice dripped with mockery, shedding tears. "Were you moved by a simple compliment or perhaps by a piece of candy? Do not be so naïve. He praises you merely because I have bestowed upon you the secret of the curse of affliction. Without me, you would be utterly powerless. Do you understand?" Quirrell suddenly realized something, his body trembling violently. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and, with utmost reverence, replied, "Yes, master. I understand." Voldemort responded with satisfaction, asking, "To what stage have you progressed?" Quirrell hastily replied, "I have introduced him to the fundamental concepts of complex magic, as well as the curses and jinxes that would be required." Voldemort's tone turned skeptical. "Quirrell, I do not recall instructing you in such a manner. I commanded you to ensure he quickly masters the curse of affliction." Quirrell, battling a piercing headache, struggled to ask, "But he will be eroded by the curse." "You concern yourself with the erosion of the Silent One by the curse?" Voldemort chuckled ominously. "Have you forgotten what the Silent One truly is? He is an innate dark wizard. The Silent One embodies the ultimate curse. I am merely unearthing his potential, tapping into that rare talent of the Silent One." "Is that so?" Quirrell knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaking through his robes. "Master, do you intend to cultivate him?" A severe headache assailed him once more, and Voldemort's scornful voice echoed in his ears. "Quirrell, I have no need to explain anything to you. Simply focus on your duties. Continue observing that Harry Potter. Uncover his true strengths. And as for the Silent One, hasten to have him cast the curse of affliction rather than merely mastering the spell. Do you understand? Additionally, find an opportunity to enter the room on the 4th floor and ascertain what lies within. You have only acted once since the start of term, and your efficiency is woefully inadequate." Quirrell painfully closed his eyes and bowed deeply. "Yes, my master." Chapter 50. Snape's invitation notes flew in. Wiset left the office, drew his wand, and cast a spell to summon the hand-drawn book Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from his dormitory. Undoubtedly, summoning spells are exceedingly useful, especially once mastered, as they can be employed to locate lost items and summon textbooks left in the dormitory. Magic is truly convenient. Wiset marveled as he made his way to the Transfiguration classroom. "Wiset." Snape emerged from the shadows, his face stern. "Professor Snape?" Wiset was slightly taken aback. Greeting him, "Good afternoon." Snape acknowledged, speaking in low tones. "Follow me." They traversed the corridor, arriving at a secluded corner, where Snape finally faced Wiset. "Why did you go to Quirrell's office?" Wiset responded truthfully. "I am interested in complex magic. Professor Quirrell wanted to recommend a few books to me, so I went." For some reason, as he locked eyes with Snape, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though his thoughts were being laid bare. Instinctively, he cast the Guardian's Meditation, and the discomfort dissipated as his perception sharpened. "Oh," Snape murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. "So that is how it is. It appears you have indeed begun, though it is easily discernible." Wiset, puzzled, inquired, "Professor Snape, may I ask what has been discerned?" Snape did not respond to his question but continued to inquire, "What have you learned during your time in the office?" "I have grasped the foundational theories of complex magic and become acquainted with several curses and jinxes." Wiset spread out the signature that Professor Quirrell had given him, stating that Quirrell had instructed him to seek out the original texts of these spells. "And beyond that?" Wiset noticed a peculiar expression on Snape's face, as if he were reluctant to utter such words. What is your opinion of Professor Quirrell? He is a commendable instructor. As long as one is patient and attentive in class, I have acquired quite a bit of valuable knowledge. And beyond that, has he exhibited any oddities or peculiar behaviors? Wiset discreetly stepped back, reflecting that speaking ill of a professor was not the conduct befitting a student. Humph, Snape scoffed coldly. Gryffindor would not share your sentiment. 10 points from Gryffindor. Wiset smiled inwardly, momentarily at a loss for words, and silently mourned for Gryffindor for 3 seconds. With less than a month into the term, Gryffindor's house points had already diminished significantly, placing them at the bottom of the standings. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's scores were relatively close. If one were to merely observe the hourglasses for house points, it would be challenging to discern who held the top position. If I must insist, then? Snape reiterated his previous question. Has Quirrell displayed any abnormalities or peculiar occurrences? Wiset reluctantly responded. Professor Quirrell's room possesses a strange, fishy odor, despite the bright sunshine outside. There is a chill that pervades the atmosphere. Is that all? Snape appeared somewhat disappointed, yet seemed to exhale a breath of relief. Indeed. What has he taught you regarding complex magic? The Snotting Curse, which is the complete version of the Mucus Curse, possessing the power and effects expected of a curse. Are you interested in dark magic? Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone grew significantly colder. Wiset shook his head. I have not encountered much dark magic, so I cannot say I am particularly interested or averse to it. My desire is simply to understand all knowledge pertaining to magic. Moreover, I believe magic is akin to a knife. It can serve as a weapon that pierces the hearts of the innocent or as a scalpel that saves the dying. What it is does not hold as much importance as the intentions of the one wielding it. Ravenclaw, Snape remarked emotionlessly, you articulate your platitudes quite beautifully, with theories that are well structured. That being said, demonstrate this magic to me. Let me see how much you have truly mastered, and whether you can wield it with the requisite potency. Am I expected to master it so quickly? Wiset faltered. He was still imparting theoretical knowledge and introducing me to those curses and jinxes. Professor Quirrell's intention in providing me with the signature was to solidify my understanding. He also guided me in exploring pronunciation and attempting to construct a suitable incantation. Is that how he instructed you? Snape's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of doubt. He did not directly teach you how to pronounce the incantation and perform the spell? Not at all. Wiset immediately shook his head. Professor Quirrell also acquainted me with countercurses, explaining that wizards developed complex magic to counteract them. That is the extent of his teachings. Snape emitted a derisive laugh, employing magic to counteract magic. A mere unstable solution among many. Wiset immediately grasped the situation. Professor Snape, you can still use potions, correct? You are somewhat more astute than he is. Snape tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a soft hum, signifying his approval. When will Quirrell have you seek him again? Wiset replied, Saturday afternoon at 2. That time should be more accommodating, allowing for some magical practice as well. Then come to my office on Sunday afternoon at 2. Snape commanded. What? Wiset was momentarily taken aback by Snape's words. Snape frowned. If you are unwilling, you may refuse. Wiset hastily waved his hands. Of course not. I am eager to learn more. Snape doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Then be prepared for the worst. I will expel you at any moment. I will do my best. Wiset replied with a smile, raising his copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Professor Snape, I must attend my class now. After dismissing Wiset, Snape proceeded directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's voice was low. Is he well? Snape replied with an impassive expression. Wiset is exceedingly well liked. Even Quirrell is willing to impart his knowledge. Really? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with interest. What has he taught? The Curse of the Malady, a sufficiently malevolent spell. So Quirrell has not harshly compelled Wiset to cast spells, but rather employed the most straightforward method, teaching him step by step? Indeed, your concerns are unfounded. Quirrell is not entirely malevolent, which is a positive development. Dumbledore visibly sighed with relief. And what about you? Are you willing? Snape reluctantly replied. I sacrificed my precious time for him to come to me on Sunday afternoon. I will not treat him like a treasure as you do. The time I lost will be reclaimed from him. I understand. Dumbledore's tone was now considerably lighter. I am delighted that you can accomplish this. Snape smirked slightly. Well, as long as you understand. Chapter 51, Quirrell struggles. Headmaster Dumbledore, you summon me? Quirrell entered the office, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, appearing exceedingly anxious. Quirrell, you need not be so tense, Dumbledore reassured him, offering a prepared cup of hot tea. Have you been under too much pressure lately? And no, everything is quite fine. Quirrell slumped in his seat like a marionette, his limbs rigid and his demeanor exceedingly awkward. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, frowning as he added several sugar cubes. The school has not been particularly tranquil of late. I trust you are aware. What? Quirrell's body stiffened further, resembling a statue. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am not unaware. Dumbledore candidly stated, I have a friend who has entrusted me with the temporary guardianship of a valuable item. It is rather precious. which is why I have specifically secured it in the restricted area on the 4th floor. Oh, I see. Quirrell struggled to muster a smile. This is the first I have heard of it. Someone is attempting to lay claim to that item. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. Quirinus, I hope to enlist your assistance. And me? Quirrell appeared to be startled, his body remaining utterly motionless. Is it truly my honor? He inquired. Indeed. Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. It is precisely because I believe in you that I have consented to your request for a transfer. Before November, I hope you can provide a protective measure. Is that feasible? Quirrell let out a hysterical laugh. Of course, no problem. I will do my utmost. That is splendid. The version of you from the past would have likely declined my request, Dumbledore remarked, a hint of disappointment glimmering in his eyes. Did Vector come to see you at noon? Yes. He possesses great talent, and I provided him with several reference books. Quirrell, caught off guard, nodded anxiously. Professor Dumbledore. You are quite concerned for him, aren't you? Dumbledore took a gentle sip of his tea. He is a pitiable child. Perhaps during the summer you were away from England. You were unaware that he is a quiet one. The situation was dire at the time. He was overtaken by silence, and the Ministry of Magic nearly obliterated him. It was he who managed to recover, though he bore wounds all over. As the defense against the dark arts professor, you must have considerable experience dealing with dark magic. Please ensure that it does not consume him again, will you? Quirrell's gaze flickered, ultimately transforming into unwavering resolve. I will. I most certainly shall. Good, Dumbledore replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. I look forward to your promising news before Halloween. Upon returning to his office, Quirrell relayed this information to Voldemort. The guards at that location are indeed formidable. Voldemort analyzed. That wall itself poses a problem. It cannot be probed with magic. You must open the door and ascertain the situation personally. Do you understand? Given that Dumbledore sought your assistance, it is likely that Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick will also be involved. You must prepare even more thoroughly. Quirrell tentatively inquired. Master, I excel at dealing with trolls. Can I use this as a protective measure? I could bring a troll into the school on Halloween night, and during the pretense of containment, an accident could occur, causing the troll to escape and incite chaos. An intriguing notion, Voldemort conceded. Let that quiet one serve as bait, stirring the silence within him. Master. Quirrell's voice suddenly grew resolute. Dumbledore spoke highly of Vector, so I believe it would be unwise to use him as bait. Exercise caution. It is never unwarranted. Voldemort replied calmly. I shall grant you an ancient spell. Use it to orchestrate the mishap. He began to impart the spell, his voice growing increasingly seductive until Quirrell once again succumbed to unconsciousness. In the darkness, his eyes glowed with a sinister red light. Quirrell, do you genuinely wish to become a professor who considers the welfare of his students? Such a pity. The potential of silence must continue to be harnessed. His voice dripped with mockery. After all, it is you who is taking the risk. I, of course, am indifferent. Time slipped away, and Vector always felt pressed for time due to his studies and practice. Before long, the weekend arrived, and he came to Quirrell's office as agreed. The stench remained pungent, and the atmosphere was as cold as ever. The only noticeable change was Quirrell. His complexion was no longer as pale as before, and he wore a warm smile upon his face. In addition to the few books recommended by Chilo, Wiset sought out several other texts, aiming to synthesize the various works to deduce the composition of the Curse of Affliction. Upon seeing the spells noted in Wiset's manuscript, Chilo inquired with astonishment. Did you compose these spells yourself? Have you attempted to cast them? Wiset, feeling somewhat abashed, replied, I am uncertain about how to proceed. After all, this is a curse, and it carries inherent dangers. Though he maintained a somewhat open-minded perspective towards dark magic, he understood the peril it entailed and refrained from reckless experimentation. Let us give it a try. Chilo beckoned towards the corner. The linen cloth covering the iron cage fell to the ground, revealing a multitude of dormant serpents within. Indeed, the source of the office's foul odor. One venomous snake glided slowly towards the two, prompting Chilo to gently assert, practice is often the most effective means to master magic. Recite your composed spell to it. Wiset brandished his wand and quietly intoned. The snake, as if provoked, writhed vigorously, shedding a few glistening scales and droplets of viscous fluid. Chilo nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the fundamental direction of your spell composition is correct. Both the shedding curse and the purulent curse have manifested. Wiset expressed a hint of regret, stating, with symptoms like severe diarrhea, persistent fever, and skin ulceration. It appears I have only succeeded in the latter. That is not the case, Chilo chuckled softly. What you mentioned are effects exclusive to curses. Achieving this step is sufficient evidence of your talent. In fact, under certain circumstances, I would be even more reluctant to confront your magic. Wiset quickly grasped the implication and responded, is it because my magic is novel? Thus, it would be more challenging to unravel? Precisely, Chilo replied, his satisfaction evident in his smile. As long as you do not encounter an Auror or a more formidable wizard. For the principles of this magic are rooted in the Curse of Affliction, it remains relatively easy to resolve. He reached out to grasp the serpent's head, his lips moving gently, restoring the snake to its original state, ceasing its struggles. First, we must comprehend the incantation of the curse of affliction, particularly the torments of the deadly disease, and then rectify your pronunciation. Chapter 52, Dark Magic and Silent Shadows. Professor Flitwick, during his lectures, also emphasized the significance of proper incantation pronunciation. However, due to the large number of students in attendance, he could not provide the meticulous guidance that Chilo offered. The nuances of pitch and elision, the transformation of mouth shapes, the distinction between voiced and voiceless sounds, as well as the intensity and rhythm of pronunciation, were revelations to Wiset, who found himself taking copious notes, filling 2 entire pages with this invaluable information. Professor McGonagall should have informed you that focus and caution are indispensable elements of transfiguration, Chilo remarked, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. The same applies to incantation. Only with concentration can one ensure clarity, and only with caution can one remain vigilant, especially concerning dark magic, where every syllable must be approached with care. Is it due to one backfire? Wiset inquired curiously, recalling the extensive research he had undertaken, including Ollivander's wand-making notes. Indeed, Chilo replied, a sudden seriousness shadowing his expression. Your knowledge in certain areas likely surpasses that of many graduates. Do they target you regularly? Not at all. Wiset gently shook his head, expressing a warm camaraderie with his peers, often collaborating on assignments, and they would come to observe his training. That's good, Chilo sighed in relief. And we resumed our discussion. The curse of the plague spell demands meticulous attention to various aspects, particularly the necessity of guarding against magical backlash, which requires utmost caution. Wiset felt immense gratitude for all that Chilo had imparted. He understood that only by clarifying all uncertainties could he truly honor such selfless guidance. The final step was to cast the spell. Chilo's voice resonated like a frayed violin string. Unleash your imagination. Visualize a serpent afflicted by plague, its scales shedding, the skin beneath festering and oozing, on the brink of death. With half-closed eyes, Wiset gradually constructed the corresponding imagery in his mind. A tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, yet he hesitated not, intoning the incantation in a voice as low and sinister as a serpent's hiss. Torment of deathly affliction. A somber, gray light erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly penetrating the serpent's body like an arrow. Silently, the serpent began to decay, and in less than a second, it transformed into a pool of viscous green slime, a foul stench instantly permeating the room. Vanish. Chilo retched slightly, waving his wand to dispel the noxious mixture. Instinctively, Wiset covered his chest, feeling an unsettling pulse at his core, akin to a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of malevolent thoughts surged forth, only to dissipate almost entirely, leaving a few lingering tremors in his heart. Noticing something amiss, Chilo inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" Wiset expelled a breath of murky air, realizing his heart raced perhaps due to his inaugural venture into dark magic. "Ah, I see," Chilo remarked gravely. "This is what you are experiencing." "What do you mean?" Wiset questioned with curiosity. "You must learn to restrain yourself." Wiset, Chilo's expression turned serious. "Your latent talent is both a gift and a curse. It amplifies your dark magic's potency, much like the serpent that transformed into putrid slime. Simultaneously, it stirs the malevolence within you. You must exercise greater caution when wielding dark magic." Through these 2 lessons, he grasped Chilo's robust theoretical foundation. "Professor Chilo, do you believe there exists a method to mitigate this influence?" After a moment's contemplation, Chilo proposed, "You need only focus on the incantation and technique, without envisioning specific imagery. This should alleviate some of the effects." He summoned another serpent, adding, "Additionally, you might attempt the brain-cloaking spell. Mastering such an advanced magic is beyond my ability to teach you." "Thank you, Professor Chilo." Wiset expressed his sincere gratitude. "I shall first try your initial method. Torment of deathly affliction." Chilo's assessment proved astutely accurate. By foregoing specific imagery, the spell's potency diminished considerably. The serpent's scales peeled away by half, spewing pus, appearing nearly lifeless. Yet, the efficacy of this spell left Chilo in awe. Your latent talent grants you astonishing enhancements. Even absent the envisioned imagery, the spell's power remains substantial. Perhaps it was his usual stammering in class that made Chilo cherish their private lessons all the more. Disregarding the pain in his throat, he delved deeper into the intricacies of complex magic, recommending numerous related tomes. At 1:50 on Sunday afternoon, Wiset stood at the threshold of Snape's office. "Come in directly." Snape's voice suddenly echoed, his sense of time commendable. In contrast to Quirrell's theoretical and practical teachings, Snape's instruction was notably succinct. The office housed a magical energy field, brimming with a plethora of materials. Here, one could find both magical flora and animal components, all unprocessed, with the animal materials not only dripping with blood, but also faintly pulsating, exceedingly fresh. Snape inquired, "Which materials can you handle?" Wiset stepped forward for a glance. White fresh. Shriveled fig, pulsating umbrella mushroom, gordigan, floating pear. I have dealt with them all at home. Luna spent her days tending to the garden and would take him along to process magical plants, selling them in Diagon Alley to supplement household expenses. Excellent, Snape replied coldly, turning to attend to the dragon's entrails. Having spent some time at Hogwarts, such remarks from Snape were not surprising to Wiset. Rolling up his sleeves, Wiset stepped into the magical energy field, immediately shivering. Snape's voice remained frigid. How does it feel? A bit cold, Wiset replied, extending his palm to gauge the sensation before taking a deep breath. The temperature was likely close to freezing, the humidity just right, not stifling at all. Perfectly suited for preserving these materials. Snape stated, I will teach you this magic. You will practice it at home, and next time, you shall maintain the magical energy field. Wiset asked, can I use it regularly? Or just for processing materials? Use it as you please, just don't embarrass me. Snape's tone softened slightly. Can you perform the cutting charm? Wiset nodded yes. I've practiced it several times recently. Then let us begin. Use the cutting charm to slice open the membrane on the surface of the dragon liver, Snape instructed, drawing out his wand. Your technique is far too crude. Do you think dragon liver is as cheap as pig liver? Congratulations, pigs think the same. Pierce into the depression of the dragon kidney. The green mass within is highly toxic. You must either excise it thoroughly with the cutting charm or cleanse it completely, leaving no trace behind. What are you doing? How dare you handle the dragon heart like that? There's dragon heart blood inside, an absolutely precious material. Do you intend to sell your body to Hogwarts to repay a debt? At that moment, Wiset began to understand why students from other houses often displayed a flicker of fear when discussing Snape. His manner of speaking was indeed not something an ordinary person could endure. Chapter 53, Ancient Magic, Purification and Soul Cleansing Spell. Learning from Snape felt akin to undergoing an ancient apprenticeship. A master would never show mercy when instructing an apprentice, using stern methods to motivate their growth. After an afternoon of practice, Wiset's technique grew increasingly adept, and he garnered invaluable knowledge of potion making. The skills spoken of by Snape were scarcely found in the texts he had perused. Through the eye of magic, it becomes evident that even the techniques documented in books pale in comparison to those imparted by Snape in terms of efficiency and precision. In the realm of magic, potions have consistently been a coveted commodity. The profession of a potion master equates to a life of abundance and ease. Furthermore, Snape is not merely a potion master. He is currently the youngest master of potions. Merely assisting in the preparation of various ingredients grants one the invaluable guidance of a potion master, making it an exceptionally worthwhile endeavor. The only source of vexation for him lies in the bloodstains splattered while handling the entrails of a dragon, which have nearly soaked through his robes. Dragons exhibit a remarkable resistance to magic, and their internal organs are no exception. Despite employing both the Scourgify and Scourgify spells, he finds it impossible to achieve a satisfactory level of cleanliness. Can't you manage even this minor mess? Did Quirrell teach you nothing, or is your mind utterly vacant, devoid of learning? Upon mentioning Quirrell, a glimmer of insight sparkles in Wizard's eyes. If I regard the dragon's magical resistance as a puzzle to be solved, then I must employ a composite spell to counter it. In contrast to the vile curses that constitute the complex hex, the Scourgify spells are more familiar to him. Closing his eyes, he invokes the Guardian's meditation, and his thoughts become remarkably lucid. He intends to merge the Scourgify and Scourgify spells to formulate an effective composite spell. The function of the Scourgify spell is straightforward, capable of cleansing dirt, feathers, and similar impurities. The Scourgify spell takes it a step further. Not only can it eliminate dust, but it also proves effective against stubborn stains such as sauces and blood clots. With the assistance of the Guardian's meditation, various combinations flash through Wizard's mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally opens his eyes, having determined the incantation, Dirt, be gone. He gestures with his wand, tracing a smooth arc in the air. A gentle breeze sweeps through Wizard's robes, creating a swirling vortex upon the ground. Guided by his wand, the bloodstains on his robes are drawn into the vortex, coalescing into a dark red mist in midair. Snape's eyes widen, and a muscle in his cheek twitches. He quickly masks his expression, reverting to his usual indifference. Clean up the mess on the floor and dispose of it. Understood. Wizard responds promptly, pressing down with his wand. The vortex, under his control, swiftly navigates around, effectively removing the bloodstains from the ground. Filled with joy, Wizard realizes that mastering this composite spell signifies his complete grasp of the knowledge acquired the previous day. Professor Snape. Thank you, he expresses earnestly. Had it not been for your inspiration, I would not have arrived at this conclusion so swiftly. Snape turns away, commanding, dispose of the waste. As Wizard exits the office, silence envelopes the space once more. Snape gazes at the now pristine floor and murmurs, a terrifying talent. As Wizard strolls through the corridor, he continues to contemplate the composite spell. This marks his inaugural creation of a composite spell, imbued with significant sentimental value. What name should it bear? Perhaps the powerful cleansing charm? It seems rather commonplace to suggest that the purification spell for dragon blood can indeed affect the blood of a fire dragon. Such a claim appears somewhat exaggerated. He struggled with naming this spell, uncertain of how to bestow it with an appropriate title. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at Chihuahua's office, intending to share the developments regarding the composite magic. However, it seemed Chihuahua was absent, as his persistent knocking yielded no response. This was not entirely surprising, for Hagrid had previously mentioned the existence of Hogsmeade Village beyond Hogwarts. Students would only gain the privilege to visit Hogsmeade in their third year, allowing them to spend weekends there. It is said that the village boasts a vibrancy rivaling that of Diagon Alley, complete with pubs, candy shops, and CAFS. Hogwarts professors are frequent patrons of Hogsmeade, often seen enjoying a drink at the local tavern. Perhaps Chihuahua had ventured there. Wiset found the moving staircase leading to the Great Hall and descended its steps. He pondered whether the enhancement spell could be applicable to this composite magic. During this period, he had amassed a considerable reservoir of ancient magical energy, sufficient to invoke the enhancement spell once more. With resolve, he embarked on the endeavor of merging the two spells. This particular enhancement was unique, as it assimilated all the ancient magical energy, resulting in the emergence of a new page inscribed with the following: Ancient Magic. To channel ancient magical energy to cast spells, augment magical potency, cleanse external impurities, and purify the inner soul. As anticipated, Wiset had not assigned a name to this spell, and thus, none graced the page. The expenditure of such ancient magical energy proved worthwhile, as the spell could indeed affect the soul. Professor McGonagall had once articulated that delving into the mysteries of magic and deepening one's understanding of the soul is an essential step. Through his studies during this time, he began to construct his own comprehension of the concept of the soul. He harbored an inkling that purifying the inner soul might be his initial step toward exploring this enigmatic realm. Without hesitation, Wiset took a deep breath, brandished his wand, and traced an arc in the air. The wand emanated a silvery blue light, signaling the onset of the magic. A whirlwind materialized not only beneath his feet, but also encircled the core of the silent entity. Ever since casting the affliction curse the previous day, Wiset had intermittently experienced palpitations, with malevolent thoughts surfacing sporadically. As the whirlwind confronted the core, the sensation of unease intensified. The core seemed to sense impending danger, vibrating with an agitated fervor as if attempting to break free from its constraints. In that moment, the whirlwind swept through the core like a gentle breeze, releasing a cloud of dark red mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, the unsettling sensations faded, and the core returned to its former tranquility. Cleanse external impurities and purify the inner soul. Wiset exhaled deeply, a spark of understanding illuminating his mind. So this was the essence of the spell? Not only could it cleanse filth, but it could also purify the negative influences wrought by dark magic. Henceforth, let this incantation be known as the Purification of Filth and Soul spell. Chapter 54. The Approaching Halloween Feast. Dear Luna, dear Mr. Lovegood, it has come to my attention in recent days that Halloween is not merely a day of revelry for muggles, but rather, it marks the ancient Celtic New Year. It is said that on the eve of Halloween, the boundary between life and death blurs, allowing the Grim Reaper and spirits to enter our realm. I suspect this to be mere folklore, considering the numerous ghosts residing at Hogwarts, such as the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw. Unlike the garrulous Fat Friar of Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady is notably reticent, yet her profound knowledge occasionally guides students in their assignments. By the way, Fred and George Weasley have mentioned to me that something invariably occurs on Halloween, and I find myself harboring a touch of anticipation. Should any extraordinary event transpire today, I shall pen it into a story and submit it to the Quibbler, hoping that Mr. Lovegood does not disdain my submission. Wishing you both a delightful Halloween. Yours sincerely, Wiset Lovegood. As Wiset observed the silhouette of Soul carrying away his letter, he rose and stretched. While composing this missive, he realized that he had been at Hogwarts for 2 months. These 2 months have been immensely fulfilling, filled with regular classes from Monday to Friday, Quidditch training on Tuesdays, and private lessons with 2 professors over the weekends. From a certain perspective, Quirrell and Snape share similarities. During private lessons, Wiset could always sense the remarkable talent emanating from both professors. Quirrell possesses an abundance of theoretical knowledge, delivering his lectures with a gentle tone. Any confusion encountered by Wiset is met with his patient explanations. Snape, on the other hand, is equally knowledgeable, albeit with a notably frigid demeanor during lessons. Initial criticisms abound. But as Wiset's skills sharpen, Snape's words become increasingly sparse. Regardless, Wiset is profoundly grateful for the opportunity to delve into such esoteric magical knowledge under the guidance of these 2 professors. Before even entering the Great Hall, Wiset could catch a whiff of the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin from afar. The suits of armor lining the corridors animatedly come to life, saluting and exclaiming, "Happy Halloween!" if students venture too close. The air is thick with the scent of roasted pumpkin, and an array of pumpkins adorn the surroundings. These pumpkins stand at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, hollowed out and illuminated by candles within. Some ghosts may conceal themselves inside, suddenly springing forth to frighten passing students. The corridors are not the only places adorned with Halloween decorations. The Great Hall has likewise been transformed. Black drapes depicting the silhouettes of the castle hang from the walls, while Flitwick waves his wand, orchestrating a flurry of bats fashioned from black cloth to flutter through the air. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, Professor Flitwick is equally cheerful, continuing to instruct the levitation charm. Remember the gestures we practiced before? A flick and a swish, yes. Just a simple flick and swish. Now recite the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. He demonstrates as he teaches, encouraging us to begin practicing the charm as he calls out, Wingardium Leviosa. The classroom resonates with the harmonious incantation of the spell. Indeed, Wiset's feather is soaring with remarkable steadiness, just as remarkable as his flying skills. A well-deserved 10 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick has never hesitated to offer encouragement to students from his own house. With a profound understanding of the nuances of gestures and pronunciations, Wiset was already well-versed in the intricacies of spellcasting. Moreover, the incantation was not particularly complex. A successful attempt was a commonplace occurrence. The Ravenclaw students, having grown accustomed to it, regarded him as a teaching assistant, gathering around him to inquire about the nuances of the levitation charm. While inspecting the Gryffindor students, Flitwick even gave Wiset a thumbs up. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of Ravenclaw, Gryffindor exuded a palpable tension. During spellcasting, Seamus became flustered and inadvertently ignited a practice feather. Had it not been for Harry's quick reflexes, flames might have singed Seamus's hair. The atmosphere was equally fraught between Ron and Hermione, with Hermione's voice soaring as she exclaimed, Wingardium Leviosa, emphasizing the elongation of the gar. Were you not paying attention in class? Professor Flitwick just mentioned that you might be feeling nervous, she chided. Ron's face flushed crimson, nearly matching the hue of his hair. If you think you can do it, why don't you give it a try? All right. Hermione readily accepted the challenge, rolling up her sleeves and brandishing her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Well done, Professor Flitwick remarked, observing the feather float gracefully. Mr. Weasley, you must keep up the effort. Learn well from Miss Granger, and Gryffindor earns 2 points. As the class concluded, the students exhaled in relief, anticipating the festivities of the Halloween feast that evening. Terry spoke with an air of mystery. I heard that Professor Dumbledore procured a substantial amount of candy from Honeydukes. As long as it's not chocolate cockroaches. Anthony interjected casually. I've heard from my elders that Dumbledore has quite the penchant for chocolate cockroaches. I detest chocolate cockroaches. Michael seemed to recall an unpleasant memory. Even just the thought of them evokes that revolting taste, and their legs would still twitch in your mouth. Chris, with an odd expression, asked, You've actually eaten cockroaches? Please don't speak to me again. What are you talking about? Who has eaten cockroaches? Michael shouted, playfully tussling with Chris. Wiset couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, shaking his head gently. Suddenly, Ron's voice called from behind. Wiset, did you go to the library today? Of course. Wiset nodded. Are you looking for some information? For potions class? Ron's face reddened again as he spoke awkwardly. I just wanted to ask if you've seen Hermione. Wiset shook his head. No, what happened? I said some rather harsh words. Ron's face turned a brilliant shade of red. I remarked that it was no wonder she had no friends. She seemed as terrifying as a nightmare. Nearby, Harry added, I saw Hermione crying. Then she skipped class. She missed history of magic, transfiguration, and flying class. Knowing Hermione's character, it was utterly unthinkable for her to miss class. Thus, we feared something might have happened, prompting us to search for her. Hermione, the one who frequently visits the library. The Gryffindor? Anthony and the others joined in. She doesn't seem that terrible, does she? Michael chuckled lightly, adding, I feel the same way. Is it not that you Gryffindors have become accustomed to idleness? Different houses may indeed cultivate diverse lifestyles. Wiset smiled faintly and remarked, Ron. Hermione has previously mentioned you to me. Ron quickly inquired, what did she say? Chapter 55, The Invitation from Fred and George. She genuinely cares about you and Harry. Wiset recalled their earlier conversation in the library, where Hermione sought advice on how to avoid causing offense. I advised her to adopt a more modest tone and to be a bit more tactful. It was true that Hermione spoke quite directly, and altering that trait in a short span was a daunting task. During the morning's charms class, I noticed her effort. Initially, she bluntly asked if you had been paying attention, only to later correct herself and inquire if you were feeling nervous. Ron bowed his head, tightly clenching his fists, and bitterly exclaimed. Then I interrupted her. I'm such a jerk. What should we do now? Should Harry apologize to her? Otherwise, Wiset shrugged. Seek her out and have a proper conversation if you wish to cultivate a friendship. Goodness, Anthony interjected, leaning on Wiset's shoulder. It seems our dear Mr. Lovegood is quite the diplomat. Who knew he could mediate such matters? This was merely coincidence. Wiset smiled subtly. I truly lack experience in this arena. Perhaps you should inquire about my assistance with your assignments instead. As the night deepened, the aroma of roasting pumpkins became more pronounced. Wafting through the castle, on his way to the Great Hall, Wiset was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Fred and George. They led him to a secluded corner. Once assured of their privacy, Fred leaned in and whispered, "Have you become quite chummy with Snape lately?" George added, "We're concerned you might be at risk of poisoning. So we came to check on you." Wiset reassured them, "Professor Snape has not done anything of the sort. He merely asked for my assistance with some materials." "Is that truly something Snape would do?" Fred exclaimed, eyes wide. "Merlin, has he traded his socks for stockings?" "I find this even more alarming," George said gravely. "If he is engaging in such activities, he has not even sought assistance from Slytherin. The apocalypse must be upon us." Wiset couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you truly believe in the apocalypse?" Fred nodded earnestly. "We have a genuine seer, not the sort like Trelawney. Prophecies do come to fruition." Cough, cough. "Since you haven't been poisoned by Snape, we should discuss serious matters," George coughed lightly. Wiset inquired with curiosity, "What serious matters? Do you wish for me to assist in processing materials?" Fred shook his head vehemently. "Certainly not. Our vitality pales in comparison to yours." A flicker of inspiration crossed George's face. "We have a grand endeavor in mind, and would like to invite you to join us. Are you interested?" Fred clapped George on the shoulder. "What a splendid idea. How did you think of that? Could you share a bit more?" Wiset asked tentatively. "I have quite a bit to study lately, and may not have the time. Even among Ravenclaws, you are the most diligent individual we have encountered." With an admiring tone, George remarked, "In truth, we wish to enlist you as our materials consultant." "Materials consultant?" Visor was somewhat perplexed. "Do you require my assistance with material handling?" Fred snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Precisely. I heard from a Hufflepuff that you have a remarkable talent for managing materials. Otherwise, how could someone like Snape possibly seek help from a Ravenclaw? It must be due to your extraordinary gift." "Indeed." George nodded in agreement. "We have a keen eye for talent, and we remarked on the train that you are certainly exceptional." A bit shy, Visor coughed lightly. "So, are you looking to process materials for prank props?" "I knew it," George exclaimed. "Visor surely remembers." Fred grinned widely. "We need to handle these materials. Let us take you to see." As Halloween approached, most students had already made their way to the Great Hall. The two led Visor through a labyrinth of corridors, swiftly navigating until they arrived before a painting. The painting depicted a drum set, and after scanning the surroundings, Fred and George drew their wands and tapped the drums. The drums emitted a rhythmic sound, transforming into a narrow wooden door. Visor gasped, "So this is how one enters? You know about this?" Fred and George were astonished and pressed. "How did you find out?" Pointing at the wooden door, Visor replied, "This place radiates magic. I can sense it. I just didn't realize this is how one gains entry." "That's already quite impressive. I am even more eager for you to join us now," George said with a cheerful smile as he opened the wooden door and slipped inside. The space within was quite small, barely 10 square meters. Several burlap sacks were stacked against the walls, hinting at their herbal contents. A weathered blackened wooden table leaned against the wall, marked with numerous experimental scars. On the table lay not only a cauldron, but also a mortar and pestle, herb scales, a herb knife, a cabinet for potions, funnels, and an array of potion bottles. "We are preparing to create fireworks to celebrate." Fred rolled up his sleeves. "If you feel we are mishandling anything, please do let us know." Fred and George began extracting herbs from the sacks, their movements precise and deliberate. Suddenly, Visor interjected, "Is that a silverbell flower? What do you intend to do? Make the fireworks shine in brilliant gold?" Fred and George paused simultaneously. "Yes, but we have tried several methods, and the colors weren't vibrant enough. Grinding it into powder seems to yield the best results." Recalling Snape's previous words, Visor suggested, "You can add the roots of the silverbell flower in a ratio of 1 to 20, along with 2 drops of valerian juice. This will stabilize the silverbell flower's color and maintain its golden hue without fading." "So, we were lacking valerian juice," George exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "We did consider using the silverbell roots, but mixing them resulted in a muddy yellow." Visor smiled. "That is the role of valerian juice, to ensure stability and prevent muddiness. This could yield a truly spectacular firework." Fred clenched his fist eagerly. "Let us proceed. Quirinus, release your spirit, let it be free." Voldemort spoke ominously, stating that in order to avoid being discovered by Dumbledore, this spell should not be cast by you. "However, Master, that is not what you said before." Quirrell wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Are you truly not afraid of being found out?" "Quirrell, you seem to be quite bold. Will Master really not be discovered?" "Once the troll escapes, you must send word and inform everyone of this news." Voldemort's tone grew impatient, urging, "Hurry, release your soul." Quirrell shivered, ultimately closing his eyes in anguish. "Very well, Master." He moved stiffly, like a marionette, raising his arm in an odd manner to point towards the troll imprisoned in the dungeon. Voldemort's voice resonated from the back of his head, fell silent. A dark beam of light penetrated the troll's skull, causing it to convulse violently, its roars echoing deafeningly. Chapter 56. The Halloween Feast. The decorations in the Great Hall were even more elaborate. Jack-o'-lanterns floated in midair, while countless black cloth bats flitted about. Groups of these bats would dive into the jack-o'-lanterns, only to spiral back up to the ceiling, flying back and forth. Unlike the opening feast, the Halloween celebration was far more carefree, devoid of rigid formalities. Dumbledore did not deliver a speech, but instead raised a glass with the other teachers, engaging in jovial conversation. The students merely needed to sit on the long benches and could begin to indulge in the meticulously prepared feast. Halfway through the banquet, Ron and Harry arrived late, both drenched in sweat and appearing rather glum. Noticing his brother seated nearby, Percy inquired curiously, "Ron, why are you so late? Fred and the others have yet to arrive. You haven't been up to any mischief, have you?" "Do not emulate Fred and the others." "We haven't. We were just looking for someone," Ron replied, his expression awkward and embarrassed. Neville, devouring lamb chops, mumbled through a mouthful, "Harry, have you found Hermione? Hermione is missing?" Percy frowned slightly. What on earth has happened? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, ultimately relying on Neville to clarify the situation. "So, you have been searching the castle for quite some time without finding her?" Percy's brow furrowed. "Have you tried the girls' restroom?" "Huh." Harry and Ron were taken aback. "Hermione is in the girls' restroom?" "I heard from your classmate, Miss Patil," Percy explained. "She said Hermione has been crying in the girls' restroom all afternoon, and they could not console her." "Which girls' restroom?" Ron pressed. "What floor is it on?" "At the other end of the marble staircase. There is a secluded corridor," Percy recalled. "I caught Fred and the others there a couple of days ago." As the head boy of Gryffindor, he was familiar with many hidden paths, thanks to his younger brothers, Fred and George. "Then let us go see." Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Wise words. We should have a serious talk with her. Just then, the great hall doors swung open abruptly. A breathless Quirrell stumbled in, looking utterly pallid, his robes drenched in sweat. "The troll! The troll!" His face contorted in terror, he shouted frantically as he sprinted towards Dumbledore, exclaiming that the troll was in the underground classroom, a fact he ought to have known. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. The troll towered at a staggering 12 feet, possessing a remarkable resistance to magic, and its temperament was as unpredictable as it was volatile, often launching attacks for no discernible reason. This magical creature, endowed with immense strength yet possessing a pitifully low intellect, had garnered a notorious reputation within the magical realm. Even in assessments and evaluations, a performance likened to that of a troll was the lowest possible score, implying one's grades were dismally poor, akin to the creature's intellectual capacity. Consequently, every student entering Hogwarts was acutely aware of the troll's existence and recognized the inherent danger it posed, leading to a chaotic uproar in the Great Hall. The students shoved one another, shouting and scrambling in a desperate bid to flee the scene. Silence. A firework erupted in the air above the hall, its brilliant light and deafening sound momentarily quieting the students. Dumbledore's voice resonated in their ears, commanding, "Do not panic. There is still time." He continued to instruct, "Prefects, escort your respective house members back to the common rooms. Take a look. Do not rush to reveal yourselves." Dumbledore approached Snape and whispered a directive. "Right. Disillusionment charm." Snape drew his wand and tapped his arm, his form gradually becoming transparent. Upon hearing Dumbledore's orders, the prefects sprang into action. Percy shouted to the panicked Gryffindor students, "Follow me. We're heading back to the common room. Hurry." Time was of the essence as he swiftly led them back to the 8th floor. While accounting for the students, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Where were Neville, Ron, and Harry? Neville shook his head in confusion, while Seamus chimed in. They seemed to have gone back, muttering something about warning someone of the danger. Percy sighed heavily. Those two. They must be looking for Hermione. I need to inform Professor McGonagall. On his way, he encountered the Ravenclaw prefect. "Penelope, are you here searching for someone too?" Penelope nodded urgently. "Yes, Weasley is missing. He hasn't shown up since the Halloween feast." The scene shifts back to just over 10 minutes prior. The Great Hall was now deserted, and Quirrell groaned as he struggled to rise from the floor. Disillusionment charm. With the aid of the invisibility spell, Quirrell swiftly exited the hall, making his way up the marble staircase to the 4th floor corridor. Above him, he could hear the prefects directing the students. Quirrell exhaled softly, gripping his wand tightly in hand. A flicker of hope crossed his mind. If he could succeed in his task, perhaps he would fulfill Voldemort's command tonight. In doing so, he could escape Hogwarts, leaving behind the days of fear and anxiety. Quirrell endeavored to reassure himself with this thought, lamenting the lost opportunity to impart his knowledge to Weasley. He murmured softly before racing towards the grand door at the end of the corridor. Swish! A sound sliced through the air as a sharp silver beam shot forth. Protego! Quirrell revealed himself, his wand trembling with urgency as a translucent shield materialized beside him. He swiftly launched a counterattack, thrusting his wand towards the source of the silver light. Causing a thunderous explosion, a blinding orange-red flame erupted from the tip of his wand, shooting straight to the opposite end of the corridor. Snape also manifested, lightly flicking his wand to dissipate the explosive spell into nothingness. His tone was frigid as he methodically remarked, Quirrell, as a professor. What brings you here instead of searching for the troll? As Snape approached step by step, Quirrell's face reflected sheer terror. He retreated while stammering an explanation. I was just afraid someone would come here. Professor Dumbledore informed me that someone harbors ill intentions towards the school's treasures, and I suspected the troll's rampage was suspicious. So I came to investigate. A flawless excuse, indeed a fine professor. Snape stood at the doorway, stating, I am here. You may leave now. Why do you linger there? Quirrell, drenched in sweat, questioned through gritted teeth, Are you the one with ill intentions? An intriguing assertion. Snape's tone grew even colder. Perhaps I should summon Dumbledore to hear your words firsthand. Very well. I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell retreated a step, only to instantaneously thrust forth his wand. Flock of Birds. Chapter 57. The confrontation between Snape and Quirrell. Over a dozen glowing birds appeared, chirping playfully like a child's trick, charging towards Snape. Such feeble magic elicited visible displeasure from Snape. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the glowing birds were instantly extinguished, as if they had never existed. No wonder Malfoy complained about me, hoping his father would dismiss you. Is this your skill, Professor Quirrell of Defense Against the Dark Arts? What do you intend to do? Quirrell's eyes widened in fear as he continued to retreat. His expression morphed into one of profound terror, and in a moment of carelessness, he stumbled over his robes and fell to the ground. Snape's lips twitched as he contemplated speaking, but he noticed a change in Quirrell's gaze. It was intensely focused. Silent incantation. Snape's instincts surged as he felt a wave of heat erupt behind him. The glowing birds reformed and ignited in flames, coalescing into a massive fireball. The fireball distorted the surrounding air, trailing a crimson tail like a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards the wooden door at an astonishing speed. Spell halt, Snape commanded. The fireball nearly extinguished but quickly swelled again, clearly a result of Quirrell's renewed incantation. Everything unfolded too swiftly. The wooden door was soon engulfed in flames. From within, emanating fierce sparks, 3 enormous dog heads burst through the doorway, their mouths agape, lined with sharp fangs, lunging forward to bite. Despite Snape's rapid response, he could not evade the bite of one of the heads. The 3-headed beast's teeth pierced through Snape's calf, accompanied by a growl of defiance from its throat. Quirrell's expression darkened. A 3-headed dog. How could such a creature exist within the school? Upon acquiring this crucial intelligence, he resolved not to linger any longer and swiftly rose to depart. Snape, with a grim expression, brandished his wand, commanding an invisible force to repel the foe by 3 feet. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, an unseen might abruptly struck the 3-headed dog, causing it to lose control in an instant. It emitted a tortured howl, careening backward and crashing into the wall, eliciting tremors throughout the vicinity. Gritting his teeth, Snape stood and gazed at the 3-headed beast. Just as it regained its balance, the dog trembled at the sight of Snape's fierce gaze. It issued a low growl, a warning of its own, yet refrained from advancing recklessly. Snape pressed his lips together and waved his wand across the room, conjuring an iron door to confine the creature once more. Thinking of escape, Snape turned to look at Quirrell, only to find him already a considerable distance away. He stifled the agonizing pain in his calf, gripping his wand and forcefully pulling it upward, casting the spell, the Wand of Shadows. Quirrell barely heard Snape's voice, a surge of existential dread coursing through him, confronting the specter of death. In a frenzy, he waved his wand, desperately reciting spell after spell. Armor of protection. Armor of protection. Reinforce. Reinforce. Numerous invisible protective enchantments converged before him, coalescing into a solid, gray magical barrier. Yet the sense of impending doom did not wane. He could only lay down as many protective spells as possible before the magical onslaught arrived. That sinister spell finally struck, silently colliding with the magical barrier. The solid barrier shattered in an instant, and a tremendous force slammed into Quirrell. Like a puppet, he was hurled through the air. Tracing a grotesque arc, Quirrell flew backward, his arms flailing helplessly, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. Boom. He crashed violently against the wall, plaster disintegrating upon impact. Dust and debris swirling outward in a dense cloud. Coughing violently, Quirrell expelled blood in torrents, feeling as though he had been struck by a dragon. Every inch of his skin and every organ moaned in agony. Quirrell. Snape's gaze was icy as he limped toward Quirrell. His wand trembled, casting flecks of emerald light to staunch the bleeding from his calf. With Snape's relentless approach, the threat of death loomed larger. Quirrell forced himself to regain composure, stammering in defense. Professor Snape, this is all a misunderstanding. I raised my wand. It truly was a misunderstanding. The wand backfired. That's why my magic spiraled out of control and burnt through the wooden door. Fortunately, you are unharmed. He almost uttered the words, but they caught in his throat. The reason for his hesitation was that his true target was not Quirrell, but rather the shadowy puppet master, Voldemort, who might be manipulating him from behind the scenes. Voldemort loomed like the sword of Damocles above him. If Voldemort still lived, every word and action he took now would inevitably shape Voldemort's future disposition towards him. Even disregarding Voldemort, there were numerous matters demanding his attention. The present era starkly contrasts with the past. It is a relatively peaceful time. And engaging in acts of violence at Hogwarts would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. He bore the identity of a Death Eater, and any egregious actions, even with Dumbledore as a guarantor, would not be easily quelled. Furthermore, should Dumbledore intervene, it would unmistakably indicate a connection between them, complicating any future attempts to rejoin Voldemort's ranks. Severus Snape reflected on the past, pondering if it was indeed his traversing of the gray areas that had led to his numerous tribulations. Lily, Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Voldemort, Death Eaters, memories danced before his eyes, and that hauntingly beautiful smile seemed almost within reach. He inhaled deeply, forcing out a sound between his clenched teeth. Quirinus Quirrell, what are you doing? Are you up to something? Quirrell raised his hands, offering an awkward and brief laugh. I am merely a professor. What else could I do? I am, of course, attending to Headmaster Dumbledore. At that moment, a piercing shout erupted, accompanied by tremors and a resounding crash. In an instant, Snape conjured a magical energy field. What mischief have you wrought now? He hissed, pointing his wand at Quirrell's forehead. I don't know, Quirrell stammered, spreading his hands to indicate his innocence. The two remained in a tense standoff until the voices of three boys broke through. Oh, Weasley's fireworks, your enhancements are truly splendid. This year's Halloween feast is incredibly innovative. I adore it. Can you all be serious for a moment? The situation is dire. Fred, watch out. Then came the clear and harmonious incantation. Fred, fly away. What is happening? Quirrell displayed an anxious expression, scrambling to his feet. Why is the troll targeting Weasley? Seizing the opportunity, Snape waved his wand and conjured a rope, binding Quirrell. With the ropes constricting him, Quirrell's expression turned even more desperate, pleading, Snape, please let me go. Oh, Snape remained unmoved, snatching the wand from Quirrell's grasp. You seem quite concerned. Voices echoed from below. Weasley, run. It's after you. Hurry. Quirrell continued to implore. If that child confronts the troll, it will provoke a catastrophic response. Snape's jaw tightened as he waved his wand, dispelling the rope. Thank you. Thank you. Quirrell scrambled to his feet, disregarding his wand, and dashed down the stairs. Snape, with a peculiar expression, watched Quirrell flee before ultimately gritting his teeth and following suit. Chapter 58, The Troll of Hogwarts. With a resounding explosion, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted, blossoming into a firework lion in the sky. Fred and George embraced each other, exulting. It worked. It's even more beautiful than we imagined. This gold is simply stunning, more splendid than a galleon. Wiset smiled alongside them. The twin brothers possessed a remarkable ability to effortlessly spread joy. In truth, he did not engage in many activities. His primary focus was to ensure that the materials were utilized to their fullest potential, thereby guaranteeing that the final product would exhibit vibrant colors. However, in the eyes of Fred and George, it was Wiset's contributions that constituted the most significant part of their endeavor. The twins remained industrious, with their experimental fireworks completed. They busied themselves with crafting larger pyrotechnics. They even took the matter quite seriously, drafting a patent application and insisting that Viceroot add his name to it. In the hidden passage, Viceroot pondered the implications of the patent application. Were you planning to take this to the Ministry of Magic and apply for a patent? Can magic be patented? His understanding of the ministry was scant, largely gleaned from the intriguing tales shared by Luna. For instance, the elite wizards known as Aurors were, in fact, part of a nefarious scheme dubbed the Corrupted Gums Conspiracy. This conspiracy referred to individuals with ulterior motives who would exploit magic and gum disease to undermine the ministry from within. The notion of such a conspiracy sounded both profound and enchanting, especially as it was conveyed by Luna, and Viceroot found himself utterly convinced. Eager to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the Corrupted Gums Conspiracy, he naturally became intrigued by the ministry itself. The Patent Office for Humorous Products was precisely the department responsible for this matter. Fred cheerfully elucidated that it was a subsidiary of the Department of Magical Sports, asserting that the process should not be overly difficult. Mr. Bagman is quite amiable. He was a professional Quidditch player in his youth. George chimed in, mimicking a batting stance with a bat in hand. Viceroot marveled. It seems you know many people at the ministry. Fred replied earnestly, you are now our materials consultant. So we know people through you. George playfully draped an arm around Visert's shoulder, grinning. That makes them your acquaintances. Upon witnessing the twins' genuine smiles, Viceroot couldn't help but smile in return. Upon exiting the passage, the three of them surveyed their surroundings, only to find the first floor unusually quiet, which aroused their suspicions. Viceroot suggested, let us first check the Great Hall. They promptly made their way there. only to discover it was completely deserted, save for the fabric bats that still fluttered in the dome above. Just then, a sharp scream pierced the air from a distance. The trio rushed out of the hall to see Hermione, Ron, and Harry fleeing in a state of panic at the far end of the corridor. A massive shadow loomed, followed by a creature of such enormity that it rivaled Hagrid himself. Its colossal body was as rough as granite, with a dark gray hide mottled with moss and warts. With each step it took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath it. Its long arms gripped a hefty wooden club, dragging it across the floor and producing a jarring screech. Fred was the first to exclaim in delight. Halloween truly brings surprises. George echoed, and it's a troll. Viserut furrowed his brow, cautioning, I just spotted Ron. Did you all notice? Of course we did. Fred and George chorused. Let us go check it out. Viserut, you stay here. Harry and his companions ducked into a room as the troll initiated its assault, smashing through a wall and burying the trio within. After wreaking this havoc, the troll suddenly sniffed the air and turned to lumber toward Visert's direction. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, Fred and George hastened their movements. They approached the giant with remarkable speed, their fireworks already ignited, trailing a cascade of sparks behind them. The situation had become increasingly bizarre, and Viset was uncertain about the whereabouts of the professors. Remaining alone was perilous. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against staying put. Gripping his wand tightly, he followed the twins with utmost vigilance. Boom! The fireworks soared into the corridor, creating a dazzling display of lights, which quickly transformed into two magnificent firework lions. They roared as if they were true lions, pouncing upon the giant and engulfing it in a brilliant explosion of fireworks. Faced with the sudden eruption and cacophony, the giant appeared somewhat flustered. It lost its balance and collapsed, its body crashing against the adjacent wall. The wall could not withstand the giant's immense weight, and the stones came tumbling down like rain, all landing squarely on the giant. Amidst the swirling dust, the giant's colossal form faded from view, leaving only its intermittent low growls to be heard. George raised his hands and exclaimed, Oh, Viset, the fireworks you helped us enhance are truly exhilarating. He waved his wand to disperse the dust, eager to investigate further. As the dust settled, the giant was revealed to be trapped beneath the rubble, an arm clutching a wooden club still visible above the debris. Fred chuckled. This year's Halloween banquet is incredibly inventive. I absolutely adore it. Viset replied sternly. Could you be a little more serious? The situation is dire. Before he could finish, the exposed arm of the giant began to move, swinging the wooden club towards Fred. Fred, watch out! Viset shouted, immediately casting an enhanced summoning charm. Fred, come here. Ancient magical energies surged into his wand, which instantly radiated a brilliant silver blue light. The light transformed into an arm that grasped Fred's collar and pulled him back just in time to evade the giant's attack. The giant, having missed its strike, staggered to its feet, emitting a series of short, guttural growls. Oh no, it's getting up. George realized something was amiss with the giant and quickly retreated while casting a red beam from his wand. The beam struck the giant's chest but proved largely ineffective, dissipating into a constellation of twinkling lights. The giant shook its head, the size of a potato, and lifted its gaze towards Viset's direction. A chill ran down Viset's spine. He had caught the giant's attention. With a furious roar, the giant sprang into action, appearing more agile than before. It raised its wooden club and hurled it forward with great force, aiming it directly at Viset. Fully alert, Viset wasted no time and cast a levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The spell took effect, and the once menacing wooden club was ensnared by an unseen force, suspended in midair. The sheer magic of it allowed him to easily immobilize the club. In his previous life, lifting such a hefty object would have been a daunting task, achievable only through brute strength. The mind of Viset was racing, retrieving crucial information from the recesses of his memory that the giant's weakness lay in its head. For most living creatures, the head is a fatal vulnerability, and giants are no exception. The giant's head was merely the size of a potato, making it no simple feat to strike it with precision. Viset was acutely aware of this. Thus, he augmented the levitation spell with an additional enchantment. His wand glimmered with a brilliant silver blue light, and without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wand, sending the wooden stick flying forward. Ancient Magic, Mastery of Throwing. Chapter 59, Dissolving the Giant. With the enhancement of Ancient Magic, Mastery of Throwing, the wooden stick soared through the air, swiftly reaching the giant's head. In that fleeting moment, Viset's heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Faced with the brink of life and death, he experienced an exhilarating thrill. He released his comprehension of magic, calculated the wooden stick's trajectory, and dispelled the levitation spell, allowing the stick to strike the giant's head with unerring accuracy. Thud! Amidst the chilling sound of cracking bones, the giant's head was smashed into its chest, as if it were a whack-a-mole game. The bewildered giant staggered, struggling to take a few steps forward before collapsing with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. A perfect hit. Ravenclaw scores. A promising batter. Fred and George exchanged high fives, appearing even more jubilant than Wiset himself. Wiset cleared his throat, offering a reminder. Ron and the others are still trapped in the wall. Oh, right. The twins hurriedly dashed towards the fallen wall. Ron, are you alive? Alive, alive, came the simultaneous voices of Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Then we'll come over. Just as the twins passed the giant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The giant stood up once more. Is it a resurrection? The twins exchanged bewildered glances, retreating swiftly against the wall as the headless giant emerged from the dust, raising its arms like a zombie yearning for flesh, charging towards Wiset. The giant moved with a stiff, eerie gait, reminiscent of a marionette. Fred and George quickly realized the giant's abnormality and shouted to Wiset, Wiset, run. It's targeting you. Hurry. All petrify. Shockwave halt. Change with finesse. Shoes stick to the ground. They waved their wands in haste, unleashing a dazzling array of spells, desperately attempting to impede the giant's advance. However, the giant possessed formidable magical resistance, rendering their spells ineffective. Even their transformation magic faltered when the twins conjured ropes. The giant merely burst through them. The terror of a class of dangerous creature was starkly evident at that moment. Wiset, escape to the Great Hall. There's a door that can block the giant. Wiset, move quickly. Are you paralyzed with fear? Fred, we must go. As Fred and George shouted, they resorted to the most primal of tactics, leaping onto the giant's back. Such actions are undoubtedly akin to a grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot. The colossal beast merely swayed its massive body, violently hurling the two individuals against the wall. Both emitted muffled groans, their eyes fluttering shut as they succumbed to a brief unconsciousness. The ground trembled incessantly, the creature advancing with the relentless force of a tank. Yet, Wiset did not retreat an inch, his mind consumed by a singular image, the beast's granite-like skin rapidly peeling away, revealing rotting flesh beneath, oozing pus. The curse of decay. It was a spell he was loath to employ. This incantation stirred a disquieting restlessness within him, a sensation he deeply despised. However, at this perilous juncture, when both his enchantments and transformation magics had faltered, the curse of decay emerged as the most potent recourse. He hesitated no longer. Raising his wand high, his voice a low hiss reminiscent of a serpent's strike, affliction of death. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though a second heart pulsed within him, the core of his being thrumming with an intensity akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. A robust dark light erupted from the tip of his wand, piercing directly into the creature's neck, the sole area of its grotesque form that bore flesh, and where its magical defenses were weakest. The dissolution commenced at the neck, where the skin began to slough away, revealing putrid, greenish flesh beneath. Its pace slackened, reminiscent of an effervescent tablet cast into water, bubbles forming and bursting around it. The creature appeared to dissolve, its form shrinking into an exceedingly foul green slime that pooled upon the ground. Finally, it could no longer sustain its shape, collapsing like a mound of muck and splattering a large puddle of noxious green fluid. Wiset's robes were besmirched with the vile substance, yet he paid it no heed. Instinctively cradling his head, malice surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering his consciousness. His head spun increasingly, rendering him unsteady, and he found himself involuntarily retreating step by step. Voices of Fred and George echoed in his ears, filled with concern. Hey, Wiset, are you all right? What just transpired? You look dreadful. Perhaps you should rest in the Great Hall. It's empty there. Why are you emanating dark mist? That is rather cool. Emanating dark mist is a splendid idea. George, jot that down quickly. Just as Wiset teetered on the brink of collapse, two hands steadied him, preventing him from falling to the ground. The twins' exuberance was infectious, and Wiset perceived a glimmer of light before him, staving off the overwhelming tide of malevolence. Guardian meditation. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wiset entered a meditative state, striving to restore his tranquility. Everything began to realign, the intricately adorned Great Hall materializing in his mind, accompanied by the twins' retching sounds. What on earth happened? Why did the monster transform into foul water? Who cares? To concoct a dung egg, one must procure corpse stench essence. I reckon its odor pales in comparison to this repugnant experience. Oh, indeed, corpse stench essence is exorbitantly priced. We must gather more. Hearing the twins banter, Wiset couldn't help but smile. Fred and George possessed a remarkable audacity, willing to disregard their own discomfort in order to gather the green slime strewn across the floor, seemingly intent on utilizing it to concoct dung bombs. Perhaps influenced by the twins, Wiset felt an overwhelming sense of malevolence gradually dissipating. Seizing the moment, he grasped his wand tightly and traced a smooth arc in the air, declaring, "Dirt begone." The wand illuminated with a silvery blue glow, and a swirling vortex materialized. This whirlwind not only whisked away the green slime from their robes, but also eradicated the insidious malevolence brought forth by the core of silence. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice echoed from outside the hall. "Shall I lend you a hand?" If Mr. Filch discovers this delay, he is likely to unleash his fury. The hall finally buzzed with a semblance of life, infused with the spirit of Halloween. Fred and George stood resolutely like royal guards before two large vessels brimming with green slime, warding off the incessant patrol of Percy, who resembled a dragon coveting treasure. Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood to the side, unscathed but covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled. The trio kept their heads bowed low, embodying a posture of humble acceptance of impending reprimand. Penelope, seated beside Wiset, expressed her concern. "Shall I accompany you to the hospital wing? Your complexion is alarming, akin to that of parchment." Dumbledore was present in the hall, flanked by 4 professors, each bearing a distinct expression. Chapter 60, The Aftermath of Halloween. Dumbledore spoke softly. "Miss Clearwater, may I ask you to wait a moment? I wish to clarify a few matters." Penelope nodded promptly, refraining from further comment. Dumbledore turned to the professors behind him. "Professor McGonagall, if you would." With a pursed-lipped demeanor, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze fixed upon Harry and the others. "Headmaster Dumbledore has instructed everyone to return to the common room. When I went to investigate, Percy approached me to report that someone was missing. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, are you aware of how perilous the situation was? The walls collapsed, nearly entombing you. Fortunately, you all emerged unscathed. Yet, luck cannot always be your companion." Upon being called out by Professor McGonagall, Harry and his friends looked up in startled unison before hastily lowering their heads again, displaying a remarkable rapport. The trio exchanged glances. Yet none uttered a word. It was Snape, standing nearby, who broke the silence. The boy who lived seems to believe he can engage in even more reckless behavior to assert his uniqueness. His voice was cold and monotone, devoid of inflection, yet laced with biting sarcasm. Professor McGonagall's tone turned stern. "Please elucidate. Why did you not return to the common room, but linger on the first floor? Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I distinctly saw you in the hall. Why did you not follow Percy and remain in the common room?" Perhaps provoked by Snape's remarks, Harry lifted his head defiantly, saying, "Professor McGonagall, we had our reasons for staying." Professor McGonagall's demeanor softened slightly. "Mr. Potter, then please, do share them." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Harry found himself momentarily speechless, his mind blank. The origin of the matter was rather straightforward. Ron had spoken ill of Hermione, resulting in Hermione's ignorance of the lurking troll. Together, he and Ron sought out Hermione, not only to relay the news, but also to facilitate Ron's formal apology, thereby mending their friendship. What should have culminated in a joyous resolution took an unexpected turn when they encountered the troll along the way, leading to subsequent events. Once the situation was clarified, Ron's disparaging remarks about Hermione would inevitably come to light. For Harry, articulating such truths would feel akin to betraying his dear friend Ron. Regardless of the circumstances, Ron was his first true friend at Hogwarts, and the closest one at that, even to the extent of risking his life for him. Harry gently turned his head, glancing at Ron and then at Hermione, resolving to alter the narrative to portray himself as the one who had spoken ill. However, before he could utter a word, Hermione stepped forward. Her eyes were red and glistening with tears as she choked out, "Professor McGonagall, it is my fault. I thought I could handle the troll alone. So Miss Granger, I do hope you are not deceiving me. How could you possibly know about the troll if you were not in the Great Hall?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her expression grave. Hermione, teary-eyed and flustered, exclaimed, "Professor McGonagall, it's truly my fault." Ron, his face flushed, interjected, positioning himself in front of Hermione, eyes tightly closed as he shouted, "I spoke ill of Hermione. I intended to bring Harry to apologize, but we stumbled upon the troll. If punishment is necessary, let it be directed at me, right to my mother." Hermione quickly raised her head, hastily wiping away her tears, pleading, "Professor McGonagall, it was Ron who shielded me when the wall collapsed. Please do not expel him." Harry, in a flurry of panic, echoed, "Professor McGonagall, Ron protected both me and Hermione. You cannot expel him from Hogwarts." Fred and George exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "This is unprecedented. Ron is exhibiting such bravery, voluntarily requesting Professor McGonagall to write a letter." The fears of the trio varied. Hermione dreaded expulsion. Harry wished to remain at Hogwarts, while Ron feared the repercussions of his actions leading to a letter sent home to his mother. "Professor McGonagall, since the children are unharmed, perhaps a light punishment would suffice?" Dumbledore interjected, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and sighed deeply. "In you, I see the brilliance of friendship. However, rules must be upheld. Gryffindor loses 30 points. Percy, please escort them back to rest," Dumbledore continued. Harry and Ron exchanged relieved glances, exhaling deeply. For them, this was the best possible outcome. Hermione's eyes remained red, feeling responsible for the deduction of the 30 points from Gryffindor. "Now, it is your turn." Dumbledore took a step forward. "You confronted the troll. It must have been quite the harrowing experience. Why did you not return to the common room?" "Headmaster Dumbledore, this is all quite unexpected." In contrast to Harry and his friend's frantic demeanor, Fred appeared remarkably composed, managing to wink playfully while responding. George, equally unflustered, seamlessly chimed in, "We were merely a few minutes, perhaps half an hour, late to the Great Hall. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events?" At that moment, the hall was utterly deserted, and we were genuinely terrified, nearly on the verge of tears. Fred exclaimed animatedly. George covered his face with his hands, nodding vigorously while wailing, "Indeed. I actually cried, boo-hoo." Nearby, Penelope stifled a laugh, desperately trying to maintain her composure. Wiset held his breath, equally endeavoring to suppress a laugh. "What were you doing beforehand?" Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm her emotions. "Why were you with Wiset?" "We sought Wiset's counsel on potion making," Fred replied, his eyes darting playfully. "Discussing potions with a first year?" Professor McGonagall murmured, her tone laden with skepticism. "At the very least, Wiset possesses the qualifications. This pair's capabilities do not match his," Snape interjected. Arms crossed, his voice cold and abrupt. "I stand by my statement." George lowered his hands, nodding in agreement with Snape's remark, "Though it saddens me. The truth is undeniable." "Well, the situation is now clear. This was merely an accident." Dumbledore maintained his smile. "Everyone is tired tonight. Let us return to our respective quarters for rest." Fred and George chimed in unison. "Indeed, we are exhausted. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape." Fearing Dumbledore might change his mind, they hurriedly hoisted the large bottle of green goo over their shoulders and sprinted from the hall. Before departing, they called out, "Wiset, we shall not forget your life-saving grace." Chapter 61, Dumbledore's Plans. Professor McGonagall watched as Fred and George departed, letting out a gentle sigh. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I take Wiset back with me?" Penelope inquired tentatively. Given the circumstances, escaping without any deducted points was already a splendid outcome. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "Miss Clearwater," Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "I have a few matters I wish to discuss privately with Mr. Lovegood. Professor Flitwick, would you kindly escort him to the headmaster's office? The password is Jelly Slug." As the group diminished further, Dumbledore turned to Quirrell and softly asked, "Professor Quirrell, I couldn't locate you earlier. Where did you go?" I just woke up." Quirrell stammered, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Then I came over when I heard the commotion." "Is that so?" Dumbledore mused quietly, glancing at Snape. "Professor Snape, I noticed you arrived with him." Quirrell inhaled deeply, worry evident in his gaze as he apprehensively regarded Snape. Snape merely shrugged, responding curtly, "It was a chance encounter." "A chance encounter," Quirrell exhaled in relief. "I was a bit disoriented upon waking, but I feel much better now. Since Professor Quirrell is unscathed, that is splendid news." Dumbledore nodded, "Otherwise, let us disperse and return to rest early." The professors departed one by one, leaving Dumbledore alone in the hall. He strolled towards a distant corridor, strewn with debris from the giant's rampage. "Revelio," he murmured, as golden mist erupted from the tip of his wand, swirling into the air. The vortex produced a rustling sound, scattering countless specks of gold dust. The dust coalesced into moving silhouettes, vividly portraying scenes akin to a film. Dumbledore retrieved a pack of lemon drops, savoring them as an audience member would in a cinema. The magical fireworks displayed Fred and George's remarkable progress. Could it be the influence of Weasley? Is this the special summoning charm Minerva spoke of? Indeed, it is intriguing. Understanding the giant's weaknesses, the particularly adept levitation charm seemed to carry an additional magical potency. Is this the unique trait of the silent incantation? The power of the stupefy spell could rival that of certain Death Eaters. Realizing this, Dumbledore cautiously tucked away the lemon drops, his expression turning gravely serious. This was indeed Voldemort's intent. What could his purpose be? Snape's voice suddenly broke in as he limped towards Dumbledore. Observing Snape's condition, a flicker of guilt crossed Dumbledore's eyes. "You are in poor shape. Do you require me to summon Fawkes?" "No need," Snape replied curtly. "Since you claim Quirrell is a servant of the Dark Lord, it is prudent to limit our interactions. The tears of the Phoenix could indeed heal wounds, yet my injuries heal too quickly, rendering me more vulnerable in the future. I am truly sorry." Dumbledore sighed softly. "Your leg, was it injured during your confrontation with Quirrell?" "His strength is astonishing." "I was bitten by a three-headed dog," Snape interjected. "You never mentioned that a three-headed dog was concealed in that room. Why on earth would such a creature not be placed in the Forbidden Forest?" "In fact, I did mention it during the opening feast," Dumbledore clarified. "I placed a charm on that room, designating the door as a marker. The Fluffy would only roam within, emerging to harm when the door was opened. I never anticipated you would venture inside." Snape opened his mouth, striving to maintain his icy demeanor. Quirrell disguised himself remarkably well, adeptly casting spells silently, and inadvertently destroyed the door with fire. That was unexpected. Dumbledore sighed. He is indeed a talented wizard. What a pity. He possesses a certain aptitude for recklessly serving the Dark Lord. Snape responded coldly. "You mentioned earlier the Dark Lord's purpose?" Dumbledore explained, "To compel Quirrell to wield dark magic." thereby inciting the Fluffy. Voldemort's aim is to harness its power. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, as if recalling a past event, his countenance darkening momentarily. He too desired the power of the Fluffy. Snape inquired, "Is this the Dark Lord's objective, or Quirrell's?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "What transpired between you and Quirrell tonight?" Kreacher heard the voice of Viceroot, and his expression instantly turned tense. He even implored me, willingly exposing his back to me, and dashed down the stairs in a reckless manner. "Is this the reason for your joint appearance?" Dumbledore's brow relaxed as he stroked his long silver beard, deeming it a fortunate occurrence. To gain Visert's power while also showing concern for him. Truly a fortuitous circumstance? Snape crossed his arms. And I thought he should consider a visit to St. Mungo's. Perhaps his soul had already fractured, with one half caring for Viceroot, while the other fixated solely on executing orders. I wouldn't mind brewing a potion to liberate him. Dumbledore waved his hand, suggesting that conflict might be a turning point. Under Visert's influence, Kreacher might indeed find an opportunity for redemption. You still need to maintain contact with him. It is crucial for us to ascertain the current state of Voldemort. Otherwise, Snape scoffed, indicating that this was the reason he did not require Phoenix Tears. He would seek him out again tonight. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Snape, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Severus, thank you. No need for that." Snape's tone was brusque. "As long as I can eliminate the Dark Lord, I am willing to do anything." It has been a long time since I have sighed so frequently," Dumbledore remarked, self-deprecatingly shifting the topic. "Let us continue observing. Do you need my support?" Snape remained silent, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward, his actions speaking louder than words. The two returned to the Great Hall, witnessing Viceroot, composed of golden powder, emanating a distorted aura. Dumbledore's voice turned grave. The silence has become restless. This is not a good sign. He wore a contemplative expression, and by the time I calmed Harry and returned to the hall, Viceroot had returned to normal. How had he achieved that? Soon, the tracking spell provided him with the answer. The golden powder. Viceroot waved his wand, casting a spell upon himself. Upon seeing that familiar motion, Snape's expression turned peculiar. A complex spell, innovated before me. I recall the incantation, "Dust be gone." The wand traced a graceful arc, and a whirlwind rose from beneath their feet, sweeping away a cloud of dust. Chapter 62, Wandless and Silent Casting. Snape elucidated, "As you can see, the effect can cleanse various impurities, even proving effective against dragon's blood." Dumbledore murmured, "When was this accomplished? Was it under your guidance?" "No." Snape shook his head. The knowledge of complex magic stemmed from Kreacher, although his classes were worse than the most desperate of potions. However, when he taught Viceroot privately, he displayed the level one would expect from a Ravenclaw. At least his theoretical knowledge was solid. He is only a first year. Dumbledore marveled. To innovate a complex spell. Truly remarkable. Snape abruptly reminded him, "Do not think to shift the focus. It is impossible for me to spare time to face Harry Potter. Rest assured." Dumbledore chuckled softly, waving his hand in resignation. "This complex spell is not particularly intricate. It is primarily creative, ingeniously combining the advantages of two types of magic." Dumbledore's interest was piqued, and following Snape's casting motion, he easily replicated the spell. He closed his eyes once more to experience the enchantment. Yet he could never fathom how such a charm of life could suppress the essence of silence. However, he was aware that there was someone who possessed profound insight into this silence, and he intended to write a letter later to seek counsel. Snape, with an air of impatience, inquired, "Since the Dark Lord has set his sights on Wiset, will you inform him of this matter?" Dumbledore sighed softly, responding, "I am contemplating this issue, considering how much I should disclose. Concealing parts is your usual tactic. It comes as no surprise," Snape scoffed. "My suggestion is to reveal everything." "You place such trust in him?" Dumbledore's tone was tinged with astonishment, truly unexpected. Snape pressed his lips together, uttering no further words, and limped away. "Wiset, take this," Flitwick said, as he pressed a package into Wiset's hands, a generous assortment of Honeyduck's finest chocolates. "Eat up. You missed the Halloween feast. You must be famished. Have some chocolate to tide you over," Flitwick encouraged. The students of Ravenclaw adored their head of house not only for the lighthearted and engaging atmosphere of his charms class, but also for his amiable nature. He always had an assortment of snacks on hand, and when encountering a downcast Ravenclaw, he would heartily offer a treat along with a word of encouragement. According to Penelope, if one found themselves in low spirits, a visit to Flitwick's office would reveal him waving his wand, directing a delightful dance of pastries for their enjoyment. The finest chocolates from Honeydukes lived up to their name, surpassing the taste of chocolate frogs by several degrees, possessing a smoother, more delicate texture and an even richer sweetness. After finishing the 2 chocolates, Wiset felt a warm glow enveloping both body and spirit. Flitwick guided Wiset down a corridor that led to a grand statue, intricately carved to depict a ferocious gargoyle. The gargoyle, with a menacing expression, sat poised with outstretched wings on a stone pedestal, looking as if it might spring to life at any moment. Flitwick called out the password, "Jelly Slug." To Wiset's astonishment, the crouching gargoyle seemed to animate, stretching its body and retracting its bat-like wings with remarkable agility as it leapt aside. Behind the gargoyle, a bright passageway revealed itself, with a spiraling staircase ascending slowly. The sensation of riding the spiral staircase felt familiar to Wiset, akin to an escalator from a past life, steady, smooth, and most importantly, requiring no effort to climb. It was Flitwick's geniality, coupled with the practicality of charms, that made him the most sought-after professor among students seeking guidance. Seizing the opportunity during their ascent, Wiset inquired about various aspects of charms. Just as he had anticipated, none of the professors he knew were mere simpletons. All were erudite scholars capable of effortlessly resolving his queries. Remember these 3 points: gestures, incantation tone, and relaxation of spirit. Keep these in mind during your practice, and you shall achieve twice the result with half the effort, Flitwick declared, entering a state of instruction with animated enthusiasm. Beginners must bear in mind these 3 points. Particularly, gestures and intonation significantly influence the ultimate magical effect, laying a solid foundation that enables one to master more profound magical techniques. More profound magical techniques? Wiset blinked in curiosity and inquired, "Dean, could you kindly provide an example? For instance, wandless and silent casting are 2 such advanced magical techniques." Flivy raised his hand, extending 3 slender fingers, and stated, "Allow me to demonstrate briefly." With a snap of his fingers, a clear spring of water erupted from his fingertip. He then raised his other hand, gently swiping his elongated finger, causing the water to freeze instantly into a blossom-like ice sculpture. Flivy offered the ice flower with a beaming smile, explaining, "The water-making charm combined with the ice charm, through silent and wandless casting, can achieve such effects." As the name implies, silent casting allows one to manifest the effects of magic without uttering or loudly reciting the incantation. Wiset nodded, retrieving his notebook to take notes. Not delving into the concept of silence, even quietly reciting spells is indeed a challenging task, given the magic he is currently exposed to. Only by ensuring the proper modulation of intonation can one imbue magic with sufficient power. Recording this information is beneficial, yet establishing a solid foundation remains paramount. Flivy wore a satisfied smile. "I have complete confidence in you. Your intonation and pronunciation are exceptional." What he admired most about Wiset was not only his solid foundation, but also his constant readiness to learn. "Once you pass the examination, I will guide you in practicing this technique in your 6th year." Wiset lifted his gaze, asking, "Dean, will wandless casting be taught in the 6th year?" Flivy shook his head, stating that Hogwarts does not offer instruction in this technique. European wizards began using wands early on, making the application of such techniques considerably more challenging. The absence of a wand for assistance can render magic less precise, leading to various mishaps. I recall that local wizards in Africa excel in this technique. The spiral staircase led them to a corridor, at the end of which stood an intricately carved wooden door. Wiset tucked his notebook into his pocket, a satisfied smile gracing his face, feeling he had learned much. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, yet one must occasionally relax. Flivy remarked, "It is for this reason that I encouraged you to join the Quidditch team, allowing you to balance work and leisure." Chapter 63, The Encounter with Phoenix Fox. Behind the wooden door lay a spacious circular room, its walls adorned with portraits. These portraits were animated as well, though the night had grown late, and they had succumbed to slumber, their bodies gently rising and falling in sleep. Upon entering, Flivy lowered his voice significantly, stating, "These are portraits of the headmasters." Wiset nodded, curiously surveying the room. Several desks were arranged within, and against the walls, one could find variously shaped silver artifacts which spun or leapt, emitting puffs of smoke. 2 rows of curved cabinets pressed against the wall, one cubby containing a tattered wizard's hat, the sorting hat used for the house-choosing ceremony. Just as Wizard was overwhelmed by the sights around him, a melodious voice floated down from above. He looked up to behold a magnificent crimson bird before him. The bird's form resembled that of a swan, trailing shimmering golden tail feathers, its beak and talons elongated, exuding a deadly elegance. This was Fawkes, the phoenix and companion of Headmaster Dumbledore. Flitwick whispered, "A rare magical creature. I have seen it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them," Wizard acknowledged, though it was even more beautiful than the illustrations. As if responding to Wizard's praise, Fawkes let out a soft trill and hovered beside him. "Try extending your arm. It seems to take a liking to you," Flitwick encouraged. "Do not fret about being unable to hold it. Phoenixes are quite sentient." Wizard complied, raising his arm as one would summon an eagle, and Fawkes promptly alighted upon it. Just as Flitwick had indicated, the phoenix brought no burden, but rather a comforting warmth. This warmth felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his arrival in this world. "I remember you," Wizard murmured gently. "Thank you for supporting me." Fawkes responded with another soft trill and nuzzled against his cheek. "It appears you and Fawkes are already acquainted." "That is splendid," Flitwick remarked with a smile. "I will have some refreshments prepared for you, which will be delivered shortly." Vizard felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly replied, "That would be quite troublesome." Flitwick blinked. "It is late, and I too desire a light supper. It is merely a trifling matter." Vizard was unaware of what Flitwick's supper entailed, yet he was certain that the unexpected arrival of items on his desk was not a light meal. A large lamb chop and steak accompanied by 3 roasted potatoes before bedtime would surely disrupt his dreams. Nevertheless, he could not resist the enticing aroma of the meat and indulged in the late-night repast. He savored the steak in small bites, sharing a morsel of the dewberry with Fawkes. He had learned from fantastic beasts and where to find them that phoenixes enjoy drinking dew and savoring herbs and berries. The dewberry appeared to delight Fawkes, who raised its elegant head, signaling Vizard to stroke its neck. Vizard placed his hand upon Fawkes' neck, finding the feathers even softer and smoother, radiating a more intense warmth. After a moment of gentle caress, he felt a kinship with Fawkes. He also sensed a greater relaxation that allowed him to contemplate the events of the night. As he pondered, he recalled numerous past occurrences, suddenly feeling a pang of melancholy. Time slipped away, and soon Dumbledore's voice emerged. "It seems you and Fawkes have formed a delightful bond." He turned to see Dumbledore standing at the doorway of the headmaster's office, a gentle smile gracing his face. Time appeared to have silvered Dumbledore's hair and beard, yet it had not burdened him. He remained as vibrant as ever, with his bright blue eyes sparkling with life. Fawkes took to the air, gracefully landing in Dumbledore's embrace, where he gently brushed his cheek with his elegantly curved beak. Dumbledore patted Fawkes on the back, and the phoenix soared once more, alighting on the perch by the door. Approaching the desk, he inquired in a soft tone, "Isn't it marvelous to experience your first Halloween at Hogwarts?" Wiset nodded, expressing his intention to submit an article to Mr. Lovegood, detailing the events of the evening. "I am now a devoted reader of the Quibbler," he added. Dumbledore responded with a smile, having noticed the gloom on Wiset's face. He rummaged through his pockets, producing an array of colorful sweets. "I eagerly await your submission." As Wiset beheld the lemon drop being offered by Dumbledore, he took the initiative to ask, "Headmaster, may I inquire about what transpired tonight? After my arrival, that giant seemed to abandon its original target, fixating solely on me, which is exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, regarding the attack from the basilisk, there are also discrepancies. According to Hagrid, the snake's eggs originated from that very basilisk. However, Luna and I have discussed that the basilisk which attacked us is rather old and likely incapable of laying eggs. Those snake eggs fetched me 500 galleons, a considerable sum, so I wish to understand what matters I ought not to be privy to." Having spoken all at once, he felt a sense of relief, the previous cloud of gloom lifting somewhat. Dumbledore maintained his smile, remarking, "It must feel much more comfortable to express all that you have been contemplating, isn't it?" "Indeed," Wiset replied. "That is quite pleasant." Dumbledore nodded. "The experiences you've endured must have altered you significantly, leading you to face many adversities at such a young age. I, too, once traversed a similar path, devoid of an outlet for my sentiments, allowing my worries to fester until I committed grave errors." Wiset, perplexed, asked, "Grave errors?" "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed gently, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. "Wiset, you should continue to express yourself as you are now." Wiset cleared his throat and shyly remarked, "Life here is wonderful. I only find 2 matters perplexing. It is precisely because this place is so enchanting that I wish for no unforeseen incidents to mar its beauty. This earnest, unadulterated curiosity towards all things is a quality that Ravenclaw holds in high esteem," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "Ravenclaw is indeed a fitting house for you. Now, let us discuss the basilisk incident. This matter was orchestrated by a pure-blood family, and I intervened on your behalf, resulting in those snake eggs." He spread his hands, exuding unwavering conviction. "The pure-blood family dares not act further. You may feel secure in utilizing that money." "Are the purebloods targeting me?" Wiset pondered, recalling Slytherin's attitude towards him. "Is it due to my status as a Muggleborn?" "Not entirely," Dumbledore elucidated. "Being a Muggleborn signifies not just danger, but also your origins from the Muggle world. A portion of pure-blood families still fail to comprehend that the doctrine of blood purity is merely a ludicrous consolation. Wizards will never dominate this world. Yet, in their quest to emphasize the uniqueness of wizards, these families have become exceedingly exclusionary, harboring animosity towards all Muggles and those wizards born of Muggle lineage. They have overlooked the fact that pure-blood wizards are dwindling in number. Even within the magical realm, half-bloods and those hailing from Muggle origins have become the prevailing norm." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a sense of absurdity welled up within Wiset. The notion of blood purity indeed appeared quite ridiculous. The so-called theory of blood purity bears a striking resemblance to the racist ideologies he had known in his past life, extending even to the infamous one-drop rule. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, the doctrine of blood purity is confined to the confines of Slytherin. Perhaps it is this very reason that has fostered their estrangement from other houses. Yes, a preposterous theory. The magical world is increasingly moving away from such beliefs, a sentiment Dumbledore wholeheartedly endorsed. leading to the final madness that birthed Voldemort. Wiset found it hard to believe that Voldemort was endorsed by pureblood families. Their relationship was exceedingly intricate. Dumbledore gently shook his head, explaining that Voldemort's upbringing was unique, which led him to become a proponent of the blood purity doctrine. When Voldemort ascended, the pureblood families recognized this and began to support him in earnest, hoping to preserve their rights and status. Their shared ideology allowed them to collaborate and flourish, with Voldemort becoming the name that could not be spoken. While members of pureblood families transformed into Death Eaters, the magical world endured a dark period until Voldemort was vanquished by Harry Potter, disappearing into obscurity, and peace was restored. And now, I must inform you that Voldemort has returned. He has not only set his sights on Harry Potter, but has also taken an interest in you. Wiset's eyelids fluttered. He is interested in me? Indeed. Dumbledore emphasized with a nod. This means that the giant was sent by him. But why? Wiset furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing, is it because I am a silent one? Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging Wiset's keen insight. He noted that Wiset, upon learning of Voldemort's return, did not display panic but instead engaged in contemplation, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. This is a rare quality, one of the significant reasons why he values Wiset. In him, Dumbledore saw reflections of many individuals, including Ariana and himself. Since Wiset had not betrayed Snape's trust, Dumbledore resolved to disclose further information. His demeanor grew serious as he addressed Wiset. I must tell you something, and I hope you are prepared. Sensing the shift in Dumbledore's expression, Wiset solemnly nodded. Of course. It was only after my interactions with Quirrell that I came to believe Voldemort has indeed returned. This means that this recent endeavor was likely executed by Quirrell. Professor Quirrell. Wiset's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard. How could it possibly be him? He found it somewhat inconceivable that a professor, who had imparted so much knowledge to him, could be associated with Voldemort, even placing him in peril. Dumbledore reflected, it is not uncommon to stray from the right path. Many individuals experience similar tribulations. This sentiment seemed to serve both as a consolation for Wiset and as a musing of his own. I had been observing Quirrell. Ever since his return from break, his demeanor had grown increasingly peculiar, and he scarcely engaged with those around him. Just when I feared he might be irretrievably lost, careening towards the abyss, a turning point finally emerged. Wiset pointed to himself, questioning, am I the turning point? Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a smile. You and he are both from Ravenclaw, a remarkable coincidence. How could it be Professor Quirrell? Wiset pondered, still engulfed in confusion. If Voldemort has commanded him to oppose me, then why impart knowledge unto me? It was through Quirrell that I learned dark magic could awaken insidious thoughts. He even advised me to master the art of mind shielding to combat these malevolent notions. Precisely. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Conflict can indeed be a catalyst for change. You may not have noticed, but your demeanor is quite distinguished. You show equal respect to every professor. And this respect and sincerity are what Quirrell has long desired, yet found elusive. He has strayed down the wrong path, and your authenticity is what sways him. The very key to his potential redemption. Wiset furrowed his brow, still laden with uncertainty. What must I do? Dumbledore replied slowly. Sustain this respect and sincerity. For a sensitive individual, special treatment may induce discomfort. Act as though you are unaware of any underlying issues subtly influencing him. You may continue attending Quirrell's private lessons or choose to cease your trust in him. He exhaled deeply, solemnly advising, and above all, be mindful of your safety. At that moment, Fawkes let out a gentle trill, soaring from his perch to land beside Wiset. I certainly have not forgotten you. Dumbledore affectionately stroked Fawkes' feathers. Should you find yourself in danger, you may call upon Fawkes. He will come to your aid. Fawkes, displaying an almost human-like understanding, nodded and plucked a feather from his plumage. The vibrant feather floated into Wiset's palm, only to vanish moments later. He raised his hand, glancing left and right, yet saw nothing. The warmth in his palm, however, assured him that the preceding events had indeed transpired. It seemed he had forged a connection with Fawkes, for by merely calling upon him in his heart, he would receive a response. Fawkes truly holds you in high regard, Dumbledore elucidated. That is his mark. As long as you are within the school, he will swiftly locate you. We still have some time. You may ponder this matter at your leisure. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Professor Flitwick is privy to the password for this place. Wiset rose resolutely, his tone unwavering, and his gaze determined. I will continue attending Professor Quirrell's classes and strive to change him to the best of my ability. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, murmuring, very well. He slightly lowered his head, concealing his eyes from Weasley. In those clear, azure orbs, there appeared to be an additional layer of crystalline moisture. Chapter 65, Snape's Intentions. After Weasley departed from the headmaster's office, the atmosphere grew somewhat desolate. Dumbledore drew his wand and traced an impeccably complete circle, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. A dazzling silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, transforming in mid-air into a vividly lifelike phoenix. Newt, how have you been lately? My student has innovated a spell, the incantation of which is Scourgify. Indeed, a remarkably efficient and practical domestic charm. I vaguely recall that you possess a silent version of it. Thus, I am curious if it might assist in suppressing the silent spell. Please respond at your earliest convenience. I wish you and Tina all the best. With a gentle flick of his wand, the silver phoenix spun gracefully and soared out of the headmaster's office, vanishing into the distance in an instant. The mind cloak spell. After completing this, he exhaled deeply, fatigue gradually creeping onto his brow. I must seek him out once more. In Quirrell's office, Snape rose, looking down upon Quirrell with disdain. Quirrell, Quirrell, since you desire more time to contemplate, do use your garlic-infused mind to think it through thoroughly. Can you truly assist the Dark Lord with nothing but your own feeble strength? Frankly, I would be the more reliable option. Quirrell clenched his jaw, maintaining his obstinate denial. Professor Snape, I truly know nothing of any Dark Lord. Very well, Snape scoffed, tossing a remark over his shoulder as he departed. I shall return to speak with you. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from the door. Once Snape left, Quirrell appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. Suddenly, he sprang up like a coiled spring, clutching his head and emitting a wounded beast's howl. He hastily cast a spell towards the door to prevent any sound from escaping, then tore the fabric from his head. Voldemort's grotesque visage materialized in the mirror. Voldemort spoke in a flat tone. You have performed admirably. Snape is hardly a reliable individual, and it was wise not to mention me to him. Yet I do not comprehend, Quirrell gasped, the tearing sensation in his head diminishing significantly. But he knows many of your secrets. Is he not a Death Eater? Voldemort hissed softly. He is a traitor. Quirrell held again, the agony in his head intensifying to the brink of unconsciousness. Quirrell, your ignorance amuses me, Voldemort sneered. Even I am aware that those truly loyal servants have largely been imprisoned in Azkaban. Only individuals like Snape, employing various excuses to evade culpability, have enjoyed a decade of freedom, a full 10 years. They are all traitors. Naturally, it is to be expected that they would seek me out to atone for their sins, especially since I have informed them that I have attained immortality. Is that so? Quirrell clutched his head. So, he concealed from me what I have done tonight. Voldemort replied impatiently. Quirrell, I require no reminders. I am aware of all your actions. Quirrell shuddered, an overwhelming sense of regret flashing in his eyes. Do you feel remorse? Voldemort's expression was one of sadistic delight. I have never deceived you. Have you not mastered that arcane knowledge? Is it not through my guidance that you have advanced your silent incantations? Bring me the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall bestow upon you even greater rewards. And regarding that silent one, it is the curse of languor that has saved his life this time. Thus, continue to impart more dark magic to him. Do you understand? Quirrell trembled, hesitating, but Voldemort emitted a soft hum. You are my master. Quirrell's moans reverberated within the office, echoing as if from the abyss. Voldemort laughed heartily, as if to drown out that solitary echo. Yes, indeed. I shall observe you from the shadows. You must remember this. I am quite displeased with your performance tonight. How dare you impede the Silent One's rampage? And just now, you cannot possibly wish to be a good professor, can you? How absurd. His laughter grew ever more maniacal. So endure. Endure the wrath I unleash upon you. Quirrell clutched his head once more, enveloped by the intertwining hues of black and green, even his cries fading into the void. Only his body, convulsing like one afflicted by epilepsy, bore witness to his ceaseless torment. In the silence, you grasp my true name. When spoken, I shall cease to exist. Before the bronze door of the Ravenclaw common room, faced with the inquiry of the copper ring, Wiset fell into contemplation. He had resided there for 2 months, and the ring always posed new and intriguing questions. It is silence. Wiset deduced the answer. To remain unspoken is to maintain silence, for once I utter a word, silence shall be no more, and thus I shall no longer exist. Splendid response. With the ring's affirmation, the eagle statue unfurled its expansive wings, and the bronze door creaked open. By now, it was midnight, and Wiset was taken aback to find a number of people still lingering in the common room. Upon hearing his footsteps, the team captain, Arsenal, stood to peer about. You have finally returned. It is a relief to see you unharmed. His roommates and fellow Quidditch players remained in the common room, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Thank goodness you are back, Xiaozhang exclaimed, patting his chest with a look of profound relief. Penelope gathered her study materials and addressed Xiaozhang. Did I not tell you? Nothing would happen. Roger rushed over, draping an arm around Wiset's shoulders. First years facing a troll. This is straight out of a Lockhart novel. Anthony, brimming with anticipation, queried. That is a creature of considerable danger. Do tell us how you vanquished it. The others encircled him eagerly. Indeed, Fred and George bantered. We still trust your words. I recall the troll's weakness being its head. Were it me, I would strike it with a stunning spell. But trolls have a high resistance to magic. Are you certain a stunning spell would incapacitate it? Trolls are quite tall. Aiming for that spot is no easy feat. Perhaps one should also incorporate transfiguration magic. which could restrain the troll's movements and at least ensure one's own safety. I believe potions are also an excellent choice. The living hell broth is quite appealing, as the trolls are not picky eaters and should be inclined to consume it. Chapter 66. The Toffees Sent by Luna. The theoretical knowledge of Ravenclaw students is remarkably solid, often leading to discussions akin to mere armchair debates, where they express their views and engage in conversations about what should be done in practical situations. Currently, they find themselves engaged in similar activities, articulating their strategies for dealing with trolls, inviting Wiset to adjudicate whose method is superior. The ability to vanquish trolls relies heavily on the decisive power of the Curse of Affliction. The combination of the levitation charm and ancient magic, mastery of throwing, is also of paramount importance. However, these remain Wiset's closely guarded secrets, which he is not yet ready to disclose. He prefers not to draw too much attention to himself, opting instead to weave a narrative inspired by various novels he has encountered in his previous life, crafting a tale of collective efforts to defeat the troll. Even within the magical realm, the story of a first-year student conquering a troll seems exceedingly fantastical. Conversely, a narrative of a group triumphing over a troll appears more plausible, satisfying the curiosity of his companions. Upon concluding this tale, Wiset felt an overwhelming fatigue and instinctively rubbed his eyelids. Penelope and Autumn Zhang noticed his weariness and encouraged everyone to return for rest, allowing Wiset the opportunity to retreat to his dormitory. His roommates were equally exhausted, exchanging goodnights before collapsing onto their beds without even changing into their sleepwear, their heads barely grazing the pillows before drifting into slumber. After Wiset washed up and donned his pajamas, just as he was about to retire for the night, he heard a commotion outside the window. Turning to investigate, he discovered Soul tapping at the glass with its beak, clutching a bulging letter in its claws. "You've worked hard," Wiset exclaimed as he quickly ushered Soul into the dormitory, cradling it warmly. "You could have taken the night off and come to me tomorrow." "Hoo-hoo." Soul bobbed its head in response. A fragrant scent of herbs wafted from its feathers, the aroma of the Ollery feed. The feed, personally concocted by Professor Sprout, aids owls in rapidly restoring their vitality. The four heads of house at Hogwarts possess extraordinary abilities and have made remarkable contributions in their respective fields. The letter undoubtedly originated from Luna. As soon as Soul sensed Wiset's return to the dormitory, it promptly delivered the message. Wiset eagerly tore open the letter, revealing Halloween greetings from Luna and Xenophilius, along with a blank space marked with a smiling face drawn by Luna. Within the candy, there is a little surprise from Dad. This explained the bulging envelope, which contained a bag of handmade sweets. Unwrapping the oil paper packaging, he discovered glistening toffees of various shapes resembling airships, owls, and colorful fish. Luna had added intricate details to the toffees, and thanks to her delicate touch, the candies appeared remarkably lifelike. Wiset picked up a colorful fish toffee and slowly savored it. The flavor upon contact with his palate was delightful, a harmonious blend of creamy, vanilla, and caramel notes that created an exquisite sweet experience. As he chewed a little longer, he felt a powerful surge from the soft center, a blend of goatkin juice and honey. To describe it simply, it is akin to savoring a spoonful of vanilla caramel ice cream, followed by a bite of scallion pancake dipped in honey. Such a confectionery heart must embody the surprise of Xenophilius, who delights in brewing tea with Gurdikin. Having spent an extended period at home, Wiset has grown accustomed to the aroma of scallion tea. He does not recoil from the taste of the confectionery heart. Rather, it evokes distant memories within him. A knowing smile crosses his lips. This is the essence of home. "Cuckoo," Soul murmurs softly, nuzzling Wiset's neck. Wiset shakes his head, returning to reality. He first lifts Soul into his arms, gently saying, "Would you mind returning to rest? It is indeed too taxing for you to flit back and forth like this." "Cuckoo." Soul tilts his head, lightly pecking Wiset's hand with his beak, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. "I intend to submit an article to Mr. Lovegood. Hence I cannot finish it swiftly." Wiset chuckles wryly, rephrasing, "How about you come back tomorrow afternoon to collect the letter?" "Cuckoo." Soul readily accepts the suggestion, flapping his wings and gracefully soaring through the window, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Wiset retrieves a toffee and places it in his mouth. This time, he refrains from chewing, patiently awaiting the confection to dissolve as he begins to compose a letter. Whether it is the uniquely flavored confectionery heart or the comforting essence of home that invigorates him, he finds himself devoid of drowsiness at this moment. 2 months can transform many aspects of life. For instance, he has attained a deeper understanding of magic, mastered a perilous curse, and harnessed numerous ancient magical powers. Furthermore, he is now adept at responding to letters, conveying his thoughts to Luna. As for tonight's serendipitous encounter, he plans to draw inspiration from novels of his past life, crafting a narrative imbued with dramatic flair. This is no trivial endeavor. By the time he has sketched out the overarching framework, the sun outside has already risen. Bathed in the morning light, Wiset rises and stretches. A brand new day? Today is Friday, and first-year Ravenclaws have no classes in the morning. providing the perfect opportunity for a restorative slumber. Upon awakening, it is already noon. The midday sun cascades over the blue carpet, granting Wiset a sensation of floating on clouds. Standing by the windowsill, he gazes into the distance at the forbidden forest. Now, at the transition from late autumn to early winter, the forest remains shrouded in darkness. Perhaps only the arrival of winter will adorn it in a cloak of snow. The young sprouts of the dirigible plum on the windowsill stretch towards the sunlight, luxuriating in its warmth, thriving under Professor Sprout's guidance. Suddenly, Anthony's voice breaks the tranquility. We tended to your plants this morning. His dorm mates have returned, cradling several oil paper packages that emit a rich aroma. Chris places the oil paper package down, remarking, we noticed you hadn't arrived at the Great Hall, so we brought some back for you. Just as Wiset is about to express his gratitude, Michael interjects, no need for thanks. When we oversleep, don't you always bring us breakfast? Oh, what a pity about last night as Halloween feast. Terry closed his eyes, savoring the memory of last night. You didn't come over, he mused. That Yorkshire pudding, enhanced with special spices, left a remarkable impression on me. Michael chimed in, grinning and teasing. Since you enjoy it so much, you should head to Hufflepuff. Terry swiftly retorted, haha. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered how delectable Yorkshire pudding can be. Perhaps you would be better suited for Hufflepuff. Anthony interjected with a summation. My suggestion is for you two to go together. As for the playful banter among the roommates, Wiset had long since grown accustomed to it. He picked up a slice of apple pie and settled at his desk, enjoying the spectacle. When one's stomach is empty, sweets possess an irresistible allure. Chapter 67, The Devil's Web. Upon leaving the Ravenclaw common room, Wiset noticed something peculiar. People around him were whispering and pointing, frequently glancing his way. Some even turned back after passing him, seemingly eager to confirm something. Anthony leaned closer to Wiset, a mix of envy and jealousy in his tone. It seems you've become somewhat of a celebrity now, having defeated a troll. Indeed. Michael nodded. I've heard several versions of the tale today. They differ significantly from what you shared last night. Several versions? Wiset inquired, curious about their accounts. He was still pondering his manuscript, hoping to draw inspiration from these stories. Michael turned to Chris, asking, do you recall what Ron and the others said? Let me think. Chris scratched his head. They mentioned that the troll was quite extraordinary, far more intelligent than Flint, even able to hurl wooden clubs as a means of attack. Upon hearing Flint's name, Wiset couldn't help but chuckle. As a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he was familiar with the other house's teams, Flint being the captain of Slytherin. Anthony, a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast, instantly grasped Wiset's amusement. He burst into laughter. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds. I've seen that Flint a few times. He does resemble a troll, just a bit too short. Are you going to let me finish? Chris complained with a hint of annoyance. Michael quickly encouraged him, of course. Please, do continue. With an audience, Chris resumed. Wiset used the levitation charm to catch the club and then tossed it back, striking the troll squarely on the head. For some reason, the fallen troll then rose again, seemingly transformed into a ghoul, intent on taking Wiset down with it. In that dire moment, Wiset unleashed a spell that enveloped him in dark energy, successfully vanquishing the ghoul-like troll. Wiset rubbed his nose, suspecting this tale must have originated from Fred and George, the only ones who could possibly know such intricate details as they were direct participants. That aligns perfectly with a Gryffindor story, Terry remarked. They revel in tales of single-handedly overcoming foes, exemplifying the essence of bravery. Upon entering the greenhouse, several Ravenclaw girls were gathered, animatedly discussing something with great enthusiasm. From time to time, they would cast fleeting glances towards the door, only to reveal expressions of disappointment before resuming their animated chatter. It was not until Wiset and his companions appeared at the entrance that the girls paused their conversation, scrutinizing Wiset with inquisitive eyes, stifling giggles behind their hands. Terry gestured subtly towards them, noting that they had approached us several times throughout the morning. Had it not been for Prefect Penelope's intervention, I surmised they would have barged straight into the dormitory. How vexing. Michael clenched his fist, a look of deep anguish upon his face. When, oh when, would I become the subject of their conversations? When you receive your final exam results, Anthony teased. One Ravenclaw's performance can always be cited by others attempting to explain their shortcomings. I wholeheartedly support that notion. Chris declared earnestly, not only will the girls discuss you, but we too shall remember your illustrious deeds. The classroom bell chimed as Sprout entered the greenhouse, wand in hand, with two large boxes floating behind her. Children, it is time for class. The two boxes were distinct from one another. One was an ordinary wooden crate, while the other was coated with a thick layer of black paint. Let us open 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and turn to page 726 to learn about an exceedingly dangerous vine known as the Devil's Snare. These plants typically thrive in dark, damp locales such as dense rainforests and fetid swamps, which serve as their ideal breeding grounds. Remember, exercise utmost caution when dealing with the Devil's Snare. It is exceedingly cunning and can even disguise itself. With a swift tap of her wand, she opened the ordinary wooden crate, revealing a vibrant green vine that swayed back and forth like a crab's claw. This is the crabapple vine, a common magical plant that is both vigorous and easy to care for. It can thrive even without water for a month. As a demonstration, she watered the crabapple vine, which immediately began to sway joyfully, as if dancing. All right, now please stand back. She cleared her throat, clapping her hands to gain the student's attention. I will now open the other box, which contains the devil's snare. Sprout retreated 5 feet, beckoning the students to stand behind her before she waved her wand, dimming the greenhouse to resemble twilight. The black wooden box opened at that moment, revealing a magical plant that bore a striking resemblance to the crabapple vine. Its vines were equally green and swayed with similar vigor, appearing harmless and intriguing. Sprout aptly reminded them, "This is the devil's snare, cleverly disguised as the crabapple vine. Please observe closely." She transformed a tissue into a sheepdog, guiding it slowly towards the devil's snare. The students craned their necks, brimming with curiosity, eager to witness what would unfold next. Typically, Sprout exuded a cheerful demeanor during her lessons. Today, however, she seemed transformed, her expression serious and her tone markedly more somber. Influenced by her demeanor, the students held their breath, not daring to relax in the slightest. Wiset, too, was prepared, employing the Eye of Magic and the Guardian meditation technique, ready to scrutinize the unfolding events with great care. Under the enchantment of the Eye of Magic, the two plants before him underwent subtle transformations, revealing indistinct magical circuits that bore a resemblance to one another. Utilizing the elementary Eye of Magic, one could only discern the magical circuits of magical materials. However, for those unrefined magical plants and creatures, the magical circuits would appear significantly more nebulous. The sheepdog, under Sprout's command, drew closer to the devil's snare. The devil's snare, akin to the nearby crab cactus, exuded an aura of innocuousness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. 12 feet, 11 feet, 10 feet. The students silently counted the numbers in their minds, estimating the distance between the sheepdog and the devil's snare. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet. Just as the sheepdog was less than a meter away from the devil's snare, a startling spectacle unfolded. The vibrant green tendrils instantly morphed into a deep, ominous green, weaving together like a frenzy of serpents, forming a deadly black web that ensnared the sheepdog tightly. Subsequently, the devil's snare began to constrict, slowly squeezing the sheepdog's body, choking and crushing it. Ultimately, it reverted to a mere tissue. Sprout drew her wand and whispered to the devil's snare, "Lumos." Chapter 68, Intermediate Eye of Magic. Sprout manipulated the glow at the tip of her wand, shaping it into a broad barrier. She resembled a valiant knight, brandishing a shield of light, forcing the devil's snare back into its dark wooden box. The students maintained expressions of astonishment, still reeling from the sudden onslaught of the devil's snare. "Children, fortunately, our only casualty is a tissue," Sprout remarked, regaining her cheerful demeanor and symbolically waving the tissue to help ease the students' tension. Once they had collected themselves, she cleared her throat to continue the lesson. "Did you see that? As I mentioned, the devil's snare is exceedingly cunning and immensely perilous. Its strangulation ability is astonishing, capable of posing a significant threat even to trolls. However, its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Warmth and light can repel the devil's snare. The fire-making spell and the Lumos charm should be within your grasp. If they aren't, fret not, for we shall practice these two spells next." Wiset was momentarily distracted, perhaps for the first time in class. He was lost in recollection of everything he had witnessed, particularly the moment the devil's snare revealed its true form, which left a profound impression on him. At the instant the sheepdog approached, the indistinct magical circuit representing the devil's snare altered, seemingly expanding and becoming more intricate in structure. Still constrained by the limitations of his Eye of Magic, he could not fully comprehend the entire process. Wiset had an instinct that this transformation of the magical circuit would undoubtedly enhance his understanding of transfiguration. After a brief contemplation, he infused ancient magical energy into the Eye of Magic, yearning for its further evolution. Much like the initial awakening of the Eye of Magic, everything around him began to change. The world before him appeared to collapse, fissures emerging one after another, releasing vibrant lines and patches of color. These lines and patches converged, allowing the entire world to be reshaped into a series of clear patterns. The patterns multiplied and grew increasingly intricate, intertwining and layering upon one another until they became obscured from his view once more. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse re-emerged before him. The students stood in a line, under Sprout's guidance, practicing how to tackle the devil's snare. Wiset exhaled softly, relishing the experiences he had just undergone. When he first activated the Eye of Magic, it felt as though he were standing upon the banks of history, observing the world from a macro perspective. Now, as the Eye of Magic evolved, his viewpoint shifted from the grand scale to the minute, altering his perception of the world. The pages of the wizard's practical guide also transformed. Intermediate Eye of Magic, to encompass more entities within sight, clarifying and rendering their magical circuits visible. It unveiled ancient magical powers, cultivated over time, to be absorbed, aiding the Eye of Magic's growth. Wiset, come here, Anthony called, turning to him. Wiset nodded and stepped behind Anthony. With concern, Anthony inquired, were you lost in thought for so long due to the aftermath of last night's encounter with the troll? No, Wiset replied, shaking his head gently. Perhaps I simply didn't get enough rest. I only returned to sleep at sunrise this morning. Michael leaned closer, asking, why so late? Were you too excited after defeating the troll to fall asleep? I had to write a reply, Wiset explained. By the way, did you want to try the toffees Luna sent me? Michael waved his hand dismissively, expressing his dismay. I don't want to eat them. The soft centers must be sour and stinky. Actually, Wiset corrected, they have a scallion flavor, reminiscent of Godric's taste. Once you acclimate, they're quite pleasant. Chris joined the conversation, astonished. Is this still toffee? Your sister has such a unique palate. Wiset shook his head. It was Mr. Lovegood's idea. He wanted to surprise me. Anthony remarked softly. It seems you share a good rapport with Mr. Lovegood. I've heard from relatives that he can be rather difficult to deal with. Wiset replied earnestly. He is a fascinating individual, deserving of respect. This statement was sincere. After Luna's mother passed away, Xenophilius took it upon himself to care for Luna. Their circumstances were exceedingly modest, yet Luna remained cheerful and optimistic, a testament not only to her remarkable maturity, but also to Xenophilius's pivotal role. Happy individuals heal their lives through their childhood, while those who suffer misfortune must mend their childhoods throughout their lives. Clearly, Xenophilius exerted considerable effort to ensure that Luna would not need to spend her life healing her past. Stop right there. Michael feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching his chest and mimicking the expression of heartache. I feel the sour stench intensifying. A smile tugged at the corners of Wiset's mouth as he gazed at the nearby crab-claw plant. With the aid of the intermediate Eye of Magic, the magical circuits within it were indeed rendered distinctly visible. Compared to the symbols exhibited by potion ingredients, the magical circuits of the crab-claw plant, as a magical flora, appeared far more intricate. They interlocked and functioned with the precision of mechanical gears, where the slightest pull could set the entire system into motion, rendering the crab-claw plant so remarkably vibrant. Wiset gazed at the clear scene before him, becoming somewhat entranced. Sprout's voice resonated. Mr. Lovegood, are you prepared? Please take out your wand. Wiset. Michael nudged Wiset's shoulder. Wiset quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor Sprout, I was lost in thought. Sprout expressed concern. You must not have slept well last night, given the harrowing experience you faced for the first time. Nevertheless, I hope you can muster your spirits, under special circumstances. The dangers of the devil's snare rival those of a troll. Thus, I will teach you how to wield your wand to protect yourself and face the devil's snare with composure. Thank you. I will do my best. Wiset nodded, gripping his wand tightly. Sprout advised, I will open the box. You will have just over 10 seconds to react. Do not push yourself. You may use either the Lumos spell or the Incendio spell. She placed her hand on the box's latch while holding her wand in the other, ready to cast a spell to repel the devil's snare. Are you ready? Yes. The box was opened, and at that moment, the devil's snare revealed itself without disguise. Its tendrils a deep green, which left Wiset feeling slightly regretful. He had an instinct that observing the process of the devil's snare's disguise would greatly aid his understanding of transfiguration. Sensing a living presence ahead, the devil's snare immediately extended its serpent-like tendrils, reaching out toward Wiset from all directions. Lumos. Wiset waved his wand, and a burst of light, akin to a flashbang, erupted. The devil's snare recoiled in fear, retreating back into the box in the blink of an eye, its writhing tendrils halting their movements. Chapter 69. The Magic Circuit of the Devil's Snare and the Crabapple. The herbology class concluded, and the students left the greenhouse with lingering excitement. Compared to the usual watering, fertilizing, and repotting, the practical experience was evidently favored by the students. Wiset, isn't the next class flying? Sprout, humming a little tune, looked up and adeptly inquired. Do you have any questions for me? Professor Sprout, may I ask how the devil's snare disguises itself as a crabapple? You always pose some unexpected questions. Sprout replied with a smile. When the devil's snare senses danger or needs to hunt, it will camouflage itself. In fact, it can disguise itself to be even smaller and less noticeable, resembling plants such as ivy or ordinary vines. However, it is much quicker to launch an attack when disguised as a crabapple. After all, they are essentially of the same magical plant family. Essentially a magical plant? Wiset exclaimed. Is it akin to the relationship between wolves and dogs? A remarkably astute analogy. You grasp the concept well, Sprout complimented. Their relationship can indeed be likened to that of dogs and wolves. In ancient times, the devil's snare was an exceedingly menacing magical plant. Wizards typically ventured into swamps and rainforests in groups, looking out for one another. It was only later, with the advent of more sophisticated magic, that the threat posed by the devil's snare diminished. Subsequently, some wizards attempted to improve upon the devil's snare, leading to the creation of the crabapple. It seems somewhat illogical. Wiset gazed at his notebook and pondered how the devil's snare emulated the crabapple plant, considering that the former predated the latter. The appearance of the crabapple was but one of the disguises adopted by the devil's snare. Sprout elucidated that when not in a state of aggression, the devil's snare's camouflage was quite aesthetically pleasing. The past wizards must have recognized this, which is why they solidified this form. Don't you think the crabapple looks delightful? Wiset smiled softly, sensing a kinship between Professor Sprout and Hagrid, both possessing a profound affection for magical plants and fantastic creatures. Sprout produced her wand from her pocket. Yet the peril of the devil's snare remained palpable. Next, I shall demonstrate how to make the devil's snare disguise itself as a crabapple, she declared. Wiset tidied his notebook and, with the eye of magic unleashed, said, Professor Sprout, I kindly ask for your assistance. It is our duty to address the students' queries. Sprout waved her hand dismissively and led Wiset 5 meters away before opening the box containing the devil's snare. First, we must create an optimal environment, allowing the devil's snare to feel secure. With a gentle flick of her wand, she traced an elegant arc in the air. Chill and damp. A familiar magical energy field emerged, enveloping the devil's snare within its embrace. This magical energy field brought a chill and moisture, causing the devil's snare to sway gently. Before long, the dark green hue of the devil's snare began to fade, transforming into the likeness of the crabapple. Sprout continued her incantation, gently lowering her wand while intoning steadily, steadfast, and unyielding. Wiset was well acquainted with both spells, having been instructed by Snape in a private lesson. Chill and damp was the incantation for a preservation charm, capable of constructing a magical energy field that maintained materials at low temperatures. This charm could be likened to a refrigerator, allowing wizards to adjust temperature and humidity at will. The complexity of this spell had required Wiset 2 weeks of dedicated practice to grasp it adequately. When he showcased his progress, Snape's cheeks twitched, perhaps displeased with the pace of his learning. Steadfast and unyielding was the incantation for a solidification charm, which could briefly stabilize a material's state, preventing the magical effects contained within from dissipating. This magic, too, was imparted by Snape and was frequently employed when handling rare potion ingredients. As Sprout cast her spells, Wiset observed the transformation of the devil's snare into a crab apple through the eye of magic. As he had anticipated, the process of disguise sparked considerable inspiration within him. With the aid of the eye of magic, he witnessed the magical pathways of the devil's snare begin to contract, the originally sharp circuits smoothing into a form that gradually mirrored that of the crabapple. He swiftly picked up his notebook to record the magical pathways he had observed. Sprout cast a curious glance at the notes, which were filled with sharp and intricate designs. Although the patterns appeared exquisite, she could not comprehend what Wiset was illustrating. In the realm of magic, it is entirely commonplace for wizards to possess their own interpretations of spells, which others may find difficult to comprehend. After completing his notes, Wiset shyly inquired, Professor Sprout, could you kindly restore the devil's snare? I wish to observe it once more. Of course, no problem at all, Sprout replied, as the tissue once again fell victim to the relentless grasp of the devil's snare. Wiset resumed his work, refining the original design and annotating some subtle differences. The air was frigid, and instinctively, he raised his wand, uttering a spell to assist the devil's snare in its disguise, continuing to embellish the pattern. Witnessing Wiset skillfully casting spells, Professor Sprout expressed her astonishment. You can perform this magic? Wiset nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I learned this spell from Professor Snape. Sprout smacked her forehead. Recalling, I completely forgot. You study under Professor Snape on weekends. It's only natural you would acquire this spell, as potions and herbology are closely intertwined. She often visited Snape to deliver materials, hence her awareness of this arrangement. Curiously, she asked, this incantation is quite intricate and requires precise control of magical energy. How long did it take you to master it? 2 weeks, Wiset replied, slightly modest, perhaps feeling it was rather slow, especially considering Snape's disapproving demeanor upon learning this. 2 weeks? Sprout was momentarily speechless, then solemnly patted Wiset's shoulder. Do not place such immense pressure on yourself. You are already exceedingly remarkable. I shall strive to do better. Wiset affirmed, nodding earnestly, aware that he had only just begun his journey into the magical arts and had much yet to learn. Professor Sprout, I must attend flying class now. May I inquire if you have any classes afterward? I would like to return later. The next class is also on the devil's snare. Feel free to come back. Sprout smiled. Headmaster Dumbledore specifically instructed us to ensure everyone masters the methods for dealing with the devil's snare. Chapter 70. A Breakthrough in Transfiguration. Observing Wiset's hurried departure, Sprout closed the dark wooden box. Only 2 weeks. She mused. Today's youth are truly exceptional. No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore holds him in such high regard. The thought of Snape being outwitted brought a wry smile to her face, though she sighed, lamenting her absence from the scene, curious about Snape's expression at that moment. Professor McGonagall's request for the approval of broomsticks had been granted. Although they were still secondhand, they were well maintained, and no further incidents had occurred. Seizing the rare opportunity, the students soared freely through the air, while Wiset remained engrossed in understanding the magical circuits, repeatedly observing the devil's snare's camouflage process. He felt a multitude of inspirations swirling in his mind, almost overflowing. When flying class concluded, he bid farewell to his roommates and returned to the greenhouse, where only Professor Sprout remained, conducting the final tidying before the weekend. Wiset greeted her and then, taking out his wand, joined her in the cleanup efforts. Sprout offered him a drink, a concoction of fresh honey water. "You won't find this anywhere else. It's my exclusive recipe." Wiset took the cup, savoring a small sip. In addition to its sweetness, it imparted a refreshing jolt to the senses. "Is the flavor agreeable? This year's honey is of exceptional quality," Sprout remarked proudly. "Are you still planning to observe the devil's snare?" Wiset shook his head. "Professor Sprout, I wish to borrow a crabclaw plant. May I cast a spell upon it?" Sprout nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. As long as you refrain from using dark magic, the vitality of the crabclaw plant is quite resilient." "I wish to practice transfiguration," Wiset eagerly replied. "I have some insights I would like to put into practice." "Of course," Sprout exclaimed, retrieving her wand and waving it towards a nearby dark wooden box, which immediately levitated into the air. "You may practice here at your leisure," she advised Wiset. "I need to conceal the devil's snare. It can indeed be quite perilous. When you finish, please close the door behind you." Accio pages. Wiset gently raised his wand, causing several sheets of notes to float in the air. These pages detailed the magical circuits of the devil's snare and the crabclaw plant, documenting their transformations from dynamic to static states. Moreover, the theory of transfiguration was readily accessible in his mind, prepared for immediate reference. He employed the guardian meditation technique, allowing the pages to orbit around him as he positioned himself before a crabclaw plant. Sensing an approaching presence, the crabclaw plant became animated, its tendrils swaying rhythmically. With the aid of the guardian meditation, Wiset's focus sharpened, his thoughts flitting between the notes and the transfiguration theory. Wiset deftly flicked his wand, employing a levitation charm to flip the pages, creating the effect of a book being manually turned. With the transfiguration theory in mind, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze.
This method was indeed feasible. He activated his magical eye, raising his wand, its tip pointing directly at the swaying crabclaw plant. With the magical eye's assistance,
Wiset's magic permeated the crabclaw plant, targeting its magical circuits. He enveloped the plant's magical pathways with his own magic, transforming it into a protective garment. "Tendril formation," Wiset whispered, sharpening the magic encasing the crabclaw plant, drawing closer to the magical pathways of the devil's snare. As he sculpted the magic, the crabclaw plant's swaying ceased, its vibrant green tendrils darkening to a deep emerald hue. The tendrils of the crabclaw plant moved with serpentine agility, twisting and coiling in all directions, as if stretching its limbs. Suddenly, the crabclaw plant seemed to receive an unseen command. Its outstretched emerald tendrils surged forth, completely enveloping Wiset and lifting him into the air. As the sun began to set, the two professors made their way to the greenhouse. Sprout glanced at Professor McGonagall, her voice laced with concern. "Minerva, is it truly safe to leave the devil's snare there?" "At least that's what Professor Dumbledore assured me." McGonagall shrugged, a hint of resignation on her face. "After all, he did instruct you on the weaknesses of the devil's snare." Sprout sighed, still feeling a lack of assurance. "That is, after all, the work of the Dark Lord. This should not be intended for him." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, considering it an additional final examination, perhaps. If that were the case, the students under scrutiny were rather unfortunate, Sprout lamented. Even adult wizards, facing such a multitude of arduous challenges at once, would likely find themselves in a state of distress. "Since this is Dumbledore's assessment, let us continue to trust in it," Professor McGonagall asserted, for he has guided Hogwarts through countless trials over the years. "I would never doubt Dumbledore," Sprout chuckled, mentioning that he had recently begun working overtime and often sought her out for white honey. She shrugged in mild exasperation. "I had prepared an entire jar of white honey for you, but now only half remains. This gesture is more than sufficient. After all, the pressure on Headmaster Dumbledore is considerable," Professor McGonagall responded with a smile. "To alleviate stress, sweets are undoubtedly the most effective remedy, yet it seems he has developed a certain obsession with them." Sprout also laughed, gazing towards the distant greenhouse, before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, Merlin's beard. How is there still devil's snare? It's impossible. I only brought one plant with me. Moreover, I had already taken it away and even informed Weasley." "Weasley?" Professor McGonagall quickly turned her attention towards the greenhouse. Indeed, through the open door, a large mass of devil's snare writhed like a serpent, seemingly engaged in a predatory entanglement. Without a moment to spare, Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and dashed out, reaching the greenhouse door in mere breaths. Sure enough, the devil's snare was indeed hunting. It ensnared a student within its clutches, its tendrils writhing as if attempting to strangle him. Professor McGonagall felt her heart skip a beat as she caught a glimpse of a face through the tendrils, a face belonging to Weasley. Fiendfire, she bellowed, conjuring a lion of flames that leapt from her wand, growing in size as it soared towards the devil's snare. In an instant, the fiery lion struck, and the devil's snare dissipated entirely. Professor McGonagall. Weasley's voice echoed just in time. It's me. Weasley. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, her expression turning grave. What on earth just transpired? At that moment, Sprout hurried over, breathless with concern. Minerva, is Weasley unharmed? Chapter 71. The Budding Understanding of Magic. I was practicing transfiguration. Weasley explained, a bit flustered. I happened to witness the devil's snare's camouflage process and suddenly had an inspiration. Professor McGonagall found herself both amused and exasperated. Practicing transfiguration? You have no idea how anxious Professor Pomona Sprout and I were when we saw a horde of devil's snare appear in the greenhouse. I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight for not informing you beforehand, Weasley murmured, his tone subdued. Noting Weasley's downcast demeanor, Professor McGonagall felt a pang of compassion. This is not your fault. Our concern led to our distress. Intentionally shifting the conversation away from the recent incident, she inquired, so, you mean to say that you can transform a crabapple cactus into devil's snare? Is that correct? Indeed. Wiset nodded repeatedly, his eyes seemingly aglow with excitement. I have perused your recommended work, The Theory of Transfiguration, and, drawing from my recent observations, I achieved this. He could hardly contain himself as he raised his wand toward the distant crabclaw plant and intoned an incantation, Shape the Vines. After a brief span of 10 seconds, the gently swaying crabclaw plant transformed in color, enveloped in a profound shade of emerald green, twisting like a devil's snare and lunging toward Wiset. Professor McGonagall and her colleagues instinctively drew their wands, yet they were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The devil's snare coiled around Wiset's feet, forming a platform of vines that lifted him into the air. He raised his wand high, conducting the scene like a maestro orchestrating a symphony. The vines, under his control, ascended from below, enveloping him tightly to form an impenetrable suit of vine armor. With a gentle flick of the hand that gripped the wand, the vine armor morphed back into tendrils, converging into a conical shape that shot forth, producing a resounding explosion. Minerva McGonagall leaned towards Professor Sprout. Will you teach this to the first-year students? Of course not. Professor McGonagall, usually composed, flushed with excitement. This is his own revelation. My only advice to him was to borrow the theory of transfiguration from Madame Pants, and who could have imagined he would achieve such a feat? As the professor of transfiguration, she understood far better than Sprout the astonishment elicited by the magic Wiset was currently performing. Hogwarts offers a plethora of magical disciplines, among which transfiguration is the most rigorous. In her transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall adheres to a methodical approach, guiding students from simplicity to complexity, gradually unveiling the intricacies of the art. For instance, first-year students are expected to transfigure matches into needles or a piece of iron into a file, even transforming feathers into fans, mastering the transfiguration of small objects. This represents the foundational practice of same-species transfiguration, primarily focused on transformations among inanimate objects. As their proficiency increases, students learn to wield magic to enable transformations among living beings. By the fourth year, students acquire these advanced techniques, although they do not involve the transformation of magical creatures. What Wiset demonstrated was not merely advanced same-species transfiguration, but also encompassed the transformation among magical creatures. Magical beings inherently possess a certain degree of magical resistance. Thus, it is utterly fanciful for a first-year wizard to attempt transfiguration on magical creatures. Moreover, Wiset undertook this endeavor without guidance, relying solely on his observations of the crabclaw plant and devil's snare, along with his comprehension of the theory of transfiguration, a true testament to self-directed learning. Professor McGonagall could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary feat could manifest in reality, and even more astonishingly, that it had exceeded the bounds of her imagination. Furthermore, based on Wiset's recent utterances, Professor McGonagall had reason to believe that his magical understanding had begun to flourish. This represents an ancient magical concept, one that cannot be imparted by others, but must be constructed through one's own efforts. Possessing one's own understanding of magic is essential for traversing further along the path of enchantment, allowing one to appreciate the myriad wonders that magic may bestow. The earlier one cultivates their comprehension of magic, the greater the likelihood of etching their name into the annals of magical history. Notable examples include the dual champion Albitatus Cell, the giant hunter Gifford Olathon, and the sea serpent slayer Granmore Pex. Wiset once again waved his wand, as the devil's snare gradually constricted, reverting to its prior form as a crabapple plant. He descended to the ground, pointing at the crabapple plant with excitement and exclaiming, Professor McGonagall, This is the transfiguration technique I have grasped. Truly remarkable. Professor Sprout responded with a beaming smile, enthusiastically applauding. Professor McGonagall focused her attention on the crabapple plant, which had not altered. Sprout, puzzled, inquired, Minerva, what do you mean the crabapple plant hasn't changed? Having devoted years to herbology, she was unable to immediately comprehend the deeper significance of McGonagall's words. Indeed, Wiset nodded vigorously, proudly stating, the essence remains unchanged. I merely applied magic beyond its essence. He gazed at the gently swaying crabapple plant in the distance, striving to find precise terminology to elucidate his actions. It was akin to a person donning a garment. Although they remain the same individual, the change in attire can alter others' perceptions of them. I have clothed the crabapple plant in the garb of the devil's snare. Thus, it transforms into the devil's snare. However, once the garment is removed, it can return to being a crabapple plant. Wiset, I grasp your meaning. Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, endeavoring to steady her tone. You are undoubtedly the most gifted student I have encountered. Wiset's cheeks flushed, and he stammered, there is still so much I wish to learn. And Professor Sprout is willing to assist me. Moreover, I am fortunate enough to have learned about the devil's snare today, gaining insight into the connection between the crabapple plant and the devil's snare. Indeed, McGonagall nodded, responding with a sense of wistfulness. You are quite fortunate. Talent is a serendipitous gift, and Wiset's assertion of his good fortune holds no fallacy. However, the ability to harness such luck and continuously strive for growth is what renders Wiset's qualities truly commendable. Wiset tucked the pages back into his notebook, intending to inform the two professors before heading to the Great Hall for dinner. After a busy day, his stomach rumbled incessantly. He dispelled the effects of the Guardian meditation and the Eye of Magic, restoring the world to its familiar visage. Yet, in the next moment, he felt the world spinning. Even the two professors before him seemed to whirl. Wiset scarcely had time to ponder before he fell. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he heard the startled exclamations of Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout, followed by the sensation of collapsing onto a soft cushion. Chapter 72. The weekend in the school hospital. When Wiset regained consciousness, he found himself in the school hospital. The air in the hospital lacked the antiseptic odor of past hospitals, replaced instead by a peculiar emlang of various herbs. A delicate scent reminiscent of lavender lingered at the tip of his nose. At this moment, the sunlight filters gently through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed linens, enveloping the room in a comforting embrace. The radiant sunlight reminds him of the time he lost consciousness. The sun had just dipped below the horizon then, while now it is the afternoon's light that bathes him. This implies that he has been lying in the infirmary for nearly an entire day. The lectures of Professor Quirrell come to mind. Wiset struggles to rise, but is gently thwarted by an unseen yet tender force. With this, a dull ache encircles his forehead, reminiscent of the sensation of having spent 2 consecutive nights immersed in exams. Child, you are awake. A weathered face appears before him, Mrs. Pomfrey. She assists Wiset in sitting up and presents him with a cup exuding a silvery mist. Is your head still aching? Drink this. Wiset presses his hand to his forehead. The throbbing intensifies as he sits up. He nods slightly, managing to utter, thank you, Mrs. Pomfrey. You ended up here due to mental exhaustion, she chided softly. 5th and 7th year students may handle it, but you are only a first year. As a Ravenclaw, are you placing too much pressure on yourself? You ought to relax a bit. After all, you will be here for 7 years. Did we not meet previously? I had advised against using the brain booster potion. I trust you did not resort to that. You must not cultivate a dependency. Of course not, Wiset replies, shaking his head in exasperation as he brings the cup to his lips. I will be cautious. This was merely an accident. The potion itself is tasteless, but upon entry, it presents a viscous texture, akin to overcooked porridge. Following this, a wave of lavender fragrance envelopes him, and fine granules slide smoothly down his throat. Very well, lie down and rest, Mrs. Pomfrey instructs. The potion acts swiftly. Within mere seconds, as he reclines once more, the oppressive pain begins to dissipate. Soon, drowsiness overtakes him, leading him into unconsciousness. When he awakens again, the same bright sunlight greets him. He calculates briefly, suspecting that perhaps 2 days have passed. Not only has he missed Professor Quirrell's lectures, but he has also lost the opportunity to attend Professor Snape's classes. The thought leaves him feeling somewhat disheartened. He yearns to know the current state of Professor Quirrell while lamenting the loss of knowledge from both professors. The first to visit him are his roommates, who gather around Mrs. Pomfrey, inquiring eagerly if his hospitalization is a result of battling a troll and if there are any lingering effects. Initially, Mrs. Pomfrey responds kindly, but soon her patience wanes under their incessant questions, and she ushers them out, citing the need for the patient to rest. Next come Penelope and members of the Quidditch team. Learning from the experience of the roommates, they exchange only a few words before being politely dismissed from the infirmary. Harry and his friends arrive as well, but under Mrs. Pomfrey's stern gaze, they can only manage to whisper a few soft greetings. Ron remarked. George and the others informed me that you were struck by a troll, which is why you have a headache, am I correct? Wiset rubbed his temples, beginning to understand the urgency behind his roommate's insistence on confronting Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, with a flush of embarrassment, expressed, "Thank you for speaking on my behalf. Without you, I would never have become friends with Ron and Harry." Just as Harry was about to interject, Madame Pomfrey interrupted, declaring, "You may leave now." Harry bravely protested. "But I haven't said a word." Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow, stating, "Patients require rest. You have already spoken." In total, that makes 3 sentences. With Harry's exclamation, the trio was ushered out of the hospital wing. Wiset nibbled on a modest meal, primarily consisting of pumpkin porridge and stew. The table was adorned with several paper-wrapped parcels containing candies, cakes, biscuits, and jerky, alongside a silver vessel emitting a plume of white vapor, fragrant with lavender. Madame Pomfrey elaborated. "The snacks are from the new Hufflepuff students. It appears you are quite popular." The silver vessel was sent by Professor Quirrell. He instructed me to light it, claiming it aids in alleviating headaches. Professor Snape examined it first and added a touch of lavender essential oil before I was permitted to ignite it. Mention of Snape seemed to summon him, as he entered the hospital wing silently, cradling a cup of silvery misting potion, the very concoction Wiset had consumed the previous day. Wiset noted a peculiar quality to Snape's gait, though he had no time to scrutinize it further. Before departing, Snape cast a glance at Wiset, curling his lips slightly in disdain as he exited. Wiset, in a moment of contemplation, reached for the notebook on the nearby table. "Might I suggest a brief respite?" Madame Pomfrey said with a hint of exasperation, "Your diligence surpasses that of most Ravenclaws I have encountered." "I apologize, Madame Pomfrey, but I must record this potion's formula." Wiset replied, taking the potion and sipping cautiously. The aroma was undeniably lavender, though it was unclear whether it was a tincture or essential oil. Another sip. He mused. It must be a tincture. The alcohol evaporated during the brewing process, leaving behind particles of moonstone powder. What is the viscous texture? Perhaps a blend of moondew flower nectar and wormwood infusion, with a hint of sweetness. He employed the techniques previously taught by Snape to deduce the potion's specific formula. As the potion in the measuring cup diminished, Wiset's eyelids grew heavier. He struggled to complete his final notation before surrendering to slumber. This display of determination elicited concern from Madame Pomfrey. Once she secured the hospital door, she promptly made her way to Snape's office. Upon seeing her, Snape immediately furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there an issue with the potion?" "Impossible. Have you placed too much pressure on that child?" Madame Pomfrey retorted, "The moment you left." He began taking notes. "Taking notes?" Snape responded, perplexed. "What notes? Then why have you come to see me?" Madame Pomfrey stood with her arms crossed. As severe as Snape sampled the potion while calculating the formula. "Is this your assigned task?" she inquired. The corners of Snape's eyes twitched slightly. What of it? As a student, it was indeed his duty. Yet, he was now a patient. Madame Pomfrey, a rather gentle soul, always argued her case firmly when it came to matters concerning her patients. Snape replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall continue brewing potions until he recovers." After dismissing Madame Pomfrey, Snape's lips moved slightly, shaking his head in mild exasperation. That boy. In a dimly lit, unidentifiable storeroom, Albus Dumbledore navigated through a collection of odds and ends. He ventured to the innermost recesses of the chamber, unearthing a massive object shrouded in gray cloth. With a vigorous motion, he unveiled it, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. "Dust be gone," waving his wand. Not only did the dust vanish, but the gray cloth also returned to its original pristine white. What a splendid spell. He smiled faintly, turning to regard the object beneath the cloth. It was an imposing mirror, standing at least 2 meters tall, its top nearly brushing the ceiling. At the apex, an elegant inscription was carved in flowing script. A magnificent serpentine relief formed a resplendent golden frame, with 2 sinuous serpent statues arching to support the base, ensuring the mirror stood firm. He lingered there for a considerable time, hesitant to step before the enormous mirror, merely caressing the intricate carvings with his fingers, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Behind him, a luminous figure materialized, a silver-haired equine creature gliding to the front of the grand mirror. Dumbledore turned to the guardian of the water creature, softly inquiring, "Newt, do you have any news?" The creature hovered in midair, its ancient voice resonating, "Headmaster Dumbledore, your memory serves you well. I did indeed preserve a murmur previously. However, during my time in New York, it was seized by the Magical Congress. Subsequently, when I sought to reclaim it, I was informed that it had vanished. If I am not mistaken, it was likely taken by Gellert Grindelwald, and thus I am unable to assist you. My apologies." With that, the creature seemed to blend into the air, dissipating into a ripple of silver light. "So it is," thought Dumbledore, his gaze flickering as he watched the shimmering light fade away, a multitude of unspoken words coalescing into a deep sigh. Wiset awoke in the evening, the heavy throbbing in his head having completely subsided. Upon opening his eyes, 2 remarkably similar boys stood before him. Fred, grinning broadly, asked our dear materials consultant. How do you feel? Wiset smiled in return. If you could refrain from spreading rumors about me, I would feel even better. How can this be considered a rumor? George interjected, waving his index finger playfully. We are merely extolling the heroic deeds of our savior, akin to medieval minstrels. Indeed, indeed. Fred concurred, nodding enthusiastically. Since you can still jest, it signifies that you must be on the mend, right? Today should still be the weekend, right? Wiset shook his head, the sound of cracking emanating from his neck. Indeed, George replied with a tone of regret. Such a splendid weekend, and you squandered it in the infirmary. Occasionally indulging in a nap can be quite pleasant, Wiset remarked, stretching lazily on the bed. Professor Flitwick advised me to balance work and rest. Fred stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. When it comes from you, it sounds particularly persuasive. Just then, faint footsteps echoed around them. Fred and George immediately became alert, waving to Wiset. We should take our leave. Hopefully, we'll see you in the hall tomorrow. I hope so too. Wiset waved back, bidding them farewell. Fred and George had keen instincts. The footsteps belonged to Madame Pomfrey, who was on her rounds. Once she confirmed that no one was disturbed, she felt at ease and exited the infirmary, locking the door behind her. After ensuring Madame Pomfrey had left, Wiset opened his eyes and activated his magical eye, surveying everything in the infirmary. The fluorescent lights flickered. Just as he suspected, a wealth of ancient magical power resided there. Normally, entering the infirmary was no simple task. Madame Pomfrey usually resolved issues outside, believing that only the ailing should enter. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wiset roamed through the infirmary, exploring every area and illuminating corresponding sections of the map in his mind. He continued to examine the mental map until all relevant areas were aglow, then paused to gather the ancient magical energy. Wiset activated the improved magic once again. The crab-claw plant transforming into the Devil's Snare transfiguration spell, well worth the investment of ancient magical power. He wished to uncover what characteristics ancient magical power would bestow upon the transfiguration spell if modified. Hesitation was not in Wiset's nature. He swiftly acted, pouring all the recently acquired ancient magical energy into the transfiguration spell. The wizard's practical guide began to turn its pages. Unlike before, he drew understanding from this page that had yet to be flipped. The insights were profound, and he could barely grasp a morsel of the content with the assistance of theory of transmutation and transformation. Time passed unmeasured until the page finally turned, revealing a new spell, Ancient Magic, Self-Shaping, Devil's Snare Form Guide, Ancient Magic to perform transfiguration, transforming fingers into Devil's Snare. With the newfound understanding, he did not employ a wand, but extended his hand directly. Vine shaping. His fingers were enveloped in a silvery blue glow, a tingling sensation radiating from his fingertips throughout his body. Under the influence of the magic, his slender fingers elongated, the bones within seemingly softening. It was a wondrous sensation, as if his will had transformed into his hands, while his actual hands turned to clay. He guided the magic, altering his fingers, which swiftly morphed into dark green vines, adorned with unique botanical patterns. Nox. Wiset not only extinguished the glow at the tip of his wand, but also closed his eyes, navigating the infirmary with surprising ease. He moved with remarkable steadiness, deftly avoiding hospital beds and herb cabinets, as if he possessed an innate knowledge of their positions. This was an extraordinary experience. Despite the darkness enveloping him, he could perceive his surroundings through the tendrils of the Devil's Snare, which had transformed into a web-like form. As a magical plant that thrived in damp and shadowy environments, the Devil's Snare exhibited an acute sensitivity to darkness. By entering this state, Wiset gained a corresponding perceptual ability. He was suddenly reminded of the animagus transformation, which seemingly endowed the practitioner with the abilities of the corresponding animal. At that moment, he sensed an illumination ahead. A burst of flame appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 74, The Visit from Dumbledore. Warmth and light were the natural enemies of the Devil's Snare. Wiset felt the tendrils in his hand wilt and immediately opened his eyes. As expected, the tendrils that had formed from his fingers recoiled like clusters of ironwood, and even the accompanying perceptual ability dissipated entirely. The flame vanished, and the lights of the infirmary flickered on. Dumbledore spoke softly, an exceptionally proficient transformation magic. To achieve such a level is indeed rare. He wore a flowing robe of soft green, adorned with golden buttons, each emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Wiset blinked, recalling that Dumbledore's attire seemed never to repeat. This stood in stark contrast to Professor McGonagall's fondness for emerald robes and Professor Snape's penchant for black. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore, Wiset said, feeling somewhat awkward as he returned his hand to its normal form. Are you feeling better? Dumbledore inquired with concern. I believe Professor Snape's potions, notwithstanding their unpalatable taste, are quite effective. Actually, the flavor is tolerable, akin to drinking porridge, Wiset reflected, but the results are indeed remarkable. I have recovered. Dumbledore mused, as if pondering aloud. Is the flavor tolerable? Perhaps next time, I might ask him to add a touch of sugar. He did not linger on this matter, but continued. Professor McGonagall has informed me of your considerable talent in transfiguration, particularly your ability to perform advanced transformations within the same species. However, it appears you have not only mastered advanced transformations, but have also achieved human transfiguration. Frankly, this transcends mere talent. Wiset felt a flush of warmth in his ears and waved his hands dismissively. Headmaster Dumbledore, I still have much to learn. This time, it was merely a spark of inspiration combined with that book, The Theory of Transfiguration, which fortuitously allowed me to transform the crabapple into the devil's snare. The Theory of Transfiguration? Dumbledore stroked his beard. Is that the one you borrowed from the library? Yes, it contains your annotations, Wiset recalled with a smile. Were your comments genuine? They were indeed. Dumbledore chuckled softly, noting Mrs. Pance's unique dedication to the care of books. As their eyes met, Wiset felt considerably more at ease than before. Dumbledore glanced at Wiset and, in a conversational tone, remarked, half the academic year has nearly passed. Which subject do you find most intriguing? All of them are quite fascinating, Wiset replied instinctively, perhaps due to my recent introduction to the magical realm. To regard knowledge with impartiality is indeed a commendable trait, Dumbledore responded gently. You are not mistaken. This place serves as the gateway for English wizards into the world of magic. Each course here holds its own significance. We aspire for students to unearth joy within them and discover the subject that truly captivates their interest. During their 7 years at Hogwarts, we hope students will follow their souls, cultivate their understanding of magic, and find the path that best suits them. Soul? Understanding of magic? Wiset furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing the weight of these terms. You remain quite perceptive, Dumbledore said with a satisfied smile. While mastering various practical spells allows one to navigate the magical world, possessing one's own understanding of magic and knowing the direction to pursue signifies a genuine embarkation on the magical journey. Most wizards achieve this realization only after reaching a significant age. Next, I shall share with you some content that far exceeds the syllabus, he winked, noticing Wiset adeptly retrieving his notebook. These are merely my reflections on the soul, so there is no need for you to jot them down. Let us converse casually. Very well, Wiset replied, a hint of regret in his voice as he set the notebook back on the table. Wiset, what do you believe distinguishes one wizard from another? Dumbledore inquired with a smile, requesting a more magical perspective if you can provide one. Wiset nodded thoughtfully, drawing solely from his experiences at Luna's home and his time at Hogwarts, ultimately articulating one word, soul. Indeed, Dumbledore beamed, seemingly transforming the hospital wing into a classroom. The souls of wizards are distinctly unique. After all, I have mentioned this numerous times, so I shan't award points to Ravenclaw for it. The diversity of souls among wizards corresponds with the variety of magical talents they possess. For instance, Professor Flitwick's prowess in charms. Did you know he was once a dueling champion? A dueling champion? I had no idea, Wiset exclaimed, his eyes widening. Although he was unsure of the significance of this title, he sensed it was quite impressive. Dumbledore reminisced. During duels, one could employ most dark arts, yet Professor Flitwick refrained from doing so. He triumphed over his opponents solely through his remarkable spellcasting skills. The sooner one establishes their own understanding of magic and comprehends the needs of their soul, the closer they come to emulating Professor Flitwick. This applies to Professor Sprout, McGonagall, and Snape as well. They possess their own magical insights, allowing them to better wield their innate talents, just as some wizards might excel in disarming charms, oblivion spells, or wandless magic. The essence of the soul is indeed wondrous. For every wizard, there exists a unique soul, and for every soul, an array of talents unfolds. Akin to the myriad flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, each offering a novel experience. This is a process that defies easy articulation. The professor can merely play a supportive role, guiding you to perceive the soul and forge your own understanding of magic. Wiset tentatively inquired, Professor Dumbledore, do you believe my soul leans towards transfiguration? Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a gentle nod. Besides your recent performances, the silent weight you bear has significantly informed my conclusion. Silent weight? Wiset placed his hand upon his chest. Shouldn't I possess a greater affinity for dark magic then? Is that so? Dumbledore retorted with a smile. There are no regulations dictating that a soul may only have a single preference. The soul is a complex and ever-changing entity. It is entirely plausible to possess a talent for the disarming charm while also mastering the intricacies of the Patronus charm. Remember, Wiset, wizards can create miracles. He continued. Silencio is inherently a manifestation of dark magical power, yet it transcends mere dark magic. As he spoke, he drew his wand and waved it lightly. A wisp of black mist emanated from the tip of his wand, occasionally transforming into a shape reminiscent of dark clouds, at times condensing into a black cone. After demonstrating, Dumbledore retracted his wand, allowing the black mist to dissipate. His voice took on a somber tone. Silencio possesses immense malleability, yet it is also extremely unpredictable. Most individuals' comprehension of Silencio tends to linger solely on its uncontrollable aspects, neglecting the fact that its transfiguration prowess can harness such colossal power. The ability to effortlessly expand or contract is a testament to this. Wiset nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. He found this segment difficult to grasp. Dumbledore's mastery of transfiguration was something he understood all too well. The tome, the theory of transmutation, without Dumbledore's annotations, would have been a formidable challenge for him to navigate. So, it is merely a conversation, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. This is my understanding, shaped by my knowledge, experiences, and the myriad events of the past. You and I are not alike. You possess a uniquely singular talent that can facilitate your comprehension of magic, allowing you to achieve more with less effort. Uniquely singular talent? Wiset bit his lip, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed with a nod, your eyes, the eye of magic. This is an extraordinarily ancient and rare gift. Professor Dumbledore, Wiset's eyelids fluttered. Did Mr. Ollivander speak of this to you? Yes. He wished to keep it a closely guarded secret, hence he sought my counsel. Dumbledore extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve. As he clenched his fist, 3 chain-like threads gradually manifested upon his arm, radiating with a brilliance reminiscent of fireworks, strikingly beautiful. Wiset cautiously asked, Professor Dumbledore, is this a magical contract? Indeed, Dumbledore replied. Your breadth of reading is commendable. This is indeed a positive attribute. Dumbledore smiled appreciatively. This was an unbreakable vow, a form of immensely powerful magical contract. An unbreakable vow, Wiset murmured, repeating the phrase softly. Although he had inferred from the necessity of secrecy that Dumbledore had forged a magical contract, he remained unaware of its specific functions. Embracing a learning attitude of inquiry, he asked, does this mean that the magical contract cannot be broken? In a certain sense, indeed, it cannot be broken, Dumbledore nodded. Should the vow be violated, the violator would meet their demise. Wiset gasped. It was a perilous magical contract. Yet, it was equally secure. Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire as to why you chose to forge such a dangerous magical contract? Ollivander cherishes your talents, and that is the principal reason, Dumbledore elucidated. When he disclosed this matter to me, I was equally taken aback. To safeguard this secret from others, he entered into a contract with me. The terms were exceedingly simple. Regarding your magical eye, we cannot disclose it to a wider audience. Wiset felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Mr. Ollivander. Although they had met only once, the wand maker had gone to such lengths for him. Throughout this time, despite perusing the wand notes, Wiset had remained at the theoretical level, never translating it into genuine practice. Dumbledore smiled gently, perceptively sensing Wiset's emotional fluctuation. Wand making is not an endeavor to be accomplished in haste. It is akin to an extension of alchemy. It requires a substantial foundation of knowledge to learn the craft effectively. You should allow yourself to relax a bit and savor life in the magical world. If you find yourself in the school hospital for similar reasons again, Madame Pomfrey may well take it upon herself to knock some sense into me. Wiset recalled the theory of transmutation, smiling as he nodded. Just now, I was pondering that Mr. Ollivander had shared similar sentiments with me. Well then, do not dwell on it too much. Dumbledore clapped Wiset on the shoulder. Retrieving 2 lemon drops from his pocket, he handed one to Wiset and unwrapped the other for himself. The reason I share this with you is that your eyes are quite special, and I thought of something that might suit you perfectly. He extended his hand into his pocket, producing a well-worn notebook. The notebook bore a distinctive emblem, a circle encased within a triangle, with a straight line piercing through the triangle's apex, bisecting the circle's center. Wiset accepted the notebook, aside from the emblem. Its cover featured 2 signatures, Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. He traced the emblem with his fingers and ventured, is this the notebook belonging to Gellert Grindelwald and yourself? Indeed. This is my secret, and I hope you will keep it for me, Dumbledore replied, blinking his eyes and nodding graciously. Wiset cleared his throat, striving to compose his somewhat tumultuous emotions. The relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore was extraordinary. This was evident from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. However, Wiset did not anticipate that the two had once shared a notebook, perhaps even engaging in some form of magical research. Dumbledore gazed at the notebook with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Grindelwald's gaze was extraordinary. Though not comparable to the eye of magic, it was a rare talent indeed. He possessed a set of celestial eyes, making him a true prophet who could precisely foresee the imminent actions of hostile wizards. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I interpret this correctly? This notebook could assist me in developing the capabilities of the Eye of Magic? Wiset felt his breath quicken. It cannot be said to aid in development. Dumbledore gently shook his head, but I believe it serves as a reference book. After all, the Eye of Magic is exceedingly rare. During that time, Grindelwald and I were somewhat reckless, utterly obsessed with cultivating the abilities of the Celestial Eye, and we compiled a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge. We documented all relevant theories within. He patted the notebook, adding, including various magical traces, all preserved meticulously. Isn't it too precious? Wiset expressed concern. And how should I conceal the names within? Good child. Dumbledore's tone was gentle. I shall provide you with additional protection. He retrieved the notebook and, with a flourish of his wand, appeared to inscribe something. After a brief moment, he closed the notebook and returned it to Wiset. As Wiset grasped the notebook, a warm sensation enveloped his palm, and the notebook became immersed in a soft radiance. Chapter 76, The Injured Snidget. Within the light, the notebook seemed to come alive, slithering like a serpent to wrap around Wiset's wrist. When the glow dissipated, a silver bracelet adorned his wrist. Wiset examined the bracelet closely. Its surface bore an exquisite phoenix relief, the slightly dull silver material exuding an ancient charm, a sense of extraordinary elegance. Headmaster Dumbledore, what is this? You may try turning your wrist and commanding it to open, Dumbledore instructed. Wiset promptly complied, and in the blink of an eye, the silver bracelet transformed back into the notebook, resting quietly in his palm. Incredible! Wiset exclaimed in wonder. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this also a form of transfiguration? Dumbledore chuckled and waved his hand. In addition to transfiguration, it also involves some fundamental alchemical techniques. These are results of the research Grindelwald and I conducted in our youth. He gestured towards the notebook, continuing, I have also documented the methods for creating this bracelet within. I see. Wiset replied with delight, noticing a newly inscribed passage. The new script was far more robust, contrasting sharply with the earlier, more ethereal handwriting. I suspect you might find this quite intriguing, Dumbledore inquired with a smile. From the initial stage to the final form, I have detailed everything. You may consider it supplementary reading for your studies. As a new week commenced, Hogwarts had transformed into a winter wonderland overnight. Not only had the temperatures plummeted, but heavy snowfall had also commenced. The surrounding mountains, once shrouded in a gray mist, were now draped in a melancholic white. As the sunlight cascades upon the snow-covered peaks, their desolation transforms into a gentle warmth reminiscent of jade from Hetien. The lake adjacent to the castle has frozen over with a thick layer of ice, as hard and transparent as tempered glass, reflecting a fantastical underwater realm. Discussions surrounding the troll remained fervent, particularly after the students learned that Professor McGonagall had sent Weasley to the hospital wing. This news has only intensified the fervor of their debates. To them, such a narrative is expected, otherwise, it is difficult to fathom how a first-year student could confront a troll. Perhaps the feat of vanquishing the troll should belong to Harry, as it would not provoke much discussion. After all, Harry is not merely known as the boy who lived. Many regard him as a savior. A savior who vanquished Voldemort at just 1 year old defeating a troll seems entirely plausible. Many eager students even follow Weasley to the library, where they neither speak nor read, but merely stare at him with a fixed gaze that makes him uncomfortable, showing no signs of relenting. Disturbed by their attention, Weasley seeks other places to study. The Ravenclaw common room is indeed an excellent choice, but alas, others share this sentiment, leading to frequent overcrowding. The dormitory is also suitable for study, though he occasionally needs to practice certain spells there, and to avoid drawing too much attention, he does not linger too often. Fred and George's secret lair is discreet, yet space is somewhat limited. Their experiments with prank items often result in unexpected mishaps. After much contemplation, Weasley ultimately finds a suitable refuge at Hagrid's hut. The fireplace crackles with burning wood, filling the room with warmth. Once familiar with Fong, the giant dog, he enjoys lying at Weasley's feet, inviting him to scratch his belly. Despite Hagrid's rugged exterior, he has a penchant for crafting small trinkets. Often sitting in his chair with a knife, whittling wood to create wooden flutes. To Weasley, witnessing a 3-meter-tall giant skillfully carving a flute is as impressive as threading a needle for embroidery. In a few days, it should settle down. They likely won't be stalking you anymore, Hagrid reassures while carving, as the Quidditch matches are about to commence. I heard from Harry and the others that you are the seeker for Ravenclaw. That is truly remarkable. Once Quidditch begins, their focus should shift to the games. Weasley nods in agreement. I believe so as well. The troll incident is merely a fleeting novelty. Arsenal has already informed him of the match schedule. Mid-November will see Gryffindor face Slytherin, and before the Christmas holidays, Ravenclaw will compete against Hufflepuff. Hagrid sets down his knife, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Would you care for some tea? And perhaps a bite of my rock cakes? They are hot and nearly ready. Weasley gently waves his hand. Just tea for me. Thank you. I had a hearty lunch. Hagrid possesses an extraordinary talent for cooking, capable of bringing forth the essence of food to its utmost potential. Take, for instance, the rock-hard biscuits he bakes, which are so resilient they could rival actual stones. As Hagrid rose to boil water, a faint crack echoed through the room. Before the fireplace appeared a plump, rooster-sized bird, its feathers fluffed out in vibrant hues. However, it bore a shocking wound near its wing, oozing a mixture of greenish blood. This remarkable creature is akin to the dodo. More accurately, the puffskein is the dodo of this world, and according to Muggle records, it is believed to be extinct. Yet, Only wizards in the magical realm are aware that puffskeins have not truly vanished. They have merely retreated from muggles, seeking refuge from their incessant disturbances within the magical world. As a magical creature, the puffskein possesses impressive abilities, allowing it to vanish suddenly and reappear in another location, akin to a wizard's apparition, albeit with more subtlety and immunity to conventional counterspells. "Barry, how did you get hurt?" Hagrid exclaimed in a flurry, hastily setting down the kettle, causing water to splash into the fireplace and release a cloud of steam. He quickly cradled the puffskein, placing it on the table for a thorough examination. "You're injured and have toxins. It seems you'll need to recuperate here for a few days." As he spoke, he moved toward the wall to retrieve a unicorn hair bandage for the puffskein's wound. Witnessing this, Wiset stood and said, "Hagrid, may I attempt to help? If my magic works, we need that bandage." Hagrid widened his eyes in surprise. "You've learned healing magic so quickly?" Wiset nodded gently, admitting he had only grasped the basics. "Since you're willing, give it a try." Hagrid acquiesced, holding the puffskein out for Wiset to examine. Chapter 77, The Attack of the Eight-Eyed Spider. Wiset did not immediately cast a healing spell. Instead, he employed a technique learned from Snape's private lessons to assess the type of toxins within the puffskein. Lumos, a warm, gentle light emanated from the tip of his wand. Akin to sunlight, a variant of the illumination charm designed to detect the presence of dark magic within substances. The puffskein emitted a pained cry, its injured flesh quivering. Hagrid quickly retrieved some provisions from his pocket, gently feeding the puffskein while soothingly murmuring, "There, Barry, don't be afraid. You'll be all right soon." Under the radiance of the light, the trembling flesh exuded faint wisps of black mist, a clear indication of dark magical residue. "Nox." Wiset dispersed the light. "Hagrid, are there many dark magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest?" Hagrid nodded. "Indeed, quite a few. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't have strict rules against entering the Forbidden Forest. Every winter unfolds similarly. As the activity of ordinary creatures diminishes, the more ferocious magical beings resort to indiscriminate hunting." During a pause in conversation, two more snidget-like birds appeared. Their condition was far from ideal, with wounds oozing a greenish liquid. The sight of these injured creatures caused Hagrid's eyes to glimmer with concern and anxiety. He gently set down the snidget in his arms, strode purposefully towards the wall, and retrieved an umbrella, leather coat, and crossbow that hung there. Once properly attired, he fished a small pouch of rations from his pocket and handed it to Wiset. "I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest to see if any more snidgets arrive. Feed them this, and they shall no longer fear you." Hagrid departed in a flurry, leaving Wiset and Yaya in the cozy cabin. Yaya, quick in her movements, scampered to the window, wagging her tail as she watched Hagrid disappear into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. A few more snidget-like birds arrived at Hagrid's abode, appearing visibly shaken. Thankfully, the provisions left behind by Hagrid gradually calmed them. Wiset released a gentle sigh and began to tend to the wounds with practiced precision, employing magic to cleanse the injuries. Initially, the snidget quivered in his embrace, but once the venom was extracted from their wounds, they ceased their trembling. With the toxin expelled from their bodies, the snidgets regained a semblance of vitality. Wingardium Leviosa. Wiset gazed intently at the floating venom, its appearance strikingly familiar. "Have I encountered this substance before?" Utilizing his magical eye, he discerned the symbols within the venom, revealing an astonishing truth. It was indeed the venom of the Acromantula. Were such magical creatures still present in the Forbidden Forest? The Acromantula is a creature of considerable danger, typically residing in tropical rainforests, particularly in the deep jungles of Borneo, where they thrive in abundance. Hogwarts, nestled in the Scottish Highlands, presents a formidable challenge for these creatures during the frigid winters. It is no wonder they have begun to prey upon magical beings. Yet, they have miscalculated their targets. The agility of the snidgets renders them a challenging quarry. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the Acromantula was bred by wizards to guard their homes or treasures. Perhaps due to their domestication, these creatures exhibit a cruel nature, even hunting humans for sustenance. The Acromantula can spin exceptionally resilient webs and secretes venom to enhance its hunting prowess. This venom holds significant value in potion making, serving as a primary ingredient for invisibility potions and neutralizing armadillo bile. Armadillo bile, prior to neutralization, possesses formidable corrosive properties. Only through interaction with Acromantula venom can its corrosiveness be mitigated, transforming it into a material for intelligence-enhancing potions. Moreover, when diluted, the venom can function as an enhancer for various potions. According to Snape, the highest quality Acromantula venom commands a price of 100 galleons per pint. Once the Acromantula perishes, its stored venom rapidly deteriorates, necessitating collection while the creature is still clinging to life. This also implies that the wizard must embrace the inherent risks, steering clear of a dying eight-eyed giant spider's last-ditch retaliation, which accounts for the exorbitant price of its venom. As he continued to tend to the wounds of the orbital bird, Wiset managed to collect a small vial of venom, approximately 50 milliliters in volume. Regrettably, this venom had mingled with blood, resulting in a slight decline in quality, thus it could not fetch the highest price. Once the wounds were cleaned, he began to assist the orbital bird in healing, restoring it to its former glory. The healing magic radiated a verdant glow, cascading over the injury as the torn flesh quivered ever so slightly. Just as the wound was on the verge of closing, a wisp of black mist unexpectedly emanated from the flesh, counteracting the effects of the healing spell. Through his recent studies, Wiset had become increasingly adept at discerning various types of magic. No wonder it had been classified at such a level. He gazed at the wisp of black mist and murmured, "Not only does it leave behind venom, but it also conceals a layer of cursed magic. Let us test the ancient magic." Wiset raised his wand, inscribing a symbol in the air: purity, retreat. A whirlwind descended, and the trusting orbital bird remained unperturbed, allowing the purification spell to sweep over its body. The efficacy of the purification spell was remarkable, as it indeed eradicated the curse entirely. A smile graced Wiset's face as he continued to heal the orbital bird. It was an immensely fulfilling experience to see his acquired knowledge put to practical use. As the wounds on its wings healed, the spirit of the orbital bird was rejuvenated. It extended its long beak affectionately, nuzzling Wiset's arm. The orbital birds began to playfully tussle with one another, chasing each other in a delightful game of hide-and-seek, pecking at each other joyfully. Wiset maintained his magical eye, and he discovered something extraordinary. During the process of the orbital bird's flickering manifestation, their magical circuits underwent a transformation. He quickly retrieved his notebook, meticulously documenting the entirety of the magical circuit's alterations. However, he refrained from delving too deeply into research. Instead, he focused on perfecting the documentation of the changes, striving to capture every nuance within. "It seems the orbital birds have taken quite a liking to you." Hagrid returned to the hut, shaking off the snowflakes from his coat. "Hagrid, I'm relieved to see you back safely." Wiset set his notebook aside, expressing concern. "There are 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and these orbital birds were attacked by them." Hagrid's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he nervously inquired, "How do you know they were attacked by the 8-eyed giant spider?" Chapter 78, The Hangman's Howl Spell. "I have healed all the orbital birds." Wiset produced the vial of venom from his pocket. "I am familiar with 8-eyed giant spider venom, as I have encountered it before." "Oh, is that so?" Hagrid exhaled in relief, forcing a smile as he diverted the topic. "You actually managed to heal the orbital birds. That is truly impressive." Since returning from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid appeared to be troubled, his expression consistently grim, revealing a glimmer of concern in his eyes. As for the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, he exhibited no interest whatsoever, urging Wiset to keep it for himself. The Forbidden Forest was far from peaceful. Hagrid occasionally ventured deeper into its depths, bringing back injured magical creatures and requesting Wiset's assistance in their healing. Visor did not refuse this request. During the course of the treatment, he could continue to collect the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, thus achieving two objectives simultaneously. Not only did he acquire the spider venom, but Hagrid also gifted him a package of unicorn hair bandages as a reward for his assistance in healing magical creatures. Had it not been previously agreed upon, Hagrid returned the bandages to Visor, stating that if he helped heal the magical creature's wounds, he would receive the bandages in return. Even if he used the bandages to treat them, it would take several days for them to recover, which could not compare to the efficacy of Visor's healing magic. Just accept them. Visor spent another fulfilling week, immersed in study and practice. The wealth of knowledge regarding the magical circuits of the Snidget, the notes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the review materials on complex magic, and the training in Quidditch overwhelmed him. The abundance of study materials often left him with a sense of time scarcity, wishing he could manifest time itself and divide it into manageable portions. Additionally, he needed to revise and polish his manuscript on the Halloween Trolls, striving to complete it before the Christmas holidays. Before he realized it, the weekend arrived, and Visor promptly made his way to Professor Quirrell's office. Acting as though nothing had transpired, he soon discovered that what seemed simple in theory was quite challenging in practice. Arriving 30 minutes early to the designated floor, he meandered about the staircase for quite some time, adjusting his mindset to face Quirrell alone. He carefully placed the silverware on the table and solemnly addressed Professor Quirrell. "Thank you for your assistance." Quirrell merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, his demeanor appearing somewhat frosty. Visor could not shake the feeling that Quirrell was in a rather poor state. His complexion was pallid, the whites of his eyes were veined with blood, and his forehead was beaded with sweat, all signs indicating he was under immense pressure. "Professor Quirrell, you don't seem well," Visor inquired as he usually would. "Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey?" "No need." Quirrell managed a rather ghastly smile. "It must simply be the cold weather. I have yet to acclimatize. Please sit down." "Let us begin." He exhaled deeply, avoiding eye contact with Visor as they embarked on learning a more complex spell, the Hanging Neck Screen Curse. This curse, being a form of dark magic, could not only be unleashed through an elaborate incantation, but could also be concealed within an object, serving as a trap. The opal was deemed the most effective medium for manifesting the full potential of this curse. To demonstrate its effects, Quirrell had preemptively cast the hanging neck screen curse on an opal pendant. He bound the pendant to a venomous snake. And at the moment the opal made contact with the snake's abdomen, the creature suddenly went limp, as if losing consciousness. The snake then levitated into the air, emitting a heart-wrenching hiss while its body writhed incessantly. After approximately 5 minutes of torment and struggle, the snake was hanged, devoid of all breath. The snake's harrowing experience was aptly reflective of the curse's name, the hanging neck scream. In such a cruel manner, the conclusion of life sent a shiver down the spine of Wiset. Chilo appeared to be in a far worse state. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the veins at his temples bulged conspicuously, as if he were enduring some profound torment. He afforded himself no respite, mustering his strength to speak. As you can observe, this composite spell encompasses several effects. Firstly, it renders the victim unconscious. Then, they float into the air, screaming uncontrollably until they are ultimately tortured to death. He began to stammer, his face as pale as death. Wiset sighed softly, striving to maintain his composure, envisioning how he might pose questions if he were completely unaware of the circumstances. Professor Chilo, do we truly need to delve into curses? I feel the languishing curse suffices, and I am not suited for curses, as you have previously indicated. Indeed, I have mentioned that. Chilo nodded, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Dark magic is merely a manifestation of magic. It is what I excel in. Did you not study the levitation spell? The hanging screeching curse incorporates knowledge of the levitation charm, as it is that very effect that allows the victim to float into the air. Within this composite spell, the extensions of the levitation charm, the fainting charm, and the full body binding curse are employed. He finally entered a state of focus, conducting an in-depth analysis of the hanging screeching curse. If one were to disregard Chilo's alarming condition, the content of this lesson was indeed captivating. Merely the discussion of the levitation charm and its extensions left Wiset profoundly enlightened. Not only did it deepen his comprehension of the levitation charm, but it also unveiled a new chapter in the practical wizardry guide. Ancient magic, levitation charm. The incantation WizardingWorld guides the casting of the levitation charm, amplifying its potency to lift larger creatures. This spell bears a striking resemblance to the improved summoning charm, both exerting effects on living beings. In contrast to the lengthy incantation of the levitation charm, this spell's incantation is notably more succinct and forceful. Of paramount importance is the fact that Wiset expended not a shred of ancient magical energy in acquiring this ancient spell. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it signaled the conclusion of the day's lessons. Chilo, as if drained of all vitality, slumped unceremoniously in his chair. Wiset expressed concern. Professor Chilo, are you truly all right? Would you like me to escort you to the infirmary? No need. Chilo replied once more. I'll just have a bite to eat later. You should leave now. Quickly. Wiset nodded. Thank you, Professor Chilo. As he grasped the doorknob, he turned to glance at Chilo, leaving behind a chocolate frog. Chilo's expression was one of utter anguish, his complexion as pale as a blank canvas. Noticing the chocolate frog Wiset had left, his tone grew more resolute as he gritted his teeth and waved him off. Go. Chapter 79, The Order of Voldemort. Only Chilo remained in the office, suddenly leaping up, his face contorted in a grimace as he clutched the back of his head. Gritting his teeth, Chilo cast a spell at the door before violently tearing away the bandage from his head. Isn't that just the case? Voldemort emitted a raspy, hissing laugh. Instructing, do as I say. Show him the hanging curse, and gradually guide him to master this magic, Quirinus. I hope you remain obedient. Quirrell, glancing at Voldemort's ghastly visage in the mirror, shivered in terror. Of course, my master. Quirrell replied, his gaze fixated on the chocolate frog upon the table. I shall obey your commands until you regain your strength. Excellent. Voldemort's voice dripped with satisfaction. Have you found a way to navigate the challenges beyond that room? Particularly the three-headed dog? Indeed, I have a lead. Quirrell stammered. Professor Sprout must have set up the devil's snare. He shivered again, fear evident in his voice. As for the three-headed dog, I inquired with Professor Kettleburn, but he was clueless about how to deal with it. Is it truly so? Voldemort murmured. If even the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures is ignorant about overcoming a three-headed dog, then seek someone else. Master, do you have someone in mind? Quirrell asked eagerly. The gamekeeper, Rubius Hagrid. Voldemort's face twisted in disdain. His mind is filled with nothing but knowledge of magical creatures. Find a way to ingratiate yourself with him. His tongue is loose. A few words from you could reveal the weaknesses of that beast. Yes, I shall do just that, Quirrell said, though his expression betrayed his unease. Master, you seem quite familiar with him. Do you have any strategies for getting close? His tastes are revolting, Voldemort sneered. I recall he has a penchant for those enormous, grotesque magical creatures. Find him a creature of decent caliber, perhaps a young one, and ply him with drink. He will spill everything. Is that truly effective? Quirrell's voice was laden with apprehension. Moreover, young magical creatures of that caliber do not come cheaply. Quirinus, it seems you are once again disobedient. Voldemort hissed with a malevolent grin. I have laid the plan before you. Will you not find a way to execute it? Understood. Quirrell hastily pleaded. I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task. On Sunday afternoon, it was time for Snape's private lesson. The office felt somewhat desolate today, devoid of the usual baskets of fleshly materials awaiting processing or bundles of herbs needing sorting. In the center stood a table upon which rested a cauldron, various instruments for weighing and preparing materials, and a neatly arranged assortment of potion ingredients. Vespertine cast a glance at the potion ingredients, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Snape sat nearby, raising his chin and gesturing towards the table. Let us begin. Vespertine nodded in understanding, stepping forth to scrutinize the materials laid out before him. As anticipated, Snape expected him to differentiate the ingredients. The notes from that fateful evening had not been in vain. He recalled the potion recipes he had recorded that night and set aside the necessary ingredients. Chill and cold, he conjured a magical energy field, meticulously placing the unused materials within, sparing no detail. Once this task was complete, Vespertine returned to the cauldron, contemplating the potion ingredients before him. Now discuss their properties. Severus Snape stood with his arms crossed, and the specific methods were laid out clearly. Very well, Vizard responded. He first picked up a handful of herbs and spoke at a measured pace. Lavender must be prepared as a tincture. The flowers and leaves should be finely chopped and soaked in alcohol. The duration of soaking depends on the desired concentration. Generally, it should be placed in a cool, dark location for 4 to 6 weeks, with periodic shaking to ensure thorough extraction. Use a summoning charm to retrieve the flowers and leaves. And finally strain it 3 times to ensure no impurities remain, storing the tincture in a cool, dark place. Straining it 3 times is your task, Snape remarked coolly. 1 summoning charm is sufficient to eliminate all impurities. Indeed, there is much for me to learn, and my magical skills require further development. Vizard adeptly continued, picking up a jar shrouded in black cloth. Moondew honey must be harvested at night, ideally on a clear full moon. It must also be kept from direct sunlight when in use. Moonstone should be ground on a clear full moon night to maximize its efficacy. As for mugwort, the method of infusion is similar to that of tinctures, but it requires morning dew. He meticulously introduced all the materials while Snape remained silent, only his right knee occasionally trembling. Given Vizard's understanding of Snape, he inferred that Snape's silence indicated approval, so he pressed on. Memorization suits my impression of Ravenclaw, Snape stated, lowering his hands, his voice deep. Your understanding has reached this level. Those potion ingredients have not been wasted. However, this is merely foundational knowledge. Even a troll, with sufficient training, could guard a vault. If a potion master merely mimics others, I suggest they immediately change their profession. The troll analogy was characteristic of Snape's style, but Vizard paid it no mind. He had learned to discern the essence within Snape's words. Professor Snape, may I cease handling the materials? Certainly not. You have merely severed ties with the troll. The materials still require your attention. Snape's expression remained unchanged. Soul Soother. That is the name of the potion you encountered in the school hospital. It is an advanced potion that deeply soothes the mind and repairs damage to the soul. Vizard's spirits lifted. Snape's current discourse transcended superficial textbook knowledge, delving into the profound theories of potions. He had previously encountered snippets of this theory, but never had he heard it articulated so systematically. He endeavored to grasp these concepts, forming a general understanding of the deeper theories of potion making. When a wizard can truly comprehend potions, whether adding or omitting certain ingredients, they can manipulate techniques or substitutes to ensure the final quality of the potion remains unaffected. Chapter 80. Always remain vigilant. According to Vizard's original understanding of potions, as long as the ingredients are properly handled and the techniques sufficiently refined, one can produce high-quality potions. For Severus Snape, the act of adding a little more or a little less of an ingredient to a potion could yield the desired effect he sought. In contrast, the typical wizard brewing potions resembled assembling a jigsaw puzzle, requiring each piece to find its rightful place to reveal the complete picture. For Snape, however, potion ingredients were akin to building blocks. As long as the final form was achieved, the specific blocks employed were of no consequence. Though these two endeavors may seem incomparable, the disparity between an ordinary potion maker and a master of potions is indeed vast. Snape's method of private instruction mirrored his guidance to Weasley in handling materials, employing succinct and powerful language to convey the essential points. This brevity had its merits and clarity, but also posed challenges, as Weasley had to engage in associative thinking while taking notes to keep pace with Snape's teaching rhythm, particularly with the soul-soothing draft, an advanced potion. Weasley found it necessary to exert considerable effort to capture the nuances of the lesson. The session concluded only as the sun dipped below the horizon. Weasley rubbed his forehead and shook his head, feeling somewhat lightheaded. as his mind brimmed with knowledge that required thorough digestion to grasp its intricacies. He maintained that true understanding necessitated the integration of theory and practice, allowing knowledge to be genuinely applied. Next week would see another session. Snape instinctively rose but immediately leaned forward, a faint scent of blood permeating the air. "Professor Snape, thank you for your instruction," Weasley exclaimed. Rushing to his side as he stood, he steadied Snape's arm and tentatively inquired, "Professor Snape, I had intended to ask you earlier. Are you injured?" Snape furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You may leave. Is the potion ineffective?" Weasley, still somewhat entranced by the recent lesson, reflected on how potions could serve as the best remedy for wounds that healing magic could not mend. Snape curled his lip in disdain. Indeed, this topic had been part of the recent discourse. "I have been bitten by a dangerous magical creature, its malevolent intent and toxins entwined, rendering the wound difficult to heal. This creature is rare, and there are no records on counteracting its malignance. Similar to the principles of dispelling curses, when faced with a rare malevolence, one must rely on potions to continuously break the curse in the absence of a corresponding countermeasure." He pulled aside his robe, revealing his still bleeding calf. "I have yet to find the appropriate antidote. It is as simple as that. Professor Snape, may I attempt to assist?" Weasley gasped at the sight of the gruesome injury. "During my recent time assisting Hagrid, I have treated numerous curses and dispelled various dark magics. Should you wish to try, then proceed. I shall grant you 3 minutes." Snape's irritation flared as this remark reminded him of a few days prior when he had altered an antidote's formula. He had sought Filch's assistance in procuring a replacement potion, only to encounter Harry in the office and forget to deduct points in his presence. The thought of it incensed him further, and he muttered darkly, 10 points from Gryffindor. "Excuse me?" Wiset found himself at a loss, unable to fathom why Snape had suddenly decided to deduct points, particularly from Gryffindor. Could it be that the pain from his injury was influencing his actions? Without further contemplation, he drew his wand and traced a symbol in the air, casting the cleansing charm. A whirlwind promptly ascended, swirling around Snape's lower leg. To his astonishment, the vortex gradually darkened, ensnaring a substantial mass of sinister thoughts. As the whirlwind dissipated, these malevolent notions hovered in the air, bobbing like balloons. Snape's brow relaxed considerably as he raised his wand, causing various potion ingredients to emerge from the surrounding cabinets. He resembled a seasoned symphony conductor, orchestrating the potion materials with his wand, directing them to undergo transformations in midair, accompanied by countless flashes of magical light. Wiset was utterly captivated, overwhelmed by the multitude of steps, uncertain where to focus his gaze first. The aromas of the diverse potion ingredients intertwined, with the cauldron emitting billowing steam, filled with perfectly uniform fisheye bubbles. Snape waved his wand once more, causing the potions to ascend and coalesce into a compact mass, swiftly condensing into a fist-sized ointment. Throughout this entire process, he did not take a single step. Every aspect of the potion brewing was accomplished through the magic of his wand. His demeanor was effortlessly relaxed, as if he were casually perusing a book. The ointment gently descended onto the wand, and amidst the rising green mist, the once profusely bleeding injury rapidly healed. Snape finally stood to confront the hovering malevolence. With a nonchalant gesture, he traced a circle, summoning a transparent glass dome to encapsulate the suspended evil thoughts. After completing this task, he turned his gaze towards Wiset and coldly remarked, "Your magic should strive to avoid showcasing any peculiar effects. There will always be those with ulterior motives. The magical world is not as idyllic as you might imagine, especially outside these walls. Remain vigilant, and do not easily place your trust in anyone. Only then can you navigate this existence more safely." Wiset felt as though he had been struck in the chest, instinctively replying, "I understand. Thank you very much, Professor Snape." Upon hearing Snape's words, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Life at Hogwarts was indeed delightful, which had caused him to grow somewhat complacent. As Snape had pointed out, malevolence still lurked in the world, exemplified by the serpent that had appeared before his enrollment. The news from the Daily Prophet further illuminated that beyond the ivory tower of Hogwarts, a myriad of wizards existed. Among them were not only the ever-returning Voldemort, but also an endless array of dark wizards. These dark wizards were equally capable of committing crimes, and the very existence of magic lowered their barriers to wrongdoing, amplifying the potential harm they could inflict. If anyone were to covet the cleansing charm, they might seize him for research or pose a threat to Luna and Xenophilius. Such occurrences must be prevented. Wiset silently resolved. Within the confines of the school, he could indulge in his studies, but beyond those gates, he needed to remain perpetually alert and prepared to safeguard himself and his family. Snape remarked, "I merely hope that you do not return as a ghost to Hogwarts after your demise." Wiset responded readily, "Very well, Professor Snape." He added that certain matters could be attended to once Madame Pomfrey had departed. Snape, maintaining his impassive demeanor, further stated, "Ah?" Wiset was momentarily taken aback. For instance, the assessment of potion ingredients. Snape remained expressionless, though I am unaware of your thoughts at the time. How you managed to resist the potion's effects while still completing the formula eludes me. Wiset finally grasped the situation. The incident of the Bodhi Patriarch striking Sun Wukong thrice likely applied solely to the Monkey King and not to him. Nevertheless, he felt that continuing in this manner bore no adverse consequences. Chapter 81. The first Quidditch match. As December arrived, a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was imminent. On a Saturday morning, Arsenal, the captain, began to ramble. Do not be anxious. We have practiced this strategy for quite some time. Autumn, relax a bit. We still have 2 more rounds to play. There will be ample opportunities. If anyone encounters problems with their broomstick, remember to call for a timeout. The best outcome is to avoid injuries. Initially, the players were not particularly tense, but Arsenal's words instilled a sense of unease among them. Wiset, however, remained unaffected. He was engrossed in reviewing his previously recorded notes, entirely oblivious to Arsenal's discourse. He would later wait in the changing room, where Arsenal would reiterate the strategy. Moreover, based on his extensive examination experience from his previous life, he knew that excessive nervousness could hinder performance. He possessed a personal methodology to calm himself, such as thorough revision. With few leisure activities available to wizards, the students eagerly gathered early to witness the rare Quidditch match, brimming with enthusiasm as they awaited the event's commencement. As Wiset stepped onto the pitch, a resounding explosion echoed in the sky, revealing a soaring firework eagle. It was a creation by Fred and George, and he could see the 2 of them waving earnestly at him. In truth, many spectators in the stands were also waving downward. Despite the match being half an hour away from starting, the viewing stands surrounding the pitch were already teeming with spectators. Observing the lively scene, Wiset was reminded of the football leagues from his previous life, particularly the World Cup and the Champions League. Arsenal led them into the changing room, where they donned sky-blue Quidditch robes and equipped themselves with knee pads, gloves, and chest protectors. Although the knee pads, gloves, and chest protectors were crafted from leather, they were coated with a rich bronze leather oil, resembling genuine bronze armor. Arsenal rehearsed the strategy once more, delivering a final pre-match address. We have many new players, and Hufflepuff is relatively amicable, allowing you to acclimate to the pace of the game. However, remember that only Hufflepuff would be so friendly. When facing Slytherin next, you must be on high alert. They are notorious for their underhanded tactics. Roger flashed a smile and added reassuringly, do not fret too much. After all, those matters are for later consideration. Indeed, Arsenal positioned the tactical board, making final adjustments. Soon, the bell would signal the commencement of the match. During this brief interlude, Xiaozhang shared chocolate frogs with everyone. This is a gift from Penelope, he said. If you feel anxious, just indulge in a chocolate frog. It alleviates worries effortlessly. As the clock struck 11, Wiset departed the locker room alongside his teammates, heading towards the center of the Quidditch pitch. The air was filled with fervent cheers. Ravenclaw rally. Hufflepuff, victory is ours. Just don't lose too embarrassingly. Our house emblem is the majestic eagle. Hey, what defeatist comments are you making? We must win. Ravenclaw cannot afford another loss. The cacophony of voices reflected a mixture of optimism and pessimism among the Ravenclaw students, many of whom were first years. Do not let them sway you. Arsenal declared resolutely. Today, we are here to prove ourselves as Ravenclaws. The determination echoed among the players. With a thunderous roar, another magical firework soared into the sky, a majestic eagle emitting a resounding cry, its expansive wings unfurling as it ascended until it vanished completely. According to Fred and George's vision, the ideal form of these house fireworks should circle the pitch before gradually dissipating. It remained uncertain how long it would take the duo to perfect their enchanting display. Nonetheless, their efforts were fruitful in earning a bit of pocket money. Once the eagle faded from sight, a comical firework badger erupted above, followed by excited shouts from the 2 brothers. And, we have both types of fireworks for sale. Excellent. 2 small house fireworks. Only 2 galleons. Behold, this is the badger-eagle combo you desire. On the viewing platform, the brothers' enthusiastic cries resonated. 2 resounding explosions rang out as the firework badger and eagle appeared simultaneously, vying for attention with their jubilant calls. With a minute to go before 11, Madame Hooch appeared on her flying broomstick. Everyone, mount your brooms, she called, her whistle clenched in her mouth, her demeanor effortlessly composed. The role of referee was her true calling. The Quidditch pitch was her domain. Only here did Madame Hooch feel wholly in her element. As she released the quaffle, holding the bludger in her hand, she glanced at the clock and proclaimed, 3, 2, 1. Let the match commence. The whistle blew, and the beaters soared into the sky. Ready to engage the quaffle, Wiset's focus shifted from the stands to the game, fully immersing himself in the moment. Upon hearing Madame Hooch announce the start of the match, he shot skyward, deftly catching the quaffle that had just been tossed into the air. What astonishing speed! Commentator Lee Jordan exclaimed. As a newcomer, Wiset has secured the quaffle first. His velocity was remarkable. Let us see if his broomstick merely glides at a 5-star level. He cast a glance towards the commentary booth, where Professor Flitwick sat. I had thought you would procure a new nimbus for this newcomer. Beneath Professor Flitwick's feet was a pedestal crafted from exquisite ebony wood. Witnessing Wiset seize the quaffle first, his spirits soared, a broad smile illuminating his face. If fortune favors us, and we clinch the championship in this Quidditch Cup, I shall endeavor to equip the entire team with new brooms. As the two conversed, Wiset seized the moment when the opposing team was still in disarray and surged towards Hufflepuff's goalposts. The Hufflepuff keeper, startled, darted back and forth in front of the 3 hoops, attempting to defend. Without a moment's hesitation, Wiset hurled the quaffle with force, its vibrant red form slicing through the air in a graceful arc, narrowly brushing past the keeper's nose and slipping through the hoop. The Ravenclaw spectator stands erupted in jubilation, students cheering wildly. Ravenclaw scores. Jordan's voice soared. In less than a minute, Wiset has already netted the first goal. I have never witnessed such a rapid score in all my commentary. The Hufflepuff team shared a similar sentiment, caught off guard by Wiset's swift scoring. Seizing the moment, Arsenal shouted, "Tactics! Tactics!" Madam Hooch resumed the match with a throw, and Wiset, a step ahead of the opposing chasers, once again grasped the quaffle. Chapter 82, Defense and Breakthrough, the Sudden Assault by Cedric. Roger and Jeremy, adhering to their strategy, refrained from shielding Wiset and instead redirected their brooms to block the Hufflepuff chasers. I see their strategy, Jordan exclaimed with a mischievous grin. As if he had unraveled their plan, they were placing all their bets on Wiset. While he narrated, the 2 Hufflepuff beaters converged, swinging their bats with force, sending the bludger hurtling towards Wiset, who was nearing the scoring zone. The simultaneous strike enhanced the already rapid speed of the bludger. A double strike, Jordan called out. It seems Hufflepuff has put in considerable effort. No wonder Wood mentioned they had a secret weapon. Oh no, Ravenclaw's beaters are not near Wiset. They are occupied with another bludger. The bludger is closing in on Wiset. He showed no signs of slowing down. Is he mad? He will collide directly. At the very least, he should alter his course. Merlin's pink socks. Wiset evaded. He actually flipped his broom, executing an upside-down maneuver to dodge the bludger. Is he an eagle? So agile, he hardly resembles a wizard. Indeed, he is an eagle. The sky is his stage. Ravenclaw scores again. In less than 2 minutes, Wiset netted another 10 points. The Ravenclaw stands surged with excitement, students erupting in even more fervent cheers. This cannot be real. Jordan's voice trembled with disbelief. Why do I feel as though I am watching professional Quidditch players showcase their skills? Hufflepuff must devise a strategy. Otherwise, they must rely on Cedric, hoping that he can utilize the golden snitch to conclude the match. If the game drags on, the situation could become dire. In just 10 minutes, Wiset, employing a rapid offensive strategy, compelled Hufflepuff to score a mere single goal, resulting in a score of 70-10. With their tactics thoroughly disrupted, Hufflepuff, in utter desperation, called for a timeout to deliberate on their subsequent strategy. Upon returning to the ground, Wiset was enveloped by his teammates. Roger, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Wiset, well done. A 60-point lead in just 10 minutes. Last year, I could hardly have imagined it." Duncan raised Wiset's hand triumphantly, shouting, "We have Lovegood. Wiset Lovegood." Yet, this is merely the first match of the year. Arsenal timely doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. They would undoubtedly target Wiset next, a scenario we had anticipated. We shall proceed as per our training and continue executing our tactics. What if Hufflepuff chooses to end the match with the golden snitch? Chio expressed a hint of concern. I observed Cedric's movements from above. He has likely spotted the golden snitch. Indeed, this is a crucial point to consider. Arsenal stroked his chin, recalling Cedric's outstanding performance last year, which even matched Charlie's prowess. Chio, do not place undue pressure on yourself. He patted Chio's shoulder, reminding him that the timeout was their own request, which might also cause them to lose track of the golden snitch. The golden snitch? Wiset's ears perked up at their conversation, and he activated his magical eye to survey the surroundings. A minuscule black dot appeared in the sky. Zipping past him, it was the golden snitch that Chio and Arsenal had mentioned. Were it not for his magical eye, he would have had to ascend to great heights and maintain intense focus to spot the elusive snitch. At that moment, Madam Hooch blew her whistle, summoning the players from both teams to assemble. The 5-minute time period had elapsed. She set down the box containing the quaffle and announced that any further timeouts should be requested after takeoff. Just to inform you, Ravenclaw has 2 timeouts remaining, while Hufflepuff has only 1 left. Please take note. We are good to go. The players from Hufflepuff nodded and mounted their broomsticks. Excellent. Madam Hooch nodded, first releasing the quaffle and then cradling the bludger in her arms. 3, 2, 1, let the match resume. Let us return to the game. Upon hearing the whistle, Lee Jordan felt invigorated. Wiset's exceptional performance had undoubtedly posed significant challenges for Hufflepuff. Once again, it was Wiset with the ball. Such speed achieved with the clean sweep 5 will surely lead other teams to study Wiset closely. However, something felt amiss. Why weren't Hufflepuff's teammates defending? He swiftly scanned the battlefield and observed something peculiar on the opposite end of the pitch. The Hufflepuff players, aside from Cedric, who had soared high in search of the golden snitch, were all floating beyond the scoring zone. A wise choice, albeit somewhat lacking in excitement. Lee Jordan let out a deep sigh, perfectly embodying the steady demeanor characteristic of Hufflepuff. The speed of the Wizards was overwhelming, and they had yet to discover an appropriate strategy to counteract such offense. Merely defending could be considered a tactic in itself. The agile ball darted around, creating disturbances. From a distance, Arsenal yelled passionately, urging the team to create openings and penetrate their defenses. A sense of helplessness washed over him, although Wizards possessed formidable breaking abilities. The synergy among teammates still lacked a certain finesse. Hufflepuff adopted a defensive formation, firmly stationed around the scoring zone, poised in a manner reminiscent of waiting for the opportune moment. Batters Jansen and Duncan could only persistently direct the agile ball towards Hufflepuff, attempting to carve out minor breaches in their defenses to allow Wizards the chance to score. Unfortunately, the Ravenclaw players were all newcomers, only sporadically managing to create openings for Wizards to exploit. The match had lost some of its earlier excitement, and Lee Jordan could only seek ways to enliven the atmosphere, rendering the game more captivating. Hufflepuff's duo combination was undoubtedly well rehearsed. They once again repelled the agile ball, maintaining their formation without faltering. This was akin to a contest between a fledgling eagle and a honey badger. While it seemed Ravenclaw held the upper hand, Hufflepuff still had opportunities. Currently, the score stood at 170-40. Should Cedric seize the golden snitch, Hufflepuff would still have a significant chance of victory. Just as Lee Jordan endeavored to invigorate the ambience, Cedric suddenly sprang into action, altering the direction of his broomstick's grip and charging towards a specific location. Look everyone. Cedric appears to have spotted something. It is noteworthy that last year, upon joining the team, Cedric had successfully captured the golden snitch. Autumn followed closely behind. Her broomstick, the Comet 260, boasted impressive performance across the board. The distance between the two was razor thin.